Chapter 5:15. After bidding farewell to Changyao Jin, Li Zixuan rode his horse to the barracks of the Right Guards in the south of the imperial city. After a short discussion in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er finally decided to let Niu Jinda lead 6,000 elites of the Right Guards into the Qinling Mountains and join forces with the Northern Imperial Army. They would use 10,000 troops to completely seal off the Snake Spirit Mountain. The reason why Li Er didn't choose Qin Qiong was because he felt that Qin Qiong hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. The reason why he didn't choose Changyao Jin and Yuqi Jingda was because he felt that those two old fellows were too impulsive. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. After the discussion, Dugu Xian didn't have the time to rest and quickly left the city to find his troops at Qinling Mountains. As for Niu Jinda, the general of the Right Wu Wei, he naturally returned to his home, to gather his troops and prepare for battle. "Little Xian, you're here." After gathering the troops, Niu Jinda came to the commander's tent and greeted Li Zixuan, who had been waiting inside for a long time. Li Zixuan quickly stood up and said, "Yes, Uncle Niu, I'll have to trouble you this time." Niu Jinda shook his head and laughed. "Haha, what do you mean by hard work? How can this old man disobey His Majesty's orders? Besides, you're half a son-in-law to Xu Bao, so why are you being so polite?" Li Zixuan nodded and cupped his hands. "Since that's the case, this young man will accept Uncle Niu's kindness. However, this time, this young man has something to tell Uncle Niu." Niu Jinda stretched out his hand and said, "Little Xian, tell me." Li Zixuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Niu, this time, when you lead the army to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain, you must adhere to the strategy of surrounding it and not attacking, because the terrain of the mountain is too steep. Also, the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue, Batian, has already been seriously injured by us, so he shouldn't be a threat. However, the 7 cultivators of virtue's poison techniques are mysterious and unpredictable, and they have the ability to harm people in a large area. Uncle Niu, you must be careful." Yesterday, His Majesty had sent 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. They were both experts with superb medical skills and noble medical ethics. At critical moments, they could save a lot of people in the army. No matter what, I hope that Uncle Niu won't let anyone leave Snake Spirit Mountain in these 3 days. At the same time, I hope that there won't be any casualties in the army during these 3 days. Niu Jinda nodded seriously. He patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said, "Okay. This old man will remember everything you said. This old man also promises you that within these 3 days, not even a single bug will fly out of Snake Spirit Mountain, and the army will not suffer any casualties. As long as those people dare to come down the mountain and fight on the plains, I, Niu Jinda, won't be afraid of a mere 7 cultivators of true virtue." Li Zixuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your trouble." On Snake Spirit Mountain. After the war, the 7 cultivators of true virtue that once stood aloof from worldly affairs and was peaceful and quiet had become somewhat devastated. The mountain path was covered with corpses. The surviving disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were moving the corpses in groups of 2s and 3s. If they didn't bury the corpses on such a hot day, it would easily cause a plague. Obviously, the person who gave the order had some common sense. Of course, these corpses belonged to the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. After all, most of the dead members of the Northern Yamen army had been eaten by the snakes. "Lu Duong, have you finished counting the casualties of our disciples?" Inside the main hall of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, Batian looked at a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, who just entered the hall and asked with a gloomy expression. Lu Duong bowed cautiously and said, "Sect Master, this disciple has finished counting the casualties. During the war, a total of 38 disciples died, and 26 escaped from the mountain. Now, only 30 disciples are left, and half of them are injured to varying degrees." Batian couldn't help but get angry when he heard that so many disciples had escaped. He slammed the table and cursed. "Humph! A bunch of ungrateful bastards. All these years, this old man has taken care of you, fed you, and even taught you martial arts. Have I ever mistreated any of you? But now that the sect is in trouble, these damned ingrates fled in all directions. They're not worthy of being my sons. I'm so angry." After saying that, he still hadn't vented his anger and threw the teacup in his hand toward the door. Lu Duong jumped in fright and quickly dodged. "Senior brother, please calm down." Upon seeing this, Flying Snake waved his hand toward the rest of the people in the hall, indicating that they should leave. Then he walked toward Batian and said, "Senior brother, this time, the Imperial Court's army attacked the mountain. Although many of our disciples died, Li Zishuan's side didn't have it easy either. At least 200 of them died. You should know that those were Li Shimin's most elite northern Yamen army. If it were any other force in Jianghu, it would be impossible for them to achieve such a result. Even if Li Zishuan escaped, he wouldn't be able to avoid being scolded by Li Shimin, right? Moreover, the Imperial Court lost so many people, but they still couldn't take down our 7 cultivators of true virtue, right? After this battle, they definitely won't dare to attack the mountain again. Now we just need to waste time with them. Let's see who loses their patience first." Batian said, "This is the only thing we can do now. Although the northern Yamen army has retreated 3 miles, they are still guarding the surrounding passes. Now, we can't leave even if we want to. Fortunately, we have enough food and 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent guarding the mountain. Otherwise, our sect would have been destroyed by that brat." Flying Snake smiled and said, "Yes." Batian grabbed a jug of wine and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he looked at the Flying Snake and said with concern, "Junior brother, you used your own blood essence to feed the 7 virtues serpent. It can be said that your vitality has been greatly damaged. With your current strength, I don't know how long it will take for you to fully recover. Moreover, we are in troubled times now." Flying Snake was silent. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "It doesn't matter. This time, the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was in danger because I was too confident in the terrain and poisonous miasma of Snake Spirit Mountain. I also underestimated the strength of the Imperial Court's army. Of course, I have to bear the responsibility for my mistakes. In that case, if I didn't restore 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent to its peak state, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to turn the tide. As for the future, I believe senior brother won't abandon me." Batian patted his chest and said, "Of course. How could I, Batian, ignore the feelings between fellow disciples? Junior brother, don't worry. Even if you lose your martial arts, senior brother will do his best to protect you." Flying Snake was slightly relieved. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Sect leader. Sect leader. Bad news, bad news. At this time, a hurried shout came from outside the hall. Judging from the voice, it was Lu Duong who had just left. "What's the matter? Come in and tell me." Batian frowned and shouted. Lu Duong crawled in, bowed, and cupped his fists. "Sect leader, a lot of the Imperial Court's army has arrived at the foot of the mountain. There are even more of them than the previous batch. Now, our Snake Spirit Mountain is surrounded. I don't think even a fly can escape." Chapter 5:16. This must be an army of over 10,000, right? On top of the Serpent Spirit Mountain. Flying Snake and Batian led the remaining disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the army that surrounded them. Even from such a distance, they could see that the ground was full of people. Flying Snake's eyes couldn't help but twitch in shock. At this point, he no longer dared to underestimate the strength of the Great Tang army. Previously, he thought that the 7 cultivators of true virtue had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and manpower. If the Imperial army wanted to capture them, they would have to suffer at least several thousand casualties. But today, Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, and the Northern Yamen's Imperial army taught him a lesson. The loss of more than 200 people was a huge number for Li Zishuan. But for Flying Snake and the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it was far from their initial expectations. Moreover, if Flying Snake hadn't abandoned his cultivation at the last moment and brought 7 cultivators of true virtue, who had recovered to his peak state, the 7 cultivators of true virtue might have already been destroyed by the Imperial army. Humph. That Li Shimin is really muddle-headed. He actually mobilized such a large army for the personal grudge between Li Zishuan and you, junior brother. Sigh. Fortunately, they didn't attack us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold on even with the help of 7 cultivators of true virtue. Batian frowned and sighed in a voice that only he and Flying Snake could hear. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting his decision. Senior brother, I'm afraid that we can only hold on until the end of the mountain. Previously, The food reserves of the sect were enough to feed all the disciples for half a year. Now that we've gone through such a big battle, less than half of the disciples are left. The food reserves are enough to last us for more than a year. As long as the Imperial Army doesn't attack us, we'll be safe for another day. Flying Snake turned around and looked at Batian with a worried expression. Batian shook his head helplessly and said, "What else can we do besides holding on until the end of the mountain? The food consumption rate of the army of 10,000 is much faster than that of us, right?" Flying Snake nodded and said, "That's right. But, senior brother, just in case, we have to let the disciples dig some traps on the mountain path tomorrow. Otherwise, if they really attack us, we'll only have 7 cultivators of true virtue left to rely on." What junior brother said makes sense. Husband. Hubby. You're back? Li Zishuan couldn't bring himself to feel happy at the thought of how Dugu Xian's guards had desperately covered his retreat on Snake Spirit Mountain. He dragged Debye along and returned to his home in Yongla City listlessly. As soon as he entered the house, Han Yushi, who had been lying on the stone table in the front yard waiting for him, hurried over with a joyful expression and grabbed his hand. Li Zishuan's heart warmed. No matter how much wind and rain he had experienced outside, when he returned to this home, he could receive the greatest comfort and support from his wife and other family members. He squeezed the soft hand in his hand and then pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He closed his eyes and said tiredly, "Wife, I'm back." Smelling the fragrance of Han Yushi's hair and feeling her heartbeat, Li Zishuan's chaotic heart instantly calmed down. Home was really the harbor of everyone's soul. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Did something happen to you? Even if this person was her husband, it was still inappropriate for her to be hugged by someone of the opposite sex in public. Hence, Han Yushi instinctively wanted to break free. However, as the saying went, husband and wife were of the same mind. She quickly sensed her husband's exhaustion and heartbreak. Hence, she gently patted Li Zishuan's back and asked gently, "That's right. Hubby, I implicated so many innocent people and caused them to die tragically today. Do you hate me? Hubby, didn't you go to encircle the 7 cultivators sect these few days?" Could it be? Han Yushi recalled that Li Zishuan had been at Snake Spirit Mountain recently. She couldn't help but raise her head and exclaim in shock. My wife's guess is right. The army suffered heavy losses in the battle at Snake Spirit Mountain today. Many of our brothers died while covering for Dugu Xian and me as we retreated. I just returned from the palace. Li Zishuan sighed and let go of Han Yushi. He took her hand and continued walking forward. As he walked, he said, "I'm a defeated general, and I even caused the death of so many brothers. I even hate myself now." Han Yushi frowned, and her face was full of heartache. She raised her head and said, "Hubby, although I'm a married woman, I know that victory and defeat are common in war. Hubby, you mustn't be discouraged because of a moment of disappointment. I believe that there's nothing in this world that can stop you. As for the soldiers who unfortunately died, I will often go to the temple to burn incense and pray for them. If my husband feels guilty, you can take care of their families when you have time in the future. I believe that their souls in heaven will be very happy." When Li Zishuan heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. He smiled in relief and said, My wife's suggestion is really good. Since things have already happened, there's no benefit in sighing in vain. It's better to do as you said and take some remedial measures. My wife, you're really my great benefactor." Han Yushi said embarrassedly, "How can I be as good as you say? Hubby is just a bystander." "Oh, by the way, hubby, you didn't fight well this time. His Majesty didn't blame you, right?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said softly, "No, he didn't. The situation of the 7 cultivators sect is special. The result of this battle would be the same no matter who went. His Majesty isn't an unreasonable person. Of course he won't blame me. However, I lost so many brothers. Even if he doesn't blame me, I'll blame myself. Therefore, I still have to find a way to destroy the 7 cultivators sect." Han Yushi knew that she couldn't persuade Li Zishuan to change his mind. She could only force a smile and said, "Hubby, you must be careful. You promised me before that you wouldn't personally take risks." Li Zishuan pointed to his head and said with a smile, "Of course. Don't worry, my wife, there's not much danger this time. Fighting doesn't only rely on the fist, but also the brain. After saying that, he looked around and asked, "Huh? Where's father, mother, and Lon Er? Why don't I see them?" Han Yushi replied with a smile. Father went to the tea house to play chess. Mother was invited by Duke Lu's wife to watch a play. As for Lon Er, she went to Cloud Mountain with Iron Egg yesterday. She said that she would help you build an academy and stayed at my father's place last night. I don't think she'll come back for the next 2 days. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, "Well, it's good that they're all fine. I won't be at home for the next 3 days, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of everything at home. If father and mother ask, just tell them that I went to Uncle Nyo's camp and that there's no danger. Tell them not to worry." Okay. Chapter 517. Hey! Did you hear? His Majesty sent 4,000 Imperial Guards out of the city the day before yesterday. It seems that they went to Qinling Mountain to wipe out a Jianghu sect. The next morning, discussions about the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain resounded in a tea house in the East City. What Jianghu sect? They actually sent 4,000 Imperial Guards to encircle and wipe them out? I think it's called the Seven Cultivators sect. Hey, it's just a small sect. However, not only were the 4,000 Imperial Guards unable to take down such a small sect, they even suffered heavy casualties. A wretched man with broken teeth patted the table and said mysteriously, "What? How is that possible? How can so many Imperial Guards be unable to defeat a small Jianghu sect? Meng Tao, you brat. Don't spread rumors." A shirtless man opposite him stood up and pointed at the man with broken teeth angrily. Hey. Boss Mao, I'm not spreading rumors. My cousin is a soldier in the military camp, and he told me this himself. Also, I happened to see the commander of the Imperial Guards returning to the city with injuries yesterday afternoon. The man named Meng Tao stood up and said seriously, "Oh, commander? Then tell me, who is the commander of the 4,000 Imperial Guards encircling and suppressing the Seven Cultivators sect? I'd like to see which bastard is the one who lost the face of our great Tang." Meng Tao sat down, took a sip of tea and said mysteriously, "Hee. The commander's identity is closely related to the reason why the Imperial Court encircled and suppressed the Seven Cultivators sect. F***CK. Which bastard is the commander? If you keep me guessing, do you believe that I won't beat you?" Boss Mao waved his big fist and threatened fiercely. Yeah. Tell me who the commander is. Keeping me guessing at such a crucial time. Even if Boss Mao doesn't beat you up, I still want to beat you. Yeah. Meng Tao's words could be said to have angered the crowd. The customers who had been listening to him earlier started to denounce him one after another. Meng Tao was startled. He quickly put down his teacup and said with an apologetic smile, "Everyone, don't worry. Don't rush. I'll tell you now, haha, I'll tell you now." The commander of the Imperial Guards this time was the commander of the Northern Imperial Guards, General Dugu, and the current Crown Prince, Zhan Shi Li Zishuan. As for the reason why the Imperial Court sent the Imperial Army to encircle and annihilate the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue, it seems that the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue have a personal grudge against Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan? Li County man? I say, Meng Tao, you brat. Don't F***king spread rumors, right? Li Xiannan was the one who made the curved plows and sold cheap books. He has always been a kind person, so how could he possibly have a grudge with the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue? Boss Mao widened his eyes in disbelief. Yeah. Young man from the Meng family, don't try to slander Li Xiannan here. He is our family's benefactor. Yes. You can slander anyone, but you can't slander a man from Li County. Poor farmers like us are all thinking of his kindness. It had to be said that Li Zishuan had a very good reputation among farmers and poor scholars. When they heard Meng Tao say that Li Zishuan was the loser of the army, some people in the surroundings immediately became unhappy and refuted. Meng Tao was very anxious and hurriedly defended himself with a solemn oath. Hey, you guys. I didn't spread rumors, so you have to be reasonable. My cousin got all this inside information, so it's definitely not fake. I'm not lying, so you can ask around if you don't believe me. If I, Meng Tao, am lying, you can come over and cut off my head and use it as a piss pot. Boss Mao was dumbfounded and muttered, "Ah? Could it really be Li Xiannan?" Could it be that Lord Li really led so many people and lost the battle? I don't believe it. I heard that Lord Li is the youngest grandmaster of martial Dao in our Tang dynasty. He's so powerful that if His Majesty really sent him to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue, he alone can take down the entire sect. I don't believe that Li Xiannan was defeated by them. Yes. Meng Tao, you must be mistaken. Meng Tao refuted. Hey, you guys really don't believe me. Yesterday, after Li Xiannan and General Dugu returned to Chang'an to get reinforcements, another 6,000 elite soldiers left the city under the leadership of General Niu. Now, in order to help Lord Li settle his personal grudge, His Majesty used a total of 10,000 soldiers. Tisk. Our Lord Li is really lucky. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Some people agreed with him, while others disagreed. Humph. What good fortune. I don't know what kind of magic potion this Li Xiannan gave His Majesty. He obviously doesn't have any ability, but he was put in an important position. He's not even 15 years old, but he's already a third-rank official. He probably got that position by flattery. That's right. How could he use the imperial court's army to settle his personal grudge? It's fine if he used them, but they couldn't even take down a small martial sect with so many people. What an embarrassment to the Tang army. Humph. Don't listen to Meng Tao's nonsense. There must be a reason why Lord Li was defeated. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have continued to increase the number of soldiers for him instead of blaming him. That makes sense. Hey. Bull*T reason. Li Xiannan probably sucked up to His Majesty again. Otherwise, he would have been punished by now. Bull*T. Bull*T. You're the one who's bull*Ting. You're the one who's bull*Ting. Your whole family is bull*Ting. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the citizens of Chang'an City were fighting over this matter, which was supposed to be debated by the big shots in the imperial court. Moreover, as the person involved, Li Zishuan, didn't come out to explain himself, those who criticized Li Zishuan and thought that Li Zishuan was selfish and incompetent grew louder and louder. Li Zishuan didn't know about these things at the moment. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have the time to deal with them. After all, he was very busy right now. Faubert, help me prepare some things. When you're done, send them to Drunken Wind Pavilion for meal. Li Zishuan left his house early in the morning and went to the workshop. He scribbled in the study room of Drunken Wind Pavilion for a while before coming out with a piece of paper and giving it to Faubert. Yes, young master. Faubert glanced at the list and saw that everything on it could be bought. He nodded and agreed. Although he was puzzled as to why Li Zishuan wanted these seemingly irrelevant and useless things, at this age, his curiosity was no longer that big. Therefore, he didn't ask and went to arrange for people to buy the materials. Song Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan waved his hand, and Song Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and bowed. Young master, I'm here. Bring 2 honest people with you and follow me to Drunken Wind Pavilion. You guys will guard the door and don't let anyone in. Do you understand? Understood, young master. Chapter 5:18. Zhao Siwei, the left lieutenant of the Imperial Army, was a brave warrior. However, during the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain yesterday, Zhao Siwei protected his commander and died bravely. My condolences. Such a brave and loyal soldier is the role model of the Tang Empire soldiers. I hereby confer upon Zhao Siwei the title of Xianwei General and bestow upon his widow, Yongye, 300 mu of farmland, 100,000 yuan, and 20 horses. South of Chang'an City, Anlu House. In a 2-story house, the courtyard was filled with mourning dresses. I accept the edict. Thank Your Majesty for your grace. In the courtyard, in front of the morning hall, an old woman knelt down, a young woman who was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, and a 4 or 5-year-old girl whose small mouth was pursed and whose face was full of tears. After the inner attendant of the yellow door finished reading the imperial edict, the old woman stood up from the ground and bowed slightly. My condolences, old lady. His Majesty also said that if you have any other requests, you can let me know. If it's reasonable, His Majesty will definitely grant it. The servant of the yellow door handed the edict to the old lady and asked gently. The old lady shook her head and said, His Majesty's grace is already very generous. I don't dare to ask for more. Rank 4 Xianwei general and 300 mu of farmland. Logically speaking, Li Er had already given Zhao Siwei's family a very generous reward. Yongye fields were also known as Shiye fields. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, from the various kings to the military governors and rank 5 officials, they were given Yongye fields according to their ranks. Their descendants were exempted from paying taxes. Such things were like iron rice bowls. With a few hundred mu of farmland, their descendants would not have to worry about food and clothing anymore. All right. Then I'll return to the palace to report. The servant of the yellow door was stunned for a moment before he bowed and said goodbye. Angel, please wait. I wonder if your majesty can send my husband's body back. Sob sob. There's only my husband's clothes in the coffin now. The young woman in mourning clothes stood up and cried. Body? The old eunuch looked troubled. Seeing this, the old lady beside him quickly said, Wan Qing, don't make things difficult for the angel. Siwei sacrificed himself for the country. Even though he died, it's an honorable death. Mother. But this daughter-in-law wants to see her husband for the last time. Whoa. The young woman couldn't hold it in any longer. She knelt on the ground and wailed. Mother, Wan also wants to see father. Sob. Wan also wants to see daddy. The little girl who was kneeling at the side came over and hugged the young woman's arm as she said with tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, no matter how strong the old woman was, her eyes could not help but turn red. I will pass on Madame Zhao's message, but you have to be mentally prepared. Snake Spirit Mountain is not an ordinary mountain. The attendant of the yellow door sighed, then turned around and left with his entourage. Are you serious? Was my husband really killed because of Li Zishuan's random command? Today in Chang'an, many families were holding funerals. In a dilapidated courtyard in the west of the city, a woman dressed in mourning clothes and another woman in her 30s wearing red silk were squatting in the corner and whispering to each other. How can it be fake? Changde family, think about it. How old is Li Xiannan this year? He's not even 15 years old. How can such a young child have the ability to lead troops? Didn't he get this position by flattering the emperor? He did get promoted, but he caused the deaths of so many soldiers. Now in Chang'an City, everyone is talking about it. The middle-aged woman looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she pulled the young woman aside and whispered, But Li Xiannan doesn't look like such a person. The young woman said in disbelief. The middle-aged woman said earnestly, Sigh. Changde family. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. You haven't interacted with him before, so how do you know what kind of person he is? Now, the families of the soldiers who died in the battle are all crying for justice for their men. There's such a thing? But didn't the imperial court already give us compensation? It's useless for them to cry for justice. The middle-aged woman said resentfully, Compensation? Changde family. Let's not beat around the bush. How much compensation did the imperial court give to your family? Is it 8 strings of coins and 10 mu of Yongye farmland? Ah? Aunt Jiang, how did you know? The middle-aged woman snorted and said, Why can't I know? I just came from Mingping's house. All of their families had received this much in compensation. Xinha. I don't want to criticize you, but what can this amount of compensation do? After Changde left, this family can only rely on you to do some needlework to support the family, but your Bao Yun will have to marry when she grows up. Can you afford a dowry with this amount of money? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Bao Yun. The young woman was stunned and said bitterly in her heart, I understand. But Changde left. What can I do? Sigh. There's a way. Who said there's no way? Madame Jiang immediately became excited, and she hurriedly said, X and he. Look at Li Zishuan. He's still eating and drinking at home after losing the battle. His Majesty didn't punish him at all. Changde, Mingpang, and the others were ordered by Li Zishuan to go through fire and water, but he's rich and has nothing to worry about. Is this fair? This? The middle-aged woman's words were very harsh and could easily bewitch people. After hearing this, the young woman's heart began to waver. It's not fair. This is definitely not fair. That's why the other families are all discussing going to Li Zishuan's house tomorrow morning to cause trouble. Even if they can't get His Majesty's attention and punish Li Zixuan for his crimes, they can still get more compensation from the Li family. Aunt Jiang, this isn't good? I heard that many soldiers died in the battle this time. Even if the Li family is willing to pay, it can't be that much, right? Aunt Jiang raised her orchid fingers and said with a smile, Haha. Silly child, you're thinking too much. Do you know how much money the Li family has? Even if all 200 families go over, the Li family can still afford it. You know about Li Zixuan's wedding last month, right? The cost of that wedding was more than 100,000 strings of cash. Ah? More than 100,000 strings of cash? So much. The young woman covered her mouth in surprise. A hint of smugness flashed across the middle-aged woman's eyes. Then she probed. Hey, of course. So, Xianxia, do you want to go with them tomorrow to ask for an explanation? The young woman struggled for a moment and finally nodded. All right. Ha. That's good. That's good. We'll gather at Mingda's house tomorrow. We'll go to the Li family together to ask for an explanation. Li Zixuan caused so many families to lose men. How can he not pay the price? Chapter 519. How is it? Did she agree? In a private room of the Grand Hyatt restaurant, a black-robed man with a hood covering his face sat on the couch. He looked at the woman in red silk below and lowered his voice as he asked in a hoarse voice. Looking at the woman's appearance, it was the middle-aged woman surnamed Jiang from before. She agreed. She agreed. Although that girl is a bit stubborn, she was still convinced by me. The middle-aged woman said proudly. Clap, clap, clap. Very good. The black-robed man clapped his hands and praised. Then he asked, including this, you've already convinced 30 families, right? The middle-aged woman quickly nodded and said, Yes. Boss, you really have a good memory. Hee. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. Next, as long as you can persuade that family, I'll give you 10 times the reward. The black-robed man laughed and said, 10 times? Boss, tell me quickly, I'll definitely help you do it. Hearing that there was 10 times the reward, the middle-aged woman was afraid that she would miss such a good opportunity and quickly replied. The black-robed man shook his head and said, don't be in a hurry to agree. This family shouldn't be that easy to convince. Sigh. Boss, what you said is wrong. The middle-aged woman put her hands on her hips and said, I, Jianghu, don't have any other abilities, but this mouth of mine, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say they're first. So, boss, if you want me to persuade anyone, just say it. The black-robed man clapped his hands and laughed. Haha. Then you better listen carefully. Next, go to Zhao Siwei's house at Anlufeng. If you can convince his wife, Xia Wanqing, to go with you tomorrow, I will give you 10 times the reward. Jiang Zuihua's face fell when she heard this, and she muttered, Ugh, Xia Qing. This? The black-robed man frowned and said, What's wrong? From what you said earlier, didn't you say that there was no one you couldn't convince? Jiang Zuihua quickly waved her hand and said, No, it's not like that. Boss. Although this Xia Wanqing has a stubborn temper, it's still all right. The hardest to talk to is her mother-in-law. If that old madam knew that I asked Xia Wanqing to do this, she would definitely use her walking stick to chase me away. 15 times. The black-robed man did not say much and directly increased the price. Gulp. Jiang Zuihua swallowed her saliva. She was calculating how much the reward was worth. He, boss, this isn't about money. 20 times. Without any hesitation, the black-robed man increased the price once more. Deal. Boss, don't add more. Don't worry, even if I, Jiang Zuihua, have to go through water and tread on fire, I will do what you ask me to do. Just you wait and see. Aunt Jiang? You're here. Happy Lane. Zhao Siwei's residence. Xia Wanqing had just added an incense stick to the memorial tablet when she saw someone walk in from the courtyard. Ah, that's right. I'm here to pay my respects to Lieutenant Zhao. Wanqing, do you still smell good? Let me light some incense for Si Wei. Jiang Zuihua walked over quickly and said with a smile. Yes, Aunt Jiang. Thank you for coming to see Si Wei. At this time, only she and Jiang Zuihua were in the courtyard. As for the old and the young, they couldn't withstand the hot weather and had returned to their rooms to rest. Sigh. We're neighbors. What are you thanking me for? It's just that Si Wei was such a good young man. He finally entered the guards and even became a lieutenant. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he be gone just like that? Jiang Cuihua said with a regretful expression. Then she took the incense stick, lit it, and bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. Finally, she placed it on the incense table. Hearing Jiang Cuihua mention Zhao Siwei, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but start sobbing softly. Jiang Cuihua quickly came over to support her and comforted her. Hey. Don't cry, Wanqing. It's Aunt Jiang's fault. Aunt Jiang shouldn't have mentioned Si Wei. Boo-hoo. It's not your fault, Aunt Jiang. I couldn't help it. Boo-hoo. Mother is already so old, and Wanner is still so young. With Si Wei gone, I really don't know how I'm going to live in the future. It would have been better if she didn't say it. Now that she said it, Xia Wanqing couldn't stop crying. Sigh. Wanqing. Don't cry. Our lives still have to be lived slowly. Oh right, didn't the imperial court give us a pension? That money should be enough, right? Xia Wanqing wiped away her tears and said, Yes, there is a pension. Although that money is enough for our family to live for a lifetime, I didn't give birth to a son for Si Wei when he was alive. Who will inherit the family business in the future? Jiang Cuihua was shocked. She didn't expect that the imperial court would give Zhao Siwei's family such a generous pension. It was actually enough for a family to live for a lifetime. If that was the case, she couldn't persuade Xia Wanqing like she did with the others. Actually, this was very easy to understand. As the commander of Dugu Xian's personal guards and the first lieutenant of the imperial army, Zhao Siwei was the highest-ranking soldier among the 215 soldiers who sacrificed themselves this time. His pension and reward would naturally be the highest, but the other ordinary soldiers definitely couldn't be given according to this standard. Otherwise, no matter how rich the imperial court was, they would still go bankrupt. Wanqing. You still have to restrain your grief. Si Wei's spirit in heaven will also be happy to see your family living well. Jiang Cuihua was helpless and could only think of another way. Xia Wanqing shook her head and said, But I didn't even see my husband for the last time. My husband was wise all his life, but now he's dead without a corpse. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Jiang Cuihua's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light as she said, Sigh. Speaking of which, it's strange. This time, a total of 215 imperial guards died in battle, but many family members didn't receive the bodies of their loved ones. They only received a notice of death from the Ministry of War. Xia Wanqing raised her head and asked, Why is that? Aunt Jiang, can my husband's body still be sent back? Jiang Cuihua pretended to be troubled and said, Sigh. What else could it be? Isn't it because Li Xiannan brought the imperial guards to attack Snake Spirit Mountain? The mountain path up there is steep, and it would take a lot of effort to transport the corpses of the soldiers back. Li Xiannan was probably afraid of trouble, so he didn't bring them back. What? A trace of anger flashed across Xia Wanqing's face. She stood up and said, Is it because Li Xiannan was afraid of trouble that he didn't bring my husband's body back? How could he do that? This is just my guess. However, this time, when the imperial guards attacked Snake Spirit Mountain, the people outside all said that Li Zishuan's command was improper, causing the army to return in defeat and heavy casualties. If it wasn't for him, there definitely wouldn't have been so many casualties. Aunt Jiang, are you serious? Xia Wanqing pulled Jiang Cuihua's hand and asked anxiously. Of course. Wanqing, if you don't believe me, Aunt Zhao will accompany you to the Li residence to question Li Zishuan tomorrow. Chapter 520. Heartless Villager. Pay with your life for my husband. Heartless Villager. Pay with your life for my husband. On this day, early in the morning, 40 to 50 women wearing mourning clothes gathered at the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane, loudly shouting slogans. The strange clothes and special slogans of this group quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. The Li family should have been established in Chang'an City for at least 20 years. Before Li Zishuan was born, the Li family led by Li Jingma was a true merchant family. But unlike most of the rich and heartless merchants who valued profit over righteousness, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li had always insisted on being kind to others. Except for their business competitors, almost no one hated the Li family. In the Yongla Lane area, and even in the neighboring areas, the Li family's reputation were excellent. Later, the son of the Li family, Li Zishuan, returned from Mount Longhu and made many outstanding achievements, being conferred the title of Baron. The head of the Li family also became Li Zishuan. Under the leadership of Li Zishuan, the Li family still adhered to the principle of being kind, especially to the poor farmers and the children of humble families, bringing great benefits. The Li family's reputation among the people also rose to another level. Now, a group of women gathered at the entrance of the Li family's residence to make a crusade. Many people felt it was inconceivable, and the onlookers kept increasing. They all pointed at the women in front of them and talked about them. Hey, whose daughters-in-law are they? Why are they wearing mourning clothes and coming to the Li family to make trouble? Hey, I don't know. From what they're saying, it seems like Lord Li killed their husbands. How is that possible? Lord Li and Lord Li are both good people. How could they do such a wicked thing? Hey, I know her. Isn't that Chongda's wife? But why is she wearing mourning clothes? I heard that Chongda was on duty in the Imperial Army. But in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago, the Imperial Army was defeated by the 7 Cultivators sect and could only retreat to the foot of the mountain. The Imperial Army also suffered heavy losses. Could it be that Chongda unfortunately died in the battle? Hiss. If that's the case, then aren't these mourning women the widows of the soldiers who died in the Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday? No wonder they came all the way here to cry. Li Xiannan was one of the main generals in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. You can't say that, right? Which general has never lost a battle? You can't put all the blame on Lord Li just because of one defeat, right? Dear neighbors, the husbands of these poor women are all Imperial Army soldiers who died in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. They died because of Li Xiannan's improper command. We came here this time for no other reason than to ask the Li family to give them some compensation. After all, the pillar of their family is gone. In the future, they will have to live as widows and orphans. How can they live without money? Everyone, please be the judge. Are we asking for too much? Today, Jiang Tsuehua was also among the crowd that came to cause trouble. When she saw that many people had gathered around, she turned around and said to the crowd with a sorrowful expression. Her act of pretending and playing the sympathy card really did arouse the sympathy of many people. So it's like this. If that's the case, it's not too much. It's not too much. Li Xiannan's family doesn't lack money. When Jiang Tsuehua saw that the time was right, she continued to lead the women around her and shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life. Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." As soon as Jiang Tsuehua's voice fell, the group of women also quickly shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." Some of the onlookers heard their miserable cries and couldn't help but sympathize with them. As a result, the shouting in front of the Li family's residence became louder and louder. With such a big commotion, it was impossible for the Li family not to notice. In fact, when Jiang Tsuehua brought the group of soldiers' widows over, the gatekeepers of the Li family's residence, Sanbao and Fu, already noticed. It wasn't that the two of them didn't try to reason with them, but Jiang Tsuehua was eloquent and insisted that Li Zishuan personally come out to settle the compensation for everyone. Sanbao had no choice but to let Fu stand guard at the door while she went to the courtyard to report to Li Jingma and Madame Li. "Master! Madam! Not good! Not good! There are a lot of women causing trouble outside." It was about 7:15 in the morning. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Han Yushi's family of 3, originally, it was a family of 6, but Li Zishuan, Lan and Iron Egg were all not at home, were eating breakfast in the front hall. Suddenly, they heard Sanbao shouting outside. The 3 of them quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. When Sanbao came in, Li Jingma asked first, "Sanbao, what did you say? There are people causing trouble outside the residence?" Sanbao took a deep breath and answered, "Yes, Master, there are 40 to 50 women outside the door. They said they want to see young master and ask him for compensation." This brat. Li Jingma's face turned green. When he heard Sanbao's words, he subconsciously thought that Li Zishuan had gotten himself into trouble outside. Thus, he couldn't help but look at his daughter-in-law guiltily. What should he do? His son had wronged his daughter-in-law. Who should he speak up for later? Han Yushi was stunned, but she didn't say anything. In front of the two elders, she wouldn't purposely interrupt. It wouldn't be too late to interrupt after she fully understood the ins and outs of the matter. Compensation? What compensation? Sanbao, have you asked clearly? Madame Li didn't believe that her son would do such a thing outside. She first rolled her eyes at Li Jingma, then looked at Sanbao and asked, Madam, the black-hearted county-man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. Sanbao was about to explain when a deafening shout came from outside. Madame Li's expression changed. She slammed the table and said coldly, Where did this wicked woman come from? My son is upright and upright. I want to see who is pestering endlessly and ruining my Xian'er's reputation. With that, Madame Li stood up and was about to leave. Mother! Wait! At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly stopped Madame Li and said, Mother, they are just a group of pitiful people. Let me go. I will settle this matter, okay? The two of you should have a good meal first. Madame Li stopped in her tracks and looked back at Han Yushi. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Okay. I'll leave it to you. Mother and your father both support you. Chapter 521. The reason why Mrs. Li agreed to let Han Yushi go out to solve this matter was mainly out of respect for this daughter-in-law. She felt that this family would be handed over to her son and daughter-in-law sooner or later. It might not be a bad thing to let Han Yushi go out to train now. The reason why Han Yushi took the initiative to take on this heavy responsibility was mainly because she heard the group of women outside shouting, The black-hearted county-man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. She immediately thought of the matter that everyone in Chang'an City had been discussing for the past 2 days, that Li Zixuan had lost the battle. She felt that this matter was not simple. If it was not handled properly, it would bring a lot of trouble to Li Zixuan. Therefore, she took the initiative to take on this task. The black-hearted county-man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. When Han Yushi arrived at the door of the mansion, it was when the group of women outside were shouting the loudest. Her eyes scanned the crowd slightly and instantly saw who was leading this group of people. Some schemes immediately surfaced in her mind. In an alley opposite the Li mansion stood a man in black wearing a bamboo hat. When he saw Han Yushi coming out from behind the door, he sneered and said, This Li Zixuan is just a... After such a big thing happened, he actually only let a woman come out to do it perfunctorily. I don't know if you're confident or incompetent. Forget it. You're courting death. Originally, I didn't expect to use this matter to kill you, but now that you look down on this matter so much, you should be prepared to have a bad reputation. At the same time, the crowd in front of the Li mansion saw Han Yushi come out and also made a commotion. Hey! Someone from the Li mansion is here. Isn't this the wife of the Li County man? Why didn't the Li County man come out personally? Neighbors, please be quiet. If you have anything to say, you can sit down and talk slowly. Although Han Yushi's clear voice could not be heard by everyone, most people still heard it. As the saying goes, even if you don't give face to the monk, you have to give face to the Buddha. Li Zixuan's previous impression of him was extremely good. Many of the onlookers quieted down, and those who continued to shout slowly quieted down. Seeing this, Han Yushi said generously, Sisters, neighbors, everyone has been standing for so long. You must be tired and thirsty. Let's not care about anything else. Let's sit down and drink some water first before we talk about things. How about that? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Han Yushi to speak to them like this. Shouldn't the Lord and Madam be high and mighty? Seeing that no one replied to her, Han Yushi was not annoyed. She smiled and instructed Sanbao. Sanbao, quickly arrange for someone to give everyone here a bowl of iced warmth and a cushion. In this era, although there were already stools, there were still many people who usually knelt on cushions or brocade couches. There were at least 100 people in front of her. It was not realistic for the Li residents to take out so many stools in such a short time. Han Yushi thought about it and could only let Sanbao get the cushions. Yes, young madam. Sanbao responded and was about to enter the door. Wait. Jiang Tsuehua, who was caught off guard by Han Yushi's strange move, walked out of the crowd and stopped her. With rich experience in fighting, she knew that in a negotiation, the one who had the initiative would get the biggest benefits. Han Yushi waved her hand and motioned for Sanbao to go in quickly. Then she looked at Jiang Cuihua and asked, "May I ask who this aunt is?" "I'm Jiang Cuihua. I'm not worthy of being called aunt by Lord and Madam." Jiang Cuihua pretended to be polite and said, "Madam Ju, there's no need for you to spend money. These are all poor people who lost their husbands in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. They're here today to seek justice from Li Xiannan, so Madam Ju, please ask Li Xiannan to come out." Han Yushi shook her head gently and said, "I'm sorry, my husband is not at home at the moment. His Majesty has sent troops to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue for the 2nd time. My husband is trying to find a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue at the smallest cost and avenge the soldiers who died in the battle. Yushi is sad about the unfortunate experience of my sisters. If I were in your shoes, I believe I would be even more miserable than you. Today, let's not talk about right and wrong. Since you are all guests, please drink some water to cool down. Then, we can sit down and have a good talk." At this moment, the maids and servants of the Li residence came out of the door one after another with wine bowls and futons. Looking at the pink and gentle land that was emitting a cool air, many people couldn't refuse anymore. Although it was still early in the morning, it was still very hot in the summer. The women who had been shouting slogans were the ones who felt it the most. The weather was hot to begin with, and they had been shouting for so long. It would be a lie to say that they weren't thirsty. Moreover, the sight of the warm and gentle land in front of them made them salivate. No one could resist its attraction. Hey, don't drink." Jiang Cuihua saw that most people had picked up their wine bowls and started to taste the warm and gentle land. She couldn't help but feel anxious. As the saying goes, one's eyes blind one's eyes. They were here to collect debts. How could they drink other people's wine in front of other people's homes? However, no one listened to her at this time. "What the hell is this?" Jiang Cuihua stomped her feet in anger. Then, she picked up her wine bowl and drank. Drinking this warm and gentle land is really cool and thirst-quenching. Cough, cough. We've drunk this water and sat down. Lord Ju, madam, can we talk about business now? After a while, Jiang Cuihua licked her lips and asked embarrassedly. She was still thinking about the warm and gentle land that she had just drunk. She had never drunk this kind of thing before. Han Yushi swept a glance at the crowd. Seeing that most of them had calmed down and weren't as irritable as before, she heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard Jiang Cuihua's question, she smiled and said, "Of course, but what?" Jiang Cuihua was overjoyed. She thought that Han Yushi was in trouble. "But before that, sisters, please allow me to tell you about the decision that my husband made." Han Yushi ignored Jiang Cuihua and looked at the 40 to 50 women in mourning clothes in front of her. She said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was far more unfavorable to the Imperial Army than you imagined. In the end, they were unfortunately defeated, causing 215 heroic souls to be buried here forever. My husband blamed himself deeply for this and couldn't sleep for the entire night. He had already decided that the Li family would provide for the lives of these sacrificed soldiers and their families in the future. Putting aside the compensation from the imperial court, the Li family will give every soldier's family members 10 strings of money every year. If you are willing, you can send the children of the soldiers to study in the Yanhuang Academy in the future. There will be no fees. My husband originally planned to inform everyone of this decision after the imperial army completely annihilated the 7 cultivators of true virtue. At the same time, I also wanted to comfort your husband's soul in heaven. But since you've come to find me, I'll inform you in advance. My husband has a clear conscience and only wants to live up to his conscience." Chapter 522. Han Yushi's words completely turned the passive situation into an active one. If Li Zixuan were here, he would definitely give his wife 32 likes. Every family can get 10 strings of money every year? When the people below heard Han Yushi's words, they could not help but start whispering to each other. Among them, most of them had come here to seek money. Now that Han Yushi had given such a generous compensation plan, almost no one was dissatisfied. Lord Li is so generous. This is really generous. Yes. Every family gets 10 strings of money every year. No matter what, it's enough to live. Tisk. Just based on these conditions, I want to work for Lord Li. Hee. I told you that Lord Li is kind-hearted and wouldn't do such a thing that goes against his conscience. How about it? I was right? You guys just had to blindly follow along. Yes, yes, yes. Boss Mao, you're right. We were the ones who didn't distinguish between right and wrong. Madam Ju, we've all let you down. Yes. Madam Ju, we've let you down. We shouldn't have followed along. Not only the martyrs' widows, but even the surrounding onlookers felt that the compensation plan offered by the Li family was very generous. Some people even wished that they could replace it with themselves. Han Yushi retreated in order to advance and turned the passive into active. In an instant, she turned the unfavorable situation around. Jiang Zuehua, who was in the crowd, saw this, and her expression became extremely ugly. Now, she and this group of women had indeed achieved their goal of asking the Li family for money. However, the Li family taking the initiative to give it and them taking the initiative to ask for it were two completely different concepts. Han Yushi's actions completely ruined her established plan, to completely ruin Li Zishuan's reputation in the name of asking for money. However, looking at the reaction of the surrounding crowd, she knew that not only was Li Zishuan not ruined, but he had also gained a good reputation for being benevolent and righteous. Hee. Madam Ju is really benevolent. I just don't know how long the Li family can give them the 10 strings of money every year. The more Jiang Zuehua thought about it, the angrier she got. Suddenly, she thought of a flaw and asked. In her opinion, each family earned 10 strings of cash a year. More than 200 families would earn more than 2,000 strings of cash. She did not believe that the Li family would be willing to maintain such a large expenditure for a long time. A cold light flashed through Han Yushi's eyes. Jiang Zuehua was polite on the surface, but her words were targeted at the Li family. This made Han Yushi feel a little angry. She glanced at Jiang Zuehua with a deep meaning and said, Jiang Tuhua, you're the Li family. Auntie Jiang, that's a good question. Our Li family intends to give each family a pension of 10 strings of coins for 50 years. A total of 107,500 strings of cash. Within half a year, my husband and I will raise this sum of money and hand it over to the imperial court. The Ministry of Revenue will distribute it to everyone every year. This way, no matter whether the Li family is rich or poor 50 years later, the pension money for the families of the soldiers will not be lacking. After learning new mathematics for so long, Han Yushi effortlessly calculated the total amount of pension for the 215 martyrs for 50 years. When the onlookers heard that, there was a commotion. Although they felt that the previous 10 strings of cash was a lot, it was still within their acceptable range. Now that they heard that the Li family was going to take out more than 100,000 strings of cash, this was really an eye-opener for them. Good. Lord Li is generous. Lady Ju is generous. What the F***CK? More than 100,000 strings of cash. Lord Li is really unparalleled. That's right. Today, these women blocked the Li family's door to cause trouble. It's really too much. Fortunately, Lady Ju is magnanimous. Not only did she not mind, but she also repaid evil with good. It's really rare. That's the truth. Under Han Yushi's step-by-step attacks, the scales of victory had already begun to tilt towards the Li family. The martyrs' widows in the field were pointed at by the surrounding people. Many people did not dare to raise their heads to look at Han Yushi again. A person lives with a face. A tree lives with a piece of skin. In fact, most of them did not have such a big grudge against Li Zishuan and the Li family. It was mainly because Jiang Zuehua used some bewitching words to trick them into causing trouble. Now, in front of the Li residents, not only did Han Yushi not speak ill of them, but she also gave them iced warm drinks and clean and soft cushions to sit on. This eased the hostility in their hearts by a lot. In the end, Han Yushi did not need them to say anything. Instead, she took the initiative to give them such a generous pension plan. While they were satisfied, they also felt a lot of guilt. They kept feeling that they were the villain in this matter. Madam and Lord Ju are benevolent, but my family doesn't want money. I only want my husband's bones. I beg Madam and Lord Ju to fulfill my wish. Just when Han Yushi thought that the matter was about to be resolved satisfactorily, she saw a delicate woman in mourning clothes stand up and say, Yes. Madam Ju, why didn't the Ministry of War send back the corpses of the soldiers in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain this time? How sad do you think it is for them to die without seeing their corpses? Jiang Zuehua's eyes lit up as she quickly jumped out and said, Humph. Han Yushi's face turned cold as she said to Jiang Zuehua coldly, I wonder if any of the 215 soldiers who died are your family members, Aunt Jiang? Jiang Zuehua's old face darkened as she said weakly, "This, cough cough, no." Since no, then why is Aunt Jiang more anxious than these people? Can I understand that these people were all instigated by Aunt Jiang to come and ruin our Li family's reputation? The voice of Han Yushi, who had been speaking in a gentle voice earlier, suddenly became stern. Her beautiful face was also covered with dark clouds. Jiang Zuehua panicked, but she was an experienced person after all. After taking 2 breaths, she hurriedly explained. "Madam Ju, that's not right. Justice is in the human heart. I, Jiang Zuehua, saw that these people who lost their husbands were pitiful, so I stood out to help them. How did I instigate them to ruin your family's reputation? I'm doing this for the public good." "Ha ha. Eager for justice?" Han Yushi sneered, then walked to the delicate woman in white who had stood up earlier and asked softly, "May I know your name?" The delicate woman bowed and answered, "I am Xia Wanqing. My husband is Zhao Siwei, a lieutenant of the Imperial Army and the captain of General Dugu's personal guards." Han Yushi was slightly shocked. The night before, Li Zixuan had briefly explained the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain to her. At the last moment, Zhao Siwei had led the remaining Imperial Army guards and used his life to give Li Zixuan, Dugu Xian, and the others a chance to retreat. Han Yushi remembered this matter deeply in her heart. Chapter 523. So it's Sister Wanqing. Sorry for the disrespect. Han Yushi bowed solemnly to Xia Wanqing and said, "Sister Wanqing, I've heard about your husband from my Lord Ju. I'll tell you in detail later. Now, please tell me, did Aunt Jiang call you here?" When Jiang Zuehua heard this, she panicked and said, "Madam Ju, you. Did I ask you a question?" "I'm asking Sister Wanqing. If you don't have a guilty conscience, please shut up." Han Yushi mercilessly interrupted her immediately. Anyone could hear the coldness in her words. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get angry, Xia Wanqing also panicked a little. After all, the difference in status was obvious. She hurriedly said in a low voice, "Madam, this Wanqing came here today without consideration, but it was definitely not to ruin Lord Ju's reputation. I just wanted to—" "All right, Sister Wanqing, I know you don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask you, were you urged by Aunt Jiang to come here?" Han Yushi smiled and patted Xia Wanqing's shoulder as she said gently, "This." Xia Wanqing looked at Jiang Zuehua hesitantly, not knowing how to answer. Han Yushi immediately understood in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "Sister Wanqing, you all know my and my husband's attitude towards you. Put yourself in my shoes, you have to treat me with sincerity as well. Besides, if anything goes wrong today, both you and our Li family will only suffer losses. No one will be able to gain any benefits, so have you never thought that you were being used by someone with ulterior motives?" Xia Wanqing was startled. When she thought of the whole thing, she felt more and more that someone was manipulating today's farce. "Little girl, don't slander me. I just pity these women who lost their husbands. I'm here to seek justice for them." Seeing that the matter was about to be exposed, Jiang Zuehua simply shed all pretense of cordiality and directly called Han Yushi a little girl. "Hee. Justice?" Han Yushi laughed instead of getting angry and said, "Let's not talk about justice first. Jiang Zuehua, are you admitting that these widows of the Imperial Guards were all urged by you?" "So what if I am? Justice for one person is the same as justice for 50 people. What's wrong with me calling all of them over?" Jiang Zuehua stiffened her neck and argued. "Haha. Does this mean that you, Jiang Zuehua, are here today to seek justice for the 50 widows of the soldiers? And you're not even taking a single cent?" Han Yushi sneered. Then she looked at the crowd that was gathering around her and said loudly, "Dear neighbors, I, Han Yushi, have just married into the Li family for less than a month. I don't know what kind of character Jiang Zuehua had in the past, but I believe everyone present knows very well. Who thinks that she will be selfless, do her best, and seek justice for others without taking a single cent? If anyone thinks so, please step forward." Straight to the root of the problem. Han Yushi's words directly hit Jiang Zuehua's vital point. The onlookers also saw that today's matter was a little unusual, and they all whispered below, "I know this Jiang Zuehua. Not only is she stingy, but she also likes to take advantage of small things. I heard that the eggs laid by the hens of blacksmith Wang next to her house are often stolen. I don't know if it has anything to do with Jiang Zuehua." It's most likely related. Earlier, when I saw you guys making a fuss, I felt that something was wrong. Now that I heard Madame Ju's analysis, I finally know what's wrong. This Jiang Tsuehua is eating and drinking well, but her mother-in-law can only eat and drink. How can such an unfilial woman be so kind to seek justice for others? There must be something fishy behind this. Yes. I also heard that Jiang Tsuehua doesn't give her mother-in-law food. Hiss. Do you guys think that there's someone behind Jiang Tsuehua? Humph. It must be. Lord Li treats people so well and even gave so many good things to poor people like us. There must be someone who can't stand it and deliberately use this despicable method to smear Lord Juve. Yes. These women who came to cause trouble are all accomplices. Yes. Accomplices. Accomplices who can't distinguish between right and wrong. Chang'an City wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The people who lacked entertainment loved to gossip. When something happened, half of Chang'an City would know about it. Therefore, after a while, Jiang Tsuehua's background was turned upside down. As the people discussed, Jiang Tsuehua's old face became darker and darker. The martyr's widow kneeling on the ground didn't look good either. Although the mastermind of the whole thing was Jiang Tsuehua, if they really wanted to talk about it, they were Jiang Tsuehua's accomplices. Madam, we were all persuaded by Aunt Jiang. We didn't plan to come at first. Yes. We were just at home yesterday to prepare for our husband's funeral. Then, Aunt Jiang came over and told us that this time on Snake Spirit Mountain, it was Lord Li's mistaken command that caused our husband to die. She wanted us to come to the Li residence today to seek justice. Yes. Madame Ju, we were all invited by Aunt Jiang. A martyr's widow stood up and told the truth. Then, many people followed suit and the truth gradually surfaced. Han Yushi sneered and said, Jiang Tsuehua, what else do you have to say? Jiang Tsuehua knew that this was bad. She looked around and saw that there were people everywhere. She couldn't run even if she wanted to. It was funny that she couldn't wait for more people to come. Now, it seemed that she was digging her own grave. No matter what, these people's husbands died on Snake Spirit Mountain. It must have something to do with Li Xiannan. Also, why couldn't the soldiers' bones be brought back? Isn't Li Xiannan responsible for this? Jiang Tsuehua had no choice but to fight to the death. She felt that even if she was caught and brought to the Supreme Court, she had to drag Li Zishuan down. That way, the mysterious person who was looking for her might be able to save her. Humph! You self-righteous stupid woman! Facing Jiang Tsuehua's dying counterattack, Han Yushi was not afraid at all. She looked at Xia Wanqing below and said, the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was a nightmare for all the sisters here. Originally, I didn't want to reopen this scar, but if I don't make things clear today, I'm afraid that everyone's misunderstanding of the Li family will become deeper and deeper. In order to prevent everyone's pain of losing their husbands from being used by despicable people, Yushi has offended you today. Next, I will tell everyone in detail what happened to the Imperial Army on Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday. Chapter 524. My husband, General Dugu, and his younger brother worked together to get rid of the snakes and fought against the sect master of the 7 cultivators sect, Yin Batian. After a bitter battle, Yin Batian was seriously injured and victory was in sight. Who would have thought that an elder of the 7 cultivators sect would release a 3-zhang-long 7-headed serpent with infinite strength and venom all over its body? It was impossible for it to be invincible. Under the critical situation, my husband ordered Dugu Feiying to lead the army to retreat first. He and General Dugu led the remaining imperial guards to entangle the 7-headed serpent and buy time for the army. Later, the 7-headed serpent went berserk several times, causing the remaining imperial guards to suffer heavy casualties. At the last moment, the captain of the imperial guards, Zhao Siwei, led the remaining imperial guards to fight the 7-headed serpent, wanting to create an opportunity for General Dugu and my husband to escape. My husband couldn't stop him, but he didn't want the soldiers to die in vain. He could only retreat with General Duguj. Recalling Li Zishuan's narration of the near-death experience, Han Yushi's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She looked at the more than 50 martyrs' widows in mourning clothes in front of her and said in a deep voice, the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was like this from beginning to end. What I said just now is absolutely true. The more than 3,000 imperial guards who survived can testify for me. My husband and I feel deeply guilty for the unfortunate deaths of my sister's husbands in this battle. But if you say that my husband is the only one to blame for this battle, Yushi will never agree. The terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain, the poisonous miasma, the peak Grandmaster level martial artists, and the seven-headed serpent were all unfavorable factors. If it were any other general who was in command and had the same number of troops, they would also be powerless. His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court have already come to this conclusion. Jianghu, today you are still speaking irresponsibly and slandering my husband's reputation. Are you more wise than the officials in the imperial court and the current His Majesty? Han Yushi almost roared out the last sentence. It was fine for others to talk about her behind her back, but she would never allow anyone to speak ill of Li Zixuan. Jiang Zuehua had already touched her bottom line today. Moreover, Jiang Zuehua's way of using the grief of a martyr's widow to achieve her own sinister goals made her feel extremely disgusted. With Han Yushi's last shout, Jiang Zuehua's face instantly turned pale. The surrounding crowd also fell into a dead silence. Regarding the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain, they had only heard about it through some rumors. They never thought that the real situation would be so dangerous. Especially when the seven-headed serpent appeared at the end of the battle. Li Zixuan chose to personally cover the retreat of the seven-headed serpent. This move moved everyone. Other people would say that a general's success was built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. However, Li Zixuan, as a general, was able to achieve this step. No matter how picky a person was, they would not be able to find fault with him. Although they were defeated in the end, it could only be said that it was not their fault. In the end, the Imperial Army's personal guards who sacrificed themselves heroically said that they had bought time for Li Zixuan and Xianxia to retreat. However, weren't they also covering the retreat of the main army? Even if they did not sacrifice themselves, Li Zixuan and Xianxia would not have been in danger. However, more than 90% of the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers would have died. Therefore, in other words, they did not die for Li Zixuan and Xianxia. They died in place of more than 3,000 brothers. Lord Ju is loyal and righteous. We have wronged Lord Ju. We deserve to die. A white-haired old man cupped his hands at Han Yushi and said in a trembling voice. Earlier, when he saw how pitiful these widows were, he followed suit and shouted a few slogans. Now that he heard Han Yushi's explanation, he immediately blamed himself. We have wronged Lord Ju. We deserve to die. Even such an old man could take the initiative to admit his mistake. How could the others have the nerve to continue being ostriches? Therefore, those who blindly followed suit and apologized. Everyone, you don't have to do this. You were just fooled by Jiang Zuehua's flowery words. It's not your fault. The one who is truly guilty is Jiang Zue. Han Yushi waved her hand at those people, then turned her head and ordered, Pang Sigi, bring her to the Supreme Court for interrogation. I want to see who is deliberately smearing my husband's name. As the head of the Li residence's guards, Pang Feiji had already run out when he heard the commotion. When he heard Han Yushi's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said loudly, Yes, young mistress. After saying that, he waved his hand and said fiercely, Go! Take her down. Stop. Jiang Zuehua widened her eyes and said in panic, You can't take me down. I'm just helping them seek justice. I'm not guilty, I'm not guilty. Humph. You're guilty. At this moment, an angry snort came from outside the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw an old lady in black clothes walking over shakily with a walking stick. Mother? Why are you here? Xia Wanqing, who was in the crowd, turned pale with fright when she saw who it was. She hurriedly got up and wanted to help the old lady. Humph. If I didn't come, Siwei's reputation would be ruined. Wanqing, you're really muddle-headed. How could you believe Jiang Zuehua's slanderous words? That's right. This old lady was Zhao Siwei's mother. According to custom, elders were not allowed to wear mourning clothes for the younger generation, so she only wore black clothes. At this moment, when Xia Wanqing walked in front of her, the old lady did not intend to give her daughter-in-law any face in front of others. She sternly reprimanded her. Mother! Son is wrong, don't be angry. Xia Wanqing's eyes were red. She quickly supported the old lady and said gently, Humph. I'll talk to you later. The old lady used her walking stick to knock on the ground, then shakily walked in front of Jiang Zuehua. Without saying a word, She raised her walking stick and hit her. Jianghu, you blabbermouth. I'll let you deceive my daughter-in-law. I'll let you ruin my Siwei's reputation. You're still asking for justice? My Siwei protected his master and was not afraid of death. Although his corpse is gone, he sacrificed his life for the country. Even if he died honorably. Why would he need a blabbermouth like you to seek justice? It was obvious that the old lady was very angry. Every time she hit with her walking stick, she used a lot of strength. When Jiang Tsuehua saw the old lady walking over, she already realized that something was wrong. She quickly ran away, not daring to resist at all. The ancients valued filial piety. Although Jiang Tsuehua occasionally dared to bully her mother-in-law at home, if she dared to hit such an old lady in front of so many people, then even if the bystanders came up and beat her to death on the spot, the imperial court would not punish them for their crimes. At this time, the old people's social status was quite high. She did not expect that even if she did not make a move, others would want to beat her to death. When the surrounding crowd heard the old lady's words, they could not help but cheer loudly. Good. What a good sacrifice for the country, even if he died honorably. The old lady is deeply righteous. Good job. Yes. Jiang Tsuehua deserves to die. She actually used the pain of someone else's husband to achieve her own unspeakable goals. She deserves to die. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Go and help catch her. Don't let her escape. Brother Ji originally wanted the two marquis beside him to catch Jiang Tsuehua with both hands, but who knew that before he could give the order, the surrounding crowd had already made their move. Therefore, the old lady did not need to waste any effort to chase after her. She only needed to hit Jiang Tsuehua with her walking stick. In a short while, Jiang Tsuehua was beaten until her face was bruised and swollen, crying for her father and mother. Sob, Siwei's mother. Don't hit her. Don't hit her. I know I was wrong. Jiang Tsuehua tilted her head to prevent the walking stick from hitting her head as she cried and begged for mercy. Han Yushi saw that if she continued to hit her, she would die. She quickly came over and said, Auntie, don't hit her anymore. I will send Jiang Tsuehua to the Supreme Court. She will be punished. Chapter 525. Mrs. Li, today's matter is the fault of my Zhao family. Wanqing's personality is simple and she doesn't know much about the world. That's why she was bewitched by Jiang Tsuehua. Please don't hold a grudge in your heart. I apologize to you on behalf of Wanqing. The old lady also felt that she couldn't hit her too hard, so she put down her walking stick. She turned around and looked at Han Yushi with a guilty expression. After saying that, she even wanted to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Mother! No, all of this is my fault. Xia Wanqing was shocked and quickly pulled the old lady back, not letting her kneel down. Han Yushi was also shocked. She ran over and held the old lady's hand saying, Mrs. Zhao, you don't have to do this. Your son and my husband can be considered brothers who fought side by side and shared life and death together. And you're so righteous. I can't even thank you enough. How can I blame you? The old lady waved her hand and said stubbornly, Mrs. Li, this matter isn't settled like this. Although my son has made contributions to the war under Lord Ju, that's that. If my son knew that after he died, someone was still using his name to ruin Lord Ju's reputation, my son would definitely die with a grievance. Lord Ju loved his soldiers like his children. Siwei was a person who valued relationships and righteousness when he was alive. It was his honor to be able to serve under Lord Ju. It was also his misfortune to die in battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. This old lady knows that Lord Ju has already done his best. You don't owe this old lady anything. Instead, this old lady owes Lord Ju. Han Yushi was both happy and heartbroken to meet such a righteous old lady. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. What in the world could compare to this kind of grief? Old Lady Zhao could still maintain her rationality and understand things when she was in great sorrow. No one could compare to this kind of benevolence. Mrs. Zhao, please don't say that. Sister Wanqing only believed the slanderous words of a villain. This was an unintentional mistake. My husband and I won't take it to heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Zhao, you're so righteous and helped my husband resolve the crisis. This junior still has to thank you. Xiao He, help Auntie Zhao into the house. It's hot outside. Han Yushi patiently comforted old Madame Zhao with a few words, and then wanted Xiao to help the old lady in to rest. The farce this morning had developed to this point. Basically, the crisis had been resolved, and Li Zixuan's reputation would not be affected because of this. Next was some finishing work. No. Madam Li, you're magnanimous enough to not bicker with us, but this old woman doesn't have the face to enter this door. You just said that you would give my family 10 strings of money every year. Don't mention this again. Si Wei's spirit in heaven would definitely not agree. She only hoped that the Lord of the Supreme Court would severely punish Jiang Cuihua, this gossipy woman who stirred up trouble. My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the netherworld because of these villains who use his name to do whatever they want. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly refused. Then she pointed at Jiang Cuihua, who was being held down by everyone, and said hatefully, Auntie Zhao is right. Punish me severely. Yes. Don't let the name of a hero be used by villains. Punish the villain. Punish Jiang Cuihua severely. Old Madame Zhao's words resonated with many people. The onlookers clapped their hands and cheered. The martyrs' widows who were kneeling on the ground felt embarrassed. Even an old lady in her 60s or 70s could be so righteous. In comparison, they seemed like villains. Madam Zhu, our family doesn't want the 10 strings of money every year. If Changda's spirit in heaven knew that I did such a thing, he would definitely scold me in his dreams. Madam Zhu, our family doesn't want the pension anymore. Previously, I listened to Jiang Cuihua's rumors. I didn't mean to ruin Lord Zhu's reputation. Our family doesn't want it either. We have offended you previously. Please forgive us, Madam Zhu. Su Xinhe was the first to stand up. She wanted to decline the 10 strings of money every year that Han Yushi had mentioned earlier. Although without a man and a pillar of support, her future days would definitely be very difficult. However, if she took this kind of money, she would be criticized by others behind her back. Instead of living under the scolding of others for the rest of her life, Su Xinhe felt that it was better to work hard and live freely. If there was one, there would be a second. Some thin-skinned and kind-hearted women stood up one after another and declined Han Yushi. The remaining dozen or so sat on the mattress as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Their faces were burning. Han Yushi first smiled and said to old Madame Zhao, Madame Zhao, don't worry. I will hand Jiang Cuihua over to the Supreme Court and let them interrogate her properly. When my husband returns, he will also go to the Supreme Court to personally inquire about this matter. Then, she said to the group of women, as for the pension, it's a little token of appreciation from my husband and I. I hope that Madame Zhao and all the sisters won't refuse. Otherwise, my husband won't be able to sleep at night. Everyone, just treat it as helping my husband to fulfill one of his wishes. Yushi thanks you here. After saying that, Han Yushi faced the crowd and bowed graciously. Ayo. No way. No. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly grabbed Han Yushi's arm and said, how can you give money to others and still thank them? Madam Li, you're asking for too much. Han Yushi smiled and said, Madame Zhao, what I said just now came from the bottom of my heart, so please help my husband with this. Besides, I heard that big brother Zhao has a daughter. Take this money as the dowry that we're giving to our daughter. That's right. Madame Zhao, if you don't accept this money, I reckon that my Lord Zhu will personally send it to your residence when he returns, so you'd better accept it. Brother Ji, who was at the side, interrupted with a smile. Old Madame Zhao looked at her daughter-in-law awkwardly. After a while she insisted, no, we definitely can't accept this money. Even if Si Wei is here, he won't allow us to accept it. If we accept this money, our family will never be able to raise our heads in Chang'an City. Madam Li, you'd better not persuade her anymore. You and Lord Zhu are both good people. Good people have good karma. I hope that the two of you can be rich for the rest of your lives. Han Yushi was helpless and could only say, all right then, but thank you for your auspicious words, Madame Zhao. Since old Madame Zhao had said this, the other martyrs' widows also declined. Madame Zhao is right. If we accept this money, we won't be able to raise our heads for the rest of our lives. That's right. Lord Zhu has done us a great favor. We were in the wrong in the first place today. No matter what, we can't ask for money anymore. That's right. We can't accept this money. Seeing this, Han Yushi could only say helplessly, since you're unwilling to accept it, then Yushi won't force you. However, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. You cannot accept the money, but it's still right for neighbors to help each other, right? When the group of women heard this, they hurriedly bowed and thanked her. Han Yushi smiled and looked at everyone. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, please disperse, sisters, neighbors, and all of you. Don't affect the other neighbors. Okay. Disperse. Disperse. Madame Ju is really gentle, kind, virtuous, and righteous. That's right. That's right. County Lee's man has married a good wife. Haha. A talented man and a beautiful woman. This is a match made in heaven. Yes. A big show came to a successful end. Han Yushi's performance in it was really remarkable. These naturally fell into the eyes of those with ulterior motives. As the surrounding crowd dispersed, they praised Han Yushi repeatedly. On the steps in front of the mansion, Han Yushi looked at the miserable Jiang Tsuehua below and turned to Brother Ji. Pang Sigi, I'll have to trouble you with her. Brother Ji cupped his hands obsequiously and said, Hee. Don't worry, young madam. I have familiar brothers in the Supreme Court. I guarantee that I'll make this shrew spit out the person behind the scenes. Also, young madam, you can call me Xiao Pang in the future. Han Yushi. Chapter 526. Auntie Zhao, let me help you inside to rest for a while. You must be tired from running here so early in the morning. After the crowd dispersed, Han Yushi asked someone to clean up the door and looked at old lady Zhao. Today's conflict was the first time in Han Yushi's life that she had encountered such a big scene. In fact, she had always been extremely nervous in her heart. In the end, she was able to resolve this matter perfectly. In addition to her adaptability and extraordinary performance, the righteous old Madame Zhao also played a role in it. There weren't many of those martyrs' widows who had bad intentions. They were just at a loss after encountering a great tragedy in their lives and were then used by a villain. At this time, with old lady Zhao as a clear example, it was easy to awaken the original kindness in their hearts. I won't sit. Fortunately, I heard the news in time today and didn't let Xianxia make a big mistake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to see Wei after a few years. Old lady Zhao leaned on her walking stick and said with some heartache. At this time, she had returned from a messenger of justice to her original identity. A mother who had just lost her son. Mother! Don't say that, it's all my fault. You will definitely be healthy and live a long life. Xia Wanqing held old lady Zhao's hand and cried. Han Yushi also said softly, Auntie Zhao, Sister Xianqing was just carelessly used by a villain. Don't blame her, and don't blame yourself. I still have to thank you for coming all the way here to help today. Sigh. This is what I should do. It's not much help. Old lady Zhao shook her head and said, Mrs. Li, I stayed because I have something to tell you. Don't think I'm long-winded. Of course not. Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it. This junior is all ears. Han Yushi stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile. Old lady Zhao looked to the east. Her gaze was slightly bleak. She sighed and said, Although you didn't tell me clearly, I guessed that my son had already been buried in the snake's stomach and not even his bones were left. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, I wish I could personally go to their sect and perish together with them. As for that 7-headed giant snake, I dream of eating its flesh and drinking its blood even in my dreams. Everyone says that Lord Ju values friendship. This time, the Imperial Court has sent a large number of troops to attack Snake Spirit Mountain. Based on Lord Ju's usual behavior, he will definitely avenge my son and the soldiers who died. However, I really don't want to let more good men follow in my son's footsteps because of revenge. It's enough for this old woman to have to see her own child die before her own. I hope that Lord Ju won't let more people die because of revenge. If that's the case, even if we get our revenge, I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. What kind of mother was she to be able to say such deep and moving words? Only those who truly had great love and kindness in their hearts would be able to consider things so thoroughly. This was not a small love for a family, but a great love for the whole world. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Her eyes were slightly moist. Taking a deep breath, Han Yushi held back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes and comforted her. Auntie Zhao, you don't have to worry too much. My husband has already thought about what you just said. Right now, he is thinking of a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect with the smallest price to avenge Big Brother Zhao and the soldiers who died. You just have to wait at home with peace of mind. Old Madame Zhao nodded her head in relief and said, Good, good. I was thinking too much. It's good that Lord Zhu can think of this. Madam Li, this old woman will take her leave first. Auntie Zhao, take care. Sister Wan Qing, you should come over often in the future. Okay. Thank you, Madam Juve. Yushi, you handled today's matter very well. Not only did you not let those who wanted to smear Xian'er's reputation succeed, but you also let Xian'er's reputation among the common people rise to a higher level. Xian'er is really lucky to have married you. After the farce ended, Han Yushi was about to return to her room to tell her parents-in-law that she was safe. Who knew that the old couple had been hiding behind the door and secretly observing. Seeing Han Yushi enter the courtyard, Madame Li held her hand and said with a smile, Mother, you're too kind. Actually, I was also very nervous just now. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said modestly, Hee. No matter what, this is the best result. Facts have proven that Xian'er can't leave you. Ha. Li Jingma stroked his beard with relief and laughed. Unlike Madame Li Jingma had been in the business world for decades and had seen countless people. He just saw a trace of shrewdness and experience in Han Yushi's way of handling things. She could handle this kind of situation so well for the first time. He felt that in the future, he could completely be a shopkeeper with his wife because his son and daughter-in-law, one outside the family and one inside the family, could take charge of things independently. Hee. Young Madam looked so awe-inspiring just now. Jiang Tsuehua is such an unruly shrew. Didn't she have to obediently beg for mercy when she saw young Madam? Xiao He came over to join in the fun with a smile. Ha. The whole family couldn't help but laugh heartily. While they were happy, the mysterious man in the alley opposite the Li residence had a constipated expression. Bastard! Trash! This Jiang Tsuehua is really a stupid woman. She could even fail in such a good situation. Why would I find such a trash? The mysterious man kicked over a jar placed by someone by the roadside and cursed loudly. After venting for a long time, his mood finally calmed down a little. He muttered, Forget it. Since this plan didn't work, I can only wait until the day after tomorrow to negotiate with the other family. Fortunately, that Jiang Tsuehua doesn't know my true identity. Otherwise, wouldn't I have gone for wool and come home shorn this time? What bad luck. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sigh. Which heartless bastard, who gave birth to a son without eyes, kicked over the pot that I had just washed? Come out. Come out if you have the guts. See if I don't crush you to death. As soon as the mysterious man left, a fat woman with a waist of 3 feet came out from the side courtyard. When she saw the jar that had been knocked over on the ground, she was instantly furious and raised her voice to curse loudly. The mysterious man, who had turned into another alley, heard the faint curses coming from behind him. He couldn't help but frown and say, Which family's stupid woman is actually so shrewish? She's simply ruining the refined culture. However, she shouldn't be scolding me. The mysterious man felt good about himself and shook his head and continued to walk forward. Chapter 527. Your Imperial Highness. Why have you come? Quickly, take a seat. Not long after the farce ended, Han Yushi heard a servant report that Princess Chang'e had arrived. She promptly went out to welcome her. As for Li Jingma and Madame Li, the old couple knew that their son had some friendship with the princes and princesses. Since Chang'e had come to the Li residence, she was definitely not looking for them. As a result, they returned to the east courtyard. Big Sister Yushi, are you all right? Chang'e heard that someone was causing trouble at your residence. However, Imperial Father and Big Brother Crown Prince are still attending morning court, so I came over myself. After not seeing her for a month, Chang'e's complexion was much better than before. At this moment, she walked over and spoke with concern. Seeing that the concern on Chang'e's face was genuine, Han Yushi couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. Smiling slightly, she replied, I'm fine. Those people have already dispersed. Many thanks for your Imperial Highness concern. It's good that you're fine. Also, Big Sister Yushi, how many times have I told you? You can just call me Chang'e. Don't call me your Imperial Highness all the time. That's too estranged. Ah, that's right. Where's big brother Xiaoxian? After such a big incident, how come I don't see him? Changle could not help but ask as she sat on the Li residence's special wooden armchair and looked around. She was still considered a half-grown child. Sitting on this large and wide chair meant for adults, her legs were a little short, and her toes could barely touch the floor. Her petite appearance made her look exceptionally cute. Han Yushi was startled. She replied, "My husband wasn't at home yesterday. Right now, he should be at the workshop. He said that he wanted to make something to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Wah! Then it seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is going to be out of luck this time. Every time big brother Xiaoxian says that he wants to make something, he always makes something that none of us can imagine. Changle laughed happily. Afterwards, she blinked her large beautiful eyes and asked, "Big sister Yushi, did big brother Xiaoxian say when he would finish? When the time comes, Changle wants to see what it is." Han Yushi smiled and replied, "He didn't say when. He only said that he should be able to make it within 3 days. Changle, if you want to know, you can ask him when he returns." "Oh." Changle nodded rather regretfully, and then she said, "Then big sister Yushi, quickly tell Changle how those people were sent away." "Sister Yushi. Sister Yushi? Are you okay?" At this moment, a clear female voice came from outside. The 2 people in the house looked out and saw a girl in a red dress with delicate features and mischievous eyes. It was Li Yu, the girl who sold her body to Datong daily and worked to pay off her debts. "Ah, is little Fishy here?" During the wedding, little Fishy had also attended the wedding. Li Zishuan had even told Han Yushi about the interesting things that happened when they first met Li Yu. Therefore, Han Yushi definitely knew Li Yu. "Sister Yushi, you're fine. Hee hee. That's great. When I came out to buy buns this morning, I heard that a group of peasant women came here to cause trouble. I was so scared that I didn't even eat my buns and ran over. Luckily, nothing happened. Otherwise, boss." "Big sister Yushi, this is?" Little Fishy skipped over. Pulling on Han Yushi and sizing her up, she chattered incessantly. Only then did she notice Changle at the side. She couldn't help but stare blankly and ask, "Ah, little Fishy, this is Princess Changle." Han Yushi reacted and promptly introduced, "Changle, this is Li Yu. We all call her Little Fishy. She can be considered half a student of my husband's." "Ah." "Li Yu pays respects to your highness the princess." Little Fishy was startled. She didn't expect that the little girl, who was about the same age as her, was actually a princess. She promptly stepped forward and paid her respects. However, Changle did not immediately ask Li Yu to dispense with the formalities. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at Li Yu's face, lost in thought. Actually, ever since Li Yu had entered the room, Changle's eyes had never left Li Yu's face. Don't misunderstand. Our Princess Changle is definitely not a lesbian. Cough cough. Changle? After waiting for a long time and seeing no reaction from Changle, not only did Li Yu feel that something was wrong, but Han Yushi also saw that something was wrong. She couldn't help but cough dryly and remind Changle. "Oh." Changle finally awoke from her reverie. Somewhat flustered, she said, "Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Since you are Big Brother Xiaoshuan's student, there is no need to be overly courteous. Speaking of which, you and Big Brother Qingke can be considered half of the same school." "Hee hee. Since your highness says so, then I won't be courteous." Li Yu had an easygoing personality. Hearing Changle's words, she promptly straightened her body. Giggling, she said, "Princess, the Qingke you spoke of, is it Prince Li Tai of Wei? I have seen him before. He is a very formidable person." Changle asked curiously, "Oh, you have seen Big Brother Qingke?" Little Fishy proudly replied, "Hee hee. Of course. Speaking of which, among the 3 of you, I have seen the Crown Prince and Prince Wei at the workshop previously, but I have not seen you." When Changle heard that, a trace of pitifulness flashed across her eyes. She said, "Since you are often at the workshop, then it is not strange that you have seen Big Brother Qingke and Big Brother Crown Prince. It is just that as a princess, it is not as convenient for me to leave the palace as it is for them. That is why you have not seen me." Little Fishy was an exquisite person. How could she not hear the sadness in her words? She quickly stopped smiling and said regretfully, Oh, that is true. But you are the princess of Tang Empire, the apple of His Majesty's eye. Who knows how many people envy you? Hee hee. Envy? Changle muttered to herself. Then she shook her head and forced a smile. Let's not talk about this. Little fishy, you just said that Big Brother Qin Ke is a formidable person. How is he formidable? Other than reading her sister's novels, Changle really couldn't think of how her brother was formidable. Well, Little Fishy rubbed her chin and said with a smile, Prince Wei is a prince, but he is still diligent and eager to learn. I heard that his mathematics results are one of the best in the school of mathematics. He is comparable to Meng Wenhao's. Oh, Meng Wenhao is a good brother of mine. He is always the first in the school of mathematics. When Changle saw Li Yu's face full of vigor when she said that Meng Wenhao was her good brother, she couldn't help but feel envious. She nodded in disappointment and said, Oh, so that is the case. But he is not formidable. Changle heard from my father that Big Brother Qin Ke has been extremely intelligent since he was young. It is reasonable that he can do this. When Little Fishy heard that, her eyes widened. She said unhappily, How is this not formidable? Prince Wei is from a better family than us, but he is more hard-working than us ordinary people. This is very formidable. Chapter 528. Li Yu had been in Datong Daily's editorial department for a long time, and her words were more humorous than before. Changle, who had been in the palace for a long time, was amused and laughed. Little Fishy, what you said is really interesting. I must tell Brother Qin Ke about this and tell him not to work so hard. Little Fishy said happily. Hee hee. Princess, you should tell Prince Wei about this. Otherwise, ordinary people like us will feel very pressured when we see him working so hard despite his good background. Changle pursed her lips and smiled. She shook her head and didn't deny it. However, she was secretly surprised because she had only spoken a few words with Li Yu, and she felt that some of the depression in her heart had been resolved. This was really a person who could bring joy to the people around her. Little Fishy, what do you do at the workshop? Changle was suddenly very curious about this little girl who was the same age as her. Me. I write news for Datong Daily in the workshop. Little Fishy counted with her fingers and said embarrassedly, Unlike you or Prince Wei, my parents passed away early, and I have to earn money to support myself. Changle was stunned. She didn't expect this weird and lively little girl in front of her to have such an unfortunate experience. She quickly apologized. Little Fishy, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Little Fishy waved her hand and interrupted her. Hee hee. Princess, you don't have to apologize. It's actually nothing. Now, other than thinking about my parents occasionally, I'm living quite well. Of course, it's all thanks to my boss for taking me in back then. Boss? Changle was puzzled. I heard you mention your boss just now. Who is this boss? My boss is Li Zixuan. Isn't the Datong Daily editorial department where I'm working now all his? Li Yu had never treated herself as an outsider. When she heard Changle's question, she directly called Li Zixuan by his name and answered. Changle was enlightened. She said in surprise. So it's Brother Xiaoxian? Sigh. Little Fishy. I seem to remember now. I saw several news articles on Datong Daily, and the name on them was Little Fishy. Is it really you? Originally, she only came to see Han Yushi, but she met a princess. Moreover, this princess was her own reader. Li Yu shouted excitedly. Yes, 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 it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me. Princess, do you also read Datong Daily? Changle smiled and said, Look, every day. My father is watching too. Wah, that's great. Doesn't that mean I'm very famous? When Little Fishy heard that even Li Er read Datong Daily, she couldn't help but jump up in joy. She quickly asked, Then, Princess, has His Majesty ever mentioned me? Ah, I didn't, Changle said with an awkward expression. Ah? Little Fishy suddenly turned into a dumbfounded fish. Little Fishy, you really dare to think. His Majesty is busy every day. Even if he saw the news you wrote, he wouldn't be so free to remember your name. Han Yushi called for a servant to come in and refill the tea, but she was amused by Little Fishy's confused expression. She couldn't help but say, Oh. Little Fishy pouted gloomily. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the servant girl pouring tea. She smiled mischievously and said, Sister Yushi, I don't want to drink tea. Can you change it to iced tea and tenderness? It's best to use your family's patterned glazed cup. The corner of Han Yushi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could there be such a guest? She wanted to say that the tea was for Changel, not for her. But she felt that it would be too hurtful to say this. She could only nod and say, "Okay. I'll get someone to change it for you." "Changel, do you want to change it?" Changel hesitated for a moment, and then for some reason she actually said, "I'll change it too. Thank you, Sister Yushi." "It's okay." Han Yushi chuckled and then ordered someone to change the tea to tenderness. "Hee hee. Great minds think alike. How can this tea taste better than tenderness?" Li Yu said with a grin. Changel felt that she was a little rude when she said that. But now that she heard Li Yu's shameless words, she suddenly felt that what she said just now was nothing. Han Yushi tapped Little Fishy's forehead dotingly and said, You only dare to talk nonsense here." "Hee hee. Isn't that because Sister Yushi and the boss are kind?" Little Fishy was very perceptive and flattered her. In a short while, the servants brought over the tenderness and glazed cups. When the pink wine flowed into the wave-patterned glazed cups, Changel finally understood why Li Yu specially emphasized that the wine had to be filled with patterned glazed cups. The sparkling pink wine and wine cup in front of her was simply a work of art given by the heavens. It was too beautiful. "How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Li Yu came over and asked proudly. Then, without waiting for Changel to answer, she sighed and said, "You can only enjoy this at the boss's place. Currently, Chitsu Pavilion doesn't have such patterned glazed cups." Changel nodded with a dazed expression. Li Yu smiled and said, "Sister Yushi is really lucky to be married to the boss. Not only does the boss treat people well, but you can also often enjoy things that you can't elsewhere. Now, all the women in Chang'an City are envious of you." Han Yushi felt sweet in her heart, but she scolded, "Go away. Little girl, how old are you? Do you know what is lucky and what is not?" "Oh, why don't I know? As a reporter for Datong Daily, I know the topics and opinions of the people in Chang'an City like the back of my hand." It was the first time Changel heard the term reporter. She felt that it was a novelty, so she asked, "Little Fishy, what is a reporter? And how did you learn to write the news?" Han Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. Reporters write the news based on the culture of the people. As for how she learned to write the news, it started when she first arrived in Chang'an. Little Fishy jumped and said, "Ah, Sister Yushi, don't say it, it's so ugly." Changel became more and more curious and asked, "Sister Yushi, what happened at that time?" "Hee hee. At that time, when she just arrived in Chang'an, she met a silly big guy who wanted to rob her. It was said that 3 women made a scene. The 3 of them chatted until it was close to noon. It was the palace maid that Changel brought over who reminded her. Otherwise, Changel would have forgotten the time. When they parted, Changel still wanted to continue. She really looked forward to Little Fishy's free and surprising life. Of course, the happiness that Little Fishy had from inside out also left a deep impression on her. "Little Fishy, have we met before?" After sitting in the pink, "Don't touch me," that Lisa Xuan had specially customized, Changel finally asked the curiosity in her heart. Little Fishy said blankly, "Ah? No? Princess, why do you ask?" Changel shook her head and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that you are very familiar." Forget it. Then let's part here. I will find you again when I leave the palace." "Okay. You are always welcome." Changel smiled and put down the curtain. The carriage gradually drove out of Yongla Lane and disappeared from Han Yushi and Little Fishy's sight. Chapter 529. Ah, Sister Yushi. I almost forgot about the important matter. I came here today not only to see you, but also to interview you. After bidding farewell to Changel reluctantly, Little Fishy patted her head and suddenly shouted. Han Yushi frowned and asked in puzzlement, "Interview? Interview what?" "Interview you. Sister Yushi, you alone made so many troublemaking women return empty-handed today. How amazing are you? I've even thought of the title for you. Yes, it's called The Widow of a Meritorious Official Making Trouble, the county man's wife retreating with wisdom. How is it, Sister Yushi?" At this point, Little Fishy clapped her hands excitedly. She looked at Han Yushi eagerly, hoping to get approval from the other party. Han Yushi rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, "Nothing much. I'm a woman. How can I show my face in Datong daily? Besides, although there are many people here today, it's far from 1,000 people." Hearing that, little Fishy hurriedly came over and grabbed Han Yushi's arm. She said, "Aya. Sister Yushi, what's wrong with women? Can't women show their faces in public? I think the boss definitely doesn't think like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught me how to write news back then. In the end, he even arranged for me to work in the editorial department. I think the boss won't care about these things. There's more. What I said just now was just the headline of the news." The headline. Naturally, it has to be exaggerated. That's what the boss taught me back then. Besides, when the people who read the newspaper see the content, who will care whether it's 1,000 people or 100 people? Han Yushi pulled her arm out and said in amusement, "Little Fishy, you're not old, but you're full of fallacies. Also, you keep talking about the boss. If Xiao Xian knows that someone actually admires him so much, he will be overjoyed." Little Fishy raised her chin and said proudly, "Of course. I'm going to inherit the boss's mantle." Sigh. Sister Yushi, don't interrupt. Do you agree or not? Think about it. Today, those commoners came to make trouble for no reason. There must be someone behind them. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. If I write about it on the news tomorrow, no one will be willing to do such things. It will also reduce a lot of trouble for you and the boss, right? It had to be said that this little girl was quite good at bewitching people. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart palpitated. She hesitated and said, "Okay." However, those women were only confused for a moment after experiencing the pain of losing their husbands. Their minds were bewitched by despicable people. They don't have any bad intentions. Little you, when you write the news, don't be too harsh with your words. They are also a group of pitiful people. It's not good to hurt their hearts. Hee hee. Good. This month's bonus was settled again. Haha. Hearing this, little Fishy got carried away and said something that she shouldn't have said. Han Yushi widened her eyes and reached out to pinch Li Yu's beautiful face. She said angrily, "Okay. That's your real goal, isn't it? Little girl, you're even scheming against me. Watch how I'll deal with you." "Ah, big sister Yushi. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ouch. Ouch. Let go of me first. I'm just trying to earn more money to pay off the debt I owed to my boss." "Ah. Heroine, please spare my life. This little sister was wrong." "Wrong? What? Such a thing actually happened? Why didn't you report to us earlier?" Eastern Palace. Changqian Hall. Li Changqian pointed at an old eunuch at the bottom of the stairs and said angrily, "Your Imperial Highness, please calm down. Previously, you were still in mourning court. That's why I had eunuch wait here for you to return. If you want to blame someone, blame Yen, An exceptionally beautiful palace maid came over and bowed. Sigh. Forget it. Then what was the final result?" Li Changqian waved his hand and said helplessly, "Replying to your Imperial Highness, it was daunting but not dangerous. When this old servant returned, that group of wicked women had already been persuaded to leave by the wife of County Magistrate Li. You need not worry. Moreover, it is said that Princess Changel has already paid a visit." Madame Li was not offended. The old eunuch wiped his sweat and promptly replied. Li Changqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. That's good. Speaking of which, little sister Changel really cares about the matters of little Xian's family. Haha. How about this? Us will also pay a visit to little Xian's family." Yen stammered for a long time before stammering, "Your Imperial Highness, I'm afraid that your Imperial Highness's actions are inappropriate." Li Changqian frowned and said unhappily, "What's inappropriate? Your Imperial Highness may not know, but County Magistrate Li has not been at home these past few days. Right now, only his wife is in charge of the Li estate. If your Imperial Highness were to go now, it would be difficult to guarantee that there won't be vile people gossiping behind your back." Li Changqian was furious. Scoundrel. Acting alone is righteous and sitting upright. Why should I fear others gossiping? Yen shrunk her neck and persisted. Your Imperial Highness may not fear these things, but there are some things that you should pay attention to. This servant is doing this for your own good. Li Chengqian was immediately depressed. He also knew that Yen Er's words were reasonable. As the crown prince, he knew this better than anyone else. After cursing these annoying etiquette twice in his heart, Li Chengqian finally waved his hand and said, "All right. That's fine. Yen Er, go to the storeroom and prepare some gifts. Go to little Xian's family on my behalf." "Yes, Your Imperial Highness." Yen Er hurriedly accepted the order as if she had been granted amnesty. In the hall, Li Chengqian thought for a while and then asked, "Yen Er just said that little Xian hasn't been at home these past few days. Did he go to Snake Spirit Mountain again?" The old eunuch bowed and replied, "Your Imperial Highness, Lord Ju isn't in the army. It's said that he's in the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion." Workshop? Li Chengqian was puzzled. Imperial Father sent 6,000 soldiers to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. At that time, little Xian said that he had a way to deal with the 7 cultivators sect alone. "I thought he was in the army. Why is he in the workshop?" This old servant doesn't know." Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "It's fine. Fortunately, I have nothing to do in the afternoon. I'll go to the workshop to see what little Xian is up to." Speaking of this, he actually had to thank Li Zixuan. Ever since Li Tai became addicted to mathematics, he rarely paid attention to the imperial palace. Now that the little fatty had left Chang'an City to experience life at the Cloud Mountain construction site, Li Chengqian didn't have to worry about competing with Li Tai for favor anymore. Now, he only needed to listen to the morning court and deal with the government affairs that Li Erpei sent him. He could be considered to be free and unfettered. "Yes. This old servant will arrange a carriage for your Imperial Highness." Chapter 530. Oh. Li Zixuan married a good wife. She knows when to advance and retreat, uses both the carrot and the stick, and handles it with ease. This girl actually turned a very unfavorable situation for Li Zixuan around. Amazing. Amazing. Haha. Li Zhang Palace, Li Er, who was freeloading at Empress Zhangxuan's place, had obviously heard about the farce in front of the Li residence today. Empress Zhang's son smiled and said, "Haha, who said it wasn't?" Previously, when Xiaoxian married Han Yushi, many people felt that their family background was not right. Although there was news that Han Yushi was Han Qinhu's great-granddaughter and Du Daoling's granddaughter, many people still felt that this girl was not worthy of Xiaoxian. Now, it seems that this girl is better than many young ladies from rich families. The situation that Zhang's son said was not groundless because whether it was Han Qinhu or Du Daoling, they were now just fleeting clouds. They only represented the glory of the past and could not let Han Yushi escape the fact that she was born a peasant girl. A dignified county man who founded the country married a peasant girl. In this era where status and family background were valued, it was inevitable that people would gossip. Previously, Li Zixuan held a grand wedding for Han Yushi that caused a sensation in Chang'an, as well as his meticulous care for Han Yushi after marriage, made Han Yushi feel happy and sweet at the same time. She also felt immense pressure. Therefore, she did not slack off after marriage and kept learning from Mrs. Li. She just wanted to become a woman worthy of Li Zixuan's love. That was all. Sometimes, Li Zixuan could not help but feel embarrassed when he saw her diligence. Of course, there was a reward for effort. If it had been a few months ago, Han Yushi definitely would not have been able to handle this sudden incident on the spot. I didn't expect Li Zixuan, this brat, to be so good at judging people. But Zhao Siwei's mother is also very important. She deserves a reward. Li Er saw things very accurately and got to the crux of the matter in one sentence. However, the first half of his sentence was wrong. When Li Zixuan married his wife back then, he did not consider whether the girl was of equal status or whether she was capable or not. He only pursued congenial feelings. Indeed, if it wasn't for that old lady's righteousness, that girl from the Han family would have to go through a lot of trouble. But Xiaoxian is too generous. He took out more than 100,000 strings of cash just like that. "Did he tell your majesty before?" Empress Zhang's son asked with a frown. Li Er nodded his head and recalled. "He did mention it. Yesterday, this brat asked someone to hand over a booklet. The booklet mentioned that he wanted to pay for the compensation to the families of the 215 soldiers, but we have not approved it yet. But this kid definitely didn't expect that those people would take the initiative to ask for money before he even gave them the money, right? Li Zixuan was right. This was something that Li Zixuan had not expected. If he had been present today, he definitely would not have mentioned the 100,000 strings of cash. As someone who had transmigrated from modern society, he hated things like moral kidnapping the most. Because strictly speaking, he didn't owe those people money at all. If he gave it, it was out of sympathy. If he didn't give it, it was only right. No one could force him to give money that he shouldn't have. Empress Jianghu thought for a while and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, it is said that the reason why these women went to the Li residence to cause trouble was mainly because they were instigated by someone called Jianghu. I feel that this person's intentions are definitely not simple." Humph. Of course it's not simple. I'm afraid that some people don't like that brat recently. How dare you do such a thing right under my nose? How dare you? Li Er could obviously see this kind of problem that could be figured out with his butt. He almost instantly saw through the intentions of the person behind the scenes and couldn't help but snort coldly. What? I've only been away for a few days and so many big things have happened in Chang'an? Duke Lu's residence. Cheng Chumo grabbed the food in his bowl and shouted with his cheeks puffed up. In the past few days, this guy had gone hunting with Li Huairen, Yuqi Baolin, and a bunch of other second-generation generals in Zhongnan Mountain. He had just returned near noon today. During lunch, this guy heard Chang Yaojin talk about what had happened in the past 2 days and immediately exploded. Eat, eat, eat. What are you shouting for? Chang Yaojin knocked on the bowl and said angrily. Cheng Chumo slammed the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said unhappily, "No, Dad, how can I eat? My brother is being bullied, and my brother's wife is being harassed. Tell me, how can I still eat?" Eat. Madame Chang glared at this bastard son and said faintly, but the fierce look on her face disappeared in a flash. Cheng Chumo immediately withered. He looked at his father, but Chang Yaojin only cared about eating and didn't care about him at all. He had no choice but to sit down again. But at this moment, looking at the food in front of him, he no longer had any appetite. No. After a few seconds, Cheng Chumo stood up again. He stretched his neck and said, "Dad, Mom, I have to go to Snake Spirit Mountain to take a look. Also, Butler Liang, bring some gifts in the afternoon and visit Uncle Li and Aunt Li." After that, he didn't wait for Madame Cheng and Madame Cheng to say anything and directly went out. Hey. Wait. Finish eating before you leave. Madame Cheng reached out to stop him but couldn't. She could only roll her eyes at Cheng Yaojin and complain, "Look at the good son you taught. He's as impatient as you all, Dave. Chuliang, don't learn from your brother." Oh. Cheng Chuliang, who was at the side, grunted sullenly. Cheng Yaojin was unhappy. He glared and said, "So what if he's like me? If my son doesn't look like me, does he have to look like old Wang next door? What the F***ck is this?" When Madame Cheng heard that, she angrily threw the chopsticks in her hand at him and said, "What nonsense are you saying? How can you say such things so carelessly?" Cheng Yaojin tilted his head to avoid the hidden weapon, and laughed dryly. He knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to quibble. He buried his head and continued to eat. Cough, cough. "Madam, what about the Li residence?" Butler Liang wiped the sweat on his forehead and said hesitantly. Obviously, he knew who was in charge at this moment, so he directly asked Madame Cheng instead of Cheng Yaojin. "You don't have to go. I'll go personally in the afternoon." Madame Cheng thought for a while and said lightly. Putting everything else aside, her relationship with Li Zixuan's mother was quite good. "Yes, madam." Butler Liang heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Chapter 531. Afternoon. The Li residence was very lively. Carriages came one after another. There were carriages from the Chang residence, the Qin residence, the Yuqi residence, the Niu residence, and the Li residence. What shocked the passers-by the most was that someone from the East Palace also came. Although it was only a palace maid, the meaning behind it was very shocking. This was the social network Li Zixuan operated. Today, he was no longer the young boy who could only rely on his parents when he first arrived in Chang'an. Now, whoever wanted to touch him would have to consider whether they could afford to offend the hidden forces behind him. Today, the matriarchs of both the Qin and Chang manors had personally come. This caused everyone to be secretly shocked. Those who participated in the disturbance in the morning couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. On one hand, they regretted listening to the rumors and causing trouble. But on the other hand, they were glad that they declined the compensation from the Li family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. Bao Lin, are you going or not? Yes. Yes. Ha ha. Good. Good brother. This bullshit 7 cultivators of true virtue bullied little Xian. Let's go and kill them all. Yes, yes. Kill. Kill them all. Obviously, Cheng Chimo didn't forget to find a companion when he went out to cause trouble. This guy came to Bu Zhengfeng and tricked Yuqi Bao Lin. Bah! Kill your head. Cheng Chimo, you stinking brat. You came to kidnap my family's Bao Lin again. This time, when we went to Mount Zhongnan, you all came back fine. Why did my family's Bao Lin have a few marks on his face? At this time, Yuqi Jingda came out of nowhere and scolded Cheng Chimo. After scolding, he strode forward and wanted to catch Cheng Chimo. As the saying goes, if you can't beat the old, what's wrong with bullying the young? What's more, this little brat Cheng Chimo is as cheap as his father. He really needs to be taught a lesson. Hey! Bao Lin Runge! Cheng Chimo was as slippery as a loach. How could he let Yuqi Jingda catch him? When Yuqi Jingda was still 3 feet away, Cheng Chimo could already tell that something was wrong and scampered off. However, he didn't forget the mission he came here for today. As he ran, he yelled at the back. Oh! Wait for me, ugly bull. Yuqi Bao Lin hurriedly followed after him. Sigh. Bao Lin, don't go. Even little Xian can't beat you. What can you do there? Yuqi Jingda was so anxious that he stomped his feet. In the end, the two of them ran further and further away, and very soon, their figures disappeared. The only thing left in the air was Cheng Chimo's shouting, Uncle Yuqi! Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Yuqi Jingda almost vomited blood. He yelled at the direction Cheng Chimo disappeared. Cheng Chimo, you better watch yourself. If Bao Lin gets hurt, I'll kill my way to your Cheng family. After yelling, Yuqi Jingda sighed softly, somewhat distressed. Sigh. How did I give birth to such a stupid son? On the other side, Li Chengqian was a man of his word. After lunch, he took a car to the workshop. Nowadays, sedan chairs were no longer popular among some of the rich families in Chang'an City. That thing was swaying and slow, and it was also very stuffy. How could it compare to the speed, coolness, and comfort of the strange interest pavilions Don't Touch Me? Although the production of Don't Touch Me was still very low, and the market was also very small, the rich had their own solutions. There was always a way. If 1,000 strings of cash couldn't buy it, then 2,000 strings of cash. If 2,000 strings of cash didn't work, then 3,000 strings of cash. As long as you had money, you wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy a card. The black market, or rather, the scalper gang, existed in any era. Once he reached the entrance of the workshop, Li Chengqian called over a Wu Ho who was guarding the workshop and asked, Where is Li Zishuan? When Li Zishuan assigned Pang Feiji's team of Wu Ho to Li Zishuan as his personal guards, the Right Marquis household sent another team of Wu Ho to be responsible for the safety of the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop and the two sides of the Strange Interest culture. Replying to Your Highness, Lord Ju. Lord Ju is at the Drunken Wind Pavilion. That Wu Ho had a difficult expression as he stammered out a reply. All right. I understand, you can leave. Li Chengqian didn't notice the strange expression on that Wu Ho's face. After saying that, he walked in by himself. He had been to the Drunken Wind Pavilion before, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. Sigh, that Wu Ho stretched out his hand, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. Hee. I want to see what you're doing hiding in the workshop during this big battle. Looking at the Drunken Wind Pavilion not far away, Li Chengqian thought curiously. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Chengqian had been to the workshop more than once. Seeing his arrival, the two workshop servants at the entrance of the Drunken Wind Pavilion hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Dispense with the formalities. Is Li Zishuan inside? Li Chengqian didn't expect that there would be two gatekeepers here, so he asked in passing. Your Highness, Lord Ju is inside. Song Xiaoxi cupped his fists and replied. That's good. Li Changqian nodded in satisfaction and was about to walk in. Your Highness, please wait. Song Xiaoxi gritted his teeth and hurriedly flashed in front of Li Changqian. He stopped him and said, Forgive me, Your Highness, but you can't go in. Lord Zhu had instructed me earlier that no one is allowed to enter this courtyard for the next 3 days. Lord Zhu's meals can only be delivered to the door for these 2 days. Li Changqian was a little displeased. Even I can't go in? Plap. Song Xiaoxi dragged his other companion and knelt on the ground. He said, I don't dare to stop Your Highness, but I don't dare to disobey Lord Zhu's orders either. Your Highness, if you insist on going in, you can step on my body to go in. With that, he hit his head on the ground and prostrated himself on the ground. Li Changqian said angrily, Bastard! Are you threatening me? At the end of the day, this child was also a person above everyone else. He could be a little patient with his friends, but not with people like Song Xiaoxi who had nothing to do with him. Your Highness, please forgive me. I definitely didn't mean that. Song Xiaoxi hurriedly kowtowed. Li Changqian said indignantly, Humph. Whether you mean it or not, I still want to go in and take a look. With that, he planned to go around the person in front of him and go in directly. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Li Changqian could feel a huge wave of heat coming from outside the courtyard, and he could even feel the ground trembling. Just as Li Changqian was about to shout, The Earth Dragon is here, loud laughter came from inside. Waha! I did it! I finally did it! Li Changqian recognized the identity of that voice and seemed to understand something. He wiped his sweat and said glumly, All right, as you wish. I won't go in anymore. With that, he ran off as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. This place is really too dangerous. Li Changqian sighed in his heart. Chapter 532. Chou Niu Bao Lin? At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. As usual, Niu Jinda was patrolling the camp with his guards. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the gate of the camp. He couldn't help but frown. He had been in the army for many years, and he had always been strict with his troops. He had never seen a situation where he had to obey military discipline. With anger in his heart, Niu Jinda arrived at the gate of the camp and saw Cheng Chumo arguing with the guards, as well as Yuchi Bao Lin behind Cheng Chumo. Uncle Niu! It's me. Hurry up and tell this bastard to let us in. When Cheng Chumo saw Niu Jinda, he quickly waved his hands excitedly. This is the military camp. Chou Niu, what are you doing here? Niu Jinda's expression didn't improve, and he was still very serious. Ahem. Uncle Niu, that 7 cultivators sect bullied Xiaoxian. As his brothers, of course we're here to help him vent his anger. Don't worry, we're here to help, not to cause trouble. Cheng Chumo had no choice but to suck up to Niu Niu. Niu Jinda secretly rolled his eyes and asked, Do Jijia and Jingda know that you're here? Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Jingda replied in unison, We knows. Seeing that the two of them were solemn and didn't look like they were lying, Niu Jinda could only believe them. He waved his hand and motioned for the guards to let them in. Then he said, Come in. Someone will arrange a tent for you later, but this old man will say the ugly words first. The army has its own rules. Don't break the rules and make things difficult for this old man. Cheng Chumo nodded repeatedly and said, We know. Don't worry, Uncle Niu. We definitely won't cause trouble for you. Yes. We're here to help Xiaoxian get revenge, not to cause trouble. Yuchi Bao Lin scratched his head and chuckled. Niu Jinda was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and continued patrolling the camp. F***CK. So Xiaoxian isn't in the camp. In the end we came here for nothing. After successfully sneaking into the camp, Cheng Chumo hooked up with a few soldiers of the right Wu Wei. After a few words, he figured out the current situation in the camp. When he realized that Li Zixuan wasn't in the camp, he couldn't help but grumble. At that time, Li Zixuan had boasted that he would be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days, and that he only needed the imperial court to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain and not let the people or beasts inside escape. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that he would be preparing for the attack in the barracks. Therefore, Li Changqian, Cheng Chumo, and the others all fell into this misconception. Then Brother Chou Niu, are we still going to stay here? Yuchi Baolin asked. Cheng Chumo rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Wait, 2 days have passed. I don't believe that Xiaoxian would go back on his words. Let's see how our good brother will challenge an entire sect by himself tomorrow. The two of us accidentally missed the big battle a few days ago. This time, we can't miss it no matter what. Yes, we can't miss it this time. I also believe that Xiaoxian can do it. Yuchi Baolin waved his fist and said firmly. Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale. Today's headline of the newly published Atong Daily. Hero's widow makes trouble. Countyman's wife retreats with wisdom. 5 copper coins for a copy. Early the next morning, the sound of newspaper sellers in the streets of Chang woke up the world's largest city. With the development of Datong Daily today, it was no longer as low level as before where it had to rely on paperboys to sell newspapers. Now, at the intersection of every street in Chang'an, there was basically a kiosk. Firstly, it was convenient for people to buy newspapers as soon as possible. Secondly, it was convenient for readers to receive tips for novel authors. In the past, readers who wanted to give tips had to go to the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop in the east of Chang'an City. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. You only needed to go to the kiosk near your home, tell the person in charge how much you wanted to give, and then pay the money to receive the fan badge. It couldn't be more convenient. Of course, if you were worried that the person in charge of the kiosk would embezzle the money you gave, it would only prove that you were thinking too simply. The distribution and sale of every fan badge in the workshop were recorded. Every month, there would be a professional to check the accounts. Once someone was found to be embezzling, there was nothing much to say. They would be fired immediately and never hired again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up such good benefits in the workshop to do such sneaky things. As a result, the number of fans of every author in Datong Daily's novel section increased exponentially. This was especially true for A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Up until now, the word count of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality had almost reached 1 million words, and the total number of fans had exceeded 30,000. This made the other authors envious and jealous. What do you mean by a county's man's wife retreating with wisdom? I don't care about that. Hurry up and get me a newspaper. I want to read A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes. Brother, you're a kindred spirit. I'm also a loyal reader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I saw Hanli enter the forbidden bloody ground yesterday. I should know what's inside today. Yo! Brother, you're also reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Soulmate. Haha. I'm guessing that there must be magical treasures and pills in the forbidden bloody ground. Hee. I'm guessing that there must be beauties. Hanli is so powerful now, but he still doesn't have a bed-warming maid. That's not suitable. Waha. Brother, you're right. The 2 bookworms were talking about the plot in front of the group. They seemed to appreciate each other and regretted that they had not met earlier. However, the people behind them were not having it. Sigh. I say, are you 2 done yet? Isn't it just a stupid novel? Other than training, leveling up, and finding treasures in arcane realms, what's the point of it? Look at how useless the 2 of you are. That's right. That A Mortal's Journey to Immortality isn't that good either. It's the same thing over and over again. It's okay when you first read it, but it's boring after reading it for too long. The other person quickly chimed in. The 2 people in front of the group were not having it. Hey! Are you 2 here to pick a fight? If you think A Mortal's Journey to Immortality isn't good, go write one yourself. That's right. Do you have A Mortal's Journey to Immortality medals? Did you see it? Branch leader. I'm the branch leader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I didn't say that the novel was bad, so what right do you have to say? The person behind said unhappily. Isn't it just a medal? What's so great about it? Hey! Why are you still here if you don't have a medal? Go back and spout *T. You're still in the right to read novels for free? Who read novels for free? The money I used to buy newspapers isn't money. The young man in the lead said disdainfully. How can there be such a shameless person like you? Do you want to read newspapers for free? Chapter 533. The quarrel between the mortal fans was just a small interlude. Near the other newsstands, there were still many people attracted by the Datong Daily's headlines. The wife of a county man repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? Which county man's wife? Could it be the bride that Xianxia just married a while ago? Quick, quick! Give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. It's definitely not Li County man's wife. Haven't you heard of the saying, repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? How can the girl that Li County man married have such ability? A slightly older middle-aged man in the back said in disbelief. Hey! What are you saying? Can't Li County man's wife repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? I think the girl is quite good. I heard that she's a beauty from the surrounding villages. Hee hee. Beauty? Can beauty be eaten? Ignorant. You're the one who's ignorant. Didn't you say that it's impossible for her to be Li County man's wife? Let's see and we'll know. Let's see then. Who's afraid of who? Some people were arguing over the main character in the headlines, while others had already bought the newspaper and were discussing the contents. These shrews are really despicable. Relying on their husband's military achievements, they actually bullied Li County man's family. He's the benefactor of us poor children. How dare they? Yeah. How despicable. The imperial court can't blame Li County man for losing the war. I really don't know what they're thinking. Under the arbor of a tea house, a few young people couldn't help but complain as they read the newspaper. Luckily, Li County man's wife is quite quick-witted. Otherwise, Li County man's reputation would have been ruined by these people. Indeed, but this old Madame Zhao also came at the right time, and she's much more righteous than those shrews. Hey! I know this old Madame Zhao. Her son is in the imperial army and lives in the south of the city. I didn't expect that. Fei Chen, you know her? Then when you have time, bring us to visit this old madam. I'm afraid that even scholars like us can't compare to such a person who understands the principles of righteousness. That's right, these three were Jianghu Academy's Hua Hongyi, Chen Tianhua, and Liao Feichen. However, the three of them were no longer as poor as they used to be. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen both published novels on Datong Daily. Although they were not as popular as The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, their monthly income was still slightly higher than ordinary people. So now they could occasionally drink tea and go shopping. Yeah. Especially when the auntie said, "My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the underworld because of these vile people who use his name to do whatever they want." I was very touched. To be able to say such words, this Auntie Zhao is a person worthy of my, Chen Tianhua's, respect. That's right. However, those women still have a conscience and didn't ask for the compensation money from the Li family. Otherwise I, Hua Hongyi, would personally go and judge these people. That's right. At least they have a conscience. The widow of a meritorious official is being unreasonable, and the wife of a county magistrate is retreating with wisdom? What widow of a meritorious official? What retreating with wisdom? How arrogant. Laifu, go buy a newspaper for this old man. A vigorous voice came from a dark red carriage on the road. Yes. Old master. The coachman outside the carriage responded and trotted to the newsstand to buy the newspaper. 15 minutes later. Preposterous. This group of shrews is really unreasonable. Even if Li Zishuan is responsible for the defeat of the imperial army in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain, he can't take full responsibility. Besides, the imperial court has already given them compensation, and this group of people actually ran to Li Zishuan's house to ask for money. How insatiable. These wicked people should be arrested and punished. That's not right. These people can actually gather in front of the Li family's house at such a time. There must be some dirty tricks behind this. The person in the carriage was Wei Zhang, who was rushing to the morning court. At this moment, he was muttering to himself as he read the headlines. From a certain perspective, the appearance of Datong Daily could be said to have provided Wei Zhang with a lot of material to remonstrate with. In the past, he had to personally go to the grassroots and find out where the officials were neglecting their duties, taking bribes, or where the citizens were being bullied. Then, he would organize them into memorials and impeach them in the morning court. But now, he only needed to find some unfair or illegal matters in the newspaper, and then bring it to the imperial court to ask for the emperor's judgment. Haha. Good. This granddaughter of Du Dowling is really not ordinary. Not only does she make good wine, but she also has such quick wit. She's really not simple. Wei Zhang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Han Yushi arguing with a group of women. Good. Good. This Madame Zhao is really a hero among women. She gave birth to a Qilin son who fought for the country and sacrificed his life. She is also deeply righteous. How rare. She deserves a reward. She deserves a reward. This old man wants to ask for a reward for this person. When he saw old Madame Zhao appear later, Wei Zhang couldn't help but slam the table and shout loudly. Oh! Don't let the hero bleed and cry. This person called Little Yu, summed it up well in the end. Datong Daily is really full of talents. Therefore, a morning court that was supposed to be very calm was stirred up again because of the headlines of Datong Daily. After the ministers condemned Jiang Cuihua and the other women, Wei Zhang stepped out of the crowd and asked for a reward for old Madame Zhao. It was rare for this old troll to ask for a reward for others. Li Er also gave face, mainly because he originally planned to give old Madame Zhao some rewards, and issued an edict on the spot to give old Madame Zhao the title of a 7th-rank noble lady. Yes, there was no doubt that the Tang dynasty already had the saying of a noble lady. Since the Han dynasty, the wives of the princes, dukes, and ministers, that is, those who were in power and above, were called madams. The Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties also gave the mothers or wives of high officials additional titles and were called noble ladies. The imperial edict as a royal document began in the Western Zhou dynasty. For example, the Shangshu Zhou Shu contained the Great Edict, Tang Edict, Kong Wang's Edict, and so on. It was a document that the Zhou emperor used to warn his officials. Qin Dun did not use it. It was occasionally used in the Han dynasty and was not used regularly. The Tang dynasty used imperial edicts to punish and reward. However, the imperial edict system was gradually perfected during the Ming and Qing dynasties and formed a complete system. With Li Er's edict, the other families who had gone to the Li family to cause trouble were even more terrified. They didn't expect that such a small matter would be heard by the heavens. Moreover, Li Er rewarded Madame Zhao. Didn't he mean that he was dissatisfied with their actions? Therefore, Jiang Cuihua, who was still in prison, was cursed over and over again by countless people. Chapter 534. F***CK. This godforsaken place is so unlucky. There are so many mosquitoes at night. Chung Chumo raised his head, lying on the back of the horse, and said with a sad face. Unlike the other young masters of the rich and powerful families, Chung Chumo was not someone who could not bear hardships. A few years ago, he had gone to war with Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others. Even so, the mosquitoes last night were still unbearable for him. Not only did the mosquitoes around Snake Spirit Mountain suck blood, they were also F***king poisonous. Although it was only mildly poisonous and not fatal, it was still enough to make one suffer. Chung Chumo's face, which was not handsome to begin with, was already covered in red bumps. This fellow was still scratching everywhere, as if he would not stop until his skin was broken. Hee hee. I think this place is pretty good. Yuchi Baolin chuckled as he sat on his horse. Speaking of which, it was strange. Chung Chumo slept in the same tent as him, but the mosquitoes only bit Chung Chumo. Yuchi Baolin was completely fine. He was still white and chubby. No, black and chubby. It would have been better if Yuchi Baolin had not spoken, but the moment he did, Chung Chumo was a little angry. F***CK, Baolin, you're still being sarcastic here. Why don't those mosquitoes bite you? Is it because you're too fat? Yuchi Baolin said embarrassedly. Maybe it's because I'm too dark, and those mosquitoes can't see me at night. Why don't you bask in the sun more, brother Chonyo? You'll be like me then. Scram. Chung Chumo scolded angrily. If I look like a coal ball like you, how am I going to find a wife? Hee hee. Yuchi Baolin laughed dryly. He looked at the sky and said, Brother Chonyo, today is the 3rd day. Why isn't Xiaoxian here yet? Do you think he hasn't thought of a way yet? Chung Chumo's brows furrowed slightly, but they immediately smoothed out. He sat up straight and said, That won't happen. Ever since I've known little Xian, I've never seen him stumped by anything. He'll definitely come today. Okay. Zhao Song. Is there any movement on Li Zishuan's side? Afternoon. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er asked casually as he read through the memorials. Your Majesty, Li Xiannan should still be in the workshop and hasn't done anything yet. Zhao Song replied softly. Oh? Isn't today the third day? Did I remember the wrong date? Li Er put down his brush and asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, you didn't remember wrongly. Today is the third day of the 3-day period proposed by Li Xiannan. Hey! That's strange. This kid is still cooped up in the workshop. Is he at his wit's end? Do you know what he did in the workshop 2 days ago? Li Er furrowed his brows and asked in bewilderment. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, Li Xiannan is a martial arts grandmaster. This old servant's subordinates didn't dare to get too close to him and could only wait outside the workshop. Therefore, this old servant has no way of knowing what Li Xiannan did in the past 2 days. I only know that he entered the workshop 2 days ago and hasn't come out since. Li Er nodded. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, It's getting harder and harder to see through this kid. Right now, all the people of Chang'an are waiting for the results of the Imperial Army's second expedition against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. He better not make a fool of himself at this critical moment. When Li Zishuan declared that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue with his own strength, Li Er still had some confidence in Li Zishuan. After all, Li Zishuan had given him too many surprises before. However, after so many days, Li Zishuan still hadn't made any move. Li Er's heart turned cold. At this time, he only hoped that Li Zishuan wouldn't make a fool of himself and lose face for the imperial court. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it wouldn't be too late to attack them after the army regrouped. Senior Marshal Brother. How are your injuries? Snake Spirit Mountain. Inside the secret chamber of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Snake King looked at the imposing Batian in front of him and asked excitedly. Speaking of which, these 2 martial brothers could be considered as brothers in distress. Previously, Snake King was injured by Li Zishuan and returned to the secret room to recuperate. 2 days ago, it was Baishan's turn. However, Baishan's injuries weren't as serious as Snake King's. Moreover, the recovery ability of a peak Grandmaster Realm expert was even more outstanding. Therefore, he was able to recover in just a few days. Haha! Junior Marshal Brother. You guessed right. My injuries are completely healed. Batian laughed and jumped down from the stone bed. Then he asked with a concerned face, Junior Marshal Brother, how is your body? Haha! Senior Marshal Brother, it's good that you're fine. As for my injuries, I'm already very lucky to be able to keep my life. In the past few days, Batian was the only one here to recuperate. Snake King felt that there was no hope for him to fully recover, so he gave up on recuperating. Baishan's face darkened and he said hatefully, It's all because of that little bastard Li Zishuan. We were originally living in peace, but that brat wanted to destroy our sect. Now, both of us are injured and crippled. I, Batian, am not a man if I don't take revenge. Senior Marshal Brother is right. I have no other wish in this life except to kill Li Zishuan. It's all up to Senior Marshal Brother. Snake King's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he hurriedly pleaded loudly. Batian immediately said with a murderous look, Don't worry, Junior Marshal Brother. Once the Imperial Army retreats, I'll take you and your brothers to find a place to settle down. Then, I'll come back to settle the score with that brat. I'll kidnap his wife first, kill his parents, and then slowly torture him. Ha ha! Senior Marshal Brother, this is a good plan. We should let that brat have a taste of our strength. By the way, Junior Marshal Brother, are you still suffering from the backlash of the 7 virtues, Snake? A trace of pain flashed across Snake King's face. He nodded and said, Now that I've lost all my internal force, I can barely control the 7 virtues, Snake, with the power of the bloodline. It's reasonable for me to suffer from the backlash. But I'm afraid that I can't hold on for long. But what if that brat leads his army to attack the mountain after the 7 virtues, Snake, is out of our control? What should we do? Baishan's face gradually became serious. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he said decisively, Then let's launch a surprise attack on them while we still have the strength to fight. Junior Marshal Brother, you can control the 7 virtues, Snake, to open the way, and I'll detonate all the poisonous pills in the sect from behind. We can take advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement. What do you think? Snake King was shocked when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no better way at present. So, he nodded and said, I'll listen to Senior Marshal Brother's arrangement. But Senior Marshal Brother, you have to hurry. I can control the 7 Virtues snake at most for 3 more days. Okay. Then let's make preparations today. Before dawn tomorrow, when the army is still asleep, we'll catch them off guard. Chapter 535. Xianxia, did you arrange for those women in Datong daily to cause trouble at the Li Mansion? South of Chang'an City, Dunhua Square. In a quaint room of the wealthy house, the white-haired old man leaned on the couch and looked at the young man standing below and asked in a deep voice, Granduncle, this is all my fault for not thinking it through. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the young man bowed and said with a frightened expression, Haha, Xianxia, you gave advice to the family. What's wrong with that? The white-haired old man laughed loudly and raised his hand, indicating for the young man to stand up. Then he continued, Xianxia, your plan is a good one. If it's well planned, we can ruin Li Zishuan's reputation without any effort. But the bad thing is that Xianxia, you met the wrong person and acted a little too hastily. The young man hurriedly said, Granduncle is right. Xianxia really did not think it through this time. The white-haired old man showed a gratified expression and said, Those in power must learn to know how to use people well. Jianghu is obviously not a person who can take on big responsibilities. Xianxia, you must learn from this in the future. Don't ruin things because of these incompetent people. Yes, Granduncle. Although the young man disagreed in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He pretended very well. That's right. Have you arranged for the meeting of the big families tomorrow? The white-haired old man was suddenly startled and raised his eyes to ask. Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. There won't be any mistakes. The young man said confidently. The white-haired old man nodded and laughed. Haha. Xianxia, I still believe in your ability to do things. Tomorrow's meeting is also a good time for you juniors to get to know each other better. The young man smiled and said, Actually, Xianxia has the same idea. Excluding the royal family, there are only 6 of us left in the 5 families and 7 sects, and we all have our own camps. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan is still estranged from us and is getting closer and closer to the royal family. In the long run, we will be divided by the emperor. Therefore, I also think that the aristocratic families should contact each other. The white-haired old man agreed and said, Xianxia, you understand it best. Those old fellows are not as good as you. Now that we can't count on Snake Spirit Mountain, it's up to you, Xianxia. Granduncle, speaking of the Snake Spirit Mountain, my father heard some news. The white-haired old man frowned and asked, What news? The young man stepped forward and whispered, My father heard that the imperial court has sent 10,000 soldiers to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain. However, they will only surround it and not attack. Why? It said that Li Zishuan made a military order in front of the emperor, saying that he wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. The imperial court only needed to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain. The white-haired old man was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, Ha ha ha, this kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting, shameless boasting. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to destroy, how could he have returned with 4,000 imperial guards in defeat? I thought this kid would be a good opponent, but I didn't expect him to be an arrogant brat who only knows how to talk big. Xianxia, you can help Li Zishuan spread the news. Spread the news? The young man was puzzled, but then he suddenly understood and laughed. Granduncle is wise. In this way, we will be able to defeat Li Zishuan without any effort. This grandson will send someone to spread the news early tomorrow morning. Although the news that Li Zishuan wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself was not a top-secret military intelligence, the only people who knew about it were the few big shots who went to the Sweet Dew Hall to discuss the matter that day. They would never spread the news. As for the man named Xianxia, it was somewhat inconceivable that his father could get hold of this news. Now that 3 days had passed and the sky was about to turn dark, nothing had happened. Those who knew about this news gradually began to doubt Li Zishuan's bold words and believed that Li Zishuan was going to die this time. Li Zixuan didn't know what others were thinking. He was making the final preparations for his expedition, and was responsible for his own safety. The kerosene is full. It should be enough to fly to Snake Spirit Mountain. These bombs should be enough to blow up a mountain. The ropes are tied tight, the tarpaulin is not damaged, and the bombs have isolated the source of the fire. Oh, what a waste! Lai Tzu. After Li Zixuan carefully checked everything from top to bottom, inside and out, he jumped into the square rattan basket. Ignite the fire. With a whoosh, the kerosene was ignited. The fuel tank that contained the kerosene was specially made by Li Zixuan, and it could control the intensity of the fire. Not long after, the huge ball-shaped oilcloth quickly swelled up. Gradually, the rattan basket left the ground and slowly rose into the sky. The 3rd day of the 8th month of the 1st year of Zhanguan. It was a night with a light breeze. In the east of Chang'an City, a bright flame suddenly rose from the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion and slowly flew out of the city. The first to notice this strange scene was the spy sent by Zhao Song outside the Strange Interest Pavilion. Boss, look. There's a ghost fire in the sky. Bull*T, there's no ghost. Ah. What's that? The leader of the men was about to reprimand his subordinates when he inadvertently saw the flame in the sky, and was instantly scared out of his wits. The night in this era was different from the modern era. There were no streetlights here and no nightlife. Once night fell, there was only pure darkness. Therefore, that flame looked extremely dazzling. Boss. That flame flew out of the workshop. Could it be? Could it be that there's a ghost in the workshop? A short man couldn't help but cower and say, "Smack." The leader of the men slapped him and scolded, "Chen Nan, you little bastard, don't scare yourself. I've lived for so many years and have seen everything, but I've never seen a ghost." Yes, boss is wise. The leader of the men snorted and said, "You guys continue to keep an eye here. I'll go back and report the situation here to Zhao Song's husband." The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty were often referred to as husband. This husband is not that husband. Don't get the wrong idea. Boss. Don't. It's better to let this little brother take care of such a troublesome matter. The rest of the men were stunned. By the time they reacted and said this, their boss had already disappeared without a trace. Speaking of which, even Li Zixuan himself probably didn't expect that the debut of his hot air balloon in Tang dynasty would be mistaken as a ghost fire by these idiots. Chapter 536. Mother, brother, look, someone is releasing a sky lantern. Gi Lane. Meng Wenhao's house. After dinner, Yaya came to the courtyard and inadvertently saw a bright flame floating in the sky in the northeast direction. The little girl couldn't help but shout excitedly in that direction. The so-called sky lantern was another name for the Kongming lantern. It was commonly known as the wishing lantern or the praying lantern. It was an ancient handicraft of China. In ancient times, it was mostly used for military purposes, but some people would release it on major festivals such as the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival to make wishes and pray. There were 2 theories about the origin of the Kongming lantern. One was that during the 5 dynasties, there was a woman named Shen Qinyang. When she was fighting in Fujian with her husband, she used bamboo strips to make a square frame, pasted paper on it, and made it into a lamp. Burning pine resin was placed on the chassis, and the lamp flew into the sky with the hot air as a military communication signal. This kind of pine resin lamp was called the Kongming lantern in Sichuan. The main reason was that this kind of lantern looked like the hat worn by Zhuge Liang, hence the name. The other theory was that it was invented by Zhuge Liang during the 3 Kingdoms. At that time, Zhuge Liang was besieged in Pingyang and couldn't send troops out of the city to ask for help. Kongming calculated the direction of the wind and made a floating paper lantern. He tied the paper lantern with a message asking for help. After that, he really got out of danger, so the later generations called this kind of lantern the Kongming lantern. No matter which theory was correct, it was an indisputable fact that there were already Kongming lanterns in the Tang dynasty. That's true, but there are still more than 10 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why would someone release a sky lantern at this time? Meng Wenhao's mother heard her daughters scream and ran out to see the commotion. After seeing the flame clearly, she said with some doubts, "Mother, that's not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao said sullenly at this time, and then he gestured with his hands. "That ball of fire is at least 4 to 5 miles away from us. Generally speaking, the farther something is, the smaller it looks. Now that we can see it so clearly from such a distance, it means that this thing is at least dozens of times bigger than an ordinary sky lantern. It's definitely not a sky lantern. Meng Wenhao's mother thought carefully and felt that her son's words made sense, but she still had some doubts. But if it's not a sky lantern, what else can it fly so high? I don't know. Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, but my master definitely knows. Meng Wenhao's mother rubbed her son's head. Yes, yes, yes. How's your master is the best. All of you should go and rest early. How, you still have to go to Minister Hu's grain store tomorrow to settle the accounts. Meng Wenhao's father had been out at sea for almost 3 months. Now that the pillar of the family was gone, Meng Wenhao had no choice but to step up. Therefore, he took advantage of the 2-month farmland leave to find a job to supplement the family. The other party was Squire, whose family that Mother Meng often worked for. As for his position, he was the bookkeeper. Relying on the glorious halo of being the top scorer in the School of Mathematics and the advanced mathematical knowledge in his mind, Meng Wenhao alone was equivalent to 10 of the Hu family's original bookkeepers. Thus, Squire Hu not only treated him with special respect, but also gave him an unusually high salary. NN. Meng Wenhao replied in a muffled voice, but his expression became somewhat strange. Your Majesty, according to the report, a big ball of fire just flew out of the workshop of the interesting pavilion, and it's flying northeast. It should be out of the city soon. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er rubbed his sore wrist and was about to return to Zhang Xuan's place to sleep when Zhao Song suddenly rushed in and reported. A flying ball of fire? Li Er frowned, and his face became a little strange. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stood up. Let's go to the Xuanwu Gate. The Xuanwu Gate, the north gate of the Taiji Palace, was located on the slope of the Dragon Head Plain. It overlooked the entire Chang'an city and was an important gate in the north of the palace. Of course, compared to its geographical location, the Xuanwu Gate was more famous for its political and military position. After all, there was a change of regime here last year. In fact, in a few years, a bigger and more magnificent building would be built here, and that would be the famous Daming Palace. It could be seen even from outside Chang'an city. If there were no accidents, Li Er would order it to be built in the 8th year of Zhenguan. Your Majesty, look. It's that ball of fire. It should be flying out of Chang'an city soon. Zhao Song pointed to the eastern sky and said to Li Er when they came to the tower of the Xuanwu Gate. Li Er nodded and responded, but his eyes were staring in that direction without blinking. Zhao Song did not know why Li Er was so focused, but he did not dare to ask. He just stood at the side with his head lowered. Let's go back to the palace. After a long time, the ball of fire became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Li Er flung his sleeves and turned to leave. He left a sentence in the air, but it stunned Zhao Song. When Li Zishuan returns to the city tomorrow, ask him to come and see me immediately. Zhao Song frowned and followed behind Li Er. He wondered, isn't Li Zishuan still in the workshop now? Why does your Majesty have to wait for him to return to the city tomorrow? A punch to the left, a punch to the right. I urge everyone to take a punch. Li Zishuan couldn't care less about how depressed Zhao Song was. He was busy cleaning up the mess he had made up in the past. When the hot air balloon flew into the sky earlier, he regretted it. That was because the wind was blowing from the south, and the Qinling Mountains were northeast of Chang'an city. The wind direction was not suitable at all. If Li Zishuan did nothing and let the ball of fire fly freely, it would definitely not reach the Snake Spirit Mountain. It would only fly further and further to the north. Back then, when Kongming made the Kongming lantern to ask for help, he had already calculated the direction of the wind. Although Li Zishuan was a Taoist, he did not learn the ability to calculate. Hence, he was a little confused when he flew up. This was really the only thing that he had missed out on. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was smart enough to come up with this idea. He kept throwing punches to the west. His punches were infused with true qi. Using the recoil force of his punches and the push of the south wind, Li Zishuan limped towards the northeast with the ball in tow. Those who had learned force analysis would definitely be able to analyze it. Damn it! Does this count as a rocket with its own gas tank? Li Zishuan mumbled gloomily as he worked in the air. Ahem, I have to admit that his description was very apt. Chapter 537. Ha! Brother Chonyo, it's already so late. Where are you going? Shh! Bao Lin, lower your voice. At the base of Snake Spirit Mountain. In the darkness, a fat man and a little girl were huddled together and whispering to each other. Bao Lin, I think little Xian should be here soon. I plan to go out and take a look. Do you want to come with me? Ah! But it's already the second night watch period. The military has a rule that other than the soldiers on night duty, no one else is allowed to run around at night. If we get caught, Uncle Nyo will beat us up. Hey! I say, why are you so stupid? Can't we just be smart and not get caught? Just tell me if you want to go or not. The fat shadow scratched his head and said, All right, I'll go with you. Hey! That's more like it. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Why are you sleeping? If the soldiers at the base of the mountain attack, we'll be finished. On the mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain, an anxious call came from a thatched hut that was temporarily built at the checkpoint. Woo! Stop messing around. In a few more hours, we'll be breaking out of the mountain. Wang Lin, you brat, why don't you sleep a little longer? In the hut, the man on the bed turned around but didn't get up. He muttered impatiently. Huff huff. Ruhua. I'll be able to go down the mountain to find you soon. Hee hee. You still want to escape? If you don't listen to me, I'll kill those two old things. Ha ha. After a short while, the man seemed to have fallen asleep and was still muttering. The skinny young man beside the bed was speechless. He pushed the man on the bed twice and shouted, Second senior brother, you can't sleep. If the Imperial Army attacks at this time, we can only wait for death. Second senior brother, quickly get up. Hey hey hey. I say, Wang Lin, aren't you annoying? The man on the bed finally couldn't stand the disturbance and sat up. He reprimanded. What are you doing here instead of sleeping? The army at the foot of the mountain has been surrounding us for more than a day or two. If those cowards dared to attack us, they would have attacked us during the day. Why would they wait until nighttime? Our Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is so steep. If they really dare to come up at this time, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. The young man at the side was scolded until he retreated. In the end he muttered, Ah, second senior brother, this? How do I eat shit while standing upside down? The expression on the second senior brother's face suddenly froze. You. He pointed at the young man under the bed and couldn't say anything else for a long time. After taking a few deep breaths, he roared, Wang Lin, get the hell out of here. You're sleeping outside tonight. Hee hee. Right here. We'll wait here for little Xian. Inside the camp. After Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin avoided several waves of guards, they came to a bush on a small hill nearby. Cheng Chumo turned back and said proudly, Hee hee, I'm sure you're right. Baolin, how is it? You won't be discovered if you follow me, right? Yuchi Baolin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He said in amazement, Big brother Chonyo, you're really amazing. But how do you know when there's no guard on the road? Hee hee. You're the only one who doesn't knows. Brother, I already figured out the night guard rotation pattern here. Cheng Chumo's tail was wagging as he showed off. Yuchi Baolin immediately looked at him with admiration. He looked around and asked in a rough voice, But it's already so late. Can little Xian still come? Did we wait for nothing? Ha ha. Don't worry, kid. Cheng Chumo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and smiled. Although little Xian likes to boast, he always comes true. This time won't be an exception. Isn't it only midnight now? I'm sure he'll come before midnight. After all, today's the last day of the 3-day period. Let's wait here. We can see the Yuan Gate from here. If he comes, we'll be the first to see him. Okay. I'll listen to you. Yuchi Baolin nodded and squatted down as well. Unexpectedly, the moment he squatted down, he heard Cheng Chumo yelling exaggeratedly. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Baolin, look! Big brother Chonyo, what are you looking at? There's no moon tonight. Yuchi Baolin was puzzled. Moon, my ass! Look up! This guy is prettier than the moon. What the heck? Why is this ball of fire flying so high? Chung Chumo slapped the back of Yuchi Baolin's head, then raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Out of curiosity, Yuchi Baolin looked up as well. What he saw was incredible. Roar! Oh my god! Brother Chonyo, let's run! This ball of willow. The wisp, we can't beat it. Let's go back and call for help. When Yuchi Baolin saw the flying ball of fire, he was so scared that he jumped up and shouted in panic. Shut up! What willow the wisp? There seems to be someone up there. Coincidentally, the ball of fire was getting closer and closer to their heads. Chung Chumo had good eyesight and could vaguely see someone dancing up there. He hurriedly covered Yuchi Baolin's mouth and scolded him. Woo woo woo. Shut up. There seems to be a fairy up there. Yes, 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 that's a fairy descending to the mortal world. Oh my god, did the heavens see that I, old Cheng, am still single and sent me a fairy? Hey hey hey. Why did she run away? Good and evil will be repaid, and the heavens will reincarnate. Today, the heavens have bestowed justice upon me, and I'll use lightning and fire to purify you sinful sinners. Silence reigned on Serpent Spirit Mountain. Just as everyone was about to fall asleep, a loud bellow came from the 9 heavens. Everyone immediately woke up from their dreams. Which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my 7 cultivators sect? Xianxia dashed out of his room and was shocked when he saw the flying ball of fire in the sky. However, he pretended to be calm and shouted, Hee hee, I'm your grandfather. That wasn't the only thing that came from the sky. There were also 4 or 5 black iron balls with sparks on them. Child's play. Xianxia thought that they were hidden weapons. He took 2 steps back to avoid them and sneered at the sky. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt several earth-shattering heat waves coming from all over his body. Boom, 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 boom. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sound shook the sky. The peaceful Serpent Spirit Mountain peak instantly turned into a living hell. Xianxia, a peak Grandmaster Realm expert, was seriously injured in an instant. Ah! Save me! Save me! My leg! My leg! This is the wrath of the heavens. It's over, it's all over. Damn it! Why didn't you run down the mountain with Yunda and the others last time? Li Zishuan didn't show any mercy. He threw the bombs in the hanging basket down as if they were free. The mountain collapsed, and the ground caved in. All the houses couldn't withstand the explosion and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Many disciples of the 7 cultivators sect who didn't have time to get out of their houses were buried in the collapsed houses. For a moment, cries for help could be heard everywhere. Senior brother! Senior brother! How did this happen? What happened? Snake King staggered a few steps and came to the side of Xianxia, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, and asked in disbelief. Run! Junior brother, quickly take 7 cultivators of true virtue and run away. Run as far as you can. Chapter 538. For the 215 heroic souls who died here 3 days ago, I'm here to avenge you today. I'm going to wipe out the entire Snake Spirit Mountain. Since they were so far away, and the flames of war were raging below, Li Zishuan naturally couldn't see Xianxia's current situation, nor could he hear the conversation between the flying snake and Xianxia. He controlled the direction of the hot air balloon while throwing bombs down below, bombarding the area without any blind spots. This guy was now like a fighter pilot flying a bomber. He just wanted to charge and kill. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a deafening roar came from below. Li Zishuan could clearly hear it from above. It was none other than 7th cultivator of true virtue. Humph! Just in time, you bastard. Li Zishuan quickly searched for 7th cultivator of true virtue's position with his eyes. After a while, he finally found 7th cultivator of true virtue rolling on the ground behind the original hall of the 7 cultivator of true virtue sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate. He ignited 4 or 5 bombs in a few breaths and then threw them at 7th cultivator of true virtue. Aren't your snake scales as hard as iron? I'd like to see if you can withstand a bomb or not. Boom, 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 boom. Roar! As it turned out, no creature could resist this violent bombardment. The 7th cultivator of true virtue was instantly covered with wounds, and it issued a painful howl. The sound of the howl was even louder than the sound of the explosion, and it reverberated throughout the entire Serpent Mountain. Poison, poison. Upon hearing the howl, the Snake King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He desperately wanted to run in that direction, but at this moment, he was surrounded by flames and couldn't rush out at all. Moreover, a bomb just happened to detonate right next to him. With a loud boom, the flying snake's limbs were instantly blown off, and he was blown far away, no longer able to speak. Most of the houses in this era were made of wood. After Li Zishuan's previous bombardment, the place had basically turned into a sea of fire. In order to prevent anyone from escaping, he did not hold back and bombarded the top of the mountain twice. A quarter of an hour later, apart from the crackling sound of the burning wood, there were no other cries for help or howls. Li Zishuan finally stopped. He looked at the motionless seventh cultivator of true virtue lying on the ground. Then he suddenly had an idea and controlled the hot air balloon to slowly descend. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. 15 minutes ago. Brother Chonyo, it's almost midnight. Let's go back. Little Xian probably won't come. Yuchi Baolin pulled Cheng Chumo, who had been looking to the east. That was the direction Li Zishuan had just flown in the hot air balloon, and said in a muffled voice. Sigh. Baolin, stop messing around. Didn't you see the fairy dancing for me on the fireball just now? Cheng Chumo impatiently slapped Yuchi Baolin's hand away and said with an intoxicated look on his face. I didn't see anything. Yuchi Baolin slightly despised Cheng Chumo in his heart. However, he really didn't see clearly whether there was anyone on the fireball just now. His vision was very blurry at night, and he only saw a ball of fire just now. This was more or less what modern people called night blindness. In ancient China, because the ancient people were malnourished, and carrots hadn't been introduced into China at that time, some people believed that the ancient people generally suffered from night blindness. Although this statement was slightly exaggerated, because night blindness was mainly caused by three things: disease, congenital heredity, and vitamin A deficiency. The ancient people mainly suffered from malnutrition due to insufficient protein, fat, and sugar intake. Vitamin A deficiency wasn't very serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cases of night battles in history books. However, it was an indisputable fact that the ancient people suffered from night blindness compared to modern people. Sigh. Baolin. It's not that I want to nag at you, but with your eyesight, even if fate comes, you won't be able to see it. If you continue like this, you're probably destined to be single forever. Cheng Chumo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and said in a tone that was heavy, and not at all full of shame. If this fellow knew the truth, would he still be as calm as he was now? Huh. Yuchi Baolin glanced at Cheng Chumo with an innocent expression. He really got shot even when he was lying down. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin first saw a large patch of bright fire appear on the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain in the east. Right after that, they heard a loud rumble coming from there. The two of them were so shocked that they fell on their butts in the grass. Holy F***CK. Holy F***CK. There's thunder. There's thunder over there. This thunder is 2F** King awesome. Isn't it? Cheng Chumo couldn't be bothered to hide anymore. He jumped up and shouted. That's not thunder. At this moment, Cheng Chumo felt a gust of wind by his ear. Then, he heard an extremely calm voice. Cheng Chumo subconsciously spat out. Bullsh**T. Other than thunder, what else can cause such a... Uncle. Uncle Nyo, why are you here? Cheng Chumo turned around and saw who it was. He was tongue-tied. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself twice. Yuchi Baolin had already wilted when he saw Nyo Jinda. When he heard Cheng Chumo's suicidal words, he almost burst out laughing. In any case, this child was having a hard time holding it in. Humph. Why am I here? This old man wants to ask the two of you why are you here? Not sleeping in the tent in the middle of the night and going out of the camp without permission. Do you know that you're ignoring military rules? Even if this old man breaks your legs today, Jijia and Jingda will have nothing to say. Nyo Jinda put on a poker face and scolded the two of them coldly. Don't, Uncle Nyo, don't be angry. Baolin and I just needed to pee and came out to pee. Coincidentally, there was thunder over there. Ah, right. You said that it wasn't thunder over there. What was it? Cheng Chumo shrunk his neck, licked his face, and cleverly changed the topic. Nyo Jinda glanced at this fellow. How could he not see that Cheng Chumo was changing the topic? However, he was just scaring these two children just now. He didn't really want to use military law on them. At this moment he snorted and said, "Although this old man doesn't know what it is, it's definitely not thunder. Because there won't be rain in the next few days." At this point, he couldn't help but move his legs. When he said that there wouldn't be rain in the next few days, it wasn't because he saw the weather forecast, nor was it because he could predict the weather like Zhuge Liang. It was because he had a rheumatic leg. Besides, what kind of thunder can shake the earth and mountains? With this momentum, the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain is probably going to be flattened. This is probably Xiaoshuan's method. This child really can do what she says. Niu Jinda stroked his beard and guessed. What? It's Xiaoxian? F***ck vomit? Cheng Chumo reacted with a face full of horror. Then, he staggered a few steps and ran to the side to vomit. Hee. So, Brother Cho Nyo's fairy is Xiaoxian. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and laughed foolishly. What fairy? Niu Jinda was a little confused. Above our heads just now. Yuchi Baolin, if you dare to tell anyone, this old man will definitely kill you. Yuchi Baolin was about to explain when Cheng Chumo's angry and sorrowful roar came from the bushes beside them. Chapter 539. Chang'an. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This old servant has something important to report. West Court. Empress Jianghu's bedroom. Zhao Song stood in front of the door with a hunched back. His face was anxious and helpless. He knew better than anyone else that Li Er was probably exercising with Empress Zhang's son at this hour. Whoever dared to disturb them now would not end well. However, Zhao Song was at his wits' end. His subordinates had reported such an important matter to him. If he did not report it to Li Er in time, he would be fully responsible for any accidents that happened. What's the matter? After about 3 breaths, Li Er's muffled voice came from the room. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up in the middle of the night, let alone the ruler of a country. Zhao Song's heart sank. He secretly hated the subordinate who reported this to him. However, now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to say, "Your Majesty, there was thunder and fire in the northeast of Chang'an City. Half the sky is burning red, and that direction is Snake Spirit Mountain. I was worried that the army at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain would be attacked and the situation would change. That was why I came to report in the middle of the night. I hope your Majesty can forgive me." After Zhao Song finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Li Er did not say anything. Zhao Song could only wait outside the room, not daring to move. After an unknown period of time, Li Er's emotionless voice finally sounded, "I got it. You may leave." Got it? Would it be over just knowing about it? Zhao Song was full of doubts, but he did not dare to ask. He could only bow and yes, then carefully left the courtyard. In the bedroom, Empress Jianghu's hair was messy, and her cheeks were slightly red. She leaned on Li Er's shoulder and asked doubtfully, "Erlang, aren't you worried that General Niu's men were attacked at night?" Li Er recovered from his thoughts. He lifted Jianghu's chin and smiled confidently. Haha. 10,000 elites surrounded a small sect of less than 100 people. If the other party gave up the geographical advantage and attacked at night, I can only say that they are tired of living. Moreover, Jinda is very strict in managing the army. He definitely won't let anyone take advantage of the loopholes. A confident man was the most charming. Zhang Sun smiled and leaned closer to Li Er. Then he asked, "What happened in the northeast to cause such a big commotion?" Seeing how calm Erlang was, he probably already knew about it, right? Can you tell me? Li Er looked towards the northeast with a deep gaze, and then said to Empress Zhang Sun with a smile, "Whatever happened over there, Guanyin Maid will know tomorrow. Shouldn't we continue what we were doing just now?" No. The weather is dry. Be careful of candles. Clang, clang, clang. In this era where there was no TV, internet, or computer, most people would be asleep at this time. However, there was an exception, and that was the night watchman. The job of a night watchman had already appeared in the Zhou dynasty. The rites of Zhou recorded, compare it with the evening strike of the scorpion. According to the Zihai's explanation, it was strike the scorpion in the night, which was the same as the most commonly used clapper. The curfew system in Chang'an City was only for ordinary people. The night watchman was not included in this list. This was because the night watchman's function was not only to report the time, but also to patrol at night and prevent fire and theft. If they encountered someone stealing, they could report it to the authorities and get a generous reward. Therefore, the night watchman was a very respected job in ancient times. Yongla Lane. 2 old men in blue clothes and blue hats. One was holding a gong, and the other was beating at the side, singing the same tune. Why were the two of them doing the night watch together? It was mainly to boost each other's courage. After all, there were no streetlights at this time, and it was dark all around. Anyone would be afraid. As usual, the two planned to go home and rest for an hour after this time. At this time, a fire suddenly floated over from the sky. What was even more strange was that there seemed to be a long thing hanging under the fire. Ghost, 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 ghost. Huayan run. Demon. Demon. Oh my God. Changgue, wait for me. Both of them had a look of horror on their faces. They didn't even want the things in their hands and immediately ran away. Huff, huff, huff. Damn, this is really not something a human should do. No matter what, I won't act cool next time. I'll just stay at home and hug my wife. In the sky, Li Zixuan looked at the familiar mansion below, took a few deep breaths, and said gloomily. The straight-line distance from Chang'an City to Snake Spirit Mountain was at least more than 20 kilometers in the sky. He had to act as a human-shaped engine twice, and the worst thing was that the wind was against him when he came back. How could he not be tired? Even a Grandmaster expert would be exhausted like a dog. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I've finally succeeded in acting cool this time, and I've avenged those people. I can go home and rest in peace. Li Zixuan controlled the hot air balloon to the sky above the Li residence. Then he slowly turned off the fire and planned to let the hot air balloon slowly descend to the west courtyard. Bam! If he wanted to land, he had to unload the goods first. Li Zixuan let the hot air balloon descend 10 meters from the ground and untied the rope that tied the corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue. With a bang, the corpse of the giant snake fell to the ground. Then he prepared to let the basket land. Which scoundrel dares to steal from the Li residence? The head of the guards of the Li residence was awakened by the sound of the giant snake falling to the ground. He hurriedly ran to the west courtyard and shouted in a deep voice. Then he was about to barge in. It's me, Feijai. It's none of your business. Go and rest. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice. Pang Feiji was stunned. Then he said in surprise, Is Lord Ju back? He also stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious just now that he almost forgot the rules. There were women living in the west courtyard. It was not convenient for him to go in. Okay. Go and rest. Don't disturb others. Li Zixuan nodded indifferently. Then, he continued to control the hot air balloon to land. Pang Feiji could only vaguely see the faint light of the fire in the courtyard. He hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Juve. After saying that, he retreated. Heh. I sneaked out of the city and returned in triumph. Does this count as me sneaking out of the city and not taking advantage of the situation? Li Zixuan jumped out of the basket, turned off the hot air balloon, and roughly cleaned it up. Then, he dragged the corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue to an open space at the side and muttered to himself, Husband, you're back. At this moment, the door opened, and the candlelight in the house also jumped out. Han Yushi, who was wearing a thin pink cloak, stood at the door and smiled at Li Zixuan. Chapter 540. Comfortable. How can the grudges of the pugilistic world be more comfortable than sleeping with my wife at home? I won't leave home for so many days in the future. The next morning, Li Zixuan stretched lazily on the bed and moaned in an extremely satisfied manner. Han Yushi, who was dressing up in front of the immortal mirror, rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan and said, Husband, it's already morning. Shouldn't you be up to practice Taiji fist with us? Nowadays, the immortal mirror was popular in Chang'an. It was difficult for many rich families to get a mirror, but the Li family didn't lack it. Not only did Han Yushi have a big mirror, but even Lanner and Madame Li's rooms each had a big mirror. In this aspect, the Li family was richer than the palace because only Empress Zhang's son had a big mirror in the huge palace. Ah yeah. Yes. I almost forgot about the important matter. Wife, did you slack off every morning when I wasn't around? Li Zishuan patted his head and quickly jumped off the bed. He hugged Han Yushi's slender waist from behind and gently blew into her ear. Hee hee. Husband. Itchy. Stop fooling around. Han Yushi laughed coquettishly and quickly turned her head. She said angrily, Who's lazy? In the whole family, other than you who knows how to be lazy, who can be lazier than you? Wow. My wife actually said that I'm lazy. Looks like my work last night wasn't good enough. Let's not go out for now. Let's do it again. Li Zishuan pretended to be angry and was about to attack her. Snake. Okay, snake. Help. At this moment, Xiaohe's terrified scream came from outside the door. Li Zishuan shook his head. It looked like his good thing was going to be ruined. Taiji Palace. The morning court was in session. Ever since the court issued the decree to reduce taxes on raising chickens, every household in the Guangdong region has raised an average of more than 70 chickens. Because many farmers have kept their eggs for hatching chickens, the price of eggs in all the provinces and counties has more than doubled. The price of eggs in Chang'an has risen the most. Merchants have heard the news and have moved large amounts of chickens and eggs from the Jiangnan region. However, it is still a drop in the bucket. This old official earnestly requests Your Majesty to conscript ships to transport chickens and eggs from Jiangnan to stabilize the price of chickens and eggs. Fang Xuanling's loud voice echoed in the hall. I second the motion. As soon as Fang Xianling finished speaking, Wei Zheng jumped out and was the first to agree. His speed was so fast that everyone was dumbfounded. Cough cough. The main reason was that eggs were too expensive in Chang'an, and recently. Wei Zheng's source of income was also very small. Now he could not eat eggs every day. Wei Yan was very depressed. Li Er looked at Wei Zheng strangely, then nodded and said, Approved. Minister Xiao, you will be in charge of this matter. Xiao Yu stepped forward with a straight face and said, This old subject obeys the decree. Reporting. Reporting to Your Majesty, the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed overnight. General Niu has led the army back in triumph. At this time, a soldier in bright armor entered the hall and reported loudly. Immediately, there was a buzz of discussion in the hall. Heh! General Niu is really amazing. He came back so quickly. Yeah. General Niu and the others are still the best at war. He's much faster than Li Xianxia. Previously, when Li Zishuan was defeated at Snake Spirit Mountain and returned to the court, Niu Jinda led 6,000 soldiers to attack Snake Spirit Mountain twice. Although many of them did not receive the news at first, they later heard some rumors from various places. Now, in just 3 days, Niu Jinda had returned in triumph. This made them praise Niu Jinda's godlike ability to command troops. At the same time, they criticized Li Zishuan's lack of experience in battle, which caused the court to lose soldiers and generals. Good. Quickly summon General Niu to the palace. Li Er's eyes flashed as he ordered in a deep voice. Yes. This old subject greets Your Majesty. About half an hour later, Niu Jinda came to Taiji Palace in full armor and greeted Li Er with cupped fists. Dispense with the formalities. Li Er stretched out his hand and said with a pleasant expression, Jinda, you've worked hard. Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma, and the terrain is steep. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Jinda, quickly tell me and the ministers how the remnants of the 7 cultivators sect were destroyed overnight. Niu Jinda straightened his body and said with a smile, Your Majesty, this old subject didn't work hard. In fact, this old subject didn't contribute much to the destruction of the 7 cultivators sect. As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers were shocked. Only Li Er sat on the throne with a happy expression, as if everything was under his control. Why do you say that, Minister Niu? Although he had already guessed the result, Li Er still helped to ask the question in everyone's heart. As Your Majesty said earlier, the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is steep, and it's easy to defend and hard to attack. If we forcibly attack the mountain, although we can take down the 7 cultivators sect, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, this old subject led the army to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 3 days ago and didn't attack, waiting for Li Zishuan to come and fulfill his promise. At this point, many of the ministers were puzzled. Promise? What promise? Could it be related to the Seven Cultivators sect? Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and the others just smiled and didn't say anything. They were all present that day, but they couldn't help but feel shocked. After listening to Niu Jinda's words, it seemed that Li Zishuan really did what he said. He single-handedly destroyed a sect that had a peak grandmaster and 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent, whose strength was comparable to a great grandmaster. This kind of thing sounded crazy. Niu Jinda ignored everyone's doubts and continued. Last night, this old subject was asleep, but I was awakened by a loud noise. This old subject went out of the tent to investigate and found that Snake Spirit Mountain had been struck by lightning and was accompanied by endless flames. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the mountain peak turned into a sea of fire, and I could faintly hear miserable screams coming from there. Today, at dawn, this old subject went up the mountain with the soldiers and found that all the houses of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect had collapsed. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, and some of them didn't even have a complete corpse. Broken limbs were everywhere. After Lu Baodan, a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect who was captured earlier, identified them, the sect master of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, Yin Batian, Elder Fei Shi, and the other 30 or so bastards were all killed. However, this old subject didn't find any trace of the giant beast of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent. Hiss. After Niu Jinda finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder this old man vaguely heard the sound of thunder last night. At that time, I thought I was dreaming. What exactly happened on Snake Spirit Mountain last night? How could it be so tragic? Who did this? How could they be so ruthless? General Niu just said that he would wait for Li Xianxia to fulfill his promise. Could it be that Li Xianxia did all this? Chapter 541. Everyone's guess is correct. 3 days ago, Li Zishuan made a military order in front of His Majesty. He said that he would wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue within 3 days and take revenge for the soldiers who died earlier. Last night he did it. The 7 cultivators sect has been wiped out, and the main culprit and the remaining evildoers have all been executed. This old subject congratulates His Majesty for having such an outstanding talent in Great Tang. In the Taiji Palace. When Niu Jinda heard the discussion of the ministers in the hall, he smiled and said loudly to Li Er, "General Niu, your words are biased." While everyone was still in a daze, a fat middle-aged official wearing a scarlet robe stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. General Niu only heard the thunder last night, but it doesn't mean that Li Xianxia did it alone. Moreover, as far as I know, the Snake Spirit Mountain is hundreds of feet high. How could Li Xianxia climb to the top of the mountain and release the thunder at night alone? How is such a method different from that of an immortal? And Li Xianxia is just like us with a mortal body. This kind of battle record is definitely not done by Li Xianxia. Maybe the 7 cultivators sect did all kinds of evil and the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so they sent down the thunder as punishment. Niu Jinda narrowed his eyes and recognized the official in front of him as Chamberlain Cui Shanfu. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh, has Chamberlain Cui been to the Snake Spirit Mountain before? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with the situation there?" To tell you the truth, if it weren't for Gudu's letter, this old man wouldn't have known that there was such a poisonous mountain in the depths of the Qinling Mountains. The rest of the people originally wanted to agree with Cui Shanfu, but after hearing this, they immediately shut their mouths and cast doubtful looks at Cui Shanfu. Cui Shanfu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "General Niu, you don't know, but this Cui has a distant cousin who often travels around to sell goods. He once got lost in the Qinling Mountains and happened to pass by the Snake Spirit Mountain." What this official just said was all from him. Niu Jinda said with a faint smile, "Haha, what a coincidence. However, what I said just now was not all speculation. If you don't believe that Snake Spirit Mountain was destroyed by Li Zishuan alone, you can go to the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane and take a look after the court. The corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain is still there to dryge. Although I don't know what kind of method he used to transport the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue, which is 30 feet long and weighs several hundred kilograms, from the midst of an army of tens of thousands of soldiers without anyone noticing. But I'm sure you won't have any doubts after seeing the spectacle of heavenly thunders and earthly fires, right?" Hearing this, Cui Shanfu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but the other ministers couldn't help but exclaim, Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Good. There will be snake meat to eat. I, old Cheng, have eaten all kinds of snake meat. But I have never touched the meat of the great serpent of seventh cultivator of true virtue. Now, I have to taste it properly." Li Er secretly rolled his eyes. He then turned to Zhao Song, who had long been shocked out of his wits, and ordered, "Go and summon Li Zishuan for an audience." "Ah, oh." This old servant obeys. Zhao Song came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Then, he walked out of the hall. As soon as he walked out of the palace, he saw a person running over and saying, "Old Zhao, bad news. Li Xianxia is missing. He's not in the workshop." The person who sent him breakfast just now found that the Drunken Wind Pavilion was empty. Everyone in the workshop is now looking for Li Xianxia. The person who came was the head of the spies that Zhao Song had planted around the workshop. Zhao Song said unhappily, "Idiot! Follow me to Yongla Lane." Ah! The head of the spies was dumbfounded. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, Why are we going to Yongla Lane? Don't tell me Li Xianxia can fly home?" However, no one paid attention to his muttering. After Zhao Song finished speaking, he had already walked far away. "Wow! What a big snake! This snake looks so ferocious. It actually has 7 heads. This beast probably eats people. Look at how thick its body is." In front of the Li residence, there was a lively scene. Earlier, Li Zishuan teased the frightened Xiao He. Then, he ordered the servants to carry the corpse of the 7th cultivator of true virtue to the front of the Li residence and set up a special shelf. This way of placing the corpse made the 7th cultivator of true virtue look even more ferocious, somewhat resembling its might when it was alive. "Dear neighbors, the people of the 7th cultivator of true virtue tried to harm me twice in a row, wanting to kill me and my wife. They even tried to assassinate the ministers of the imperial court in broad daylight. The 7th cultivator of true virtue is disregarding the laws. Therefore 6 days ago, I received His Majesty's decree to attack the 7th cultivator of true virtue together with the commander of the Northern Yaman's imperial army, Duguxian. As for the details, you should have heard my wife mention them before. We could have taken them down in one fell swoop. But at the last moment, the elder of the 7th cultivator of true virtue, Flying Snake, released this ferocious beast and charged into the army, killing 215 heroic souls. In order to avoid more casualties, I had no choice but to order a retreat. But good and evil will eventually be repaid, and the heavenly Tao will reincarnate. Last night, I attacked the Serpent Spirit Mountain alone and destroyed the 7th cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop with the help of the heavenly lightning. The sect master, elders, and disciples of the sect were all killed, and the enmity of 215 heroic souls was finally avenged. This is the consequence of being so vicious and disobeying the imperial court's decrees." Li Zishuan stood in front of the door and shouted at the crowd. "What the hell, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Li Xiannan destroyed an entire sect by himself. That's too scary. Not only did they have many experts in their sect, but they also had a 7-headed snake. How did Li Xiannan do it? Hiss. That's too ruthless. But heroes really come from the young. Li Xiannan is so young, but his martial arts are already so good. Master Li gave birth to a good son. He's really good at both civil and martial arts." Looking at the red-lipped, white-toothed, and seemingly harmless young man in front of the gate of the Li residence with a relaxed smile on his face, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought to themselves, "This man is so ruthless. He wiped out an entire sect by himself. We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to provoke him." Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the result. He glanced at the crowd and pointed at the 7th cultivator of true virtue hanging on the frame, saying, "I, Li Zishuan, don't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. If someone wants to harm my family again, I won't hesitate to kill them no matter how powerful they are. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I'll kill them." The ordinary people shrunk their necks and couldn't help but ridicule him in their hearts. "You're going to destroy an entire sect just because you don't like it. Who would dare to provoke you in the future?" However, the complexions of several men changed, and they quietly retreated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't care about them. "Li Xianxia! Li Xianxia! His Majesty summons you immediately." Chapter 542. In front of the Li residence. When Li Zixuan saw Zhao Song and the others, he was stunned. Zhao Song was Li Er's most trusted eunuch. Why would he personally come to deliver the decree? Butler Zhao. May I know why your majesty has summoned me? Seeing the arrival of the angels, the crowd in front of the Li residence dispersed. Li Zixuan braced himself and greeted them. Now, among the people he didn't want to see the most, Li Er was definitely at the top. Although the bombing last night was very satisfying, Li Zixuan had a headache when he thought about how he would have to clean up his mess later. After all, he was now in a feudal monarch's dynasty. He had used supernatural powers. If he didn't explain it clearly, it would be easy for Li Er to be suspicious. Zhao Song first glanced at the seventh cultivator of true virtue that was hung up in front of the Li residence. He could feel the remaining bloodthirsty and ferocious aura on the snake's body. Even Zhao Song, who had been in the Grandmaster realm for many years, could not help but be shocked. He secretly wondered how Li Zixuan defeated this giant snake. After a while he said, "Mr. Li, you must be joking. We are just following His Majesty's orders. How can we guess His Majesty's intentions? You'd better come with us to meet His Majesty." Li Zixuan was speechless. This was obvious, yet Zhao Song still tried to hide it. He could only say goodbye to his family and ride Big White to the palace with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Zixuan several times, causing Li Zixuan to feel uncomfortable. Finally, Zhao Song smiled casually and said, "Mr. Li, you are very capable. That seven-headed snake alone may not be a match for 1,000 soldiers. Mr. Li, you single-handedly destroyed the seven cultivator of true virtue sect. You are indeed a young hero." The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, "Butler Zhao, you flatter me. I'm just borrowing some of my master's shadow to do whatever I want. Please don't laugh at me." Shadow? Zhao Song's curiosity was piqued and he asked, "Could it be that what happened last night had something to do with your master?" Li Zixuan nodded and said seriously, "Of course. Otherwise, how could this kid be so capable?" Seeing that Zhao Song wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Butler Zhao, it's best that you don't ask about the details first. We'll be meeting His Majesty soon, and His Majesty will definitely ask about it. You'll know then." He laughed evilly in his heart. "Who asked you to be so unkind to me just now? Now, I'll whet your appetite." Just as Zhao Song's breath came up, it was blocked. He was really choked. However, he thought that Li Zixuan's words made sense, so he nodded gloomily and did not ask further. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Zhao Song left, the ministers in the imperial court were supposed to continue discussing state affairs. However, after listening to Niu Jinda's description, they were all anxious to know what relationship Li Zixuan had with the destruction of the seven cultivators of true virtue sect. Or rather, how did Li Zixuan destroy the seven cultivators of true virtue sect single-handedly? At this time, no one was in the mood to discuss state affairs. They were all silently waiting for Li Zixuan, the person involved, to come over. However, there was one exception, and that was Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple. Ever since he went for wool and came home shorn, he had been keeping silent. Later, when he heard Niu Jinda swear that Li Zixuan was the one who destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain, and that there was conclusive evidence, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he seemed to be very anxious. In the main hall, a few ministers were reporting irrelevant topics, and Li Er also gave some irrelevant responses from the Dragon Throne. Finally, a sharp voice came from outside. "Crown Prince Zhan Shi, Li Zixuan, requests an audience." Li Er said in a deep voice, "Enter." A moment later, Li Zixuan walked in with his head held high. "That man is here. The man who destroyed the entire sect is here." Wherever Li Zixuan went, the ministers would avoid him. They did not know if it was an illusion, but many of them felt that the Li Zixuan today was very different from before. This was because there was a trace of blood on his body, and he was more decisive in killing. This kind of aura was only felt by Cheng Yaojin and the others many years ago. However, these old generals were now old, and their aura was much more stable, unlike the past. They did not expect that Li Zixuan would also start to have this kind of terrifying aura. "This humble subject pays respect to your majesty." As soon as Li Zixuan came in, Li Er's pupils couldn't help but shrink. What a heavy murderous aura. At this time, he saw Li Zixuan come forward and salute him. He nodded slightly and said, "You may rise." After Li Zixuan straightened his body, Li Er said in a deep voice, "Li Zixuan, the 7 cultivators sect was attacked by heavenly lightning and earthly fire last night, and the entire sect was destroyed. Was it related to you?" As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers looked at Li Zixuan. Although Niu Jinda had already said it with certainty, they still wanted to hear what Li Zixuan had to say. Replying to your majesty, it was indeed this humble subject's doing. The 7 cultivators sect has done all kinds of evil, and they tried to assassinate me twice. They have no respect for the law, and they gather in the mountains and forests. How are they different from bandits? A few days ago, they killed 215 soldiers of the imperial court. What this humble subject did yesterday was only to fulfill the promise this humble subject made a few days ago, and more importantly, to avenge the soldiers. At this point, there was nothing to hide, and there was no need to hide. Many people like to pick on the weak. Although Li Zixuan had only been in Tang for less than a year, he didn't want to be a pushover. Although this matter might arouse Li Er's suspicion, it could also serve as a deterrent to those who had evil intentions towards him. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. It's fine if you want to harm me, but you must be prepared to have your whole family killed. Li Zixuan wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he was a person who was afraid of trouble. If he was bullied by cats and dogs every day, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to slap their faces one by one? As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, most people's expressions changed, and they secretly thought that this young man was really ruthless. Kong Yingda frowned and stepped forward. "Mr. Li, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The sages often say that we must maintain a benevolent heart. Although the 7 cultivators sect has committed terrible crimes, you only need to kill the main culprit. Why do you have to exterminate the entire sect and kill them all? This is against the will of the heavens." Although Li Zixuan had left the Imperial College and established his own school, Kong Yingda still regarded Li Zixuan as a junior. His words were directed at the matter, not the person. He was only advising Li Zixuan not to kill too heavily. When he bombed the 7 cultivators sect, Li Zixuan did indeed hesitate whether he would kill the innocent by doing so. But every time he thought about how Zhao Siwei and the others arranged the Modeo formation at the last moment to cover him and Dugu Xian's retreat, all the hesitation in Li Zixuan's heart was swept away. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame those people for joining the wrong sect. After the incident, he also expected that his action of exterminating the entire sect would attract the dissatisfaction of some Confucian defenders. But he didn't expect that the first one to jump out would be Kong Yingda. Li Zixuan paused for a moment, and then retorted, "The will of the heavens? What is the will of the heavens? Watching your brothers die tragically and not taking revenge, is that the will of the heavens? Allowing the wicked to go unpunished and continue to do evil, is that the will of the heavens? Bullshit. When I, Li Zixuan, do things, I don't let down the heavens, I don't let down the earth, I don't let down the emperor, and I don't let down my brothers. I'm benevolent, I'm only benevolent to my own people. Besides, those 215 soldiers died on Snake Spirit Mountain without leaving behind their corpses. Who in the 7 cultivators sect would dare to claim to be innocent? Since they chose to fight the imperial court together with Yin Batian, they should be prepared to die." Chapter 543. Within Taiji Palace. Li Zixuan's words caused Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji and the other civil officials to frown, while the military officials nodded repeatedly. Cheng Yaojin was even more excessive. This old fellow walked over with a hearty laugh and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder with all his might, saying, "Haha. Good. Well said. This is a good man of Great Tang. How can benevolence and righteousness protect Great Tang? Only by using the blade and blood can Great Tang not be bullied. Your Majesty, this child is a good seedling." Li Zixuan grinned. This old fellow really did not know how to control his strength. If the ground under his feet was a little looser, Cheng Yaojin's 2 slaps would have planted him into the ground. Kong Yingda was so angry that his beard blew up. He scolded, "Preposterous. All preposterous. Duke of Lu, as an elder, how can you teach your juniors to be bloodthirsty? Li Xiannan has killed so many people at such a young age. What good will it do him in the future?" Li Zixuan wanted to retort, but Cheng Yaojin stared at him. "So what if he's young? Shao Xian killed people who deserve to be killed. What's wrong with that? Back then, Huatsubing attacked the Xiongnu in the north when he was 17. Why don't you say that he's young? With Chang Yaojin speaking up, Li Zixuan was happy to watch the show from the side. However, after hearing Chang Yaojin's words, he could not help but feel happy. Chang Yaojin, this boorish person, also knows how to quote classics? Duke of Lu, you are wrong to say that. Chancellor Kong is doing this for the good of Li Xiannan. How can you not distinguish between right and wrong? Furthermore, Huatsubing is such a hero. It's already amazing that there's one in 1,000 years. How can everyone be like Huatsubing? Cui Shanfu saw the opportunity and said in a weird tone. Chang Yaojin curled his lips. I'm arguing with Chancellor Kong. Why are you interrupting? Cui Shanfu's face turned red. You. What about me? Chang Yaojin glared at him. Other people might be afraid of the Cui family, but Chang Yaojin wasn't. He was now part of the new aristocratic group, so he wasn't afraid of these old aristocratic families. Shut up. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Li Er knitted his brows and made the final decision. The 7 cultivators of true virtue sect has no respect for the imperial court and no respect for the law of the country. If they are destroyed, then so be it. Li Zixuan, come out and tell me, how did you single-handedly destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue? As soon as this question was asked, everyone quieted down. Chang Yaojin, Kong Yingda, and Cui Shanfu, these 3 people who were about to fight, stopped arguing. They all turned their attention to this side, because this question that Li Er asked was a question that everyone was concerned about. Others wanted to listen, but Li Zixuan was too lazy to talk about it, because there were too many things that needed to be avoided and paid attention to. If he didn't pay attention, it could cause very serious consequences. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zixuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, it's a long story. You should discuss state affairs with the other ministers in this precious time. Otherwise, if you miss a drought or flood, how many innocent people will die? It won't be too late for me to talk about this later? Talk about it later? After hearing these words, all the ministers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They had been waiting for an answer for so long, but he said that he would talk about it later? Later, your sister. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched and he said angrily, Shut up. Say it now. Li Zixuan thought to himself. You already told me to shut up, so what else can I say? However, if he continued to act coquettishly at this time, Li Zixuan might go berserk. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only start to speak. Then, I'll talk about it. Your Majesty, you also know that many brothers were sacrificed in the first battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. At that time, I was filled with grief and indignation and had always wanted to avenge them. Therefore, I made the agreement that I would destroy a mountain sect alone. In the next 3 days, I worked hard day and night to avenge those soldiers who died. In 3 days I did 2 things. Li Er frowned when he heard this. Li Zixuan said all this at the beginning. In his opinion, it was all nonsense. If he were a modern person, he would definitely say at this moment, Old fart, stop scratching. Hurry up and get to the point. However, when he heard the last sentence, Li Er suddenly became interested and began to listen carefully. The first thing is to build mountaineering tools. Everyone should know that Snake Spirit Mountain is relatively high and the mountain path is narrow. If we set up traps and checkpoints in advance, it will definitely be easy to defend and difficult to attack. I thought about it. Since it's not easy to go up the mountain from the mountain path, I'll go up from the sky. Li Er said suspiciously. The sky? Don't tell me you're planning to fly up there? Although Li Zixuan was annoyed that he was interrupted, the person who interrupted him was Li Er, so it was naturally a different matter. He nodded and flattered. Your Majesty is truly wise. That's right, I was planning to build a tool that could fly up Snake Spirit Mountain. In the end I succeeded. I relied on this tool to reach the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain and launched a surprise attack on the 7th cultivator of true virtue. Buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. In this era, although there were some people with high martial arts who could rely on Qigong to jump 30 feet high, that was far from flying in the sky. The sky was sacred and mysterious to the ancient people. Now, there was actually someone who could rely on a tool to fly to the peak of a mountain that was hundreds of feet high. This kind of thing subverted too many people's understanding. What kind of tool is so amazing? It can actually fly to a height of hundreds of feet? Did Li Xianxia really fly to the peak of the mountain? Can a mortal fly so high? After some of the officials recovered from the shock, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Li Zishuan cleared his throat and continued. In order to prevent this secret from being leaked to other countries, I will personally present the specific method of building this flying tool to your majesty later. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the further one can see. With this tool, our Tang Empire will always be able to predict the enemy's moves when we fight in the future. Good. Li Jing couldn't help but laugh and say, Your Majesty, Little Xian's actions can be considered as a meritorious service to our Tang Empire. However, this kind of tool must be in the hands of our Tang Empire. We can't let other countries learn it, or else we will be in a passive position. How could Li Er not know the importance of this matter? He nodded and said to Li Zishuan, If this thing is really as useful as you say, I will remember your merit. Li Zishuan curled his lips and thought to himself, Old Li, you owe me a lot of merits. When will you reward me for all my merits? Thank you, Your Majesty. Although that was what he thought in his heart, Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't say that out loud. He wasn't a fool after all. Continue speaking. Tell me about the second thing you did. Chapter 544. The second matter? Upon hearing Li Er's question, the ministers in the hall recovered from their shock. Anyone with a bit of brain knew that flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain was only the first step. The most important thing was how Li Zishuan single-handedly destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue. Such destructive power was like the work of a true immortal. They really couldn't figure out how Li Zishuan, who had a mortal body, was able to do it. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He secretly thought that what was going to happen was going to happen. He glanced at the curious babies in the hall and said, After the mountaineering tools were made, this little minister was thinking about how to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Although I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Qin Qiong, and the others almost vomited blood after hearing this. They all wanted to drag Li Zishuan over and beat him up. What did he mean by, I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm? How could these old generals, who broke through to the Grandmaster realm in their 30s or 40s, live? The sect master and the elders of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were all martial arts experts above the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, they had a 7-headed giant snake whose strength was comparable to my master's. If we fought with brute force, this little minister was definitely not their match. However, this little minister had no choice but to take revenge for the 215 soldiers. During those 2 days, this little minister tossed and turned in bed, thinking about it day and night. Finally, this little minister remembered that before my master passed away, he gave me something. What is it? Li Er knitted his brows and asked in a deep voice. Among the people in the hall, Li Er's understanding of Li Zishuan was definitely at the forefront. After hearing Li Zishuan's words just now, Li Er muttered in his heart. He felt that there must be something wrong with this kid's words. Li Zishuan raised his head and closed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. Then he said with a sad face, Before my master died, he compressed all his true qi into a fist-sized iron ball. This ball was made of extraterrestrial iron and was extremely hard. Later, when my master gave me the Zhen Qi iron ball, he also taught me a method to detonate the Zhen Qi inside the iron ball. He also told me that if I were to encounter a life or death crisis in the future, I could detonate the Zhen Qi inside the iron ball, which could instantly turn all the enemies within a radius of 200 feet into ashes. However, this method could easily harm others and oneself. But this time, with the help of a flying mountaineering tool, he was able to avoid the explosion of the true Qi iron ball. Last night, after I flew to the summit of the Spirit Snake Mountain, I detonated the true Qi iron ball left behind by my master and threw it down. After a loud explosion, the 7 cultivators of true virtue was reduced to ashes in an instant. This is the heavenly lightning and earthly fire General Ox saw at the foot of the mountain. After saying that, Li Zishuan took a deep breath. From an outsider's point of view, he was grieving because he thought of his deceased master. However, the truth was that he was muttering in his heart, That's right. I'm sorry, my great master. This is a serious matter, so I have to ask you to come out and be my shield again. Next time when I go to Mount Longhu, I'll bring you some good wine and burn a few paper wives for you. The more Li Er listened, the more he felt that it was strange. Why did this thing sound like a plot from a novel? He couldn't help but frown and scold. Nonsense! How come I've never heard of anyone who can compress true qi into an iron ball? Take out another iron ball and show it to me. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. Others didn't suspect anything, so why did old Li blindly join in the fun? In the end, wasn't I hiding the truth for the sake of the imperial court? In fact, Li Zixuan's nonsense just now had attracted the attention of many officials in the imperial court. They didn't have too many doubts. In their view, if Li Zixuan could even do something as inconceivable as flying in the sky, what was so shocking about his master, who was rumored to be like a god, making an exploding iron ball with his lifetime's worth of cultivation? Hearing Li Zixuan's question, many people couldn't help but quickly retreat. A few ministers who were closer to Li Zixuan ran away quickly because they were afraid that Li Zixuan would really take out another true qi iron ball. Li Zixuan didn't expect that his nonsense would have such an effect. He awkwardly coughed and said, "Your Majesty, this kind of heaven-defying object is not easy to make. This is because a large amount of true qi must be fully compressed in order to make this thing have a large destructive range. My master exhausted all his skills and only managed to make one. Therefore, I don't have anything like that with me. However, this thing does exist. If you don't believe me, I can't make a true qi iron ball for you." This was considered a scoundrel, but Li Zixuan really had no other way. The Xianxia steel ball was the best excuse he could think of in a short period of time. Even though there might be loopholes in it, he had no other way. He could only resign himself to fate. No matter what, he couldn't reveal the fact that he knew how to make explosives in front of so many people. However, even Li Zixuan himself didn't expect that when he resigned himself to his fate, he would actually be blessed with good fortune. Someone that Li Zixuan had never expected would actually stand up for him. "Your Majesty." This old servant once read in an ancient book that martial arts experts at the peak of the great grandmaster realm can indeed condense their genuine qi. Although the genuine qi iron ball that Li Xiannan just mentioned sounds incredible, theoretically speaking, it is possible. However, if it is put into practice, it is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that only an expert like spiritual master Ling Su would dare to be so daring as to dance on the tip of a knife. The person who came out was Zhao Song, the man with the highest martial strength in the entire hall. Cough, he shouldn't be considered a man. Ever since he had returned to Taiji Palace, Zhao Song had been thinking about what Li Zixuan meant by borrowing some of my master's shadow. When Li Zixuan had explained the entire incident from beginning to end, Zhao Song was suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Zixuan's method of compressing vital qi and detonating it would work. After he had figured everything out, Zhao Song's heart was suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he was so impressed by Li Zixuan's master, spiritual master Ling Xiu, that he would prostrate himself in admiration. Cough cough. Spiritual master Ling Su, who was in the tomb, expressed his innocence. All of this was caused by Li Zixuan. Actually, this so-called true qi iron ball or true qi bomb was just something that Li Zixuan made up based on some fantasy novels that he read in his previous life. It was a little like Xiao Yan's Buddha's angry lotus flame in battle through the heavens. The difference was that the angry lotus flame was fused with a heavenly flame, compressed it, and then thrown into a group of enemies to explode. However, the general principle was similar. Originally, it was an excuse that he came up with at the last minute. Now that Zhao Song had explained it, Li Zixuan felt that he was really a genius. When the officials heard Li Zixuan say that there was only one true qi iron ball, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This thing was so awesome that anyone would be afraid of it. Now that they heard Zhao Song's explanation, most of them no longer had any doubts about Li Zixuan's ability to kill Qi Xiu alone. However, Li Er still felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "But," the word "but" came to an abrupt end. It was because he saw Li Zixuan winking at him. At this moment, Li Er was really angry and amused. He was the emperor, but there was actually an official who dared to wink at him? Then this matter will end here. Officials, if you have something to discuss, please report. If not, the court is dismissed. After all, Li Er was not stupid. He thought of something and said loudly. Chapter 545. Hearing about such a bizarre battle during the morning court assembly, many of the ministers were satisfied. Cheng Yaojin was beaming with joy, his face extremely proud. It was as if Li Zixuan was his son and had done such a great thing, and he was also proud of it. Other than Li Er, who didn't believe Li Zixuan's words, there was another person in the hall. That was Li Chengqian, who had been standing below Li Er to listen to the morning court session. The reason why he didn't believe Li Zixuan was because when he went to the workshop a few days ago, he heard a loud bang. Although the power wasn't enough to shake the earth, it was still shocking. Li Chengqian felt that the thing was a miniature version of the weapon Li Zixuan used on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zixuan just said that spiritual master Lingshu only gave him one true Qi iron ball. Either Li Zixuan was lying and there was more than one true Qi iron ball, or the thing that destroyed Snake Spirit Mountain was not a true Qi iron ball at all. Although he knew that Li Zixuan must be hiding something, Li Chengqian did not expose his good brother. He only looked at Li Zixuan with a faint smile. Seeing that no one in the hall had anything to report, Li Er got up and prepared to leave. Zhao Song understood and said in a sharp voice, "Court assembly is dismissed." "Farewell, Your Majesty." The ministers bowed. After Li Er left, other than a few old generals who had a good relationship with him, the rest deliberately kept a distance from Li Zixuan. Cui Shanfu's expression was complicated. There was fear, relief, and resentment. He glanced at Li Zixuan and left in a hurry. "Mr. Li, His Majesty has an order for you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall for an audience." With no one bothering him, Li Zixuan was happy to be free. He wanted to chat with Jianghu as they left the palace, but Zhao Song came over and said. Li Zixuan was speechless. He had not even walked down the stairs of the Taiji Palace and Li Er had asked Zhao Song to call him. Old Li must be in a hurry. Looks like I can't escape this calamity. All right, I'll go to the Sweet Dew Hall now. Thank you for speaking up for me just now, Chief Zhao. Li Zixuan calmed himself down and said reluctantly, "Escape is impossible." However, his last sentence of gratitude was sincere. Zhao Song's explanation in the court just now was more or less of a help. Haha, Mr. Li, you must be joking. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not helping anyone. Zhao Song said calmly as he led Li Zixuan in the direction of Taiji Palace. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't say anything. With his current status, there was no need for him to deliberately make friends or curry favor with anyone. On the other hand, we have to thank Li Xiannan. Spiritual Master Ling Su is a genius, to be able to think of such an unimaginable method. I've benefited greatly from it. Although I can't condense my qi outside my body, I can try compressing it inside my body. Perhaps I can break through the shackles of my realm. After walking for a while, Zhao Song suddenly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Zixuan, "Gosh, why are you so unrestrained?" Li Zixuan's jaw dropped. 10,000 alpacas galloped across his heart. This Zhao Song was truly a lunatic. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had never come into contact with martial arts, so he naturally didn't know about these twists and turns. However, in this life he was a martial arts master, so of course he knew how powerful it was. Even he didn't dare to do something like compressing his qi, because it could easily cause his meridians to explode and turn him into a cripple. What he said just now was just an excuse to cover up the explosion on Snake Spirit Mountain. He never thought that Zhao Song, who looked honest on the surface, had such a reckless heart. Supervisor Zhao, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the risks of compressing the genuine qi far outweigh the benefits. Back then, my master abandoned everything to do this at the last moment of his life. You still have to consider it carefully. Zhao Song had more or less helped him. Li Zixuan didn't want Zhao Song, a great master, to become a cripple because of his nonsense. If Li Er knew, he would probably mess with him. Haha. On the path of martial arts, I definitely can't go as far as spiritual master Ling Su. In the end, I like to be overcautious and timid. This time, no matter what, I have to try it myself. Zhao Song said with a smile as if he was touched. Your humble servant pays his respects to Your Majesty. After chatting with Zhao Song for a while, the two of them arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zixuan bowed to Li Er as he prayed in his heart that the stubborn old man Zhao Song wouldn't explode in the future. Haha. You sure run fast. Did you forget the promise you made in the imperial court? Li Er waved his hand and said in a bad mood. His hands were itching now, mainly because Li Zixuan was asking for a beating. Li Zixuan hurriedly smiled and said, "Haha. I didn't forget. I didn't forget. How would I dare to forget? Here, Your Majesty. This is the tool I used to fly up the Snake Spirit Mountain last night. The blueprints are all here. As Li Zixuan spoke, he took out a stack of blueprints from his sleeve. These were the blueprints he had drawn in the workshop for the past 3 days. Li Er didn't put on airs and personally went forward to take them. He casually flipped through them and looked at Li Zixuan and asked, "This mushroom-like thing can fly up to a height of 1,000 feet?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can go to my house to take a look in the future. That thing is still in my courtyard." Li Er was furious when he heard that. "Bastard! Why didn't you keep such a national treasure well and leave it in your courtyard? If it was stolen by thieves and fell into the hands of other countries, how many of our Tang Empire soldiers would die in vain? When you go back, immediately send that thing to the palace. Since you can't keep it well, I'll keep it for you." Openly robbing, and it was a righteous robbery. How could Li Zixuan, who had dealt with Li Er so many times, not know that the latter half of Li Er's sentence was the main point? He hurriedly said, Don't. Your Majesty, I will definitely keep that thing well in the future. If you really want that thing, can't you ask the craftsman to make another one according to the blueprints?" "Oh right, if the craftsman can't understand this blueprint, you can ask Qing Ke to teach them. Qing Ke knows this. Get lost." At the mention of Li Tai, Li Er was even more furious. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded, "You brat, you still have the nerve to mention Qing Quebec. I originally wanted him to learn from you, but now he has been bewitched by you to build a house in the Cloud Mountain. My son is actually building a house for you. You're getting bolder and bolder." Chapter 546. Inside the Sweet Nectar Hall. Seeing Li Er's furious appearance, the palace maids and eunuchs at the side hurriedly lowered their heads. Previously, they had only seen Wei Zhang who could make Li Er lose his composure. They didn't expect that today there would be another Li Zixuan. Sure enough, heroes came from the youth. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, please calm down. Building a house is also a kind of learning. There is a saying in Taoism called entering the world to cultivate. If Prince Wei stays in the palace for a long time, it won't be good for his character growth. I believe your Majesty understands this point. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Qing Ke to go to Cloud Mountain. Heh. Li Er laughed. He didn't agree or disagree. He thought for a while and then said meaningfully, "Let's not talk about this for now. Is there something you forgot to tell me?" Li Zixuan was stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately put on a fawning expression. "Ayaya! Your Majesty, you are too polite. This humble subject only presented a few blueprints, and you want to reward this humble subject heavily. In fact, this humble subject will be grateful if you reward me with something else. Why do you want this humble subject to personally choose the reward? As the saying goes, thunder and rain are the grace of the emperor. This humble subject..." "Shut up." Li Er couldn't listen to him anymore. His expression was as if he was a dog. He said angrily, "When did this humble subject mention a reward to you? This humble subject is asking you to truthfully tell me the method you used to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue." He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless and daring person in this world. He was both angry and amused. So it's not a reward." Li Zixuan was stunned. He muttered, touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Cough, cough. The method to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue was an iron ball of true qi. Didn't this humble subject just say it in the imperial court?" Li Er glared at him and said angrily, "Humph. You can fool others with that nonsense, but don't think you can fool me. Quickly tell me the truth. You brat. You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to lie to me." If someone else dared to be so naughty in front of Li Er would have long ordered people to drag him out and behead him. However, this person was Li Zixuan. Therefore, Li Er felt helpless. Li Zixuan was so capable that any monarch who had slightly opened his burning point would choose to put him in an important position. Of course, Li Er was no exception. Feeling Li Zixuan's aggressive gaze, Li Zixuan shrunk his neck and said hesitantly, "Actually, the thing that I used to bomb the 7 cultivators of true virtue that night was a type of strong gunpowder. The general principle behind it is similar to that iron ball made of true qi. The only difference is that it wasn't made by my master, but by me." Hearing this, Li Er's breathing suddenly quickened. As expected. As expected. I've long guessed that it's impossible for there to be only one of these things. You can definitely make more. However, what is a strong gunpowder? At this time, the term gunpowder had yet to appear. The person who truly defined gunpowder was Song Yingxing of the Ming dynasty. He wrote in the Heavenly Works of Creation, Gunpowder is mainly made of saltpeter and sulfur, supplemented by plant ash. Saltpeter is of the extreme yin nature, while sulfur is of the extreme yang nature. When these two divine objects meet, there is no gap between them. When they appear, people will be shocked and their souls will scatter. However, the appearance of gunpowder could be traced back to the spring and autumn period. According to the Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in China during the spring and autumn period. According to Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in the common people's livelihood. Of course, gunpowder at that time only referred to saltpeter. This was because saltpeter could directly ignite or explode when it collided with organic matter. When it came to gunpowder that was slightly more powerful, it had to be refined into a pill alchemist. This was because the original use of gunpowder in China was to be used in the fire process of refining pills. In ancient times, when it came to poisonous metals such as sulfur and arsenic, they would often burn them before using them. The word burn meant to subdue them. To make the toxicity lose or reduce, this procedure was called fire suppression. After Li Zishuan heard Li Er's words, he choked for a moment. What did he mean by, I already guessed that there was more than one? After all this time, he was tricked. Your Majesty, gunpowder is a medicine that can be ignited by sparks, flames, and so on. When these things burn fiercely in a very narrow space, it will cause an explosion. This can actually be used as the ignition agent in the fire suppression procedure of Taoist alchemy. After cursing Li Zishuan several times in his heart for having little GG, Li Zishuan gloomily explained. When Li Er heard the word alchemy, his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, You also know alchemy? Li Zishuan looked at Li Er's expression and knew what he was thinking. He hurriedly said, Of course I don't know this. My master once said that the art of alchemy is the biggest scam of Taoism. Back then, ever since the first emperor recruited alchemists to refine the elixir of immortality, the world has been changing dynasties for nearly 800 years, but there has never been anyone who can live forever. This is just a scam to confuse people. After saying so much, Li Zishuan still didn't want Li Er to go astray. Li Er couldn't help but blush when his thoughts were seen through. After he calmed down, he said with a straight face again, I also understand that the art of alchemy is just a small matter, but this gunpowder is so important to my Tang Empire. Why didn't you tell the truth in the imperial court just now? Li Er stared sharply at Li Zishuan's face and asked word by word. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He knew that the most important test was coming. He hurriedly stopped smiling and said seriously, Your Majesty, the power of this gunpowder is enough to destroy the world. It is precisely because it is so important to the country that this humble subject doesn't dare to reveal it in front of others. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. No one can guarantee that all the officials in the Taiji Palace are working together with your Majesty. Once the gunpowder is leaked, with this kid's previous example of bombing the 7 cultivators sect, all the other forces will definitely covet the gunpowder and send all kinds of spies to find out the formula. Once they find out the formula, it will definitely be a disaster for the Tang Empire's army. After all, gunpowder is a double-edged sword. It can hurt others and also hurt oneself. This is a serious matter, so I have to be careful. That's why I lied in the imperial court just now. I hope your Majesty can forgive me. Li Er's expression turned cold. When Li Zishuan said this, he instantly thought of many bad things. At present, the Tang Empire had just been established, and Li Er had only been in power for less than a year. His control of the Tang Empire had not reached the point where he could sit back and relax. Aristocratic families, external enemies, internal troubles, external troubles, these were all unstable factors hidden in the dark. If he was careless, he might lose the whole game. Not bad. I'm very pleased that you can think of these things. Li Zishuan, you didn't disappoint me. After a long time, Li Er sighed. His expression gradually softened as he looked at Li Zishuan and said. Chapter 547. In the Ganlu Palace. It was rare for Li Zishuan to hear Li Er speak human language. He couldn't help but feel a little better. Wasn't he working so hard for the sake of Great Tang? Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. In addition to what I said earlier, I also believe that Great Tang doesn't need gunpowder at all. What do you mean? Li Er asked with some confusion. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and said, Your Majesty, Great Tang's army is full of valiant generals and high morale. What we lack now is not combat power, but the country needs to rest and recuperate. Once the people are rich and the treasury is full, the Turks in the north will be wiped out. Gunpowder is just icing on the cake. It's not the key to victory. Currently, gunpowder may be useful for defending a city, but for attacking, once the other party spreads the cavalry, gunpowder won't be effective. On the contrary, once gunpowder is used in war, we have to be prepared for other people to research gunpowder and use it on us. I feel that the gains don't make up for the losses. Although they had gunpowder now, gunpowder and cannons were two different things. If they wanted to make cannons for attacking, they still needed to solve many technical problems. Unless they were like Li Zishuan who used a fighter jet to bomb the 7 cultivators of virtue sect, gunpowder would have a limited effect in war. Moreover, if someone secretly learned the gunpowder formula, it would be really troublesome. Li Er shook his head and said, Although what you said is reasonable, how can I give up eating for fear of choking? The power of gunpowder is beyond doubt. I believe that as long as we keep it a secret, there won't be a problem. As for how to use gunpowder for attacking, didn't you already do it yesterday? It seems that Li Er also wants to use yesterday's bombing of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is not the same. For the time being, this subject will call the mountaineering tool the celestial lamp. Although the celestial lamp can fly hundreds of feet high in the sky, its flying direction is completely dependent on the direction of the wind. Wherever the wind blows, it will follow, just like a sailboat on the sea. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. How can we pin our hopes on the unreliable direction of the wind? Li Er asked doubtfully, Then how did you do it last night? I remember that it wasn't a southwest wind last night. Ugh! Li Zishuan said awkwardly, Your Majesty, I used my true qi to forcefully change the direction of the celestial lamp last night. I'm afraid it's very difficult for people below the guru level to achieve this. Li Er was speechless. Huh. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is truly unlucky to have provoked you, brat. Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled and stood there without saying anything. A man can't be a man if he doesn't take revenge. If there was someone to blame, then blame the people from the 7 cultivators of true virtue for provoking him. Li Er clasped his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps. Suddenly he asked meaningfully, There must be other reasons besides the ones you just mentioned, right? With that, he stared into Li Zishuan's eyes with a faint smile, waiting for an answer. A few drops of sweat suddenly appeared on Li Zishuan's forehead. It was said that the emperor was very suspicious, and Li Zishuan was no exception. How should he explain this? Brat! Even if you don't say it, I already know. You didn't dare to tell the truth in the imperial court because you were afraid that I would feel that you were too big of a threat and suspect you, right? Li Er saw Li Zishuan struggling and unable to say anything. He laughed loudly and walked over. Sizing up Li Zishuan, he said, You don't need to quibble. That's what you were thinking at the time. Ha ha. I remember telling you before that under my command, you can use as many talents as you want. Although the situation with the gunpowder is very special, I still know what kind of temperament you have, brat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you live until today because of what you did. Li Er's face turned slightly cold as he finished speaking. Li Zishuan was silent. He secretly thought that Li Er had his reasons for becoming an eternal emperor. His vision and breadth of mind were things that many emperors didn't have. After a long while, Li Zishuan faintly sighed and cupped his hands. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I don't have any great ambitions in this life. I just want to lie at home and live a leisurely life with my wife and parents. I don't want to participate in these disputes. Of course, I also hope that Tang Empire is infinitely powerful. It's best if it's so powerful that no one dares to provoke us. Then, I can peacefully enjoy my life at home. Li Er glanced at him and snorted. Useless. Wait until you help me develop Tang Empire to a point where no one dares to provoke us. Then we can talk about enjoying your life. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty. Contentment brings joy. What is being successful and not being successful? Anyway, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Don't I still have your majesty to worry about other things? Li Zishuan's words were sincere. He wouldn't exchange his current lifestyle even if he was given the title of emperor. Didn't you see how Li Er, the emperor, was so busy every day that his feet didn't touch the ground and was even criticized by the haters? It was really tough. How could it be as comfortable as him hugging his wife? Humph. Brat, according to what you said, you don't even care about my throne now? Li Er said with some dissatisfaction. If it were anyone else who heard this, they would definitely be scared half to death. However, after having a heart-to-heart talk with Li Er today, Li Zishuan had a better understanding of old Li's personality. He wasn't afraid and just said casually, I didn't say that. I don't care about my position. I don't care about politics. I just want to be a good son and a good husband. I don't care about other things. Heh. You brat. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and then walked back to the table and sat down. Li Zishuan felt that today's conversation was about done. He felt around his chest and took out a small piece of paper. He stepped forward and handed it to Li Er. Your Majesty, this is the formula for gunpowder. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but this formula must be kept a secret. Moreover, if your Majesty really wants to make gunpowder, you must not do it in the bustling areas of Chang'an. Once an accident occurs, not only will it alarm those with ill intentions, it will also cause a large number of innocent casualties. Li Er stared at the small piece of paper and his face slightly flushed. He didn't take it and instead asked, You handed over such an important thing so easily? Li Zishuan said seriously, Your Majesty, as I said before, I don't have any great ambitions. If it wasn't for the 7 cultivators sect forcing me into a corner, I wouldn't have used gunpowder. Now that I've made gunpowder, this national treasure should be handed over to your Majesty for safekeeping. I can't think of any use for it. Good. Immortal lamp, gunpowder. Don't worry, since you took the initiative to offer these 2 things, I won't treat you unfairly. Li Er took the small piece of paper and said in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go. Chapter 548. More than an hour ago, in a private room of the Jianghu restaurant. Inside, there were 5 young masters who were dressed luxuriously and had extraordinary appearances. Their nobility and elegance were clearly not something that could be nurtured by a poor family. The 5 of them sat opposite each other and did not deliberately maintain the order of the seats. Among them, the young man named Xianxia said, Li Zishuan first flattened the price of books, and then he launched the dictionary of the Tang dynasty. Such actions are tantamount to digging at the foundation of the Shandong landowning clans. I believe that all the brothers present can see this. Xianxia is right. Since the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, the Shandong gentry have been suppressed repeatedly and have long lost their former glory. Now we have to pay attention to the actions of this Li Xianxia. He is shaking the prestige of our families in the scholarly circle. A slightly older man sitting next to Xianxia took over the conversation. How can a small dictionary shake the foundation of the Shandong gentry? Cui Xuanji, Cui Shen. When have the people of the Cui family of Qinghe and the Cui family of Bowling been so timid? Hearing these 2 people talking, the handsome young man sitting on the outside sneered discontentedly. It turned out that the people sitting in this room today were all outstanding representatives of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Cui Xuanji of the Cui family of Qinghe, Cui Shen of the Cui family of Bowling, Zheng Huaijie of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Lu Qingqing of the Lu family of Fanyang, and Li Jingxian of the Li family of Zhao County. Now 5 of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were here. The Li family of Longxi and the Wang family of Taiyuan were not here. To be able to be chosen as the representative of each family, these people naturally had their own outstanding aspects. Right now, perhaps they were still not well known because Li Yuan and Li Er, these 2 generations of emperors, were doing their best to suppress the Shandong landowning households. After a few more years, many of them would stand out in the court. For example, Lu Chengqing, who was the prime minister during the Gaozong period, Cui Shen. Although this person did not have many achievements in the officialdom, he later had a very powerful son named Cui Xuanji. This person also served as the prime minister during the Gaozong period. During the Wu Zhou period, in order to support the crown prince, Li Xian, to ascend the throne, he launched a coup and was conferred the title of prince. Xianxia. Today is different from the past. You and I have both seen the plight of the aristocratic families. The emperor's ambition is also clear as day. At this time, you still have high standards but little ability. Could it be that you will only wake up when we are all reduced to ordinary families? Cui Xuanji said with an ugly expression. Heh. You really have groundless fears. In any case, the Cui family was a rich and powerful family that had lasted for thousands of years. Even if the current emperor intended to weaken the aristocratic families, could he really do anything to the Cui family? It's true that our families are being suppressed now, but I think it's just because Li Tangchu and the Li family of Longxi want to raise the status of the Guanlong nobles. At this moment, we only need to lie low. When the crown prince takes the throne, we will definitely have more opportunities. Wang Huijie retorted somewhat disapprovingly. It had to be said that although this guy was a little arrogant, he had a good grasp of the overall situation. In China's history, aristocratic politics sprouted in the Eastern Han Dynasty and died at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, some people felt that the aristocratic family politics, from the Eastern Han Dynasty, through the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, to the Sui and Tang dynasties, gradually weakened and died out following the disappearance of the two great privileges of the economic, occupying farmland shady guest system, and the political 9 ranks of the emperor system, without any rebound. In fact, this was a great misunderstanding. Because in terms of historical facts, in China's aristocratic politics era, there were 2 most glorious periods. One was the Weiji Northern and Southern dynasties, and the other was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, especially in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty, aristocratic politics didn't dim. On the contrary, it strangely became glorious again. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the Shandong nobles were indeed greatly suppressed. First, the Guanlong military group still had a lot of power at that time. Second, the emperor deliberately suppressed them. Third, in the vigorously promoted imperial examination system, many ministers of the illegitimate family appeared. At that time, the 5 families were not used to this kind of official method. Fourth, the court officials who came from humble families were jealous. However, after Empress Wu came to power, on one hand, she suppressed the old ministers of the Guanlong nobles and eliminated political resistance. On the other hand, she began to use the Shandong nobles. For example, Li Jingxian, who came from the Li family of Zhao County, was recognized by Empress Wu at this time and walked into the center of power. After the An Lushan rebellion, the political center of the Tang dynasty was rebuilt. The power to suppress the nobles was no longer as fierce as it was under Li Yuan and Li Er. The 5 families also used the imperial examination system to rise up fiercely. For example, the Zheng family of Xingyang. During the Tang dynasty, it was hard to find a prime minister. However, from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards, there were more than 10 prime ministers and important ministers. Another example would be the Cui family of Jianghu. In the Tang dynasty, there were 10 people from the branch house, the South Ancestral branch, the Qinghe main branch, the Qinghe small branch, and the Qingzhou branch. Before the An Lushan rebellion, there were only 2 people who were prime ministers. After the rebellion, 8 of them became prime ministers. The reason why the nobles of Shandong were able to rise again was because of the change in the attitude of those in power. Another reason was that after adapting to the imperial examination system, the profound family tradition and knowledge of the nobles gave them a special advantage in the imperial examination. For example, the Lu family of Fanyang had more than 100 people in the Tang dynasty, especially from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards. This number was shocking. One must know that in the Tang dynasty, the Jinshu examination was the most difficult. The number of people who were admitted was also very small. The Lu family was able to have such results because of their family traditions and knowledge. Therefore, if the nobles wanted to develop, they had to wait for the right time. Li Jingxian nodded and said, Xuanji, although Huijie's words are offensive, they are not without reason. Right now, we should wait patiently and not take the initiative to cause trouble. However, Lu Chengqing frowned and said, Jingxian, you're wrong. Ever since Li Zishuan appeared in Chang'an, the speed of his rise has left people dumbfounded. Everything that Qing Guanji has done seems to be deliberately going against us. Recently, I even heard that he wants to build some Yanhuang Academy and develop engineering. It's really absurd. Qing Guanji suspects that he is a tool that His Majesty arranged to suppress the nobles. The current situation is no different from boiling a frog in warm water. If we don't take action soon, sooner or later, our foundation will be nibbled away. If the Cui family wants to deal with Li Zishuan, the Lu family is willing to help. Cui Xuanji smiled and said, Brother Chengqing is really far-sighted and righteous. Then he turned to Zhang Huijie and Li Jingxian and said, Brother Zheng, Brother Li, time waits for no man. If Li Zishuan is allowed to do as he pleases, the situation of our families will be even more worrying. Please reconsider carefully. Cui Xin chimed in, Huijie Jingxian, I believe that with your foresight, you can't see Li Zishuan's threat. Please consider the big picture. In the current situation, 3 out of the 5 families had formed a united front. Hesitation appeared on Li Jingshuan's face. After a while he stood up and said, In that case, the Li family of Zhao County is also willing to help. However, this is a serious matter. Jingxian will have to discuss it with my father. Of course, of course. Cui Xuanji smiled and nodded with a hint of joy. Chapter 549. After Li Jingxian agreed to join the temporary alliance, everyone looked at Zhang Huijie again. It was no longer about Li Zishuan, but whether the Zheng family still wanted to play with the other 4 major families in the future. Zhang Huijie wasn't stupid. He could also figure out the crux of the matter. A moment later, he waved his hand in annoyance and said, Fine, fine, fine. Do whatever you want. But our Zheng family is only responsible for providing the money, not the manpower. Good, good, good. Cui Xuanji was overjoyed. He was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Young master, I have something important to report. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Logically speaking, no servant would come and disturb such an important meeting. Apart from Li Jingxian, the other 4 people all had anger on their faces. Li Jingxian hurriedly said, Please don't blame him. I'll go out and teach him a lesson right now. It's okay. It's okay. Although everyone was a little displeased, the good education they had received since they were young still made them not speak ill of him, and they all expressed that they did not mind. Li Jingxian cupped his hands, opened the door, and walked out. After half an hour, Li Jingxian returned to the room, but he looked a little upset. When everyone was about to ask him, Li Jingxian cupped his hands and said, Sorry, everyone. Everyone, I'm very sorry. Something urgent has cropped up in Jingshuan's family, so he can't stay here any longer. Also, Xianji, the Li family of Zhao County will no longer be involved in the matter of Li Zishuan. Just pretend that Jingxian never came here today. Goodbye. Then, Li Jingxian left without waiting for everyone to recover from the shock. Hey. Brother Li, please wait. What on earth happened? Cui Xuanji was stunned for a while, but Li Jingxian was nowhere to be seen. Xuanji, forget it. Since Jingxian is not willing, we can't force him. Cui Shen walked over and patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder. That's the only way. But fortunately, there are still 4 of us. This time, we will definitely ruin Li Zishuan's reputation. Cui Xuanji sighed regretfully. Just as he finished speaking, there was an urgent knock on the door. Young master. Bad news. I have something important to report. It was almost the same tone and the same words. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Zhang Huijie stood up, cupped his hands and apologized. Then, he hurried out of the door. After a while, Zhang Huijie walked in with an embarrassed face and said quickly, I'm sorry, everyone. I have something urgent to deal with at home. The Zheng family of Xingyang won't be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan. Goodbye. The 3 people in the room were stunned. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 out of the 5 alliances had withdrawn. Such a fragile alliance was ironic. Cui Xuanji's face alternated between green and white. He was the one who hosted today's meeting. Now that things had turned out this way, it was a slap to his face, a slap to the Cui family's face. However, Li Jingxian and Zhang Huijie had left in a hurry, and Cui Xuanji had nowhere to vent his anger. He was both frustrated and confused. Bam, bam, bam. Young master. Bad news. Bad news. I have something important to report. As soon as Zhang Huijie left, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Lu Chengqing looked at Cui Xuanji and Cui Shen helplessly and walked out without saying anything. Half an hour later, Lu Chengqing walked in with a solemn face. Just as he was about to speak, Cui Xuanji interrupted him. Brother Lu, is the Zhang family of Xingyang also withdrawing? What exactly happened? Can you tell me first? Lu Chengqing said awkwardly. Ahem. Xuanji, something big has happened. You should receive the news soon. I'll take my leave first. The Lu family will also not be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan's. After that, he ignored Cui Xuanji's dissuasion and left. Cui Xuanji looked at Cui Shen anxiously and said, Cousin, what should we do now? Why did they go back on their words in the blink of an eye? During the Western Zhou dynasty, the son of Duke Ding of Qi, Jizi, gave the country to Shuyi while he himself took advantage of Cui Yi. After Jizi gave the country away, he was conferred the title of Cui Minister and took Cui Yi as his surname. Ever since Jizi was conferred the title of Cui Yi, the Cui family began its own development process. After entering the Sui and Tang dynasties, according to the new Tang dynasty, the Cui family had 10 houses. The first was Zhengzhou, the second was Yanling, the third was Nanzhou, the fourth was Qinghe Big House, the fifth was Qinghe Small House, the sixth was Qinghe Qingzhou House, the seventh was Bowling and Bungalow, the eighth was Bowling Big House, the ninth was Bowling Second House, and the 10th was Bowling Third House. The first 6 houses belonged to the Qinghe Cui family, and the last 4 houses belonged to the Bowling Cui family. The 2 Cui families came from the same family and had always maintained a close relationship. That was why Cui Xuanji called Cui Shen his cousin. Cui Shen frowned and said, Xuanji, there must be something we don't know about. Send someone out to find out if something big has happened. Cui Xuanji nodded and said, Yes, cousin. Bam bam bam. Bad news. Young master. Come in. At this time, a series of equally urgent knocks came from outside the house. Cui Xuanji's expression changed, and he shouted before the servant outside the house could finish speaking. Squeak! A young servant in green clothes and a green hat came in from outside the room. He looked strong and powerful. Wuxia! Hurry up and tell me what happened. Cui Xuanji walked quickly to the servant and asked in a deep voice. Huff! Young Master Li. Wuxia was about to speak when he saw Cui Shen next to him. He hesitated and didn't know if he should continue. Tell me. Cui Xuanji frowned and shouted. Yes, young master. I just received news that Li Zishuan, who disappeared for 3 days, has returned. Last night, the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was razed to the ground and wiped out. That 7-headed snake was also killed by Li Zishuan, and its corpse is hanging in front of the Li family's door for public display. Wu Jie no longer hesitated and told him everything he had found out. Boom! Cui Xuanji's mind went blank. He staggered 2 steps back and murmured, Impossible! Impossible! I've never heard of the Imperial Army launching an attack on the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect recently. Even if they did, it's impossible to take them down in such a short time. This must be a rumor. Wu Jie said with a bitter face. Young master, I saw everything with my own eyes. Li Zishuan just pointed at the 7-headed snake and told the people that if anyone wants to harm his family, no matter how powerful they are, they will be killed just like the 7-headed snake. Even if he has to chase them to the ends of the earth, he will kill them. Cui Xuanji roared angrily at his words. Damn it! They've gone too far. Chapter 550. Haha. Come. We brothers have been on the battlefield together. Let's not go home until we're drunk. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Heaven Private Room. Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying sat around a table full of delicacies, drinking to their heart's content. Li Zishuan was supposed to treat Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying to this meal. Earlier, when the Snake King tried to kill him outside Chang'an City, the 2 brothers had saved him in time. A few days ago, when they attacked Snake Spirit Mountain for the first time, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying had also helped him a lot. If not for their extraordinary performance, he would not have been able to defeat Yin Batian alone, and the Imperial Army would have suffered more casualties that day. Therefore, when Li Zishuan returned from the Imperial Court, the first thing he did was to ask someone to invite the 2 brothers over. They had helped him so much. Logically speaking, it wasn't too much to treat them to a meal? Although Cheng Chumo was only an observer during the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain, He felt that he had helped. When he heard that Li Zixuan was treating him to a meal, he quickly brought Yuqi Baolin along for the meal. When he heard Li Zixuan say that they would not leave until they were drunk, Cheng Chimo laughed proudly. Heh! Who's afraid of you? Xiao Xian, you've only learned how to drink for a few months. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ha ha ha. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. I wonder who was the one who got drunk and fell under the table on my wedding day? Cheng Chimo's face turned red and he said unhappily, Chowd. That's because you cheated. Later, I finally remembered. You let the four of us drink in the front while you secretly hid at the back. Otherwise, you would have been the one who fell first. Heh. Looks like this kid is not stupid. Dugu Feiying looked at the wine in front of him, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and said in enjoyment, Haha. I don't care who's better at drinking, as long as I have good wine to drink. After saying that, he picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Ha! Good wine. After drinking so much, little Xian, your drunken immortal is still the best. How satisfying. Awesome. The moment the drunken immortal entered his mouth, that spicy and domineering feeling ignited a ball of fire in his heart. Dugu Feiying recalled the sweet taste in his mouth and said in a slightly intoxicated manner. Dugu Xian frowned. Feiying, don't be rude. The host hadn't even touched his chopsticks, but the guest had already started eating. This was an extremely rude behavior, whether it was in ancient times or modern times. Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed. We are all good brothers, why are you so particular about that? Xian, it's not that I want to scold you, but can't you smile more? It's easy to get depression if you put on a cold face every day. What is depression? Dugu Xian was taken aback as he asked. Ugh. Li Zixuan scratched his head and said, Depression. Depression is a prolonged period of depression. The patient's depression can range from melancholy to grief, inferiority complex, pessimistic, and even suicidal attempts or behaviors. Dugu Feiying was startled and quickly asked, Big brother, you don't have these symptoms, right? Don't take it too hard. Dugu Xian angrily slapped his unreliable younger brother and said while vomiting blood, No. Then he seemed to feel that these two words weren't very convincing, so he added, I'm just not willing to talk a lot of the time, not because I'm depressed. Last night, I witnessed the destruction of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect at the foot of the mountain. Seeing my brothers get their revenge, I'm still very happy. Little Xian, although I don't know how you destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, I, Dugu Xian, am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. Because of your actions, we were able to avenge our brothers without shedding any blood. After saying that, he raised his wine glass with both hands and said solemnly, Let me toast you. Li Zixuan nodded and didn't say anything else. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then he said, We fought side by side for so many times, and we're already brothers. There's no need to thank me. Besides, those brothers died because of me, so I have to avenge them personally. Yes. We're all brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, let's drink together. Cheng Chimo stood up and laughed. Drink. The reason it's drink and not cheers is because the word cheers hasn't appeared yet. The English word cheers originated in Ireland in the 16th century, and it originally meant toast. At that time, Irish drunkards had the habit of putting a piece of toast into a glass of whiskey or beer to improve the taste and remove the impurities. It was only in the 18th century that the word cheers took on the meaning it has today, and it developed into a congratulatory eulogy. After downing another glass of wine, everyone's faces were a little red. After all, this was the strongest drunken immortal. Yuqi Baolin wiped his mouth, looked at Li Zixuan, and asked, Little Xian, last night, Chon Yo and I happened to see you sitting on a fireball and flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain. What was that thing? How could it fly so high? When the Dugu brothers heard that, they quickly looked at Li Zixuan curiously. They had come out to observe the situation after hearing the explosion at the top of the mountain last night. They weren't like Cheng Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, who had brushed shoulders with Li Zixuan's fairy lamp. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zixuan had flown to the top of the mountain, they were very shocked. As for Cheng Chimo, when he heard Yuqi Baolin mention last night's incident, his expression became a little unnatural. This fellow had clearly thought of the fairy joke. Hearing those words, Li Zixuan thought for a moment. Everyone present was the second generation of the military, so it was unlikely that they would commit treason. Thus, he told them about the celestial lamp and the iron ball made of zhenqi. As for the gunpowder, it was currently a top secret of the Great Tang, so he could not reveal it to them. Hiss. F***ck. There's actually a tool in this world that can allow one to fly. This is too magical. Little Xian, can we go to your house and take a look at that fairy lamp later? After hearing Li Zishuan's story, Dugu Feiying's eyes widened, and he slammed the table excitedly. Even though he could use his qinggong to jump a few meters high, a few meters and a few hundred meters were two completely different things, okay? The fairy lamp was a heaven-defying tool, and any man would want to experience that thrill. I want to go and take a look too. Right, little Xian, do you still have the true qi steel ball that your master left for you? You're so skilled in martial arts, so you probably don't need it anymore, right? Give me 2 of them? Cheng Chumo stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Li Zishuan said angrily, give your head. It's gone. Ah? Why is it gone? Chapter 551. Oh, that's right. Feiying, Uxin, did you too improve your martial arts in the previous battle? Li Zishuan suddenly asked after drinking for a while. He clearly remembered that when they first attacked the Snake Spirit Mountain, the 3 of them joined forces to deal with Yin Batian, who was at the peak of Grand Master. Due to the gap in their realms, they were at a disadvantage at first, and Dugu Feiying was almost killed several times. However, he took advantage of the opportunity created by Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian to injure Yin Batian with 3 throwing knives, which really blinded everyone. Later, Yin Batian risked everything to kill Dugu Feiying first, and he used the first 6 swords of the Taishan 9 swords to save him. Dugu Xian also used a series of complicated swordsmanship to save Dugu Feiying, and his speed was only a little slower than his own. In the end, the 2 of them stabbed Yin Batian one after another, severely injuring him. Such a battle record and such strength would definitely not appear in the battle against the Snake King in the eastern suburbs, which was why Li Zishuan asked. Dugu Feiying said excitedly, yes. That was the first time I fought a grandmaster outside the city. After I went back I learned a lot, and the last time I was at the Snake Spirit Mountain, I learned something again, and that's how I injured Yin Batian. Hey. I feel that my Xianxia throwing knives is about to reach the small success level. Am I right, big brother? Dugu Xian nodded and said, yes. You've improved a lot. Although it's a narrow escape from death, it's also the fastest way to improve one's strength. Only between life and death can one achieve great things. First we fought the Snake King, and then we fought the more powerful Yin Batian. After these 2 battles, I feel that my lonely wind swordsmanship is about to reach the 6th sword. Cheng Chumo looked at the 2 of them enviously, and he was annoyed that he didn't get to experience such a hot-blooded situation. Li Zishuan asked curiously, lonely wind swordsmanship? Is that the Dugu family's swordsmanship? It was no wonder that he asked. Although he had a powerful master, he didn't know much about the martial arts names in Jianghu. Besides, in this era, Jianghu was still in its infancy, and there weren't many well-known martial arts techniques. Most martial artists' martial arts techniques were passed down from their families. Dugu Xian nodded and said, it is indeed the Dugu family's swordsmanship. Feiying didn't like that since he was young. He found a book of throwing knives and swordsmanship from some corner of the family storehouse, and he has been practicing until now. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, Rexin, you said that you're about to reach the 6th sword. How many sword moves does this lonely wind sword art have in total? If someone else had asked this question, Dugu Xian would definitely have given them the cold shoulder. After all, this sword technique was unique to the Dugu family and was not taught to outsiders. However, the person who asked this question was Li Zishuan. He thought for a moment and answered, there are a total of 9 sword moves. I can only use the first 5 moves now, but I feel that I have already touched the threshold of the 6th move. 9 swordsmanship moves? Li Zishuan was startled when he heard this, and his expression suddenly became strange. Dugu Feiying didn't understand and asked curiously, what's with your expression, Xiaoxian? My brother is already very powerful to be able to practice the 5th sword, okay? My dad is only at the 6th sword. Li Zishuan knew that this guy misunderstood. He quickly waved his hand and said, I don't mean anything else. I just thought of another swordsmanship. It also has 9 sword moves. Dugu Feiying snorted and said, there are many swordsmanship with 9 sword moves in this world. What's so strange about that? Yeah. Xianxia, doesn't your Taishan 9 swords also have 9 sword moves? Cheng Chumo, who had been with Li Zixuan for the longest time, knew the most about the situation. He also interrupted. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "No, the swordsmanship I thought of is called Dugu 9 swords." Dugu 9 swords? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Then, everyone's expression became strange. Dugu Xin couldn't help but say, "I've never seen this swordsmanship in my family. But from the name, it seems to be related to my Dugu family. Xiaoxian, tell me, where did this Dugu 9 swords come from?" Li Zixuan was secretly amused. "Of course, you haven't seen this swordsmanship before. This is a divine skill from Old Master Jin's novel. Where did you see it?" Actually, the reason why he mentioned the 9 swords beyond the swords was because Dugu Xian's words had coincidentally reminded him of the smiling, proud wanderer from his previous life. The other reason was that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had mysteriously acquired martial arts. With his current martial arts realm and comprehension, some of the moves in Old Man Jin's novel seemed to make some sense, and it was worth pondering over. Li Zixuan used his powerful spiritual power to recall a little, then answered, "I heard from my master that this Dugu 9 swords was created by a senior who was known as the Sword Demon. He defeated all his enemies, defeated all his heroes, and defeated all his opponents. He was invincible in the world. The Sword Demon wanted an opponent who could make him defend himself with one move, but he couldn't get it. In the end, he buried his sword in an empty valley and died. He also had another name, Dugu Qiubai." When the other 4 heard this, their eyes widened in shock. Dugu Feiying exclaimed, "Dugu Qiubai? That name is so domineering. There's actually such a strange person in the world? Then this Dugu 9 swords must be very powerful, right?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course. Dugu 9 swords has a total of 9 moves: ultimate move, breaking sword move, breaking knife move, breaking spear move, breaking whip move, breaking rope move, breaking palm move, breaking arrow move, and breaking chi move. The Dugu 9 swords is the extreme of swordsmanship. There are a total of 360 variations, and it only attacks and does not defend. When you understand the sword intent of these 9 swords, there is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot come out of, and nothing you cannot enter." "Damn. That's awesome. Xiaoxian, do you have this sword manual? If you do, I'll practice this instead of the horse lance in the future," Cheng Chumo said with a hopeful face, drooling. Dugu Xin stood up and cupped his fists solemnly. "Xiaoxian, this Dugu 9 swords is very similar to our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship. If you have this sword manual, our Dugu family is willing to pay any price to exchange it. Please help us." Seeing Dugu Xian's solemn face, Dugu Feiying also stood up and cupped his fists. "Xiaoxian, please." Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Our Xian Feiying, sit down first. Sit down, sit down. But sit down first. Otherwise, I won't say anything." "All right." After they all sat down, Li Zixuan said, "I've only heard about this Dugu 9 swords from my master. I don't have the sword manual, but I can roughly remember the essentials of each move. I'll tell you in detail when I have time in the future." When he heard Li Zixuan say that he did not have the sword manual, Dugu Xian was initially disappointed. But when he heard the last sentence, he was instantly excited. He quickly said, Okay. Chapter 552. "Hey, didn't you say that we're not going home until we're drunk? Why are we talking about swordsmanship now? Come. Let's drink. The dishes are going to get cold soon." The 9 swords beyond the swords was an idea that Li Zixuan came up with on the spot. Li Zixuan had no idea if he could come up with a complete set of 9 swords beyond the swords based on the description in Old Man Jin's novel. However, with his current understanding of martial arts, he had the ability to give it a try. However, it was obviously not a good time to give it a try. Hence, he stood up and called out to them. "Haha. Yes. Let's drink. Let's get Xiaoxian drunk today. Xian, Feiying, you two don't know this, but on his wedding day, he asked me, Bao Lin, Huayu, and Huiren to drink for him while he sneaked off to the bridal chamber with the bride. Don't you think this kid is unkind? That time, I was so drunk that I slept for 2 days and 2 nights." Cheng Chumo raised his glass and began to expose Li Zixuan's ugly side to the Dugu brothers. Dugu Feiying rubbed his chin and said hesitantly, "That's indeed unkind." "Haha, I knew it. We're all reasonable people. Feiying, let's take turns getting him drunk today and let him have a taste of his own medicine." Cheng Chumo laughed excitedly as if he had met a soulmate. Dugu Feiying turned his gaze to Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian frowned and said, "Chonyo, marriage is something that happens only a few times in a person's life. Xiao Xian must have placed too much importance on it. That's why he asked the few of you to drink for him. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little understanding." "Not too much to ask." Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had never imagined that Dugu Xian, who had always been cold and indifferent, would say such shameless words that went against his conscience. What the F***K was going to happen? What the F***CK? Rxin, how did you become such a person? Didn't little Xian just agree to give you the sword manual? You're going against your conscience because of this? F***CK. I, old Cheng, have misjudged you. Cheng Chumo glared and said with grief and indignation. Haha. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. "Chonyo, isn't it easy for you to get me drunk? I'll give you a chance today. But there's no point in fighting like this. How about we play a game? The loser will drink." "Hee hee. Little Xian, are you talking about rock, paper, scissors? This is good. I'm the best at this. Let's do this." Yuchi Baolin clapped and cheered. "Finger guessing is fine too. I'm definitely better at this than you, little Xian." Cheng Chumo echoed. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Not rock, paper, scissors. Let's play a game that no one has played before. That's only fair." "What game?" "There's a game that I, old Cheng, have not heard of before," Cheng Chumo said in disbelief. The others also looked at them curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and began to explain. "The game I'm talking about is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are simple. The 5 of us will pick one person and say any number. For example, if Chonyo says 8, Baolin, you have to say 9, Xian, you have to say 10, and so on. But there's one thing to take note of. Whenever there's a number that's a multiple of 7 or contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say, pass. Those who don't say, pass, or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all fail. The loser will be punished by drinking a glass of wine. Then, we'll start the next round from that person. How about it? This game is quite interesting. Why don't we play it?" It was the first time Dugu Feiying had heard of such a novel game. He could not help but be interested. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo was smart. He thought about it and shook his head. No. Xiao Xian, you're scamming us again. At the end of the day, this game is still testing one's ability to calculate. In this aspect, if you dare to say that you're second, who would dare to say that they're first? No, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Who would have thought that this idiot would be enlightened at such a crucial moment? Li Zishuan was amused. Although this game is related to calculating ability, it's also very easy to fail miserably, okay? After all, it also tests one's reaction speed. Besides, this is my first time playing this game. Let's have a fair competition. Chonyo, if you don't dare to play, you can watch from the side. If you want to play, come and play. Let's use this method to get drunk today. Okay. Count me in. Count me in too. I'll join too. The moment Li Zishuan finished speaking, Dugu Feiying, Yuchi Baolin, and Dugu Xian all expressed their willingness to join. Cheng Chumo said anxiously, "Who said that I don't dare to play? Heh. Who's afraid of Hoove? I'll join too." This idiot rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to go all out. He said to Li Zishuan, "Let's begin." Li Zishuan smiled. "Okay. Then the first round will start with me." 6. Cheng Chumo was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "Pass." He was secretly pleased with himself. You want to scam me so soon? No way. After all, this idiot had spent so much time in the mathematics school where experts gathered. He had learned quite a lot. The ones who were at the losing end were probably the 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Yuchi Baolin. 8. Dugu Xian. 9. Dugu Feiying. 10. Li Zishuan. 11. Cheng Chumo. 12. Yuchi Baolin. 13. Dugu Xian. 14. No. When it was Dugu Xian's turn, this honest kid's brain had not yet processed the situation and subconsciously blurted out the answer. Ha ha ha. Wrong. There's no use regretting it. Drink up. Cheng Chumo immediately stood up and shouted. At this moment, he felt that this little game was quite interesting. Dugu Xian knew that he had answered wrongly as soon as he said it. Seeing Cheng Chumo's heckling, he did not say anything else and directly raised his head to drink the drunken immortal in one gulp. Then he shouted, "Continue, I say 20. With the help of the game, their banquet lasted all the way until the sun set in the west. The bustling sounds in their private room could be heard throughout the entire drunken immortal restaurant. As for the final battle, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying drank the most and had to be carried back. It was very easy for the game to fall into a vicious cycle. Those who drank too much would naturally become more and more muddle-headed towards the end, and the number of times they answered wrong would naturally increase. Li Zixuan did not drink that much. This was his first time playing this game in Tang Dynasty, but he had played it many times in his previous life. Naturally, he would not lose to the natives of Tang Dynasty. Chapter 553. While Li Zixuan was having a drink with his friends at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, a storm was raging outside because of him. Cui Xuanji thought that Li Zixuan was just bragging when he said that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Therefore, he arranged for people to spread the news and make everyone think that Li Zixuan was just a braggart. Who would have thought that the corpse of the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent would be hung in front of the Li residence, proving that Li Zixuan was not just bragging and that he had the strength to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. But when Cui Xuanji learned that Li Zixuan had destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue, the people he sent to spread the news had already spread it out. It was too late to regret. Oh! So that Li Xiannan had made a military order in front of His Majesty to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. He is truly a young hero. Yes. Previously, the imperial court was unable to defeat the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Who would have thought that Li Xiannan would have the courage to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself? He is truly amazing. It's no wonder that the imperial court's army was unable to defeat him. Look at the size of that serpent. Who can compete with this beast in terms of strength? Moreover, this thing is definitely poisonous. Fortunately, Li Xiannan was able to take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of good men like last time. Today, many people in Chang'an City had heard that Li Zixuan had made a military order to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. But not long after, they heard that Li Zixuan had killed the 7-headed serpent of the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the Snake Spirit Mountain. Therefore, many people came to the Li residence to watch the show. Lord Zhu had personally come out and said something. He said that the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue had repeatedly tried to harm him and his family, flouting the law of the state. Therefore, His Majesty had sent troops to deal with them. Then the 7 cultivators of true virtue deserved it. I heard that Li Xiannan was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens and killing all the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue by surprise. Did you see the fire in the northeast last night? When this old man woke up last night, I was shocked. I thought some rich family had caught fire. From the looks of it, the fire last night must have come from the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Lord Li is so powerful? One person annihilating an entire sect? How did he do it? That's what a genius is. In the eyes of these commoners, Li Zixuan was able to wipe out the entire sect single-handedly when not even the imperial court's army could handle the Jianghu sects. Naturally, he was very powerful. Therefore, Li Zixuan became the idol of many people. Of course, he had also become the nightmare of many people. Sect leader. Why have you gathered everyone here? Mount Zhongnan, a certain second-rate sect in the pugilistic world. The sect leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at the 200 or so disciples in the field and said loudly, "Today, this old man will announce a major event that concerns the life and death of our sect. Everyone must listen to me carefully. In the future, if anyone dares to violate this, they will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" Everyone was shocked. They wanted to ask what kind of matter could concern the life and death of their sect, but when they saw the sect leader's serious and fierce face, they could only reply in unison, "We understand." The sect leader nodded with satisfaction and continued, "In a while, each of you will come and get a portrait. You must remember the person in the portrait. If you meet him in Chang'an City in the future, you must remember that you must not provoke this person. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" At this moment, everyone, from the disciples to the elders, was dumbfounded. Although their sect was only a second-rate sect, there was no one who was worthy of their fear. If they offended someone, they could just go and apologize, and the matter would be over. Was there a need to call everyone together with such great fanfare? Do you all understand? Seeing that no one answered him for a long time, the sect leader angrily repeated himself, "Understood. Understood." At this time, everyone finally reacted and agreed. "Yes, good. Come and receive the portrait first and take a good look at it. If you meet the real person in the future, don't recklessly offend him." In a luxurious house in the south of Chang'an City. Granduncle, the plan this time has failed. Not only did I fail to ruin Li Zishuan's reputation, but I also made him more popular in the hearts of the people. I deserve to die. In the afternoon, Cui Xuanji first asked the servants who had been sent out to spread the false news to come back. Then he came to the room to report. On the soft couch in the room, a white-haired old man was half-sitting. It was Cui Xuanji's granduncle, Cui Junchuo. Cui Junchuo was Cui Shanfu's uncle and the uncle of the three Dugu empresses. However, as early as the Sui dynasty, because of being implicated by the dethroned crown prince Yang, Cui Junchuo was removed from his position and exiled. His wife and children's properties were all confiscated, and his daughter was also sent to Yeting. Later, Yang Guang became the emperor, and the daughter of the Cui family was doted on by him. Yang Guang then issued another imperial edict, absolving Cui Junchuo and the others of their crimes, restoring his title of nobility, and also giving him some properties. However, Yang Guang courted disaster and destroyed the Great Sui dynasty in just a few years. Now that the Great Tang dynasty was ruled, Cui Junchuo, the head of the Qinghe Cui family's Zhengzhou branch, was just a decoration of the Li family. Cui Junchuo still had the title of Duke of the East County, but he only received a title without any real power. Even his title was a fake one, and he didn't have any real title. In Chang'an City, he was just waiting to die. However, as the head of the Qinghe Cui family's Zhengzhou branch, Cui Junchuo still had a lot of power. Sigh. I've heard about this matter. That Li Zishuan was able to destroy the 7 cultivators of virtue by himself, which was beyond my expectations. I can't blame you for this. You will have a chance to fight in the future. Don't be discouraged. Cui Junchuo sighed and comforted him helplessly. Hearing this, Cui Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, granduncle." However, the process of how Li Zishuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of virtue must be very special. Xuanji, tell your father to investigate this matter. Cui Junchuo ordered with his eyes closed. Yes, granduncle. West City, outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Li Zishuan couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the 4 drunken brothers shouting that they wanted to continue playing being sent back to their respective homes. He thought to himself, isn't this just a little game on the drinking table? Wait until there's a werewolf game in the future. Won't this group of people play all day long? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan got on the carriage and went home. Chapter 554. At night. In a mansion on the east side of the East County Duke's mansion. Xuanji. This is how Li Zishuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue. This kid is ruthless and ruthless. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend him. In the study, Cui Shanfu looked at his son and smiled bitterly. After listening to him, Cui Xuanji couldn't help but be shocked. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said, "Father, how did Li Zishuan fly up to Snake Spirit Mountain? I've never heard of any tool that can fly so high." Cui Shanfu spread out his hands and said, "You're not the only one who hasn't heard of it. I've lived for decades, but I've never heard of such a strange thing. As for what tool that kid used, he was afraid that it would be leaked in the imperial court, so he didn't say it on the spot. Humph. This brat is really crafty." Cui Xuanji said regretfully, "That's really a pity. Li Zishuan is a novelty one after another." With his help, The imperial court will only become stronger and stronger, and the status of our aristocratic families will become lower and lower. Cui Shanfu also understood this, but the decline of the aristocratic families had already formed. How could they turn the tide with just their family alone? He sighed and got up. The current emperor is a rare sacred lord, and Li Zishuan can also be regarded as a good minister. What can we do with a good minister and a sacred lord? Let's just wait for the right opportunity. Xuanji, I called you here today to tell you that we shouldn't provoke Li Zishuan in the future. Although he said in the imperial court that there was only one true qi iron ball, who knows if he was lying or not? If he were to throw out another one, none of our families would be able to take it. Fortunately, you did it secretly this time. Now that Batian and Snake King are dead, he won't be able to trace it back to us. But father, Cui Xuanji was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, but Cui Shanfu didn't give him a chance. He waved his hand and interrupted. No buts. This matter is over. Xuanji, pack up and prepare to return to Jiangzhou. There's too much right and wrong in Chang'an. Jiangzhou is our route. In the early Tang dynasty, Jiangzhou was still called Jiangzhou. However, in the Tianbao era, Jiangzhou was renamed Xingyang County. Dad, I'm not going back. Cui Xuanji, who was used to the prosperity of Chang'an, could not bear to go back. He retorted with a red face. Bastard! How dare you not listen to your father? You have to go back this time. There was no room for negotiation. Humph. Cui Shanfu glared at Cui Xuanji and grunted angrily, and then he flicked his sleeve and left, leaving Cui Xuanji on the spot with an ashen expression. On this day, after Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he took a horse carriage and went to Cloud Mountain with his guards. The matter on Snake Spirit Mountain had delayed him for a long time. In addition, after returning from Snake Spirit Mountain, he had to deal with Li Er, deal with the courtiers, and help Dugu Xian deduce the 9 strategies beyond the swords. In total, he had not been to the construction site for more than half a month. He didn't know how the construction of the academy was going. Speaking of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, it could be said that he had dug a pit for himself because he had been continuously deducing it at home for 4 or 5 days, but he still hadn't completely deduced it. However, it couldn't be said that it was a complete failure, because he had comprehended something from the deduction these days. The most intuitive manifestation was that his 9 strategies beyond the swords now had a kind of invincible arrogance, and a kind of calmness that could predict the enemy's moves. However, in terms of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he had only managed to deduce 3 moves, the sword-breaking move, the knife-breaking move, and the spear-breaking move. Moreover, when he connected them together, he felt that something was wrong. After a few more days of deduction, even someone as strong as Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. He felt that his head was hurting. Therefore, he decisively decided not to think about it anymore. He attached the 3 sword moves that he had deduced and the information of the 9 strategies beyond the swords that he could recall on a piece of paper, and handed it to Dugu Xen for him to slowly think about it. As the saying went, it was better to trick others than to trick oneself. Li Zishuan was very good at this kind of thing. However, this was going to be tough for Dugu Xen because in terms of martial arts realm, he was not as good as Li Zishuan. In terms of spiritual power, he was even weaker. Therefore, he had to use a hammer to deduce the sword moves. Wow! The progress is really fast. When he reached the peak of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan saw that on the originally barren Cloud Mountain, there were actually many half-built red brick houses. Although these houses were only 2 to 3 zhang tall and didn't have a roof, Li Zishuan was still very happy to see them. This mountain was going to be the foundation of his future in Tang Dynasty. What made him even happier was that there were many cement roads on the Cloud Mountain. Walking on them, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to the modern era. However, that was destined to be impossible because the air here was so fresh. There wasn't even a trace of industrial dust. How could it be the modern era? Hey. All right, both of you pull with all your might. Not far away, Li Tai, the little fatty, was instructing the commoners to use a hemp rope to pull a basket of red bricks. The hemp rope went around a tall frame, and as the 2 commoners slowly pulled, the basket of red bricks also slowly rose. On the ladder next to the wall, there was a craftsman holding a shovel, waiting for the bricks to be transported over. Squeak, squeak. Perhaps it was because there were too many bricks in the basket. The friction between the hemp rope and the support frame made unpleasant squeaking noises. Li Zixuan was originally still wondering where Li Tai, that little fatty, got such an ugly beggar's version of a crane. At this moment, he suddenly shouted with a face full of shock, "Qing Ke, get out of the way for me!" Although he was shouting, his feet didn't stop moving. This was because he saw that the hemp rope was already 2/3 broken, and Li Tai was standing right below the bamboo basket. If the bamboo basket fell from such a height, Li Tai's head would definitely be like a watermelon that fell to the ground. By then, the entire Tang Empire would be shaken. Thinking about it, if the great king of Wei died at the construction site of Li Zixuan Academy, not to mention how the courtiers would impeach him, Li Zixuan would probably even have the thought of killing Li Zixuan. Even without considering the feelings of Li Zixuan and the courtiers, Li Zixuan didn't want to see anything happen to Li Tai. This little fatty was a disciple that he valued a lot. "How dare you? Who dares to call themselves my father?" Hearing the roar, Li Tai was enraged. Other than Li Zixuan, there was probably no one in the world who dared to call themselves his father. Crack! At this moment, the hemp rope finally couldn't withstand the weight and completely broke from the middle. With a whoosh, the bamboo basket fell rapidly and went straight for Li Tai's head. Chapter 555. Be careful, Captain. The moment the rope broke, the two workers felt their hands loosen and almost fell. When they came back to their senses, they wanted to rush forward to save Li Tai. Gu Xiaomao, the vice-captain of the 8th Team of the 1st Regiment, was waiting for Li Tai to succeed in his experiment. However, when he saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits and his legs went soft. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know about Li Tai's identity, but he knew about it. If something happened to Li Tai here today, he would definitely not be able to escape. He might even implicate his family. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaomao's face turned pale. He wanted to save Li Tai, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't move at all. F***ck. Li Tai looked up and was almost scared to death. He subconsciously wanted to run away, but with his body size and his slow reaction, how could he escape before the bamboo basket fell? Seeing that the bamboo basket was getting closer and closer to his head, Li Tai couldn't help but shout in his heart, "This prince is going to die today. Li Zixuan, oh, Li Zixuan, this prince is using my life to help you build the academy. When you return, remember to burn something interesting for this king to bring to the underworld." Huff! Bang! Just as Li Tai closed his eyes and cursed in his heart, he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him. Following that, he heard a dull thud. He couldn't help but wonder, so many bricks hit my head, but it doesn't hurt? It seems like people don't feel pain after death. F***ck. Of course you don't feel any F***king pain, because I caught it for you. Li Zixuan, who was holding the bamboo basket with one hand, scolded in annoyance. He was really angered by this little fatty, which was why he called him daddy twice in a row. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, or else he would definitely report him. In this situation, if Li Zixuan had come 1/10 of a second later, Li Tai's life would have been gone. How could Li Zixuan not be angry? Little Xian, why are you here? Haha, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Little Xian is awesome. You can even catch such a heavy basket of bricks. Amazing, amazing. Li Tai opened his eyes. When he saw Li Zixuan holding the bamboo basket, he was first shocked, then a burst of joy from surviving a calamity arose spontaneously. He jumped away from the bottom of the bamboo basket with lingering fear and then laughed loudly. Li Zixuan's face couldn't help but twitch. He threw the basket of bricks in his hand to the side and said with a fierce expression, "Brat, if you want to move bricks, then do it properly. Why are you standing under the bamboo basket? If I didn't come over today, who would be able to bear the responsibility if something happened? Do you know how many innocent people will die because of you?" Cough, cough. Li Tai's face turned red and said with shame, "I just wanted to observe the operation of the brick-moving machine from this angle and see if there are any improvements to be made. I didn't expect that such a thick rope couldn't even handle a few bricks. I didn't think it through and miscalculated." F***ck. Li Zixuan shook the hand that just caught the basket and couldn't help but interrupt. "You call this a few bricks? Damn it. Can't you guys get a bigger bamboo basket? This big basket of bricks is at least 200 pounds. Can't you use a smaller bamboo basket for your experiment?" Li Tai glanced at Li Zixuan's hand and muttered, "How can I do experiments with a smaller bamboo basket? This brick-moving machine is specially made to be lazy." Li Zixuan said angrily, "What did you say? Boss, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have let the captain do this. I should have let everyone carry the bricks properly." Gu Xiaomao finally came back to his senses. He came to Li Zixuan and bowed repeatedly to apologize. Li Tai stared and said, "Gu Xiaomao, I wanted to do this. It's none of your business. You shut up first." Li Zixuan snorted and then said sternly to Gu Xiaomao, "Gu Xiaomao, you are indeed responsible for this. Even though Qing Ke is doing the same things as you, eating the same food, and sleeping in the same room, you know very well how important the responsibility is to him. I'm not asking you to give him preferential treatment. He will do what he should do himself. But as the vice captain, you have to pay attention to his safety at all times." Qing Ke was standing under the basket just now. "Didn't you think that there would be danger? If something happened to him here today, do you think he'll have a good time?" Gu Xiaomao's face was pale as he replied bitterly, "I won't have a good time. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't think it through and didn't take precautions. It's all my fault. No matter how you punish me, I won't have any complaints." Li Tai couldn't stand it and wanted to speak up for Gu Xiaomao. Li Zixuan glared at him and stared back at him. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said to Gu Xiaomao, "All right, you should reflect on yourself. What happened today can't happen a second time. Otherwise, you won't have a good time and I won't have a good time either. Do you understand?" Gu Xiaomao quickly bowed and said, I understand. Li Zixuan nodded and turned to Li Tai and said fiercely, "Qing Ke, come with me." After saying that, he walked to the house next door. The simple temporary combat command room had now become a one-story brick house. "Oh." Li Tai shrunk his neck and replied sullenly. Today's Li Zixuan was too fierce. Even he was a little scared. "Say it. What the hell is that brick-moving machine? Why do you want to make it?" In the room, seeing that Li Tai had followed him in, Li Zixuan asked expressionlessly. Speaking of the brick-moving machine, Li Tai immediately became confident. He smiled proudly and said, "Hee hee. This is my, Li Tai's, exclusive invention." Previously, the craftsman said that if we were to build the academy according to the blueprint, we would have to use the method of filling in the ground. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to continue building the walls. I thought that was too troublesome, so I thought of this idea of sending bricks up from below. Li Zixuan asked sullenly, "Filling in the ground? What's that?" Li Tai heard and immediately said with disdain, "Damn, you don't even know about the method of filling in the ground? I really have to give it to you. What's with the nonsense? I asked you, just answer." "Okay." After Li Tai's explanation, Li Zixuan finally understood that the method of filling in the ground was to use soil to bury the bottom part of the building. After the top part was covered, the soil was removed. This was also the method that the ancient people used to build high-rise buildings. After all, in this era, there was no lifting equipment. After listening to Li Tai's explanation, Li Zixuan was speechless and said, "So? That's why you made such a lousy toy? You're such a clever little brat."
Chapter 2293. Xiao Chen's Strength Sword. He advanced to Three-Veined Sovereign Emperor. His Thunder Dao domain broke through to the 6th layer. His Ice domain reached the 4th layer, and his 10,000 dragons art broke through to the 3rd layer. Compared to when Xiao Chun first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he could be said to have undergone a complete transformation, looking completely different. If Xiao Chun fought Tuoba Yun again, he would not have to worry about severely injuring him and could suppress him at will. As for someone like Dao Yan, he could fight boldly and bring out all his trump cards. It would be hard to say who would win or lose. His figure soared into the air. For hours later, he returned to the Thunder Flame inheritance. Then, he fell in through the hole he made. Before the surrounding ice scattered, Dao Yan attacked in a rage before he left, sealing the berserk thunder flame in ice. In the main hall, many weird ice pillars were formed. Footprints covered the ground, turning the place into a mess. It was not hard to guess that during this period of time, There would be other guests who would come here one after another. However, they had all been blocked by the ancient bronze door and had to return empty-handed. Whoosh! After observing for a while, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the ancient door amid a flash of electric light. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched the mysterious lightning pattern. According to the records in the Thunderflame art, one had to cultivate this cultivation technique in order to grasp this seal. Xiao Chen only cultivated the lightning-attributed Great Tao and the ice-attributed Great Tao. Clearly, he could not cultivate the Thunderflame art and grasp this seal. This seal sealed an area. Even Tao, Yin could not break it. Forcefully breaking it would not succeed. He could only use his wits. Xiao Chen let go, and the Thunder Great Tao energy circulated in his body. Circles of Tao patterns spread out, and electricity crackled and flickered continuously. The Tao might shook the area. The Tao might spread out, and the surrounding ice pillars sealing the thunder flame trembled slightly. Then, ice shards fell off. Whoosh! Xiao Chen used his Thunder Tao domain to support it. Then, he simulated the same lightning pattern on his fingertip before gently touching it. Xiao Chen touched the center of the ancient bronze door, and a loud sound rang out. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth as he went flying, nearly crashing into the ice pillar. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique was agile, allowing him to change his position. Whoosh! Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, weaving through the strange ice pillars. Then, he landed before the ancient bronze door. It failed. What's wrong? Frowning, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. He took out the Thunder Flame art and started reading it again. Thud, thud, thud. He tried a few more times, but all of them ended in failure. Instead, he suffered some light injuries. No wonder even Tao, Yen had chosen to give up. Even though he had grasped the Thunder Flame art, it was still so difficult. If this still doesn't work, then we really have to give up. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He planned to use the Universe Origin True Flame to replace the Fire Tao domain and imitate this seal together with the Thunder Tao domain. Suddenly, a wisp of primordial true fire rose from his palm. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he stared straight at this wisp of flame. Xiao Chen used the Thunder Flame art's secret technique to drive the Thunder Tao domain. In an instant, thunder and lightning crackled around the flames on his palm. The instant the thunder and flames merged, the mysterious thunder mark appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, disappearing in a flash. Pa! In 1/10,000th of a second, Xiao Chen grasped that fleeting opportunity and pressed his palm on the ancient bronze door's thunder mark. The thunder mark radiated light, and talisman scripts appeared on the ancient bronze door. Then, surging lightning-attributed energy spread out from the ancient door. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the entire Thunder Flame hall shook endlessly, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. The originally frozen Thunder Flame came to life, and ice shards fell like snow. Crack! Crack! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as the ancient bronze door opened. He gently pushed off with his feet, breaking the rules of this body's owner and charging back. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could do anything, the remnant soul that he saw earlier appeared before Xiao Chen. However, this remnant soul's figure was dim and incredibly weak. It did not react much to Xiao Chen's appearance. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked seriously when he saw that the remnant soul state was not right. The remnant soul replied calmly, "When you fought with that person from the Divine Sword Pavilion, you already broke the restrictions that I left back then. Before that person left, he sealed the rampaging Thunder Flame in ice. That will only stabilize it for a while." Xiao Chen thought very quickly, and he soon understood. The Thunder Flame inheritance would be like the ice inheritance, completely collapsing. After that, he would no longer be able to enter. However, that white-clad Yan Emperor had taken the initiative to destroy the inheritance before giving it to Xiao Chun. This remnant soul, before Xiao Chun, was passive. The collapse of the Thunder Flame inheritance was not under its control. Since that is the case, why don't you give me all the treasures of the inheritance, the medicinal pills, and the secret treasures? Xiao Chun thought, the hall is going to be destroyed. Rather than dying with it, I might as well be a good person and give them to myself. You are not the person I chose. Even though you entered this hall twice, you are not the person I am waiting for. The remnant soul remained calm when faced with Xiao Chen's somewhat shameless request. It said indifferently, aside from the dragon essence, which I cannot leave behind, the other treasures will be destroyed. Take care. Boom. Right after the remnant soul spoke, it vanished completely. At the same time, the entire hall went out of control. The Thunder Flame's berserk charge caused the neighboring halls to explode. The explosions looked like fireworks in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Chun felt somewhat depressed. If he were a prince, perhaps the result would be different. However, since he came, he could not leave empty-handed. The result was within Xiao Chen's expectations. What caught his eye was the vast dragon essence hidden in the Thunder Flame. The dragon essence in this hall far surpassed the other inheritances that Xiao Chen knew back then. The remnant soul had controlled it, preventing Xiao Chun from absorbing too much. Now, he could accept it without any worries. Rumble. The Thunder Flame inheritance was a superior grade inheritance, and it exploded. When many people saw this, they felt that it was unfortunate. In the future succession race, this inheritance would be removed from the list of inheritances. No one knew that Xiao Qin was happily collecting vast amounts of dragon essence amid the tragic fireworks explosion. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was boundlessly vast. Many princes and guests could see the shock waves from the Thunder Flame inheritance's explosion. However, even more princes and guests could not sense it. For example, the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar who accompanied him did not know. Your Highness, this is Black Wind Ridge, a forbidden land of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Aside from the lingering sinister winds and baleful aura, there are no inheritances or dragon essence here. This is a rather ideal place to hide, the Heavenly Book scholar said to Wang Yan as he pointed to the surroundings. It would be hard to find such a desolate place in an ancient, blessed land like the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dark clouds covered the place, and sinister winds blew endlessly. The spiritual energy here was thin, and weeds grew everywhere. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. If this person really wants to kill me, he will still chase me even in this horrifying forbidden land. Wang Yan did not show any worry or anxiety on his face. He only felt confused. Who in the world is in such a rush to eliminate me in the first round? The Heavenly Book scholar remained silent for a while. He knew that Wang Yan was right, so he consoled. Your Highness, there is no need to worry. Given our current strength, there is no need to be so cautious. However, there is no need to expose our strength in the first round and suffer losses. Wang Yan smiled faintly and said, You might think that, but others might not. The more we try to avoid it, the more they will push their luck. I understand those brothers of mine too well. Just at this moment, Senior Feng frowned slightly and said, Your Highness, I'm afraid we will have to leave again. The Golden Crow Empires, how Kai looked around. After some thought, he said, I sense some strong auras. Wang Yan showed a grave expression as he shifted his gaze from the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Then he said indifferently, We're not leaving. I want to see who is so overbearing. Wang Yan's repeated concessions had already crossed Wang Yan's bottom line. Wang Yan frequently guarded the borders, charging into battle, taking the lead. He had never been someone afraid of death. He had always been very reserved in the imperial capital, not competing with others. However, some people seem to have forgotten that he cultivated one of the most cold-blooded and emotionless great Dao massacre. Chapter 2294. I'm not retreating anymore. Aside from pushing Wang Yan's bottom line, the other princes would catch up to me sooner or later. The other princes would definitely sense Wang Yan holding the Yan imperial sword in the ancient Yan emperor tomb, no matter where Wang Yan hid. Unless he gave up on becoming the crown prince, someone would catch up to him sooner or later. Since that was the case, Wang Yan might as well face them head-on. Right after Wang Yan spoke, the churning dark clouds in the sky scattered without any warning. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked over. When everyone looked over, there was indeed a golden dragon image soaring through the sky. Its tyrannical dragon might layered over the sky, encasing this space. In an instant, a heavy pressure descended on everyone, causing their hearts to sink. The dragon god crown prince, Qi Ming, Hao Kai said softly, his expression changing slightly as he immediately recognized the figure in the air. What's wrong? Senior Feng asked, not knowing much about this Qi Ming. Hao Kai replied after some thought, this Qi Ming is the purple gold dragon emperor's proudest son. He possesses a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. Practically no one in the younger generation of our 8 great empires can outshine him. He is considered the person most likely to become the next dragon emperor. Hence, he is called the dragon god crown prince. Boom! Before Hao Kai finished speaking, a wolf howl rang out in the north. Tuoba Yun held the mace in his hand and walked over with heavy footsteps, one step at a time. Rumble! With every step, the ground trembled. Tuoba Yun brought out his 5-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to its limits. From a distance, he looked like a tall mountain, giving off heavy pressure. Puchi! 10,000 miles ahead, the ground suddenly exploded, and a white snake with a body as large as a mountain appeared. A white snake the size of a mountain flickered with resplendent electric light as it burrowed out of the ground. A handsome, white-clad person stood on its head. Roars came from the south. When one looked over, a huge, great, desolate holy beast image soared into the sky. It was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou. He had used his bloodline to force out the Hound Lion's ferocious might. Little 13. Wang Yan frowned slightly. Although he had not seen the 13th Prince Wang yet, these 4 people appeared. The person hiding behind the scenes, who had been forcing him to the Forbidden Land, Black Wind Ridge, was also on the verge of appearing. Aside from the 13th Prince Wang, no one else could send these 4 to be the vanguard. So. Qi Ming was bathed in golden light. Dragon shadows revolved around him as he slowly descended from the sky. By Yunfei, Xiahou, and Tuoba Yun stood side by side, looking down at Wang Yan and the others from the air. Xiaoqun is not here. The heavenly book scholar, Wang Yan, and the other 3 at Black Wind Ridge were clearly visible. Xiaoqun was nowhere to be seen. Disappointment immediately flashed in Qi Ming's eyes. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan. Then he said, "Attack." He did not waste any time. After confirming that Xiaoqun was not around, he immediately made his move. Protect His Highness. This caused the heavenly book scholar's expression to change. His figure flashed, and he shielded Wang Yan. Can you protect it? Qi Ming took the lead and punched with the Emperor Dragon Fist. As his dragon might soared, a golden dragon image appeared resplendent and dazzling. Pusi. The Heavenly Book scholar barely managed to block this fist technique, which was known as the most ferocious offensive technique. Then he vomited blood. The Heavenly Book scholar's cultivation was not low. However, he was skilled in the Fate Dao. In a real fight, there was a clear gap between him and a heaven-defying outstanding talent like Qin Ming. Rumble. On the other side, Tuoba Yun faced off against Senior Feng. These two great perfection sovereign emperors quickly started fighting. They unleashed their Dao domains and emperor's might. After exchanging 3 moves, the battle turned incredibly intense. Every single move was earth-shattering. This was especially so when the two used soul tools. Tuoba Yun held a spiked club made of dark light, and Senior Feng held a black whip that could control the wind. The two were about equal in strength. Furthermore, they both had soul tools. Mysterious phenomena appeared, shaking the world. The might of the commotion was flabbergasting. As for the strongest, Hao Kai, he was surrounded by Xiahou Zun, by Yunfei, and the White Python with the strength of a great perfection sovereign emperor. Hao Kai was a 6-vein sovereign emperor with the golden crow holy beast's bloodline. Although he held a slight advantage, he could not free himself to help the others. Strong winds howled in Black Wind Ridge, and dragon roars rang out. The clouds in the sky scattered. The vast starry heavens looked incredibly clear, as if one could touch it with one's hand. Hao Kai and Senior Feng fared better in the 3-way battle. The Heavenly Book scholar found it the hardest. He faced the Dragon God Crown Prince's pressure alone. After a while, he was already riddled with wounds. He clearly knew that he could not defeat the Dragon God Crown Prince, but he could not fight. The Heavenly Book scholar needed to buy time for Wang Yan to use his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chun and the others. Given the Heavenly Book scholar's intelligence, he could naturally tell that the 4 before him were just the vanguard. The 13th Prince's true strength was still on the way. At that time, the Heavenly Book scholar would be like a turtle in a jar. I need to hold on. Bang! Emperor Dragon Fist, unparalleled under the heavens. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, not showing any emotion in his eyes. Then he threw another Emperor Dragon Fist. The dragons bowed their heads as Qin Ming turned into a golden divine dragon. Then he leaped up from the heads of the dragons. The instant the fist light exploded, the light became even more dazzling than the sun. The Emperor Dragon's dragon might erupted to its limits, forcing the bowing dragons to kneel. This fist was unparalleled under the heavens, making all the dragons kneel. The folding fan in the Heavenly Book scholar's hand materialized thousands of miraculous images. Plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums appeared together. Righteous qi coexisted with the heavens. However, the instant the Heavenly Book scholar touched the fist light, these miraculous images shattered like dreamy glass. A bloody bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in the Heavenly Book scholar's chest. He wobbled in the air like a broken kite. Damn it! When Wang Yan, who was draining his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chun and the others, saw this scene, he had no choice but to interrupt his summoning. If Wang Yan still did not make a move, Qin Ming might smash the Heavenly Book scholar to death. Whoosh! Wang Yan's figure flashed, moving like a phantom. Then he caught the Heavenly Book scholar and slowly descended. Qin Ming revealed a look of pity in his eyes. He said softly, "You gave up on summoning? Had I known, I would have been gentler. However, I had no choice. I only used 50% of my strength." "Your Highness, why did you give up?" The Heavenly Book scholar could not help showing despair in his eyes. Given this, when the 13th Prince's main forces arrived, the Heavenly Book scholar would not be able to escape. The 9th Prince Wang Yan's succession race would basically be over. So what if I gave up? I can't stand by and watch you die. Not bringing Xiao Chun and the others here was equivalent to giving up on the succession race. Changji, rest well first. Wang Yan passed a strand of dragon essence to the heavenly book scholar to nourish his heart and lungs. Then, he restrained the heavenly book scholar and stood up to face Qi Ming alone. Wang Yan's eyes turned cold as he gathered murderous intent in secret. The instant Qi Ming met Wang Yan's gaze, he felt slightly stunned. This prince before him seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. The huge light screen in the palace showed the 13th prince leading his guests. They charged at Black Wind Ridge with surging murderous intent. This immediately startled the various feudal lords and the noble clan heads. The 13th prince is going to Black Wind Ridge. He is trying to kill the 9th prince. It does not look like he is just robbing the 9th prince. I heard that the 13th prince and the 9th prince have a grudge. This is just the first round, and he is trying to kill everyone. Isn't that too much? The 9th prince is going to be unlucky. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Originally, the feudal lords and powerhouses thought that it was just a simple robbery. However, when they saw the 13th prince leading his guests to Black Wind Ridge, they all knew that the nature of this matter had changed. Outside the drill ground, Amo Chen, Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the other Misty Rain Pavilion's people all showed some worry when they saw this scene. Inside the Thunderflame Inheritance, a heavy jade strip with 9 dragon images swam about. Xiaochen absorbed nearly all the vast dragon essence in the inheritance. Just at this moment, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He had sensed Wang Yan's call from the jade strip. However, just as Wang Yan was about to ask, the call was interrupted in a hurry. Oh no! Something happened to the 9th prince. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. Then, he grabbed the jade strip and turned into a beam of light as he flew out. Just as Xiaochen felt helpless, fearing that he would not be able to rush over in time, crunching sounds came from his storage ring. The demon blood vulture was breaking out of its cocoon. On the other side, Xiao Suo and the others also sensed that something happened. I have a secret technique that can allow us to rush over quickly. Get close to me. I hope we can make it in time. Xiao Suo took out the Scarlet Blood War banner with a grave expression. Wu Meng and Qin Juolin quickly approached. Chapter 2295. The 13th Prince's group, which was rushing to Black Wind Ridge at full speed, made everyone feel the severity of the situation. At the same time, this made the 9th Prince's supporters in the palace worry. The 13th Prince's disciples were the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires' sovereign emperors. They all had great desolate Ian bloodlines, and they were practically undefeated in the first round. Among the princes, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. That was because there were some princes who weren't as weak as they seemed on the surface, but their strength was definitely enough to rank in the top 5. As for the 9th Prince Wang Yan, he spent most of his time outside. His faction in the capital was practically non-existent. He had relied on Xiaochen's connections and the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources to recruit guests. There was a great disparity in strength between the two events. In Black Wind Ridge, the battle was in full swing. Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was fighting 1 against 2. He was fighting Xiahou Bai Yunfei and the troublesome White Lightning Python. Even though he had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation, neither Xiahou nor Bai Yunfei dared to fight him head-on. However, the two of them were outstanding talents. They were intelligent and had astonishing comprehension abilities. By relying on his powerful foundation, he actually managed to stall Hao Kai. On top of that, there was the elusive white python, which could cause serious injuries if one was not careful. No matter how furious Hao Kai was, he could not break away from the two of them. He could not free himself to help the 9th Prince Wang Yan. As for Senior Feng and Tuoba Yun, The two of them were already fighting with all their might. Everyone took out inferior-grade soul tools and unleashed their full power. Dao domains clashed with Dao domains. Soul tools clashed with soul tools. They were equally matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor if there were no external forces. However, as time passed and the 13th Prince's army arrived, their advantage would become apparent. Time was not on Senior Feng's side. If they continued to fight, there was no guarantee that his mental state wouldn't change. Inside the imperial palace, all the feudal vassals, the big shots of the four regions, and the noble families were paying close attention to this battle. It was Qin Ming and the 9th Prince Wang Yan. There was no need to doubt Qin Ming's strength. He had been famous for a long time. Among the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, the Golden Dragon race was grooming him as the next crown prince. He himself did not waste these resources. Since Xianxia's debut, he had used his various accomplishments to carve out the title of Dragon God Crown Prince. This showed that his reputation was not undeserved. However, although the 9th Prince Wang Yan spent most of his time outside, leading troops into battle, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was not an ordinary person. However, compared to talent, bloodline, and resources, they were all inferior. The only advantage they had was one thing. With the Yan imperial sword in hand, Xiao Chun could bring out strength that surpassed that of the other outstanding talents. The dragon fate in the sword could be converted into his own combat strength at any time. The two of them stared at each other, competing with their auras as they searched for each other's flaws. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, showing no joy or sorrow in his eyes. His emperor dragon might soared into the clouds. Vaguely, it turned into an enormous golden dragon that coiled in the sky, looking down at the common people from above. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome facial features were well defined, as if they had been carved out by a ghost axe, sharp and boundless. As Wang Yan held the Yan imperial sword, he showed a grave expression, feeling heavy pressure. Xiao Chen's cultivation was lower than the other parties in the first place, only a 2-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, the other party had a divine dragon bloodline, so his aura was much weaker. If not for the Yan imperial sword, Wang Yan would have fallen long ago. However, Wang Yan's pitch-black eyes did not show any cowardice. His gaze remained resolute and calm. There was also a boundless killing intent that turned into a ferocious wild beast hiding in the depths of his eyes. This was the massacre Dao. Even if one could not defeat the other party, one would not cower. After identifying the enemy, one would not rest until one party died, fighting to the death. Qin Ming sensed this determination, so he did not act rashly. He only used his aura to slowly suppress the other party. Sha! Sha! As Wang Yan faced off, Qin Ming unhurriedly took a step forward. He took this step very slowly. It was as if the flow of time had slowed down along with this stomp. Even the surrounding scenery was affected and slowed down. Slow. However, Wang Yan, who grasped the sword hilt, could not draw it. Although the other party was slow, he did not show any openings. As he raised his foot, it even contained a great aura, making everyone feel grave. However, if Wang Yan did not draw his sword, he might not have a chance to draw his sword when the other party's foot landed. Wang Yan needed to draw his sword. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes slowly gathered like thousands of sparks. Just as the sparks were about to gather, just as the Yan imperial sword was about to be drawn, Qin Ming's foot suddenly sped up. Fast. When he slowed down, time seemed to freeze. When he sped up, it was as if time had stopped. When he sped up, the boundless starry heavens in the sky changed. The starry heavens turned into a painting, shifting. Boom. Dragon roars rang out, and the starry heavens changed. Before Wang Yan could draw his sword, Qin Ming's foot landed. Immediately, An emperor dragon's dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's foot. A gentleman is like a dragon, moving with the heavens, constantly striving for self-improvement. Qin Ming shouted, and a visible golden emperor dragon's dragon might swept out in all directions. Before the sparks formed by the thousands of sparks in Wang Yan's eyes could gather, he got knocked back, and his aura shattered. The world is like the earth, and a gentleman is virtuous. Boom! The entire ground trembled and exploded. Thousands of dragon images burst out, and Qin Ming soared into the air. Qin Ming's emperor dragon might soared in that instant. His speed was even faster than Wang Yan's as he flew back. Then, he charged over to Wang Yan at a startling speed and punched with the emperor dragon fist. The expression of Wang Yan, who was knocked back, changed slightly. He had no choice but to give up on drawing his sword. Wang Yan held the sword hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other, holding the sword horizontally in front of him. He infused his divine energy into the sword using the massacre Dao. The dragon essence on the sword, and a dragon image coiled around the scabbard. Dang! Wang Yan vomited a mouthful of blood. His arm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the Yan imperial sword. The force of this punch knocked Wang Yan into the air. Without waiting for Wang Yan to land, Qin Ming pressed forward with a cold expression, continuously launching attacks. Immediately, the golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out. Golden dragon images filled the sky and covering the sun. The emperor dragon fist, known as the strongest fist technique in the world, pressured everyone to the point of suffocation. Even through the huge light screen in the royal palace, everyone could feel this overbearing fist light, which made them shudder in fear. The might of the emperor dragon fist was clear without a doubt. The fist light was bright, howling like the wind. With every punch, dragon images roared ferociously. As Wang Yan punched repeatedly, the flickering dragon images could only be seen flashing with golden light because the fist light was too fast. He clenched his teeth and did his best to endure. Qin Ming made up his mind not to give Wang Yan a chance to draw his sword. This was because such a person who cultivated the Tao of massacre would not be able to escape. However, once Wang Yan drew his sword, no matter how injured he was, he could erupt with startling offensive power. In the clouds in the royal palace, the Yan emperor frowned slightly, but could not do anything. Right now, Wang Yan could give up and leave. If he did not, and got beaten to death, even the Yan emperor would not be able to say anything. It ends here. The indifferent Qin Ming saw the huge opening that Wang Yan revealed. Then he shouted coldly, and countless dragon images spread out in this world. The countless dragon images in this world gathered on Qin Ming's fist light. When he punched, Wang Yan lost his grip on the Yan imperial sword. The sword flew out of his hand and into the sky. However, Qin Ming's explosive fist light did not lose momentum, continuing mercilessly towards Wang Yan's chest. Your Highness! Senior Feng, who was fighting with Tuoba Yun at the side, could not help crying out when he saw this scene. Wang Yan stared blankly at the Yan imperial sword that flew into the air in a daze. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Ming's punches, his eyes only focused on the sword. Damn it! The heavenly book scholar, who was severely injured and unable to move, felt very anxious. His eyes turned slightly moist as he shouted anxiously, Your Highness, give up! Give up! Give up! If Wang Yan still did not give up, he would not be far from death when this punch landed. As Wang Yan looked at the swaying Yan imperial sword in the air, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Yan thought about his mother's miserable death when he was young. He thought about offending his 13th brother and being forced to leave the imperial capital. He thought about the cruelty of the battlefield. He thought about Xiao Chen's scolding. What use do I have for you? Should I give up? Absolutely not. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes turned into sparks again. The flames of the killing intent burned fiercely in his eyes. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body. The instant Qin Ming's punch landed on his chest, Wang Yan used his finger as a sword and stabbed Qin Ming's chest as well. Puchi. A bloody bull-sized hole appeared in the ninth prince's chest as he went flying back. Qin Ming did not move back at all. However, when he landed, he wiped his hand across his chest. Blood covered his hand, and a gash appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Yan's final sword strike had also pierced through his dragon might. You are seeking death. Qin Ming immediately felt enraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged over again. However, just at this moment, a flash of scarlet light flashed in the air like a burning flame. A figure leaped up and grabbed the Yan imperial sword in the air. Then, that figure descended like a meteor and shielded Wang Yan, catching the punch. Bang! The instant the two fists clashed, that person did not move at all. Dragon roars came from his body, not showing any fear of the Emperor Dragon might that covered the sky. Emperor Dragon Fist, driving dragons to the sky. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly as he punched. Hearing the command, dragons soared into the sky. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. The newcomer was not flustered at all. He also punched out. The dragons that Qin Ming commanded collided with each other. They turned into thousands of light shadows and scattered in all directions, like headless flies in the air. Emperor Dragon Fist, Dragon's Bow. Qin Ming was enraged. This was the first time this kind of situation had occurred. Immediately, his spirit essence surged, and he punched out again. Xianxia forced the thousands of dragon images in the sky to gather under his fist light and charge down. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Qin Ming was angry, but the person who came was even angrier than him. He was angry at the sky that was ruled by an evil dragon. If the heavens are unfair, then I'll shatter the heavens and restore my clarity. Boom! When Xianxia punched, the bowing dragon images shattered. The sky turned clear, and the vast starry heavens reappeared. Amidst the scattering starlight, Xianxia said softly, I'll also return a punch to you. I, the unique and righteous. What was a supreme? In the heavens and earth, only I am supreme. Chapter 2296. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. Grabbing the Yan imperial sword, Wang Yan, who was on the ground, felt stunned. He had not expected Xianxia to arrive so quickly. Pa! Boom! Xianxia's expression was indifferent, but he did not have the slightest fear. Roar! The moment he said that, Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly understood something. The moment the huge palm appeared, Qin Ming jumped in fright. He quickly stopped talking and jumped away in a panic. When Qin Ming, who was still falling, saw Xianxia break out of his cage and charge over again, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, Die! Even the turbid air that Xianxia exhaled was forcefully forced back into his throat. Divine Dragon Secret Skill, Prison Chain Frenzied Dragon. The powerful attack was like a torrential storm. It was simply breathtaking. Bang! Bang! He did not show any signs of frustration because of his previous defeat. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. It turned into fragments and scattered all over the sky. Horizontally and vertically, they formed a cage, trapping Xianxia in the air. The fist light flashed, and the dragon shadow shone brightly. At Xianxia's command, the demon blood vulture that looked like a blood phoenix in the air screeched and flew towards the electric white python. Kacha! Firmament's rage. Bang! Bang! Sword catch! Xianxia stretched out his hand and beckoned. The ancestor dragon's rage from the ancient, great, desolate Aeon appeared in the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a universe within it containing the power of space. Bang! The continuous attacks made everyone feel as if a stone was stuck in their hearts, and the pressure was immense. Otherwise, the aftershock of a random wisp of sword light would cause a destructive blow to the surrounding space. An ancient king's aura spread out from his body. The so-called pure emperor dragons might immediately seem immature before him. I almost thought you wouldn't be able to make it. Do you think I want to kill the ninth prince? Xianxia showed a calm expression as he took out the Heavenly Alliance envoy medallion unhurriedly. Compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist, these feudal powerhouses even felt that the Emperor Dragon Fist was not worth mentioning. Damn it, why is the strength so fierce? It could rival a strong 4 veins sovereign emperor. What did it mean by the number 1 offensive technique in the world? Unwilling to listen to the other party's nagging, Xianxia stepped forward and stomped on the other party's head, crushing it into the ground. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xianxia executed now showed everyone what a sovereign emperor's violence was. Demon Blood Vulture, go help Senior Hao Kai. Earlier, Qin Ming had already shown them what the Emperor Dragon Fist was. However, not only had Xianxia stopped in front of him, but his move, the unique and righteous, was also trying to send him flying. Qin Ming, who had landed on the ground, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and grinned. After 100 moves, Xianxia's fist smashed through the protective shield formed by the dragon might and landed on his chin. Break. It was obvious how terrifying of a force Xianxia had exerted in this instant. At this moment, Qin Ming finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by someone using an offensive technique similar to the Emperor Dragon Fist. Furthermore, it continued to shrink. It looked like it would completely restrict Xianxia's physical body and invade his flesh, blood, and soul. Xianxia showed a relaxed expression as he turned around and tossed the Yan imperial sword in his hand to the 9th Prince Wang Yan. When Xianxia punched, that unruly and unyielding aura burst out from his body. Xianxia's fist light destroyed an inferior grade soul tool. Just like that. Qin Ming said coldly, "My target has been you, the dragon race rebel, Xianxia, from the start to the end." The instant the sword light appeared, the entire world turned dark. A horrifying aura spread out in all directions. The entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt this terrifying sword intent. Qin Ming seemed to have an irresolvable conflict with the golden dragon race. A purple light flashed, and Xianxia appeared directly in front of Qin Ming. Then, he threw a punch. Xianxia's fist light was like a torrential storm, raining down relentlessly on the old man's chest. However, Qin Ming lived up to his reputation. In the blink of an eye, he executed the strongest move of the Emperor Dragon Fist as well. Xianxia turned into a beam of light and stomped on Qin Ming at an unimaginable speed. When Qin Ming clashed with Xianxia's punch, he felt his arm go numb. The huge force transmitted over, shaking half of his body to the point where he couldn't move. Qin Ming's father was the current dragon race's purple gold dragon emperor. He contained some of the dragon emperor's might. Regular dragon race cultivators would find it hard to stand stably before him. Crack! Qin Ming frantically formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, black dragon images appeared in the sky and on the ground. Qin Ming was incredibly strong before Wang Yan and the heavenly book scholar. He was nearly completely suppressed. Qin Ming could not parry at all. He could not even bring out the might of the Emperor Dragon Fist. I possess the Emperor Dragon's might. How can this person push me back? Qin Ming could not retaliate at all. Shock appeared in Qin Ming's heart. He could not imagine how Xiao Chen's punch could be so horrifying. A dragon image came out of each of the two, roaring ferociously and glaring at Qin Ming. Qin Ming roared ferociously the instant Xiao Chen's force scattered. In reality, the Emperor Dragon Fist was such a cultivation technique. The stronger it was. However, once it suffered a true setback, it would be very difficult to gather its might again, unable to bring out its true might. This was the pure Emperor's might from the purple gold dragon Emperor. Any dragon race powerhouse would fear this dragon might. Boom! The feudal lords and various powerhouses in the palace who saw this scene were all startled into speechlessness. It was completely useless. No matter how Qin Ming struggled, he was defeated by this punch. He was defeated. No wonder this person showed disappointment in his eyes when he saw that the summoning was interrupted. The instant the cage formed, time and space seemed to freeze. An ancient restriction flickered in the dragon pillars. Emperor Dragon Fist, sovereign descent. 5 huge handprints immediately appeared on the ground. Qin Ming, who had soared into the air, sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood splattered in the air, accompanied by broken teeth. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Ming's lips as Xiao Chen forced him back a step. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. The instant Qin Ming raised his head, he was about to capture Xiao Chen's figure when he discovered many fist images. 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. All of them surged out in an instant. Crack! Kassier! Kassier! Xiao Chen shattered Qin Ming's protective battle armor. Suddenly, Wang Yan thought of the assassination attempt that Xiao Chen faced at Mirror Lake. The other party's cultivation was clearly the same as Wang Yan's. What was supreme? The Emperor Dragon's dragon might seem solid as it spread out from Qin Ming's body. That was the pure dragon might of a king. I'll take your life while you're down. Qin Ming continuously executed the supreme dragon fist, be it his Tao domain, soul energy, cultivation technique, or mental state. He was weaker than Xiao Chen. Noisy. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly, unexpectedly. The other party could easily deliver such a strike after receiving 2 punches. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen could easily kill a great perfection sovereign emperor. A sword light also flew out of Qin Ming's medallion, and the dark world immediately lit up. The royal blue dragon bloodline flowed in Qin Ming's body. His name was written in the royal genealogy that had been passed down for countless epochs. Dragon images immediately filled the sky. One was golden, and the other was azure-colored. Boom! The berserk fist lights blasted Qin Ming, knocking him back and forth in the air like a broken kite. The black dragon images radiating heavy resentment crisscrossed as they flickered with light. A bright light immediately erupted from Qin Ming's forehead, and a sword light appeared. The 2 fists clashed, producing a deafening sound that shook the world. Once Qin Ming executed this move, he could force an expert like Wang Yan to not even have a chance to draw his sword. The 2 sword lights that inspired fear in peak sovereign emperors clashed in the air, clashing with each other. Then they silently vanished. A colossal hand formed in the air. Lightning flickered in the palm, and saber light spread out. Boom! This is never-ending. Crack! Crack! The many powerhouses in the palace could clearly feel it through the huge light screen. Bang! I'll return a punch as well. Only I am supreme. As their strengths were equal, they canceled each other out. Qin Ming truly lived up to being the dragon god crown prince. He had many trump cards. Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired of this. He activated his alloy battle armor and supported his 6th layer Thunder Tao domain. Qin Ming roared, and the sovereign emperor's might from the divine dragon empire burst out of his body. Qin Ming went flying. The Emperor Dragon Fist of the Golden Dragon bloodline lost to Xiao Chen again. Heavy murderous intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. This was a sword light that the purple gold dragon emperor left in his sea of consciousness. It equaled a strike from the purple gold dragon emperor. Xiao Chun, before Qin Ming could reveal a smile, Xiao Chun took out the divine lightning talisman and broke this restriction with a wave of his hand. It turned out that Qin Ming's target had been Xiao Chun from the very start. Chapter 2297. Let go. Let go. At the same time, he felt even more shocked. Xiao Chun was still firmly suppressing the Silver Dragon King as he fought. The Silver Dragon King was incredibly frustrated, but he could not do anything to Xiao Chun. After all, the Dragon God Crown Prince was a Golden Dragon Race three-vein sovereign emperor. It would be somewhat difficult to crush the Dragon God Crown Prince's head with one stomp. Xiao Chun, I'll take your life. Xiao Chun snorted coldly as he unleashed his fourth-layer Ice Dao domain, stacking the two Dao domains. The more crucial thing was that this Xiao Chun had some fortuitous encounter, allowing him to erupt with such strength in such a short time. Boom! The Silver Dragon King wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chen's distraction to pull Qin Ming out. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the Silver Dragon King's sixth-layer Thunder Dao domain already reached the seventh-layer Dao might. Don't be rash. Any reputable person in the Jianghu dynasty would see this scene. The purple gold dragon emperor could not afford to lose face like this. Sikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman, appeared in the air. Under his conical bamboo hat, he looked coldly at Xiao Chun, who was fighting the Silver Dragon King. However, others could not even see that silver figure's appearance. This showed how fast he was. Whoosh! Sikong Shu's Dao Might sword, reaching the eighth layer. The aura that Qin Ming burst out with was even more horrifying than when he activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun bore the brunt of the attack and got knocked back by a golden dragon image. However, he didn't expect to see such a situation after he arrived. Whoosh! The expected ninth Prince Wang Yen did not appear. Instead, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming was trampled on, unable to move. Sikong Shu's figure flashed, and he landed beside the Silver Dragon King. Then he patted the Silver Dragon King's shoulder and said, "Believe in Qin Ming. Since he endured the humiliation until now and did not give up, he definitely has a way to escape." Ka! Bang! Bang! Is that so? How do you know that I am not doing it on purpose? I am already a traitor. Why would I care about the purple gold dragon emperor's face? They were still neck and neck. There was no obvious sign of Xiao Chen's decline. While Xiao Chun looked calm and collected in reality, he had already brought out his Thunder Dao domain without anyone realizing it. It should be the bridge of the nose. Xiao Chun did not hold back when he stepped on the Dragon God Crown Prince's face. But who knew that with this pull, Qin Ming, who was being stepped on by Xiao Chun, let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Ming, who was trampled on the ground, slowly got up. Golden dragon scales appeared on his body, slowly covering his entire body. Whoosh! Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was slightly startled. The Silver Dragon King also had such worries, not daring to bring out the peak strength of a six-vein sovereign emperor. A silver light flashed, and the Silver Dragon King revealed his true body and retreated. The moment they saw this scene, a flaw appeared in their mental states. Clearly, it was not suitable for them to continue fighting. Seeing that Xiao Chun was still trampling on Qin Ming, Hao Kai shouted angrily, "Xiao Chun, don't go overboard. He is Qin Ming, the purple gold dragon emperor's favorite son. Now is the succession race. Don't be too ruthless. I know you did not mean it. Let go of Qin Ming, and everything can be discussed." Since Xiao Chun had the opportunity to trample on this person, he would naturally do so ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's 30-kilometer-long body was different from his previous dermic world. Now, Buddhist might covered his body, bringing out nearly all the Buddhist might of the Mahasvara Buddhas, Sarira. Retreat. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, what did I do wrong? The Golden Dragon bloodline chased me across most of the Divine Dragon Empire. Just because I practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I defeated the Emperor Dragon Fist in front of everyone? Sorry, I cannot accept this. Silver light flickered endlessly around Xiao Chen's body. Every time Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, a berserk dragon roar rang out, stirring up mysterious phenomena. No one knew what Qin Ming was thinking at this moment. Tuo Yun, who was fighting Senior Feng, Xiao Hozun, and Bai Yunfei, who were fighting Hao Kai, were stunned when they saw this scene. However, Xiao Chun was in a slightly better state this time. When that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chun was trampled into a pile of mush. However, he was in a slightly better state this time. The instant that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chun was trampled into a pile of mush. Furthermore, with such a strong Xiao Chun, it was impossible not to reevaluate the current situation. Xiao Chen's body immediately wobbled. In the next moment, he suddenly soared up. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He turned his body to the side and sent out a palm strike. Instead, he instantly bound the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, who was under Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chun and the Silver Dragon King sensed that something was wrong and rushed over before the 13th prince. In a moment, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. The sound of something shattering came from the ground, sounding crisp and resonant. Qin Ming's broken nose should be a blessing in a misfortune. Xiao Chun did not express his emotions. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chun was a hypocrite, allowing this person to do whatever he wanted. At the thought of this, the Silver Dragon King could not help rejoicing, praising Xiao Chun in his heart. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King did not succeed. Even so, Xiao Chun did not do anything. His spiritual sense already sensed a group of people with strong auras not far away. These people rushed over at lightning speed. Without needing to guess, it had to be the 13th Prince's group. Qin Ming, who had just stood up and executed the Golden Dragon transformation art, revealed a trace of redness on his face. Sikong Shu was right. Qin Ming had endured humiliation for a long time. Indeed, he had been preparing in secret. Good, good, good. Let Qin Ming use the Golden Dragon transformation art to defeat Xiao Chun. After this rebirth, he might be able to break through the shackles on the spot. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. It turned out that Qin Ming had been used as a sandbag, trampled under the Silver Dragon King's feet. The various powerhouses inside and outside the palace who saw this scene were all shocked as well. Since when did a three-veined sovereign emperor have such strength? The contrast was too great. Everyone found it hard to accept. The instant Qin Ming stood up, killing qi surge from his entire body as he stared at Xiao Chun, who got knocked into the air. The Silver Dragon King gritted his teeth at Xiao Chen's shameless words. He could not help wanting to erupt again. Clearly, the Silver Dragon King knew about this. Outside the palace, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His alloy dragon armor flickered with purple electric light, and dragon motifs dotted the armor. The alloy dragon armor sparkled, looking like a swimming dragon hiding in the lake, appearing indistinct. This thorn was buried in the Silver Dragon King's heart. The Silver Dragon Kings forcefully retreated and stood together. As they watched Xiao Chun trample on Qin Ming, they did not dare to act rashly. This person's dragon might soar again. Silver light covered the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. making it look like a silver lake in the sky, boundlessly vast and majestic. Whoosh! This was the dragon god crown prince, an outstanding talent that even a regular four-veined sovereign emperor could easily defeat. Boom! A silver light flashed in Xianxia's eyes like a ghost, disappearing in a flash. Before the Silver Dragon King could react, the sky suddenly turned dark. In the next moment, a gigantic foot stomped on him. Just at this moment, a transparent fishing line streaked through the air. While Xianxia fought the Silver Dragon King, this figure appeared silently. However, it did not attack Xianxia. Everyone already guessed the identity of this silver figure. It had to be the Silver Dragon King, one of the two super experts by the 13th Prince's side. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xianxia's forehead, radiating Buddhist might as he formed hand seals. He watched the Kasayapa Buddha cautiously execute the lost supreme magic skill of the Buddha sects, Dermic World. Right after Xianxia spoke, a horrifying, great, desolate Ian dragon might burst out from Qinming's body under Xianxia's feet. As Xianxia spoke, he increased his pressure on Qinming's foot, pressing down a few more times. Qinming could no longer endure the pain, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. This is not a bloodline awakening. This is the secret technique of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dragon transformation art. Qinming fainted, his life or death unknown. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline absolutely cannot be profaned by you. Xianxia, I will definitely kill you today. The sovereign emperors fought until the sky turned dark, nearly tearing down Black Wind Ridge. At the very least, Qinming's head was still there. There was one more thing that Xianxia did not say. This fellow wanted to do something to Lu Ruyue, even if he had to die. Even the Silver Dragon King could not do anything to him, unable to take him down quickly. Qinming's miserable shrieks forced Shu, who was secretly trying to save him, to take the initiative to let go of the fishing line. Right now, Shu did not dare to act rashly, as Xianxia was stepping on Qinming. If he got careless, he could cause Qinming's death. Shu originally thought that the battle would end after one clash. Unexpectedly, the battle lasted for so long in the blink of an eye. Boom! A temporary calm appeared as both sides faced each other. Ice Dao Domain, Buddhist sect, major magic skill, Dermic World. How did Qinming lose in such a sorry state? Furthermore, his face was trampled on, rendering him immobile. Chapter 2298. Xianxia let out a cold shout. His killing intent, which was 7 times stronger than before, suddenly condensed together. The 13th Prince and company saw a blood-colored figure flash in front of them from 10,000 meters away. The tip of the flag seemed to be streaking across his eyes. It was cold and threatening, and the killing intent penetrated deep into his bones. This was the might of the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. When he was alive, he moved unhindered everywhere, becoming unrivaled for half his life. Even though he had already passed away, his once blood-stained demeanor was still immersed in time and space, lingering for a long time. After returning to the 9th Prince Wang Yan's side, he stood with Senior Feng, Hao Kai, and the others. What do you want? A flag fell from the sky. Xianxia did not say a word. He silently condensed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, and his killing intent immediately exploded 7-fold. Millions of li away, many princes sensed something. They all frowned, not understanding what was going on. But even so, Qinming was heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed dramatically as he cursed in his heart. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests, all gathered, had completely frightened him, compared to what he had expected. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia drew his Yan Imperial sword, and a sword light spread out. A dragon image of massacre swam around the sword. Xiao Chun used the massacre Dao to activate the Yen imperial sword in his hand. Thousands of cold stars gathered in his eyes, making him look like a grim reaper. Damn it! How could this be? One could only say that the Dragon God Crown Prince had too many trump cards. After all, however, Xiao Chun did not expect the dragon might that the dragon transformation art would bring out would be even more terrifying than activating his bloodline. Under the conical bamboo hat, Sikong Shu showed an unsightly expression. After he let go, he said, "The situation is not good." He managed to survive. However, he abused his secret technique and suffered a backlash. Hey, let's watch the purple gold dragon emperor. Perhaps the accumulations of the golden dragon bloodline can allow him to return to his peak. Wang Yan rejected coldly. Sorry, many of these dragon essence came from my guests risking their lives to obtain them. I can't just give it to you for free. Even if Qin Ming was heavily injured and lost the ability to fight, the moment this saber appeared, Sikong Shu and the other sovereign emperors forced back the killing moves that they were preparing to unleash. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't take advantage of this great danger. With the support of the 7-kill seal, he drew his mid-grade soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer, the moment Wang Yi finished speaking. Damn it! The murderous aura had already materialized. In the thick black clouds, one could even vaguely see the phantoms of various ancient divine beasts. Buddhist might spread out. After stomping Qin Ming into a pile of minced meat, Xiao Chen's dermic world also dispersed. Damn it! 13th Prince, kill these people. The Silver Dragon King asked anxiously to Sikong Shu, who was checking on Qin Ming's injuries. Normally, Xiao Chen could use the Tyrant Saber to deal with most of his enemies. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared, preventing the other party's aura from coalescing into a whole. Right at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. It was accompanied by a wave of majestic, resonant, and solemn voice that seemed to have traveled through time and space. Whoosh! Wang Yan did not back down. He could not agree to the 13th Prince's request. Without a doubt, Wang Yan revealed joy on his face. With the dragon vein protecting him, it was equivalent to this land acknowledging him. He instantly held the geographical advantage. Wang Yi said after some thought, "It's very simple. Hand over half of your dragon essence to me and cut off all possibility of becoming the crown prince. Naturally, I will let you off." Earth drawing as dragon. When Xiao Chen drew this saber with the 7-kill seal, scarlet lightning died, half the sky red in an instant. Qin Ming, who was now a pile of minced meat on the ground, gave off a faint golden light as he slowly healed. Unless Xiao Chen destroyed Qin Ming's divine seal and soul, he would not be able to kill Qin Ming in one strike. There was a silver dragon, a white marsh beast, a swanee, and a heavenly wolf, all terrifying divine beasts from the great desolate Aeon. All the sovereign emperors, including Sikong Shu, had to take a step back. With this thought, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, taking the initiative to give up on Qin Ming's mangled body. However, he needed to draw Heavenly Slayer now. Wang Yan smiled coldly in his heart. So that is the case. However, this is really laughable. Never mind. When the banner stabbed into the ground, the entire world trembled. When the banner fluttered, it looked like a scarlet ribbon dancing in the air. This peaked 6-vein sovereign emperor from the Golden Crow Empire was Ao Jiao, enduring immense pressure. A warm feeling spread in everyone's heart, including the 9th Prince's people. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, frowned slightly. He knew that he had lost the chance to land another strike. Qin Zhuolin casually waved his hand, and the surrounding terrain changed dramatically. A strand of the ancient dragon vein hidden in the terrain appeared, surrounding Wang Yan and the others. Originally, Wang Yan thought that the other party's strongest trump card was activating his great desolate Ian bloodline. Ninth brother, don't blame 13th brother for being ruthless. Back then, Xiaochun relied on this saber to kill the four-veined sovereign Emperor Qinyu's physical body and soul at the same time. Once it erupted, Xiaochun did not dare imagine how horrifying it would be. Even peak sovereign emperors who surpassed great perfection sovereign emperors would have to retreat. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The strength of those carefully selected to help Xiaochun went without a doubt. Even Sikong Shu did not dare to underestimate them. Furthermore, these people had the most horrifying trump cards. They could all bring out their bloodlines. Aside from suffering from Xiaochun's stomp, they also suffered from the rebound of the secret art. At this moment, their souls fell into a deep sleep. Attack, with so many outstanding talents present, who dared to fight. A terrifying, mysterious phenomenon appeared in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They had no choice but to retreat. When the 10-odd sovereign emperor's killing intent was forced out of their heads, the pressure on them immediately decreased. Heavenly Slayer. A tense atmosphere spread in Black Wind Ridge. The many sovereign emperors clashing gave off a terrifying aura. On the 9th prince's side, aside from Xiaochun, who appeared somewhat unfathomable, only the Golden Crow empires, how Kai could be considered a sovereign emperor expert. Wang Yin showed a silent expression. Then, he stepped forward and looked straight at Wang Yi. 13th brother, this succession race has just begun. Aren't you in too much of a rush to kill me already? Wang Yan felt admiration for Wang Yan's decision from the bottom of his heart. Many times, one did not need to make the right decision, but one needed to be decisive. This was a peak medial grade soul tool forged from demonic tribulation, lightning gold. The ancient Thundercliff tree was the handle, and the ancient Thunder Dragon's true soul was infused into it. The demonic tribulation, lightning gold, was a transcendent grade, divine, material born from Mo Juning's true god tribulation. It could only be found and not sought. Boom! The demonic tribulation, lightning gold, was ferocious and tyrannical, containing the heavenly Tao's killing intent. It was sharp and could trigger the demonic tribulation divine lightning like a heavenly punishment. If the demonic tribulation, lightning gold, drove it at full power, it could cause the sky to crack, the sun and moon to dim, and stars to fall. Although it was a medial grade soul tool, its might was infinitely close to that of a superior grade soul tool. The instant the terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body, the sevenfold saber intent tore the dense dark clouds in the sky into pieces. Since that was the case, Xiaochun might as well give it his all. The 13th prince still had the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, two super experts. Aside from them, there were Tuoba Yun, Bai Yun, Sikong Shu, and 10-odd sovereign emperor outstanding talents. They all possessed great, desolate Ian bloodlines, and were elites selected from great perfection sovereign emperors. To the prideful Qin Ming, such an outcome was worse than death. Given this, even if the 13th prince defeated the other party, it would be a miserable victory. My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is scorching. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword. The other person only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch away Qin Ming's body. Everyone inside and outside the palace felt startled when they saw this scene on the light screen. The Silver Dragon King was enraged. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Now, that Qin Ming was already like this. He no longer had anything to fear. Whoosh! A golden flame appeared in Hao Kai's eyes. Pure solar true flame burst out of his body and burned fiercely. Even though Hao Kai knew that he would lose, he did not cower in fear. Instead, he gathered his wills and focused. "It's Heavenly Slayer," Wang Yi shouted coldly, and the guests behind him immediately burst out with startling murderous intent. The murderous intent of the 15 sovereign emperors burst out in shock. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, which was so clear that one could see the starry river. Even Xianxia could not retreat when facing the might of the Scarlet Blood War banners inheritance head-on. Fight! The Silver Dragon King felt incredibly anxious. He snatched back Qin Ming's body in the time it took for a spark to fly, worry filling his face. "How dare you?" All Xianxia needed was one more kick to end this. Between Shu and the Silver Dragon King, one of them would definitely hold him back. Xiao Suo, Wu Meng, and Qin Zhuolin also fell along with the banner. Boom! Shu, how is it? The 13th Prince Wang Yi did not care. He mocked, "Ninth brother, don't tell me that you don't understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak. Just be frank. I have an old grudge with you. Even if first brother or 8th brother became the crown prince of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I would not worry too much. Only you, it is hard to guarantee that you will not take revenge. Although your chances of becoming the crown prince are slim, I still have to guard against you." Rage flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Clearly, he had not expected the 9th Prince's team to be so united. Once he brought out the Heavenly Dao's killing intent, he would injure himself if he did not kill. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Zhuolin was extremely weak. The body of a sovereign emperor had already transcended the mundane. Whoosh! Xiao Suo pulled out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Then, the Scarlet War banner suddenly unfurled and thrust its tip forward. This startled the Silver Dragon King. According to Shu, even if Qin Ming recovered from his injuries, he might not be able to return to his peak state. Chapter 2299. The others might be slightly inferior. However, Xiao Chen's Heavenly Slayer, Xiao Suo's Scarlet Blood War banner, the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai, and Qin Zhuolin drew out the dynasty's dragon vein. The 13th Prince's group had to take this seriously. Should they continue fighting or not? To the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the others, it would naturally be best if they could avoid fighting. On the whole, the difference in strength was very obvious. The number of guests on the other side was more than double that of their side. Moreover, they all possessed great desolate bloodlines. If their bloodlines were activated and they fought to the death, it was certain that their side would lose. However, the 13th Prince's side had to think about the consequences of forcefully fighting. They would definitely win this battle, but without a doubt, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After this battle, aside from Shu and the Silver Dragon King, none of the other guests could guarantee a safe retreat. As for the 13th Prince, Wang Yi, he would be reduced from a popular candidate for the crown prince position to a supporting role with no hope of competing. In a flash, Wang Yi thought of all kinds of possibilities, and his face became frighteningly gloomy. He had never thought that he would fall into such a dilemma. After the 9th Prince's guests displayed their strength, the people inside and outside the palace felt that this battle would not happen. However, the problem now was that Xiao Chun trampled on Qin Ming, ruthlessly trampled on him. The 13th Prince would find it hard to accept retreating like this. It was a simple sentence, but there was no suitable way for him to leave with dignity. Just think about it. A group of people came over aggressively, and then left with their tails between their legs. How funny was that? 13th brother, do you think there's a need to continue fighting? Wang Yan said when he saw the 13th Prince's expression. He knew what the 13th Prince was thinking. Wang Yi said coldly, "I can withdraw, but you must pay for injuring my guest. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I will not withdraw." "I'm afraid you have no choice but to retreat," Wang Yan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi looked around, and his expression changed slightly. In just a short period of time, many princes had secretly rushed over, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. It made sense. The battle between Xiaochen and Qin Ming had already alarmed all directions. The other princes thought that it was the birth of some incredible treasure. At this moment, so many sovereign emperors were gathered in this startling confrontation. It would be hard for anyone not to notice such a phenomenon. Xianxia closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. 13th Prince, we need to go. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. I'll settle this score with you later. At this point, even if Wang Yi was unwilling, he had to leave dejectedly. Xiaochen was not foolish enough to start a huge battle with Wang Yan while the other princes watched. So. The 13th Prince's group withdrew their auras and quickly left. It looked somewhat comical and inconceivable. However, in reality, the moment Xiaochen drew Heavenly Slayer, this battle was destined to never happen. When Xiao Suo charged over with the Scarlet Blood War banner, he destroyed Wang Yi's final hope. After this group of people left, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiaochen's mouth. His face had lost a lot of color. What happened? Wang Yan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. It's because of that saber, right? Hao Kai asked after glancing at Xiaochen sheathing Heavenly Slayer. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiaochen did not deny it, not saying anything more. The reason went without saying. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, it would trigger the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. If one did not kill, one would end up harming oneself. However, this result was what Xiaochen sought, so he had no complaints. If Xiaochen truly decided to fight, he would definitely use the Tyrant Saber. He would only draw Heavenly Slayer after he was certain that he could kill the other party. Xiaochen drew Heavenly Slayer to dissuade the other party. If a huge battle really broke out, Xiaochen would not fear it. However, the fate of Wang Yan and the others would be hard to predict. The other party had Xianxia and the Silver Dragon King, as well as a group of outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines. In the end, they were much stronger than the 9th Prince. It's fine. This is a troublesome place. Let's quickly leave. Xiaochen looked around. There were at least 8 princes hiding in the dark, with some experts among them. Wang Yan looked around and nodded. Come, let's go deeper into Black Wind Ridge. With a thought, Xiaochen quickly understood Wang Yan's intention. With the reputation of the Black Wind Ridge, they could completely avoid the trouble at the back if they walked further in. By the time Wang Yan's group was far away, Xiaochen had already arrived. What a pity! I didn't make a move. The 8th Prince, Wang Feng, shook his head and stepped forward with a regretful expression. The Divine Sword Pavilion's Dao Yan, the Profound Heaven's Holy Sun, Wenrenyu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were all disappointed as well. If a great battle could really happen, just thinking about it was incomparably wonderful. The 9th Prince would definitely be defeated, and the 13th Prince would no longer have the right to fight for the title of Crown Prince. The 13th Prince could only rely on the 9th Prince to obtain the greatest benefits. But 9th Brother's strength has really exceeded my expectations. Senior Daoxian, this time I am unable to help you kill Xiaochen. I am sorry. Wang Feng retracted his gaze and said apologetically. The murderous intent in Dao Yan's eyes vanished. He smiled and said, Your Highness, what are you saying? In my heart, nothing is more important than Your Highness becoming the Crown Prince. Personal grudges are nothing. Wang Feng felt satisfied with Dao Yan's respect. He nodded slightly and looked at the Profound Heaven's Holy Sun, who carried a zither on his back. Brother Wenren, what do you think? You are the main characters in this succession race. We will follow the 8th prince's instructions. Wenren, you came only for the ethereal immortal palace and did not care about anything else. Wang Feng knew what Wenren was thinking, but he did not expose him. It was fine as long as he could help Wenren for now. Just as Wang Feng was about to leave, he glanced around and saw a group of people walking over. The one leading the group was the low-profile 6th, Prince Wang Ming. This person was even more low-profile than the 9th Prince Wang Yan, which Wang Feng found somewhat unfathomable. Greetings, 6th brother. Wang Feng performed a cupped fist salute, showing a respectful elder brother as he greeted softly. Holy Son, that is Yan Songming. He is from the Underworld God Hall. We fought with him in the final blood battlefield. His death Dao domain is very terrifying. Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly when he saw Jin Yuan and Yan Songming behind Wang Ming. There is no need to care about him. As Mu Yunju and Mu Yunju communicated, when Ren Yu's gaze happened to meet Yan Songming's, the two smiled faintly as if that life and death battle had never happened. Wang Ming nodded faintly and said softly, 8th brother, have you ever thought that 9th brother's target is Black Wind Ridge, the Forbidden Land? Oh, Wang Feng felt slightly stunned. What do you mean? Could it be that 9th brother did not choose to go further away to avoid us? Who knows? Since it is a forbidden land, there must be something incredible. Perhaps it will be of help to him in the second round. Otherwise, 13th brother would not charge over. He must have discovered something. Wang Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that, he did not lead the group into Black Wind Ridge. After saying goodbye to Wang Feng and the others, Wang Ming led the group of abyssal underworld sovereign emperors away. This fellow is really scheming. He already left, and he still wants to lure me into Black Wind Ridge to clash with 9th brother, Wang Feng said with some disgust. After that person left, Wang Feng's expression changed, and he spoke with some disgust. Wang Feng looked at the depths of the Black Wind Ridge and frowned. He thought to himself, could there really be something going on? Your Highness, the 6th prince's people are somewhat strange. As Dao Yen watched the other group leave, he said with a somewhat grave expression, if I guessed right, they should be the people of the abyssal underworld. The 6th prince is taking an unorthodox path. If he does not succeed, he will die trying. If the 6th prince did not become the crown prince, the imperial ancestral temple would definitely pursue the matter. Wang Feng recovered his wits and said somewhat angrily, all of them normally hide so deeply, only to reveal themselves in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They are all not good people. When Wenrenyu's group heard this, they smiled to themselves. You're a hypocrite, a two-faced person. I'm afraid you're not a good person either. One could only say that the truly ambitious princes were not people to offend. The princes who had been hiding in the dark kept showing themselves one after another. If the 13th prince were still here, he would definitely rejoice that he did not make a move. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. However, no prince chose to enter Black Wind Ridge in the end. The confrontation between the 9th prince and the 13th prince came to an end. This farce made the 13th prince feel dejected, and he suffered a huge loss. This also showed the 9th prince's strength and accumulations, piquing their interest in him. After the farce ended, the first round of the succession race slowly came to an end. Half of the 40-odd princes would be eliminated, forced out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb along with their guests. Chapter 2300. In the depths of Black Wind Ridge, sinister winds blew in all directions and demonic clouds surged. Everyone felt that something was wrong and couldn't proceed any further. This place is giving me an ominous feeling. I can't go any further. Geomaster Qin, Ming said as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge, where the sinister wind grew increasingly denser and the strange atmosphere. Whoosh! The Golden Crow Empires, how Kai rushed over from behind. He looked at Wang Yan and said, "Your Highness, as you expected, no one followed us." Wang Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Now that he was completely sure that they were safe, he said softly, "Everyone, let's rest for a while. Those who are injured should rest more." Speaking of injuries, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar were the most severely injured. The only one left was Xianxia. The others were fine. The three of them took out medicinal pills and swallowed them, then sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to heal. The others stood guard around them while observing their surroundings. Black Wind Ridge. Elder Feng, why is this place called a forbidden area? Qin Zhuolin seemed to be very interested in this place's origin, so he asked Senior Feng, who understood this place the most. Senior Feng said after some thought, "I heard that this place is also an inheritance. In the history of the Yanwu dynasty, a tyrant was buried here. However, almost none of the people who entered the core returned alive. As more people died, it gradually became a forbidden area. Very few people went to explore it, and it has always been a mystery." When Xiao Sua saw that Qin Zhuolin seemed to be interested in this place, he frowned and said, "There seems to be great danger hidden in the deepest part of this place. It is similar to some of the taboos I ran into in the sea. It's mysterious, evil, and frightening. It's best not to casually touch it." Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I am just somewhat curious about where the depths of Black Wind Ridge lead to. I will not really put myself in danger." As the group chatted idly, Wu Meng remained silent, guarding Xiao Chun and keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. After a while, joy appeared on Wu Meng's face. "Xiao Chun, you're awake." The others immediately stopped chatting and looked over. Feeling everyone's concern, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I'm awake. I did not suffer any heavy injuries. I only suffered from the backlash of the soul weapon. He just needed to meditate for a while. However, he would not be able to use Heavenly Slayer for the time being. By the way, how much dragon essence have you collected?" "Hee. I have collected quite a lot." Qin Zhuolin laughed and took out his jade strip. The resplendent jade strip seemed to contain clear spring water, heavy and translucent. There were 4 dragon silhouettes swimming around the jade slip, flying up and down. The moment this jade slip appeared, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Both Senior Feng and Hao Kai's eyes lit up. "Your harvest is truly astonishing. Hao Kai and I only managed to gather 2 dragon images each. However, you managed to gather 4 dragon images by yourself." Elder Feng could not help but exclaim. Now that there were 2 dragon shadows, the difficulty of condensing 3 dragon shadows had doubled. Someone like Qin Zhuolin, gathering 4 dragon images in 1 jade strip, was truly incredible. A jade slip with 4 dragon images was comparable to 10 jade slips with 1 dragon image. This was the difference. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Fortunately, this is the result of the 3 of us working together." Just at this moment, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar opened their eyes. Senior Feng said quickly, "His Highness is awake. Everyone, let's transfer the dragon essence to the 9th prince." For dragon images, when Wang Yan saw Qin Zhuolin's jade strip, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Originally, I already had enough dragon essence. Now, my dragon essence will rank within the top 10 among the princes." After the others transferred their dragon essence to Wang Yan, the dragon essence around the Yen imperial sword in his hand grew to 63 meters. "Hold on to this. Don't use it for now." Xiao Chun stepped forward and handed his jade strip to the other party. However, Wang Yan's jade strip was indeed wrapped in a silk pouch. He could not see how many dragon images it contained. This is? Wang Yan put away the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun in confusion. It's fine. Given the dragon essence in your Yen Imperial Sword, you will definitely clear the first round. You should keep this dragon essence of mine. It might be useful later. If I guessed right, you should not have any more chances to collect dragon essence in the next 2 rounds. Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He only told Wang Yan not to use his dragon essence for now. All right. Many thanks. The others were also curious about how much dragon essence Xiao Chen collected. However, since Xiao Chen did not say, no one asked. 9th Prince, what is the content of the second round? Qin Zhuolin asked. There was not much time left in the 30 days. The first round would end soon. The others were curious about Qin Zhuolin's words. Wang Yan replied after some thought. After the first round ends, 8 altars will appear in the core of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The altars lead to the Yen Imperial Sword, and their purpose is to allow the princes to refine their Yen Imperial Swords, allowing the prince's Dao to truly merge with the dynasty's dragon veins. Each altar can be used only once. After the second round, only 8 people will be able to compete for the crown prince position. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, the refinement process will not be easy, right? Wang Yan nodded. During the refinement process, aside from the princes undergoing a test from heaven, the altars will also suffer attacks from ferocious beasts. Normally, there will be at least 9 waves of ferocious beasts. Aside from that, the other princes and guests will interfere. Once they fail, they will be chased off the altar. In the second round, there would be no need to preserve strength. There would be no room for compromise. If 2 princes had their eyes on the same altar, it would be a battle to the death. Xiao Chen asked, can you tell me in detail what ferocious beasts we will meet? Wang Yan pondered for a while before replying, I can't say for sure. The specifics have to do with the various princes' great Dao. I cultivate the massacre Dao. The ferocious beasts we meet might be harder to deal with than the other princes. That is to say, we will meet ferocious beasts with even more murderous intent. If the other princes cultivate the ice great Dao, they will run into ice-attributed ferocious beasts. Xiao Chen confirmed with Wang Yan based on his understanding. You could say that, Hao Kai said after some thought, since it is a ferocious beast wave, then we will have to prepare some large-scale killing moves. We have to prepare them in advance. Those who are good at large-scale killing moves will focus on dealing with the ferocious beast wave. The remaining people will have to protect His Highness from the other prince's guests. The group discussed how to deal with the ferocious beast wave in the second round, expressing their opinions. However, they were somewhat insufficient. The 9th prince only had 7 guests left. His disadvantage in numbers would become apparent in the second round. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge. There, sinister winds and death qi filled the pitch-black darkness, giving off all sorts of mysteries. However, Xiao Chun did not know whether it was a misperception or reality, but he vaguely heard a voice calling out to him. Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, that voice appeared in his heart again. When he tried to grasp it seriously, it disappeared in a flash, and he could no longer find it. Strange. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun looked at the others and asked, "Did you all hear that voice?" "No. Xiao Chun, don't scare us. This place is strange enough in the first place. You can't be thinking of going in, right?" Everyone was startled. Aside from the sinister winds and evil qi, they did not hear any other voice. "I'll go and take a look. Wait for me here. Don't follow me. If you can't wait for me, then leave on your own." Whoosh! After speaking, Xiao Chen's figure flashed before anyone could say anything, entering the sinister winds and vanishing from sight. This Wang Yan and the others felt somewhat confused by Xiao Chen's decision. Let's wait for him. Don't act rashly for now. Wang Yan appeared somewhat helpless, but he did not overthink it. However, he was somewhat worried about Xiao Chen's safety. After all, Black Wind Ridge was infamous. They already felt fear when they ventured deeper, not daring to advance any further. Strange. It doesn't seem as threatening as the rumors say. As Xiao Chen dodged the nearly solid sinister winds, he did not run into much danger as he traveled. The sinister winds were strangely cold. If one got careless and got caught, one's soul would be damaged. However, if that was all, Black Wind Ridge would not live up to its reputation as a forbidden land. At the very least, while the sinister winds were not easy to deal with, they did not pose much trouble for Xiao Chen. Most importantly, a voice kept appearing intermittently, guiding Xiao Chen in the right direction. As a result, he did not get lost in this forbidden land where the sinister winds blew and spiritual sense was limited. Just at this moment, an incredibly vast pit suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The pit was empty, devoid of anything. However, just the pit alone sent a chill down one's spine. There should be something ominous in the pit. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and prepared to enter the pit. Just as he was about to enter the pit, the soil in the center of the pit suddenly split open, and a strange face appeared, opening its eyes. Chu Chaoyun. Chapter 2301. A human face emerged from the strange pit. It was the Chu Chaoyun that Xiao Chen recognized. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, Chu Chaoyun broke out of the pit and flew towards him. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and took a step back. Then he looked at the dirt-covered Chu Chaoyun and sized him up. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Who chased you so badly that you even used the move of hiding in a pile of corpses?" Without a doubt, the person before Xiao Chen was Chu Chaoyun. If it were not Chu Chaoyun, there was no way to explain who guided Xiao Chen to this place. Then, Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun's state. Clearly, he had sustained significant injuries and had not recovered yet. Xiao Chen concluded that Chu Chaoyun had fought with someone and suffered significant injuries. Then he hid here. Perhaps by chance, Chu Chaoyun obtained the inheritance of this place and discovered Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt that his guess was close to the mark. Chu Chaoyun did not deny anything. After some thought, he said, "I called you here to tell you about this. Be careful of one person." "Who?" "The Shuawu dynasty's first prince, Shi." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked softly, "You mean the black-clad half-masked man beside the first prince?" "Yes. I have been investigating him for a long time on orders from the Universe Origin sect. Previously, I found some clues in the abyssal underworld. The situation is not good." "What do you mean?" Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened them and said, "You should know about the great war between the righteous and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. The Black Dragon King united the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld, breaking the world tree and destroying the deity world. From then on, there were no more true gods. I know about this. All the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms should know about this as well." "Then what are you trying to say?" Xiao Chen revealed a confused expression. He had heard this many times and knew about it many years ago. In that battle, many deities fell, the heaven-bridging peak shattered, and the world tree snapped. The martial epic actually ended. However, because of one person, he defeated the Black Dragon King and sealed it, forcefully saving us from the calamity, allowing the martial epic to continue. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who had already defeated the Black Dragon King with the Wings of Time. a transcendent grade soul tool. Without interrupting him, Xiao Chun signaled Chu Chaoyun to continue. But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is actually related to you. Something to do with me? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. What was Chu Chaoyun trying to say? The great war between the righteous path and the demonic path resulted in the fall of all the eternal true gods. From then on, no one in the world could live forever, surpass reincarnation, and become independent of the world. Anyone with ambition can guess that the martial epoch will end. They all want to start a new epoch and become the new epoch master. The epoch master. Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned. This was nothing new. The dragon spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace had said that to Xiao Chun as well. It wanted Xiao Chun to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline, establish the Divine Dragon dynasty, and start a new epoch. Simply put, that dragon spirit wanted Xiao Chun to end the martial epoch and lead the Blue Dragon bloodline to rule the new epoch, making him the new epoch master. Perhaps you do not understand. Let me explain it this way. You can think of the martial epoch as a dynasty. After the great war between the righteous path and the demonic path, this dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The feudal lords all wanted to change dynasties. Chu Chaoyun said after some thought. After that, 50,000 years ago, your Blue Dragon bloodline's dragon emperor, Xiao Yun, finally could no longer hold back. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the other party with some shock and said, "This is a shocking secret. Even if you are the universe origin sect's Tao disciple, logically speaking, you might not know all this." Chu Chaoyun smiled, faintly. After some thought, he said, "Don't worry about how I know for now. How much do you know about this Dragon Emperor, Xiao Yun?" "I only know that after his ambition swelled, someone defeated him. Then, the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, and the Golden Dragon race took over." Xiao Chun gave a half-truth and half-lie. He felt some anticipation for what Chu Chaoyun could tell him. Indeed, Xiao Chun knew very little about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Even the dragon spirit had not told him in detail. At that time, aside from being the dragon race's dragon emperor, he had another identity, the demonic Dao Palace's palace master. Chu Chaoyun said unhurriedly, shocking Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly and said, "Speak. I'm listening. Let's see what else you can say." "That is not important. What is important is that he nearly won back then. Unfortunately, he still lost to that person. Now that so many years have passed, no one has the courage and strength that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had back then, able to topple this tottering dynasty and start a new epoch." Chu Chaoyun continued, "However, it is different now. The faux god experts of the various super factions feel an increasing sense of threat and urgency, although they do not know the exact reason. They are not surprised, as the epoch changes and cycles endlessly. The peak experts of the old epoch will be wiped out along with the old epoch sooner or later, just like the martial gods in the past. It is very close. This time, whether they are willing or not, the various super factions will have to make a choice. When the calamity descends, no one can avoid it. The person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun can only watch it happen helplessly." Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. After some thought, he said, "I roughly understand why you know these secrets." "Why?" Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chun with interest. "Because the universe origin sect is ambitious as well. They place their hopes on you, hoping that you will become the epoch master and start a new epoch, protecting the universe origin sect's interests in the new epoch. As for why you investigated Shi, it must be because he is the hope of the demonic Dao Hall." Xiao Chun explained his guess unhurriedly. Now, he more or less understood that this succession race of the Yanwu dynasty gathered all the people qualified to become the epoch master. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, You can say that. Do you want to know who the person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun is? There's no need. I can guess that he is the epic master of the martial epic. That is the Holy Lord, who currently controls the faux god world. In reality, the 5 righteous Tao superfactions are his pawns. However, the situation is already set. The martial epic will be destroyed. These pawns will no longer be willing to be manipulated by him. Xiao Chun said calmly, given that the 5 superfactions are actually responsible for the destruction of the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Hence, the 5 superfactions work together to make the matter of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun a taboo. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun managed to connect the dots so quickly. It looked like Chu Chaoyun had somewhat underestimated Xiao Chun. Perhaps Xiao Chun knew many secrets that Chu Chaoyun did not. So, you came to look for me, now to work with me, to deal with she? Chu Chaoyun nodded. This person is too strong. The scarier thing is that he formed an alliance with the abyssal underworld, with the strong working together. I cannot think of anyone who can resist him. With the appearance of the ethereal immortal palace, the wings of time will probably be his. In this vast ancient Yan Emperor tomb, you are the only one who can trust me and earn my trust. If it were in the past, when Chu Chaoyun said this, Xiao Chun would have agreed without hesitation. However, things seem different now. If Chu Chaoyun really wanted to start a new epic, the two of them would have to fight. Epics came and went in an endless cycle. The martial epic was coming to an end. Fate carried a boundless momentum. These people looked like the children of heaven, like the blazing sun. However, in reality, they had no choice in this surging tide. They could only make their own decisions. As Xiao Chun remained silent, the atmosphere between the two turned somewhat strange. Let's not talk about the distant, let's talk about the near. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, and she was defeated, would Chu Chaoyun give the wings of time to him? How did you get here? Suddenly, Xiao Chun looked up at Chu Chaoyun and asked an unrelated question. Me? I came alone, not with any prince. I roughly understand what you are thinking. Business is business. In that case, let's not talk about friendship, just benefits. If you agree, I will lend you a hand. This place is a copy of a certain tyrant of the Jianghu dynasty. Before he died, he killed more than 1 million cultivators and turned them into Yin soldiers to be buried with him. After some thought, Chu Chaoyun said, if you agree, I will give you the commander's tally and let you control these 1 million Yin soldiers to help the 9th prince clear the second round. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a black metal medallion floated out of Chu Chaoyun's palm. The black medallion had a great, desolate Yin ferocious beast carved on it, looking like it was alive. A scarlet light as thick as ink wrapped around the medallion, making it look even stranger. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze from the medallion to Chu Chaoyun's face. Then he revealed a meaningful light in his eyes. Xiao Chun avoided the many experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb without a prince. How did Chu Chaoyun do it? How about it? Deal. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant's commander's tally. Then he turned and left. Chapter 23:02. Deal. Xiao Chun held the tyrant emperor commander's tally in his hand and turned to leave. Sinister winds blew endlessly in the depths of Black Wind Ridge, and a baleful aura pressed down. Resentment surged into the sky in the pit, condensing into lingering sin in the air. As Chu Chaoyun watched Xiao Chen's figure slowly disappear into the sinister winds, his expression turned somewhat complicated. Helplessness and disappointment appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Helplessness. The cycle of epics came and went. Amid the overwhelming changes, There were startling, fortuitous encounters that came only once every several million years. Who could remain unscathed? The weak could do nothing but drown in the torrent. Those with ambition would be like the blazing sun, doing their best to fight. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they would be dragged forward by the overwhelming momentum. This was helplessness. Anyone would feel some helplessness. However, what was the disappointment? Chu Chaoyun could not figure it out, unable to put it into words. Suddenly, Xiao Chun turned around. Just one step away from entering the boundless sinister winds, Xiao Chun stopped. Without any warning, without any trace, Xiao Chun suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The saber light was like the blazing sun, resplendent and dazzling. Then it burned fiercely, looking like the blazing sun illuminating the sky. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly as he sensed some rage in this saber light. Immediately, he found it strange. Where did Xiao Chen's rage come from? Boom! Just as Xiao Chen felt confused, the saber intent on Xiao Chen's body soared wildly. Soon, it reached the peak of his saber domain. Then, it quickly broke through the shackles and rose again. Then, he swung his saber at the boundless sinister winds before him. In that instant, a strong wind blew. The saber light instantly scattered the sinister winds for 50,000 kilometers around, making everyone's eyes light up. Suddenly, they felt that this place was boundlessly vast, with nothing in sight. He broke through. Chu Chaoyun could clearly sense that Xiao Chen's saber Dao domain had broken through from the second layer to the third layer. Compared to the elemental great Daos of wind, thunder, fire, and earth, the great Daos of saber and sword were much harder to improve. This was especially so for Xiao Chun, since he was proficient in 3 Dao domains. The difficulty was even higher. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun drew his saber in rage, instantly breaking through the shackles of his Dao domain by 1 layer. The chilly wind dissipated, and Xiao Chen's blurry figure appeared clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun. He held the saber and stood there, using one saber to scatter the cold wind that had been circling here for 10,000 years. It was difficult for ordinary people to know how terrifying this saber strike was. However, Chu Chaoyun, who broke through the inheritance, was very clear on this. More importantly, the saber intent completely shattered the baleful yin energy. Kacha! Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chun disappeared from Chu Chaoyun's sight with a few leaps. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun's expression turned solemn, as if he had understood something. However, he still chose to use the saber in his hand to forcefully carve out a path for himself. Can one choose one's fate in their own hands? Chu Chaoyun asked somewhat self-deprecatingly. Then he left, vanishing from Black Wind Ridge, where the baleful yin energy no longer existed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the way back, Xiao Chun ran into the 9th Prince's group, which he was familiar with. Wu Meng, the heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and the others were there. When they saw Xiao Chun, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Chun, what happened? We sensed that you ran into trouble earlier. The 9th Prince Wang, Yan asked after sizing up Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. It's dealt with for now. I already obtained the inheritance of this place. Everyone felt that something had changed with Xiao Chun. However, since he did not say anything, they naturally did not pursue the matter. On the other hand, the heavenly book scholar's eyes lit up. He said joyfully, I more or less understand the inheritance of this place. I want to change the way we play the second round of the succession race. In the 9th Prince's team, the heavenly book scholar basically played the role of a strategist. Wang Yan relied on the heavenly book scholar's suggestions and Senior Feng's experience for many of the plans and countermeasures. What do you mean? Wang Yan looked at the heavenly book scholar, waiting for his analysis. After some thought, The Heavenly Book scholar said, "In the second round, we need to protect His Highness and not be disturbed during the refinement. We also need to split some people to deal with the ferocious beast waves. Furthermore, we need to preserve our strongest combat power to fight the guests of the other princes. We simply do not have enough manpower." That was right. Right now, the 9th prince only had 7 guests. Compared to the other princes, the 9th prince was at a great disadvantage in the second round. My original plan was to work with the other princes to attack the princes occupying the altars and muddy the waters. While preserving our strength, we could continuously disrupt the situation and reduce the number of guests of the other princes. Only by doing so would we have a chance of surviving the second round. This plan is too risky. It is easy for the other princes to work together to suppress us. If we are not careful, we might fail. However, there is no need for that now. We will take the initiative and occupy the altars. Then, we will wait for the other princes to attack. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, and a commander's tally wrapped in a viscous scarlet light appeared in his palm. He looked at the Heavenly Book scholar and said, "It looks like you understand this commander's tally very well. The commander's tally of the dead that can summon 1,000,000 soldiers." Senior Foam was greatly startled. Clearly, he had not expected this rumored treasure to actually exist. Wang Yin sighed softly. "I read about this ancestor in the royal court's secret records. His character was tyrannical, and his means were cruel. He was a tyrant through and through. During his 100 years on the throne, he suffered the wrath of heaven. However, before he died, he killed 1,000,000 imperial guards to accompany him in death." The Heavenly Book scholar said softly, "There is no need to care about that for now. Every time this tyrant's tally is used, it can summon 100,000 soldiers. It can be used at least 10 times, easily dealing with the ferocious beast waves. Given that, we only need to focus on protecting His Highness." After discussing for a while, everyone felt that this plan was feasible. Although it was somewhat radical, it was worth a try. 2 days later, the first round of the succession race officially ended. Whether they were willing or not, the princes and their guests who did not collect enough dragon essence were forcefully sent out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures appeared out of nowhere in the palace's drill ground. Half of the princes were eliminated at the same time. The princes and guests showed different expressions. Some of the guests gained a lot and felt satisfied, showing joy on their faces. In the first place, these princes did not expect their princes to clear the first round. The harvest in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was the key. The unlucky ones hung their heads dispirited, showing unhappy expressions. Clearly, they did not gain anything. There were also some princes who showed expressions of pity. They felt that if they had been slightly luckier, they would have definitely cleared the first round. He would definitely be able to get through the first round. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The various powerhouses in the treasure hall, in the clouds, discussed the many eliminated princes. Many of the princes that they thought would be eliminated stayed, much to their surprise. This is really surprising. The 9th prince's dragon essence actually ranks within the top 10. Previously, I could not tell that he had such potential. There is nothing much to say. Since he could force the 13th prince to leave helplessly, we can guess the result. As for the 4th prince, everyone mocked him for only hunting ferocious beasts and not seeking inheritances. To think that he managed to clear this round. There is also the 6th prince Wang Ming. His guests are very incredible as well. The 1st prince is indeed the strongest. No one can shake his position. The first round of the succession race was a test of the waters. The true strength of the princes would be revealed, and in the second round, it would be completely unleashed. With only 8 spots, the competition would be even more intense. In the Misty Rain Pavilion's group, Mo Chen, Su Yi, and Ao Jiao showed anxious and excited expressions. He passed the first round, but it is hard to say for the second round, Su Yi said somewhat worriedly. The ninth prince's accumulations were very weak. Originally, he did not have any intention of competing. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, the ninth prince came to his senses and decided to fight for the crown prince position. Now, the ninth prince only had 7 guests left. He did not have an advantage over the other princes. Mo Chen and Ao Jiao did not place much importance on the succession race. The two cared more about Xiao Chen's survival. It was fine as long as he was safe. Uncle Hao Kai, I'll leave it to you. Ao Jiao stared at the flickering light screen on the drill ground, not hiding her selfish motives. She recruited Hao Kai into the ninth prince's team for only one purpose, to have him protect Xiao Chen at the crucial moment. Ancient Yan Emperor Tomb. The ninth prince's group, which cultivated in Black Wind Ridge, and a demon blood vulture roaming in the air, prepared to depart. Wang Yan looked into the distance. That was the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, which contained even greater danger. Of course, greater fortuitous encounters accompanied danger. Chapter 2303. Go! The ninth Prince Wang Yan left Black Wind Ridge with Xiao Chun and the many guests, heading for the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb. At the same time, all the princes were getting ready to leave, and they were making their final preparations. After slaughtering ferocious beasts for 30 days, the fourth Prince Wang Yun appeared very excited. He actually managed to pass the first round. The strength of the ninth prince's guests ranked below average among the many princes. On the surface, they were much weaker than the ninth Prince Wang Yan. Mr. Yuan, thank you very much, Wang Yan said as he looked at the hooded Yuan Zhen. You're welcome. A hoarse voice came from Yuan Zhen's mouth as he said calmly, this is very normal. As long as the other princes fight for the inheritance, they will definitely suffer losses. With great opportunities came great risks. We slaughtered the beasts from the very beginning. As long as he can persevere until the end, he will definitely pass the first round. Your Highness, you don't have to be too surprised. This guy, the fourth prince's guests, all felt that Yuan Zhen was overly calm. They were dissatisfied with the faint pride that came from Yuan Zhen's head as he spoke. However, Wang Yun did not care what these people thought. He asked, Mr. Yuan, are we still going to compete in the second round? I feel that our chances are not high. However, I am rather happy to be able to clear the first round. After we leave the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, I will properly thank everyone. If Xiao Chun could survive the first round and leave the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, he would definitely be conferred a higher noble title than the princes who left early. He had never dared to dream of such benefits in the past. Thank you, Prince. The guest cupped his fists and expressed his thanks. To be honest, although they didn't find any inheritance in the first round, they killed many beasts. All of them possessed dragon essence, and their entire bodies were treasures. After slaughtering for 30 days, the accumulated materials of these vicious beasts would also be a huge fortune. Furthermore, the rewards promised by the fourth prince made this trip worthwhile. Only Yuan Zhen smiled coldly and said, why not? In this round, our chances are limitless. If we had to be careful in the first round, then we would have to be careful. In that case, there was no need to worry about the second round. Just wait, it wouldn't take long. There will be other princes looking for His Highness to discuss the matter of cooperation. Why? Wang Yan asked doubtfully, a confused expression on his face. Yuan Zhen explained, in the first round, many of the other princes' guests suffered losses. Some of the princes who were neither strong nor weak, but were full of ambition, would definitely pull other princes to help them, promise them a bunch of benefits first, and then kick them away after the deed is done. Fourth prince, not a single one of your hanger-ons is missing. Furthermore, you are famous for being weak. Everyone felt that they could control him, not fearing that he would cause any trouble. I don't believe that you're still not in high demand after all this. The moment Yuanzhen said that, the fourth prince's expression turned slightly unsightly. He did not really believe Yuanzhen's explanation. Suddenly, Wang Yun revealed a strange expression. He looked at Yuanzhen in disbelief. Earlier, the third prince, the 18th prince, and the 17th prince all sent me a voice projection. They asked me to join their teams and promised me some benefits. They were very sincere. Ha ha! Under the hood, Yuanzhen guffawed a few times. Then he said after some thought, "Follow whoever promises you the most benefits. Such people are usually the most unreliable. Just agree to him, for now. When he thinks that he has you under control, give him a fatal blow and kick him away." These people all think that you are a pushover. However, in reality, you are not weak at all. Killing ferocious beasts in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is actually the most stable way to raise your strength. Under such spatial pressure, the more you fight, the more you will adapt to the spatial pressure, and the stronger your combat prowess will be. The eyes of the fourth prince's other guests immediately lit up. They could not help viewing Yuanzhen in a different light. Wang Yun appeared somewhat depressed, his expression changing unpredictably. After some thought, he said, "All right, I'll listen to Mr. Yuan. Since they all want to use me as a stepping stone, there is no need for me to be polite with them. I'll do it." Under the hood, Yuanzhen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile that no one else could see. 8 mysterious altars guarded the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars were several hundred meters tall, looking like small hills. Ancient talisman scripts covered the altars. The Yan Emperor, holy flame burned endlessly in the center of the altars, waiting for the chosen one to arrive. However, it would not be easy to charge up the altars. Colossal lava beasts guarded the altars' surroundings. To obtain the right to use the altars, one had to defeat the colossal lava beasts. The strongest person, the first prince, had arrived long ago and was currently fighting the colossal lava beasts. The flames on the altar burned fiercely, and from time to time, giant lava beasts would jump out of it. It looked like there was no end to them. The first prince stood at the back, showing a calm expression as he watched his guests block these colossal lava beasts with the strength of a sovereign emperor. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the first prince's guests were not using their full power. They only casually dealt with these colossal lava beasts, showing no intention of killing them. "Your Highness, that should be enough." Zuayu, the Imperial Guard commander beside Wang Fei, said as he looked at the nearly 500 colossal lava beasts. In reality, as long as one did not kill the colossal lava beasts that jumped down from the altars, one could use them when one ascended the altars. These colossal lava beasts could help one guard the altars and block the ferocious beast waves. If one ascended the altars early, one would not be able to use many colossal lava beasts. Of course, only the princes with stronger accumulations could afford to use this move. The other princes would not dare to release so many colossal lava beasts. Wang Yan's expression did not change. He looked at the black-clad masked man not far away and asked softly, "Lord Shi, what do you think?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I can add another 100, any more, and I will not be able to do it." Just at this moment, the 8th Prince Wang Feng led Dao Yan's group to the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng looked around and saw the first prince's group fighting the colossal lava beasts. First brother is really fast. Dao Yan withdrew his gaze, and a disdainful, look flashed in his eyes. He said, "Your Highness, this might be an opportunity. I see that there are only 2 guards by the first prince's side. The other guests are fighting the colossal lava beasts and will not be able to free themselves for a while. If you are determined to die, you can use this opportunity to kill the first prince with a lightning-quick strike, eliminating your greatest threat." It had to be said that this was a crazy plan. Once he succeeded, the first prince would be killed by him in the second round. This was indeed a great opportunity, but there were too many uncertainties, and the risks were huge. Wang Feng's heart pounded heavily. After a long time, he finally suppressed this huge temptation. He said in a deep voice, "There is no need to take such a risk. Let's play it safe this round. There are still 7 altars left. Just pick one." When Daoxian heard this, he was slightly disappointed, but he did not say anything. "I'm afraid it's time to stop. Your Highness, please ascend the altar now," she said softly with a slight frown. Confused, Wang Fei asked, "Why?" Zuiyu glanced at the 8th prince's group and said after some thought, "Lord, she is worried that the 8th prince will charge over and surround the 3 of us. At that time, if the other guests are entangled, they might not be able to intervene. I can't guarantee Wang Fei's safety." She raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously as he looked at Zuiyu. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Wang Fei pondered this for a while. That was indeed the case. The black-clad man and Zuiyu would definitely be able to protect themselves against an encirclement. However, it was hard to say for himself. Onto the altar. Whoosh! Wang Fei soared into the air and flew past the many colossal lava beasts, heading for the altar. Colossal lava beasts continuously leaped up to block him. The Black Lotus Holy Sun, the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, and the other guests all blocked Wang Fei's path. Just as Wang Fei was about to ascend the altar, he drew his Yen Imperial sword. A dazzling sword light appeared, looking resplendent and dazzling. The sacred flame burned relentlessly, releasing a heat wave that illuminated Wang Fei's entire face, making him look flushed and somewhat crazed. "The crown prince position belongs to me," Wang Fei shouted ferociously and stabbed the Yen Imperial sword into the fierce flames. A beam of holy light immediately burst out of the altar, piercing the clouds and the starry sky, forming a resplendent pillar of light. A dragon image soared into the sky in the pillar of light, roaring in all directions. The previously ferocious colossal lava beasts below the altar all lay down obediently after the dragon roared. She, Zuiyu, and the others stepped on the kneeling bodies of the colossal lava beasts and ascended the altar step by step. In the distance, the various princes' expressions changed slightly when they saw the pillar of light. Their footsteps quickened significantly. Chapter 2304. Boom! After the first prince activated an altar, another beam of radiant holy light shot out from the ancient Yen Emperor Tomb's core region. The radiant holy light on the altar was resplendent and dazzling, with dragon images circling it. No matter where one was in the ancient Yen Emperor Tomb, they could see it clearly. The core region originally had 8 altars. Now only 6 remained. The princes, who were still on their way, grew even more anxious. They had to increase their speed. 6 hours later, the 9th prince's group finally arrived in the core region. At this moment, the ancient Yen Emperor Tomb's core region was already extremely chaotic. 7 altars had already been activated. Countless ferocious beasts rushed over from all directions. Some princes and their guests mixed in, attacking the princes who already occupied altars. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that aside from the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince's altars, the other princes also occupied altars. Aside from the other princes, all the other princes had altars. However, this was within expectations. After all, these three princes were the strongest. No one would try to deal with them when they had a choice. Ruler's Great Tao. When Xiao Chun noticed the first Prince Wang Fei's Great Tao, he felt slightly stunned, somewhat surprised. The ruler's Tao was not a great Tao that ordinary people dared to cultivate. Without sufficient fate and luck, one could not carry the banner of the ruler's Tao. Instead, one would be burdened by it. However, once one reached great perfection, one could not underestimate it, either. This person was indeed an ambitious person. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. Xiao Qin ignored the first prince for now. Then, he quickly swept his gaze across the other altars, entering deep thought. Are we going to attack the altars of the other princes, or are we going to fight for the final altar? Qin Zhuolin asked the ninth prince, and the others after withdrawing his gaze. 7 princes gathered at the last unactivated altar. The competition there was intense. If one attacked the other activated altars, they would have to face pressure from the ferocious beasts. There were only 2 choices before them. There were both pros and cons. As for the final decision, they would have to listen to everyone's opinions. Wang Yan's gaze fell on the heavenly book scholar and Xiao Chen, waiting for them to speak. Needless to say, Xiao Chen's strength was enough to secure his position as a core guest of the ninth prince. The heavenly book scholar calculated the lives of the common people. He could read people's fates and accurately grasp the strength of the various princes' luck. Choosing the weak and avoiding the strong was what he was best at. A brilliant light bloomed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes as he erupted with an unfathomable aura. The remnant might of the heavenly Tao flowed out of his body, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Apart from the second prince, the other princes who currently occupy the thrones are thriving and showing no signs of decline. However, the third prince, the fourth prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince have their eyes on the second prince's throne at the same time. If we attack it, we might face the combined attacks of the 5 princes. After some thought, the heavenly book scholar said, Xiao Chen, I lean towards snatching the remaining altar from the other princes. What do you think? Xiao Chen nodded. I have no objections. After listening to the other guests' suggestions, Wang Yan already had an idea. He said calmly, we'll do as Changji said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone was about to take action, a group of people appeared from the side. It was the 7th Prince Wang Yun and his guests rushing over. The 7th Prince Wang Yun was one of the strongest princes. His accumulations were much stronger than the 9th Prince Wang Yan's. Every one of his guests was a great perfection sovereign emperor. 9th brother, you came at the right time. Are you interested in working with me to attack 6th elder brother's altar? Wang Yun invited the 9th prince with a faint smile. In Wang Yun's opinion, the 9th Prince Wang Yan did not possess the strength to become the crown prince. He would definitely be eliminated in this round. Wang Yun invited the 9th prince, giving him a chance to obtain this round's fortuitous encounter. There should be no reason for him to reject. Sorry, 7th elder brother. I have no intention of working with anyone for now. Wang Yan rejected decisively. Without saying anything more, he led the group to charge towards the 2 altars that had not been occupied yet. The group left in a hurry, leaving behind a stunned Wang Yun. After a while, Wang Yun startled awake. Damn it! This 9th brother is really not giving me any face. This is going to be problematic. Wang Yun's eyes wandered about as he muttered to himself, 6th elder brother is deeply hidden. Without anyone working together, it will be hard to take down his altar. The other altars that are occupied are not easy to deal with, either. A skinny old man beside Wang Yun smiled faintly and said, Seventh prince, since that is the case, let's not forcefully touch the princes that have already occupied their altars. We will rest here and wait for the ninth prince to fight the other princes before we reap the benefits. Wang Yin said softly, "Humph, that's fine. If you want to put on a brave front, I want to see how strong you are. Let's go. Don't follow them first. Let's deliberately divert them." At the last altar that no one had activated, hundreds of colossal lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Hundreds of giant lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Their bodies, formed by lava, were like mountains emitting steaming hot flames. The 7 monarchs split into 2 groups, currently fighting a chaotic battle. No one wanted to give up on this last altar. However, it was hard to determine a victor immediately. There were simply too many princes gathered here. This deterred the latecomers from choosing this altar. This was because occupying this altar would definitely result in the combined counterattack of the 7 princes. At that time, just thinking about it would be a headache. The leaders of the 2 groups were the 2nd prince and the 15th prince. With the help of the other princes, victory was hard to determine. Furthermore, with the presence of the colossal lava beasts, the situation became even more chaotic. Just as the 2 sides fought, a scarlet war banner descended from the sky. Boom! The scarlet blood, royal might that erupted from the war banner swept out in all directions, forcibly separating the princes and guests fighting each other. Xianxia slowly descended, holding the scarlet blood war banner. He looked coldly at the surroundings. Ninth brother! Ninth brother! The 2nd prince and the 15th prince, who were the leaders, were slightly stunned. Clearly, they had not expected the low-profile Wang Yin to act so strangely. Instead of working with the other princes to occupy the altars that were already activated, he wanted to challenge them. However, the situation did not allow them to overthink. Xianxia used the Scarlet Blood War banner to forcibly separate the princes. A golden crow image formed by the solar true flame descended from the sky and charged over. Boom! The golden crow image immediately scattered the many colossal lava beasts surrounding the altar, forcibly carving out a bloody path. Wang Yin quickly followed, using this opening to soar into the air and fly to the altar. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Immediately, several of the guests of the 7 princes burst out with startling murderous intent as they charged at Wang Yin. They wanted to stop him from ascending the altar. Senior Feng, it's up to you. Hao Kai smiled faintly as he spoke to Senior Feng beside him. Got it. Senior Feng showed a grave expression as he quickly formed hand seals, sending a killing move into the 9th prince's body in advance. The killing move activated from afar. In that instant, a strong wind burst out of the 9th prince's body. This wind blocked the guests who wanted to charge at him. After blocking the first wave of attacks, Wu Meng, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar made their moves at the same time, landing behind Wang Yin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hao Kai and Senior Feng moved to Wang Yin's sides, helping him block the others. Xianxia, who was on the ground, used the Scarlet Blood War banner to delay the remaining guests. For a moment, Wang Yin walked unimpeded toward the blazing altar step by step. You want to ascend the altar? It is not that easy. The 2nd prince felt enraged. He wanted to draw his Yen imperial sword. However, the instant the 2nd prince grasped his sword, a bone-chilling killing intent assaulted him, forcing him to look away from Wang Yin. At some point in time, a long-haired cultivator, wearing silver battle armor decorated with dragon motifs and carrying a saber on his back, appeared in front of the 2nd prince. 2 ice-cold corpses lay at the 2nd prince's feet. When the corpses were alive, they clearly wanted to stop the 2nd prince. Unexpectedly, they ended up losing their lives. The 2nd prince felt a chill run down his back. He did not even know how these two people died. He had not noticed them at all. The second prince's hand, which grasped his sword, trembled slightly. The person responsible for his safety was about to make a move. "Stop!" the second prince shouted. He felt that even if these two people made a move, they would not be able to stop this dragon-armored bladesman. Xiao Chun reached out and grasped the handle of the tyrant's saber on his back. Then he formed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal with his left hand, expanding his killing intent by 7 times. What was even more terrifying was that this explosive killing intent spread out in all directions like flowing water. However, none of it landed on the second prince's body. It was like a lotus flower, never touching water or the sun, and moon, never remaining in the sky. The Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal was real and illusory, putting immense pressure on one's heart. In the second prince's eyes, this dragon-armored bladesman's surroundings were like a boundless hell, pitch black and horrifying. However, the second prince himself was like a lotus flower in clear water, clean and untainted by dust. Strange, too strange. As Xiao Chun walked over, step by step, the second prince felt a mountain-like pressure. Sweat continuously dripped off his forehead. The second prince could not draw his yen imperial sword. Give up or die. Choose. The dragon-armored bladesman stopped and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. Clang! A dazzling saber light appeared like the blazing sun, so bright that the second prince did not dare to open his eyes. Chapter 23:05. Forfeit or die. Xiao Chen's words were filled with murderous intent. When he drew the tyrant's saber by 1 centimeter, the second prince's mental defenses crumbled. Bang! 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 The second prince's eyes burned with pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took a few steps back. The second prince stumbled and nearly fell. The other princes endured the immense pressure and stepped forward to support him. "Second brother, how is it?" The second prince covered his eyes and said sullenly, "Go. Don't bother about me. Let's go together. We still have a chance. Do we still have a chance?" A sour feeling welled up in the second prince's heart. He let the other princes go, but not him. It was not that he could not. He did not dare to. This was because Xiao Chun did not allow the second prince to leave. He only gave the second prince 2 choices, either die or forfeit. If the second prince did not want to die, he could only forfeit. The second prince had no other choice. The second prince pushed the other princes aside and shouted, "I told you to go, so go. Don't bother about me. I forfeit." After the second prince's voice rang out, his figure slowly turned indistinct. Then he vanished, forcefully sent out by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. Whoosh! His 10 guests left with the second prince. Immediately, the pressure on Wu Meng and the others, who were protecting Wang Yan in the air, decreased. Clang! Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked around. Then he fixed his gaze on the other 2 princes with the first prince. "Go! Go! Go!" The 2 princes' hearts pounded wildly. A chill invaded their limbs and bones. Feeling horrified, they quickly called out to their guests and quickly left this place. Ignoring the princes who left, Xiao Chun turned around and looked in another direction. The demon blood vulture was suppressing the 4 princes, led by the 15th prince, by itself. Most of the prince's guests had already gone to attack Wang Yan, who was in the air. Not many remained on the ground. The demon blood vulture was like a blazing scarlet phoenix, dyeing the sky scarlet. Occasionally, it flapped its wings, kicking up a bloody rain and wind. The bloody rain was poisonous and corrosive, and the wind contained inattributed flames. If one was not careful, one would be covered in wounds. Roar! Suddenly, the demon blood vulture opened its mouth, and a horrifying suction force burst out. Rumble! A strong wind blew, and a boundless suction pulled these people towards the demon blood vulture's mouth. The four princes drew their yen imperial swords with unsightly expressions, doing their best to resist. However, Xianxia still could not avoid the demon blood vulture's suction. The yen imperial sword in the prince's hand could provide him with boundless combat prowess in the Jianghu dynasty's territory. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, this kind of support could be multiplied. However, after these princes drew their yen imperial swords, their situation did not improve. This showed how horrifying the strength of the demon blood vulture was after breaking out of its cocoon. When the demon blood vulture saw that it could not devour these things, it became somewhat frustrated. The scarlet flame on its body flared up. His body grew rapidly, and as he spread his wings, everything within 5,000 kilometers was plunged into darkness. Phoenix fire ablaze. Then it suddenly turned into a raging flame and swooped down. The raging flames instantly covered the ground, burning fiercely. The flames were so large that they were like a vast ocean, the waves roaring angrily. The four princes, without exception, fell into the sea of fire at the same time, screaming miserably, "Your Highness!" When the guests surrounding Wang Yen saw the situation, they were startled. They had no choice but to give up on stopping Wang Yen from ascending the altar. Then they turned around and landed to save their princes. Wang Yen, who had been approaching the altar step by step, no longer faced any obstruction. He leaped into the air and landed on the altar. Wu Meng and the others heaved a sigh of relief, revealing joy on their faces. Earlier, they had blocked 40-odd sovereign emperors, putting them in a perilous situation. Fortunately, they managed to pull through. On a slope far away from the altar, the seventh prince and his group were observing everything that was happening in this place with great interest. When Wang Yun saw Xianxia scare off the other princes by himself, he frowned slightly. This Xianxia is somewhat scary. No wonder he could ruin first brother's wedding. He cannot be underestimated. The skinny old man at the side smiled coldly and said, "Ha! No matter how difficult he is to deal with, he is just a three-vein sovereign emperor in the end. There is no need for your highness to worry." Wang Yun nodded. After some thought, he said, "Right, I naturally know that. How can this prince be trash like second brother, forced to give up without even drawing his sword? Seventh prince, look over there." Wang Yun looked around, and shock immediately appeared on his face. He was completely stunned by the demon blood vulture's strength. What demonic pet is this? The skinny old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Demon blood vulture. It should be a demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it is a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline, continuously reverting to its ancestral state. Interesting." Greed flashed in Wang Yun's eyes as he said, "Demon blood vultures are rare in the first place. One with a mutated bloodline is even rarer. If it were in my hands, it would be incredible. Come, charge with me. Ninth brother is about to reach the altar." Ha ha ha. It looked like Wang Yen was about to reach the altar. Wang Yun, who had been waiting impatiently, laughed maniacally and immediately prepared to charge over. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others had just finished a huge battle and had not rested yet to take advantage. Wind. However, just as the group leaped off the mound and was about to take action, a strong wind carrying a boundless saber aura surged over. The wind swept up sand, causing the group's clothes to flutter. They could not keep their eyes open. What's going on? Wang Yin squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw a blurry figure slowly walking out from the sandstorm. That figure slowly became clearer in the sandstorm. That figure wore familiar silver battle armor with dragon motifs swimming around it. His facial features were delicate and distinct, and a sharp light radiated from his face. With just one look, Wang Yun felt a solid, tyrannical aura surging over. If this was not Xiao Chun, who else could it be? How arrogant! Someone among the seventh prince's guests shouted, and used his emperor's might to push back the sandstorm. Xiao Chun, who was wearing the alloy dragon armor, showed a faint smile on his face, not minding it. He allowed the strong wind to blow on his body. As his long hair fluttered, he exuded an air of calmness and calmness. Wang Yun's expression turned sullen as he said coldly, "Xiao Chun, do you think that I am trash like second brother? Do you think that I will give up in fear before you even make one move?" Xiao Chun replied softly, "Naturally not. The reason why the second prince could be frightened by me was because none of his followers were by his side. The seventh prince's guests are around, so he is naturally confident." The moment Xiao Chun said that, Wang Yun felt an irrepressible rage in his heart. He was a smart person and immediately understood what Xiao Chun meant. Xiao Chun was saying that Wang Yun was trash like the second prince, just that he had more guests by his side. The skinny old man smiled faintly and patted the seventh prince's shoulder. "Seventh prince, there is no need to get angry. Leave this brat to me. You all quickly go and occupy the altar. He is buying time so that the ninth prince's guests can recover some strength." "He, trying to play tricks before me? Young man, you are still too inexperienced." Wang Yun was startled upon hearing that. This brat nearly angered him into losing his mind. Now was the best time to occupy the ninth prince's altar. Wang Yun did not have time to waste with this Xiao Chun. "Humph! Let's go. There is no need to care about him." Whoosh! Whoosh! A group of people soared into the air, wanting to bypass Xiao Chun and charge towards the ninth prince's altar. Xiao Chun closed his eyes, showing a calm expression. Sixth layer thunder, Dao domain. Fourth layer ice Dao domain. Second layer saber, Dao domain. 3 Dao domains layered over Xiao Chun's body. The pure Dao might in his body even surpassed that of a small world formed by a 10th layer Dao domain. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, drew his saber, and drew it. Xiao Chun carried the Dao might that surpassed a 10th layer Dao domain. The tyrant's saber in his hand erupted with a boundless saber aura. The saber aura soared into the clouds, covering the sky and covering the ground. As Xiao Chun's saber descended, it seemed like it was one with heaven. The guests that looked like they were about to fly over Xiao Chun's head all grunted as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The boundless saber aura that descended from the sky severely injured them. Then they fell like meteors at lightning speed. Bang! 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 This saber strike forced back the 9 great perfection sovereign emperors, as well as the 7th prince. The Dao might that surpassed the 10th layer Dao domain made Xiao Chun, who wore the alloy dragon armor, look like a dragon god descending from the heavens. As Xiao Chun held his saber horizontally, he looked straight at the skinny old man. Then he said indifferently, "I did not agree to let them pass. Your words do not count. Mine does." Chapter 2306. Since arriving in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiao Chun rarely drew his saber. He mostly used the supreme dragon fist to fight. However, it would be a huge mistake to think that the tyrant's saber on Xiao Chun's back was just for show. After his conversation with Chu Chaoyun, Xiao Chun felt an irreversible rage and helplessness at the cycle of epics. This allowed his saber Dao domain to break through to the 3rd layer, improving his saber Dao further. Once Xiao Chun drew his saber, he could bring out a saber move that surpassed the 10th layer Dao might. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, He stunned the seventh prince and the guests that were forced back by the momentum. Dao Yin grasped a 10th layer ice Dao domain and condensed it in an ice small world. His strength could be considered unrivaled in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. When Xiao Chun layered his 3 Dao domains into saber moves, he was no weaker than the other parties. If one treated Xiao Chun as a mere 3-vein sovereign emperor, that would be a joke. With one saber, Xiao Chun forced the seventh prince's group to a standstill amid the vast sandstorm. Xiao Chun had never thought of killing all these great perfection sovereign emperors alone. That would be too exaggerated. All Xiao Chun needed to do was block these people and give Wu Meng and the others time to recover their divine energy and soul energy. Actually, many people felt that this goal was unrealistic. However, the truth was that the might of Xiao Chen's saber forced all these guests back. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the seventh prince, Wang Yun, who was currently wiping blood from a corner of his lips. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xiao Chun raised the tyrant's saber in his hand and charged over. Whoosh! Leaving behind a purple electric mark, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the seventh prince. Protect the seventh prince. The expressions of the other guests changed slightly as they quickly stood up to block Xiao Chun. In the end, there was only one person. Xiao Chun could not bring out a might surpassing the 10th layer Dao might with every saber strike. There was only one way to stop the other party from advancing. After killing the seventh prince, Xiao Chun continuously attacked, forcing the other guests to stay and protect him. This was an overt plot. Even if they saw through it, they could not do anything about it. As the weapons clashed, Wang Yun paled at the sight of Xiao Chun charging over. While the other guests were obstructing Xiao Chun, he hurriedly retreated. The many sovereign emperors tried to detain Xiao Chun several times. However, Xiao Chun did not linger in a battle. He retreated upon contact with his saber moves and killing chi. From the start to the end, it had enveloped Wang Yun, causing him to flee in all directions in a panic. Xiao Chen's 6th layer thunder Dao domain allowed him to bring out the limits of the divine movement 9 variations. If he was determined to leave, few could keep up with his pace. Stay here. Boom. Suddenly, Xiao Chun sensed a dangerous aura and saw 4 tree trunks growing out of the ground. Ka ka ka. The tree trunks were stacked together, forming a wooden cage. Ka ka ka. When the tyrant's saber struck the surface, it produced a metallic clang. Despite the might of the tyrant's saber, each saber strike only left a shallow mark. Humph! Now that you have entered my heavenly wood cage, you can forget about leaving. The skinny old man, who had been enduring without making a move, hovered in the air. He showed a cold smile as he looked at Xiao Chun in disdain. No matter what, you are just a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Kill him. The other great perfection sovereign emperors had already had enough of Xiao Chun. When they saw this opportunity, they did not hesitate to execute all sorts of killing moves. In that instant, boundless emperors' might shook the sky. All sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. A horrifying killing chi spread out, creating a startling lineup. Even the princes on the altars could not help looking over, wanting to see what was happening. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In the mortal realm, Xiao Chun did not panic at all. He showed no fear in the face of danger as he executed in the mortal realm. Bang! The supreme killing Buddha that descended instantly burst the heavenly wood cage. That killing Buddha figure bloomed with the Buddhist mark on Xiao Chen's forehead and expanded continuously. Then it pushed with both hands and blocked the killing moves from all directions. Rumble! Amid loud sounds, the sky shook and the ground shook. when the many great perfection sovereign emperors worked together to bombard this ancient land that had existed since the ancient immemorial era, a huge, boundless pit appeared. A purple light flashed, and Xiao Chun leaped out of the huge pit. The shocked guests once again fixed their gazes on the seventh prince, Wang Yun. When Wang Su met Xiao Chen's gaze, he gritted his teeth in frustration. He simply did not want to run anymore. Xiao Chun chased him like a dog. However, his subordinates could not catch him. Wang Su had had enough. "I'll spare your life. I'll take it later." However, Xiao Chun did not charge over as he expected. After saying that indifferently, he turned around and left. "Detain him," the skinny old man shouted. Xiao Chun could come and go as he pleased. How could there be such logic? "Can you detain him?" Xiao Chun turned around and swung his saber, executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane, sending out an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Boom! When the saber light swept out, the guests who were chasing Xiao Chun had no choice but to stop and block this move. When the shock waves scattered, the Buddhist might vanished. When everyone looked around, Xiao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had already turned into a flash of purple light, firmly drifting towards Wang Yan's altar. He came like flowing water and left like the wind. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure moved like the wind as he landed firmly like a falling leaf. The others on the altar had already recovered and were waiting for Xiao Chun to return. Seeing Wang Yan look over, Xiao Chun nodded. Everything went without saying. A sacred flame burned fiercely on the altar. The fiery light shone on the faces of Xiao Chun, Xiao Sua, Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others. All of them looked incredibly resolute and determined. These people shared the same thought. They had killed their way here, waiting for this moment. Wang Yan stepped forward and drew his Yan Imperial sword. The Dao might of his massacre, Dao domain, spread into the surroundings. The thick killing intent made the hearts of the people present tremble slightly. Just as Wang Yan was about to stab the Yan Imperial sword into the altar, Xiao Chun suddenly asked, "Ninth Prince, do you know what the origin of the massacre Dao is?" "Oh, I have never thought about this question. I would find it difficult to cultivate the massacre Dao to the 10th layer within a few hundred years," Wang Yan answered, feeling slightly surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiao Chun and answered, "The end of the massacre Dao is the demon. Without a heart to pursue the demon, one will never be able to touch the origin of the massacre Dao. This demon is not what you understand it to be. Just make your move. Don't bother with my words." Xiao Chun still wanted to say something. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Wang Yan frowned slightly. He often guarded the borders, fighting with demonic Dao cultivators. Even if there were not 10,000 demonic Dao cultivators who died at his hands, there were at least several thousand. However, Wang Yan found Xiao Chen's words somewhat incomprehensible. "I will remember what you said." However, Wang Yan was still willing to believe in Xiao Chun. This trust stemmed from the fact that they had gone through life and death together. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's unique air and the things that happened to him that inspired respect. "Thank you." Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, and his memories unfurled like a painting. The Wang Yan before him reminded him of someone, an old friend of the Kunlun realm, an old friend that Xiao Chun could never forget. Yan Shisan of the massacre Sword Dao. During the final battle of the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, he became a demon with one sword strike, killing to seek benevolence. At that moment, Xiao Chun understood that the origin of the massacre Dao was the demon. If Xiao Chun could defeat the massacre Dao, he would be able to grasp the massacre Dao's origin. However, back then, Yan Shisan felt that he could not grasped the origin of the massacre Dao. He chose to commit suicide, leaving behind a tragic legend in the Kunlun realm. Boom! The Yen imperial sword surrounded by the aura of massacre stabbed into the fierce flames. A holy light soared into the clouds, and dragon roars rang out. Xianxia finally occupied all 8 altars. The second round of the succession race reached its most intense moment at this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng looked over from the altar occupied by the 11th prince in the distance. When he saw this scene, he revealed a faint smile. Lin Feng had no choice but to become the 11th prince's guest. However, he had never stopped paying attention to Xianxia. Seeing that the 9th prince occupied an altar as well, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The universe origin sex Chu Feng, who was beside Lin Feng, showed a different expression. He had a grudge with Xianxia in the faux god world. They could be considered mortal enemies. This fellow is becoming more and more unfathomable. The 11th prince said, "Focus. The second wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive." Lin Feng and Chu Feng withdrew their gazes and looked at the boundless ferocious beasts in front again. At this moment, ferocious beasts occupied the entire core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ferocious beasts densely packed the area, stretching as far as the eye could see. The princes who did not occupy altars mixed in with the ferocious beasts, attacking the princes refining their Yan imperial swords. Wang Yan, who occupied the last altar, could not avoid being targeted by the other princes. Chapter 2307. There were 8 altars in the core region. Each altar was built on the Yanwu dynasty's ancient dragon vein. The dynasty's dragon vein had been passed down for a long time, looking vast and heavy. What the princes needed to do was firmly embed their great Dao mark in the dragon vein. The Yan imperial swords in their hands would eventually become unique, becoming a true holy sword of the dynasty. "I'm going in. I'll leave the ferocious beast wave to everyone." Wang Yan turned his head to look at the group as he looked at the Yan imperial sword in the fierce, holy flame. Before Xianxia and the others, Wang Yan leaped up and entered the holy flame to sit down cross-legged. The refinement officially started. Only the princes knew how dangerous it was. No one knew whether they could succeed or not. However, if they could not block the ferocious beast wave, they definitely would not succeed. Whoosh! As Wang Yan leaped into the holy flame to refine the Yan imperial sword, the altar under his feet slowly trembled. Auspicious signs drifted down from the sky like snowflakes. When the auspicious signs landed on the group, they turned into a warm current that nourished their bodies, making them feel comfortable. Xianxia carefully sensed the auspicious signs that came from the dynasty's dragon vein, descending. He felt his divine energy changing slightly. To think that there is such a benefit. If I receive enough auspicious signs, I can completely stabilize my newly advanced 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. Surprise flashed on Xiaoqian's face as he felt some joy in his heart. Everyone knew that after breaking through a bottleneck, one needed some time to stabilize their cultivation. It was not advisable to raise it blindly. Right now, the auspicious signs that descended nourished the physical body and condensed divine energy had outstanding effects. They could help Xiaoqian during this period. Rumble. As the group marveled, the ground shook. A black mass of figures appeared in the distance. Countless ferocious beasts surged over like the tide. After some thought, Qin Zhuolin said, "I understand. These ferocious beasts are here for the auspicious signs. As the princes deepen their refinement, the auspicious signs will grow stronger. At that time, the ferocious beasts that are attracted will also grow stronger." The ferocious might of the ferocious beasts put immense pressure on the group from afar. The towering altar swayed under the pressure of the ferocious aura. The ferocious beasts seemed to be charging over ferociously. The heavenly book scholar looked around with a grave expression. He said softly, "Brother Qin, you are skilled in the dragon-seeking art. You can connect to the luck of the mountains and rivers. How about you command the lava beasts under the altar?" Qin Zhuolin smiled, faintly. "No problem. I happen to have the same intention. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai, the two of you are six-vein sovereign emperors. Can you protect the prince and prevent other guests from sneaking up on him? If something happens to His Highness, we'll all be finished." Naturally, Elder Feng and Hao Kai were duty-bound to agree, without hesitation. "Brother Xiao Sua, you have the Scarlet Blood War banner. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and Brother Wu Meng to lead the charge." "No problem." Xiao Sua laughed heroically and soared into the sky with Wu Meng. Then they leaped off the altar and charged at the many ferocious beasts. The heavenly book scholar's arrangements were logical and clear. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Chun. He asked somewhat uncertainly, "Xiao Chun, can I use the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally?" The Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally was a supreme treasure. It could hold 1,000,000 soldiers, a great killing tool. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to give it up. If Xiao Chun was unwilling, all right. Just as the heavenly book scholar was thinking about how to persuade Xiao Chun directly handed the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally to him. "What do I need to do?" Xiao Chun asked directly, feeling that the heavenly book scholar had a pretty good grasp of the big picture. This gave him more confidence in the heavenly book scholar. On the other hand, the heavenly book scholar was stunned for a while before receiving the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for your trust. Xiao Chun, you are the strongest among us. I hope that you can patrol the surroundings and wait for an opportunity to kill the beast kings and force back the other princes." "That's what I was thinking." Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a flash of purple light. When he landed, the demon blood vulture happened to catch him. Now, only Hao Kai, Senior Feng, Qin Zhuolin, and the heavenly book scholar remained on the altar. "Brother Qin, these magma beasts contain a vast amount of dragon essence. If you can strengthen them with the dynasty's luck, you will be able to summon them. If you can use the dynasty's luck to support them, these colossal lava beasts can grow stronger." The heavenly book scholar said to Qin Zhuolin as he tightly grasped the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. "Is that so? Let me try." Qin Zhuolin casually pointed and said softly, "Drawing Earth as dragon." Boom! A mass of dragon aura burst out from the ground where the 200 magma beasts were standing. With the support of this dragon aura, the dragon aura was extremely powerful. With the support of this dragon chi, the colossal lava beasts' bodies continuously gave off crunching sounds. Their colossal bodies shrank at a visible pace. After a while, the colossal lava beasts shrank by half. His body had shrunk by half, but his aura had doubled, shocking everyone. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "It is really effective." The heavenly book scholar did not show any surprise. He looked to the front and said, "They are coming." At the very front, Xiao Sua and Wu Meng watched the ferocious beasts approach. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. More than 1,000 ferocious beasts that rivaled one-vein sovereign emperors surged over. Even the sky darkened before these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Their attributes were also different. Some were covered in blazing flames. Some had snow-white fur, looking cold and sinister. Some hid in the ground and squirmed slowly. The ferocious beasts were sovereign emperors. However, they were ferocious beasts after all. A human cultivator could easily kill a ferocious beast of the same strength as a sovereign emperor. In terms of intelligence, martial techniques, experience, schemes, and understanding of the great Tao, ferocious beasts were far inferior to humans. However, when the number of ferocious beasts reached a certain level, such shortcomings could be made up for. Rise! Scarlet blood battle hunger! Xianxia roared and ferociously waved the scarlet banner in his hand. The blood-like flag fluttered in the wind like ripples in the waves. As the banner fluttered, the entire sky turned into a surging sea of blood. Wu Meng, who was at the side, felt startled. The battle hunger contained in this scarlet blood war banner was somewhat horrifying. No wonder the heavenly book scholar dared to let Xianxia take the lead. With Xianxia here to restrain the ferocious beasts, the number of ferocious beasts that could charge over would be reduced by half. Xianxia grasped the war banner tightly with both hands, and a towering scarlet figure suddenly appeared behind him, holding a war banner as well. Boom! The scarlet blood war banner ferociously swung at the surging ferocious beast tide. Waves of blood surged in the strong wind. The ferocious beasts at the very front were immediately knocked into the air. Several of them crashed into each other and shattered, filling the air with blood. The startling strike of the scarlet blood war banner immediately disrupted the ferocious beast tide surging with killing chi. At least dozens of ferocious beasts were instantly crushed. The most important thing was that this group of ferocious beasts lost their insufferably arrogant auras. Kill! Xianxia and Wu Meng exchanged glances. Then, killing chi erupted from their bodies amid maniacal laughter as they charged over. Xiao Chun, who was circling in the air, looked around the ferocious beast tide before withdrawing his gaze. There were no beast kings in this first wave of ferocious beasts. They were just ordinary ferocious beasts. Given Xianxia and Wu Meng's strength, even if they got trapped, they would not get trapped. They could easily break free at any time. Rumble! The two blocked several hundred ferocious beasts. The remaining ferocious beasts continued charging towards the altar like the tide. However, the ferocious beasts had lost their formation and momentum. They looked like a group of scattered soldiers. "It's my turn." Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and pointed to the front. Boom! The colossal lava beasts that had shrunk to a size below the altar suddenly stood up. In that instant, these colossal lava beasts erupted with startling auras. Roar! These colossal lava beasts roared endlessly. The flames on their bodies burst forth with resplendent light, burning the sky. Countless flaming rocks rained down like meteors. Under Qin Zhuolin's command, this group of evolved colossal lava beasts charged forward, charging at the ferocious beasts that wanted to destroy the altar. A sacred flame burned endlessly on the tall altar as Wang Yan sat in it. A black aura of massacre shrouded Wang Yan's body, and his expression flickered. It would not be easy to imprint the mark of massacre into the dynasty's dragon vein. Hao Kai and Senior Feng stood to the left and right, cautiously watching the other directions. There were also blood-colored flames circling the altar in the sky. The surroundings of the altar were impenetrable, not even a single drop of water leaking in. This made the princes gathered in secret curse. They could not find any openings in this formation. Chapter 2308. Damn it! The ninth prince's guests advance and retreat in an orderly manner. They switch between offense and defense seamlessly, unable to see any openings at all. The 15th prince's group, which the demon blood vulture chased away earlier, gathered together. As they watched the heavenly book scholar and the others deal with the ferocious beast wave from afar, they frowned heavily and showed sullen expressions. Originally, the second prince and the 15th prince had gathered a group of helpers to fight for this altar. Unexpectedly, the 9th Prince Wang Yan led a group of people to snatch it away. On one side, the second prince, and Xianxia forced them to give up. On the other side, the demon blood vulture put them in a sorry state and forced them to retreat. The 15th Prince Wuxia was rather strong. Furthermore, he had the support of the 3 princes. Originally, his momentum had been high. However, after the demon blood vulture's killing moves and regrouping, the number of guests decreased by half. Originally, the 15th prince planned to charge over when the ferocious beast wave arrived, while the 9th prince's guests were flustered. Unexpectedly, under the heavenly book scholar's command, Xiaoqian's group of 7 did not show any openings. The first wave of ferocious beasts did not even get within 50 kilometers of the altar before it was wiped out. 15th elder brother, how about we give up? Xiaoqian's demonic pet is too strong. It cannot deal with the demon blood vulture. We have no chance of victory at all, a prince in the crowd said with lingering fear. The demon blood vulture already had a shadow in his heart. The 15th prince showed an uncertain expression. The 15th prince's expression flickered. He was unwilling, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. None of the many guests here dared to step forward to fight the demon blood vulture. I promise anyone who can delay that demon blood vulture an inferior grade soul tool, a rank 9 heavenly pill of their choice, and 250 tons of origin liquid. Wuxia gritted his teeth and promised to give away all the resources he could offer. However, when he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. They all modestly avoided his gaze. This angered Wuxia into cursing, "Bunch of trash." Actually, these words were somewhat unjust. The guests under him were rather strong. The problem was that these guests did not listen to him. They only used him to obtain fortuitous encounters. There was no loyalty to speak of, but it was not a problem to protect your life. After all, if the prince left, the guest would have to leave as well. But if you want them to risk their lives, then you're thinking too much. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had clearly mutated. It now had divine might, which meant that it was infinitely close to the great desolate Aeon's blood phoenix. In the face of such a magical beast, the slightest bit of carelessness could cost their lives. Who would be so foolish as to stand out? No matter how big the world was, it was not as important as one's own life. Furthermore, these experts were divine vein realm sovereign emperors. No matter where he went, he would be the overlord of a region, enjoying the courtesy of everyone. He did not show much respect to the princes. Thus, no matter how angry the 15th prince was, it was useless. 15th brother, why are you so angry? Everyone here is a sovereign emperor, outstanding talent, much stronger than you and me. If they're trash, then what are we? So. A discordant voice came from afar. When that voice rang out, a group of people appeared before the 15th prince. Rage flashed on the 15th prince's face. When he saw the leader of the group, he demanded, "7th brother, are you here to teach me a lesson?" This person was the 7th prince, Wuxia. Xiaoqian toyed with him until he was in a sorry state. Naturally, he could not swallow this frustration. After Wuxia reorganized himself, he immediately charged over. "Greetings, 7th prince." The many guests around the 15th prince did not show much change in expression when they heard Wuxia. However, they more or less acknowledged him in their hearts, so they greeted him. After Wuxia responded politely, he looked at Wuxia and said, "15th brother, you no longer have the ability to pose a threat to 9th brother. No matter what, you have to admit this." Wuxia's eyes sank slightly, and his lips curled up in mockery. He mocked, "So what if I am? Could it be that you have the strength to pose a threat to him? I saw that you were helpless when that Xiaoqian chased you earlier." These words sounded somewhat provocative, but Wuxia did not get angry. He said indifferently, "Indeed, I do not have much of a chance of victory. However, If you are willing to help me, ninth brother will definitely lose this round. As for the demon blood vulture that you are worried about, my guests can deal with it. As for the remaining Xianxia, I have already thought of a countermeasure. Are you serious? Wang Qi asked in disbelief as he looked at Wang Su with a contemplative expression. Do you still have a choice? You can either choose to follow me now or go around asking for favors and wait for the second round to be eliminated. If I can clear the third round, you will definitely receive many benefits. Hee. The ancient Yen Emperor tree will appear in the third round. There is no need for me to tell you what kind of fortuitous encounter there is, right? Wang Yun chuckled. He had a confident look on his face, not worried that the other party would reject him. 15th brother, just agree. 7th brother is stronger than us. If you do not agree, we will follow 7th brother ourselves. In any case, it is the same as everyone else. When the princes who followed the 15th prince heard Wang Su's words, they all felt tempted. Wang Qi's expression changed. After some thought, he said, as long as you can deal with that demon blood vulture, there is no harm in me taking a gamble with you. Wang Su turned his head and looked at a middle-aged man among his guests. Mr. Liu, I will leave the matter of the demon blood vulture to you. That middle-aged man wore strange clothes and gave off a faint demonic might. He was actually a demonic Tao sovereign emperor. Mr. Liu nodded with an indifferent expression. The demon blood vulture was born in the ash-gray sea. Although it is incredibly strong, it is not without weakness. I have a way to deal with it. However, I am not a match for that Xiaochen, so I can only rely on Senior Ma. The skinny old man chuckled and said, Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he cannot do anything to me. The difference in cultivation is not that easy to deal with. I just need to change my mind and delay him until you chase the 9th prince out of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Good. We will make our move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. Sure. After making up their minds, this group of people started to make preparations in secret. Including the 7th Prince Wang Su, there was a total of 5 princes. With so many princes gathered, the powerhouses of the feudal lords outside the palace's drill ground felt nervous for the 9th Prince Wang Yen. The princes occupying altars only suffered attacks from 3 5th princes at most. However, a total of 5 princes targeted the 9th prince. This 9th prince is really worrisome. Indeed, in the first round, the 13th prince targeted him, nearly wiping him out. In this round, 5 princes targeted him at the same time. It will be difficult. With 5 princes gathered, there are more than 40 sovereign emperor outstanding talents under them. The crucial thing is that this group of people is still very cautious. Based on their stance, they will only make their move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. The powerhouses of feudal lords and noble clan heads paying close attention to the 8 altars started to worry about the 9th prince. At the same time, the chaotic battles in the core region slowly reached their peak. Naturally, the first Prince Wang Fei had the smoothest refinement. He had many subordinates, all of them geniuses and experts, be it the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the Black Lotus Church Holy Son, or that mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. They could all be considered super experts. There was also the even more horrifying Shi, who hid in the dark and did not make a move. The most convenient thing was that no other prince dared to target the first prince. This allowed Wang Fei to focus on refining the Yen Imperial sword, unable to worry about anything else. However, the first prince chose the ruler Dao, the ruler Great Dao. Even without any interference, completing the refinement would not be easy. However, once the first prince succeeded, his strength would soar. Up until now, nearly everyone thought highly of the first prince. No matter who the other princes were, they were all slightly inferior. Aside from these princes, some of them could not be underestimated, either. For example, the 8th Prince Wang Feng. When Dao Yan brought out his ice small world and sealed thousands of sovereign emperor ferocious beasts with a wave of his hand, everyone felt shocked. This level of strength could be said to be invincible. In the entire ancient Yan emperor tomb, aside from the 8th prince, no one else had brought out a 10th layer Dao domain. Furthermore, the profound Heaven Holy Land's 3 experts, the Holy Sun, Wenrenyu, Mu Yunju, and Gu Yuhan, also showed the strength of super experts. The 3 waves of ferocious beasts easily destroyed the ferocious beasts 50,000 kilometers away from the altar. The 13th prince's altar showed another mysterious phenomenon. The royal teacher Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King spread out their great desolate Ian divine might at the same time, forcing the surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble, not daring to approach. This method of winning without a fight was breathtaking. The other noteworthy ones were the 11th prince and the 6th prince Wang Ming. Each of them had an expert skilled in the Death Dao domain. They used the mysteries of death to revive the dead sovereign emperor ferocious beasts as corpses. They easily dealt with the endless ferocious beast waves, not flustered at all. The 1st prince, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, the 11th prince, and the 6th prince. In the opinion of the spectators, they would have no problems clearing the 2nd round. As for the other princes occupying altars, there were many variables. They might even get chased off. This was the general situation in the core region. To these powerhouses, there would not be any other variables. Chapter 2309. It's the 4th wave. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar looked at the boundless ferocious beast corpses on the ground with a grave expression. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. The ground was covered with rivers of blood, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. The dragon essence contained in the ferocious beasts' bodies gave off a green light after they died, flickering like ghost flames. Xiao Suo, who was at the very front, was expressionless. One could not make out much of his expression. The scene before Xiao Chen no longer found it strange. Compared to the Scarlet Sea in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, the Scarlet Sea in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance was nothing. Even so, it paled in comparison to a great sorcerer. It was still far from being comparable. Wu Meng sat on the corpse of a ferocious beast, wiping the blood off his weapon. He was also proficient in the Tao of massacre, so he did not show much fatigue. However, each wave of roaring beasts was more ferocious and powerful than the last. Both of them could feel that the pressure on them had multiplied, and they were no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The sky was as auspicious as snow. It was much denser than before. Catching it, Xianxia allowed it to melt in his palm. After feeling the auspicious signs fusing with the divine sea, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "The 5th wave is coming. Clowns, are you still not going to show yourself?" As he said, a black light appeared at the edge of his vision, surging over like a wave. Looking around, he did not see any other princes or guests. It seemed that after the first lesson, this group of people knew how powerful he was and didn't dare to be careless again. He hid himself and restrained his aura. If they did not expose themselves, it would not be easy for Xiao Chen to pull them all out in this chaotic situation. After a few waves of beasts, Xiao Chen had nothing to do other than kill 2 beast kings. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen secretly refined the auspicious signs to stabilize his 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. It moved. Raising his eyebrows, Xiao Chen sensed a powerful killing intent gathering in the surroundings. This group of people finally couldn't hold back anymore. North. Turning around, Xianxia swiftly looked toward the north. "Xiao, xiao, xiao," 5 streaks of sword light appeared at the same time and gathered together, illuminating the sky. The imperial might was vast and mighty as it slowly approached. Above the sword light, a majestic dynasty was condensing. Those were 5 yen imperial swords drawn at the same time. The horrifying imperial might startled the other princes in the core region. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar showed a grave expression. After some thought, he said, "Don't panic. Everyone, hold your positions. The plan will not change." Hao Kai and Senior Feng, who had the heavy responsibility of protecting Wang Yen, raised their guard, not daring to be careless. The prince's Yen imperial sword could multiply his strength in the ancient Yen emperor tomb. The stronger the draconic luck, the more powerful the battle prowess. When the 5 yen imperial swords appeared at the same time, no one dared to lower their guard. They all felt a mountain-like pressure. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and a purple thunderbolt mark streaked across the sky. He was ready to check out the situation. A figure flew over from the sky, carrying a towering emperor's might, forcibly blocking Xiao Chen's path. This person was the 7th prince's subordinate, the skinny old man. Xiao Chen had some impression of this person's heavenly wood prison. "Move aside." As the 5 princes led their guests closer to the altar, Xiao Chen did not have time to waste with this old man. Boom! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he drew his tyrant saber and chopped down. Grass grows and shadows fly, growing and never extinguishing. The skinny old man smiled coldly, and an exuberant life force burst out of his body. Layers of emerald green tree branches grew and condensed into a ball around him, growing and extinguishing. No matter how tyrannical Xiao Chen's saber moves were, he could not destroy this ball of tree branches. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Saber lights spread out, and electric images crisscrossed. However, that skinny old man relied on his advantage in cultivation to defend and not attack. As long as Xiao Chen could not severely injure the old man in one go, he would not lose. Sawdust fluttered in the air and filled the sky. The scrawny old man's figure was faintly discernible in the tree ball's life and death. He said with a cold smile, "I'm an entire major realm higher than you. The profoundness of my divine essence isn't what you can imagine. Although you're terrifyingly strong, if I don't make a move, there won't be any flaws." Whew! Xiao Chen turned around and stopped attacking. He frowned slightly. Encountering such a shameless old thing was indeed difficult to deal with. A trace of retreating appeared in his heart. He did not want to waste any more time. Saving the 9th prince was more important. "You want to leave? I didn't agree to let you go. This old man has the final say." The skinny old man was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Chen blocking the entire team of the 7th prince. When he saw the helpless look on Xiao Chen's face, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Dao might erupted, and a terrifying wood Dao domain spread out, instantly filling the sky. The instant the wood Dao domain supported the wood shavings that filled the air, the wood shavings scattered everywhere. The densely packed wood shavings flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen showed a cold expression as his 3 Dao might layered over each other, materializing a boundless saber move. Xiao Chen sent out an impenetrable screen of sabers to protect himself, not leaving any blind spots. However, this skinny old man's attack was extremely strange. The wood shavings actually stuck to the saber light. Then they grew wildly like grass growing under a rock. When they burst out, they could even send the rock flying. These wood shavings relied on this life force to forcefully break through Xiao Chen's screen of saber light. After that, wood shavings continuously landed on Xiao Chen's body, growing wildly. Soon, Xiao Chen's body was covered in trees. These trees tore at his physical body. The roots were like tentacles that pierced through his skin and penetrated deep into his body, destroying his internal organs and absorbing the life force in his body. Xiao Chen's strong blue dragon divine body gave these trees an even better space to grow. The rapidly growing trees shocked even the skinny old man somewhat. Ha! Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Many times, the stronger an existence looks, the weaker it is. On the other hand, the unremarkable things like a blade of grass or a piece of wood are extremely tough and can bring out incredible power. The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. Then he held his palms together and continuously infused his divine energy into the many trees on Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked extremely strange. Xiao Chen stood in the air with many huge trees covering his entire body. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes peered through the intertwining branches, calmly looking at the skinny old man. The skinny old man allowed the divine energy to infuse into the trees on his body. It seemed like he was helpless and resigned to his fate. Slowly, the skinny old man could no longer keep smiling. He felt that the life force in Xiao Chen's body seemed boundless. The wildly growing trees even seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The life force they exuded was so dense that even the skinny old man felt afraid. How can it be like this? Given his cultivation, after my seed absorbed so much life force, he should have turned into a dried corpse long ago. The skinny old man felt greatly startled. However, he could no longer stop. He could only clench his teeth and continue. I really want to continue playing with you. However, I don't know what method you used, but you managed to restrain the demon blood vulture as well. This ends here. Fiendish saber inheritance. All things rejoicing together. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the many trees growing wildly on his body assimilated with all things rejoicing together. Every tree, every branch, and every leaf burst out with resplendent saber light at the same time. The life force that terrified the skinny old man turned into countless saber lights and surged over. Whoosh! Without giving the skinny old man any chance to react, the saber lights filling the air surged over. When the saber lights scattered, the skinny old man's entire body was pierced through. Like a broken kite, the skinny old man wobbled and fell heavily. The many trees wrapped around Xiao Chen's body. He gently twisted his body and slid down like water. The roots of the trees in his body tried to grab hold of him, but could not. The instant Xiao Chen left the many towering ancient trees in the air, without the vast life force in his body shattered and turned into ashes. The skinny old man looked incredibly weak. Then he gently drifted down and walked forward step by step. The skinny old man appeared incredibly weak. Wounds covered the skinny old man's body, but he laughed maniacally. Xiao Chen, it's over for you. You can turn around and take a look. Turn around and take a look. Then you will know what despair is. The 5 yen imperial swords above the altar where Wang Yen gave off resplendent sword lights. Boundless sword moves encased the entire altar. The heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and the other 2 showed extremely unsightly expressions. Right now, it was not about whether Wang Yen could block the peak strikes of the 5 princes' Yen imperial swords. Even if they managed to block it, the shock waves from the explosion could directly destroy the entire altar. Wang Yen, who was in the eye of the storm, would definitely die. Below the altar, Qin Zhuolin controlled the colossal lava beast and fought an intense battle with the 5 princes' guests. Qin Zhuolin showed rage on his face. He wanted to help, but he could not. On the other side, the demon blood vulture's belly pressed against the ground as it screeched miserably. The demon blood vulture did its best to spread its wings and fly. However, when the wind blew, no matter how much it screeched in pain, It could not fly. A black ball as heavy as a planet stuck it to the ground inside the demon blood vulture's body. Mr. Liu stood upright in the air, with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled sinisterly and said, "After swallowing my imprisoning star pearl, no matter how horrifying you are, you will have to lie down obediently." Xiao Suo and Wu Meng, who were at the front lines, were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. At this moment, Qin Zhuolin, who should have led the colossal lava beast to reinforce them, was held up. The two were in unspeakable misery. They could only do their best to hold on as danger surrounded them. The ninth prince is finished. Outside the palace in the clouds, the powerhouses of the feudal lords in the palace in the clouds sighed as they watched the scene on the huge light screen. Although this was somewhat sorrowful, it was within expectations. How could the ninth prince stand a chance against the five princes? Such an outcome was just a matter of time. Something's not right. Look, however, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A saber light flew over. Everywhere the saber light passed, the saber move sliced the sky in half like it was a piece of cloth. Cassier! Something strange happened in an instant. Before the ninth prince could see where the saber light came from, the five princes with surging auras above the altar got chopped in half at the waist. The peak strike of the Yen imperial sword crumbled, looking like fireworks in the air. Go in peace. Then Xiao Chun sheathed Heavenly Slayer and stepped forward. His tall and straight figure looked like a lone mountain. The instant Heavenly Slayer returned to the scabbard, the tip of the scabbard flew towards the severely injured, skinny, old man at lightning speed. The incredibly weak, skinny, old man's face filled with despair. He muttered, "Turn back, turn back. Sorry, I do not have the habit of turning back." Boom. Heavenly Slayer closed the scabbard and landed, crushing the skinny, old man into powder. The remnant might scattered his divine seal. The skinny, old man did not see Xiao Chen turn back even as he died. The skinny, old man did not understand why there was a need to turn back after Heavenly Slayer was drawn. Chapter 23:10. While Xiao Chun was defeating the five great princes' joint counterattack, the fifth prince was not so lucky. The first prince's altar burst out with resplendent light, looking like the sun, illuminating the entire ancient Yen emperor tomb. All of them were forcefully sent out, turning into streams of light and disappearing. The group of people laughed at the same time. Clearly, they had always looked down on this Wang Yun, treating him as a joke. Yuan Zhen chuckled as he looked at Wang Yun. According to Yuan Zhen's plan, he should have made a sudden attack at this moment, killing off the unguarded third prince. Could it be that Big Brother is going to go on a killing spree? Wang Yun said with some certainty. He rushed towards Xiao Chun and Wu Meng, who were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. The fourth prince, Wang Yun, could not accept this at all. However, he endured it. After all, Yuan Zhen had not missed anything since the start. But no matter what, a prince was still a prince, and the other guests would more or less have some scruples. Congratulations, third brother. Hee, third brother is really amazing. I believe there must have been some commotion in the refinement of the Yen imperial sword. Fourth brother, I will take my leave first. Qin Zhuolin startled to his senses and quickly directed the colossal lava beast to turn into a surging flood, like the roar of a raging river. Huge waves surged and rushed towards the horde of beasts. But no matter what, the ninth prince's crisis had been resolved. On the altar, the four princes looked at the blazing sacred flame with different expressions. King's Way. In the midst of the blazing sacred flame, the princes all wore horrified expressions. Those fellows were even capable of getting the first prince to collude with the Shuowu dynasty. After Xiao Chun left, Wang Yin said somewhat angrily, "Mr. Yuan, can you give me an explanation?" With your strength earlier, you could have killed third brother in one move when he let his guard down. Why did you just give up? I've killed so many berserk beasts that I want to puke. Seeing a berserk beast's corpse makes me sick. Ha! This fourth prince is still as foolish as ever. He must have become foolish after killing so many ferocious beasts. Even now, you are still thinking about the berserk beasts. Fourth brother, we won't leave. We will protect you. Not only Wang Yun, but the other guests were also confused, expressing their confusion. He was well aware of his own strength and his own capabilities. However, it looked like the first prince's Yen imperial sword was about to complete its refinement. The third prince smiled and said, "This fourth brother of mine is good at everything, but he's a little silly and honest. Ha ha ha, but he's not stupid. He won't give us a chance, right?" The Yen emperor in the clouds remained calm. He did not show any rage or killing intent because of Xianxia's attack. 50%. So. If he is allowed to merge his king's mark with the dynasty's dragon vein, he will soar into the sky. No one knows what will happen. Given the selfish nature of the imperial ancestral temple's elders, it was practically impossible for them to be willing to pay a high price. The demon blood vulture soared into the air and let out a carefree cry as it charged at the ferocious beast Tide. A hint of surprise flashed in the third prince's eyes. "Fourth brother, are you not going to stay and share the dragon vein with us?" In reality, princes had fallen in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb in every succession race. The 5 princes were split in half by a medial grade soul tool. It was hard to say whether they could survive or not. When Wang Yun recognized Yuan Zhen, he felt greatly startled. The other guests were similarly startled. "Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. Mr. Yuan, why aren't you making a move? We have not suffered any losses yet. This is the best opportunity." When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, there was no need to turn back. The scene of Xiao Chen chopping down 5 princes with one saber strike was simply shocking. Wang Yun's heart pounded heavily. He had never thought that he could become the crown prince. After the 5 princes were forcefully sent out of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, their guests naturally could not remain. However, Xiao Chun used Heavenly Slayer. According to legend, if one did not kill, one would injure oneself. When it was unsheathed, one would definitely die. A murderous intent flashed in the fourth prince Wang Yun's eyes, but he did not make a move. Yuan Zhen removed his hood, revealing his shiny bald head and the 12-ring scars on it. Yuan Zhen did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "Before coming, I did not know that the first prince chose the king's Tao. I also did not know that his refinement would be so smooth." The sword Qi, released by the 5 yen imperial swords on the altar, scattered like fireworks. There's no need. There is a limited number of auspicious signs. If we fight over them, it will be hard to avoid harming our friendship. Third elder brother, just remember your agreement with me. I'll bring my subordinates to the core region to sweep the area. The ferocious beast corpses covering the ground are great treasures. Yuan Zhen had 3 purposes in coming to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. This is a little too exaggerated. After this, the 9th prince's situation turned around. He should not have any problems in the 2nd round. The 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince formed an alliance. They found an opening and directly chased the 5th prince off the altar, forcing him to forfeit. Senior Feng and Hao Kai exchanged glances, not saying anything for a long time. Before the 3rd prince could reply, Wang Yun leaped off the altar and quickly led his guests far away. If Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had not rushed over, they would have died in battle. The succession race was not a friendly game. It was a cruel competition to the death. The first was to help Wang Yen become the crown prince. The second was the ethereal immortal palace. The third had always been hidden in the depths of Yuan Zhen's heart. Earlier was clearly an excellent opportunity. The fourth prince might have occupied the altar and succeeded in refining it. Wang Yun said seriously, "I trust Mister. What should I do now?" The other princes sneered as they watched the third prince leave. After a while, Elder Feng voiced out his concern. When Senior Feng turned his head to look, he happened to see Xiao Chun sheathing his saber. This scene stunned Senior Feng. His mind short-circuited, and he forgot to move. If it were any other weapon, it would be fine. All he needed to do was use natural treasures and recuperate for a while, and his life would not be in danger. Yuan Zhen laughed maniacally. Then he revealed an unfathomable smile under his hood. "Do you think the 5 princes have any chance of surviving?" Seeing that Wang Yun trusted him completely, Yuan Zhen smiled and asked, "Have you heard of the 9th altar? Do you know what the kingly Tao is?" "The kingly Tao is that those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The kingly Tao is to show such might. The stronger one is, the stronger one's Tao might and strength will be. They complement each other. What do you think will happen next?" The first Prince Wang Fei roared as he drew the Yen imperial sword in his hand, startling all the princes refining the Yen imperial sword to their senses. Xiao Chun looked at the imprisoning star pearl in his hand, feeling its heavy weight. Then he fiddled with it for a while before putting it away. The powerhouses of the feudal lords had long since grown accustomed to the deaths of princes. Qin Zhuolin had been commanding more than 100 colossal lava beasts to fight the 40-odd guests. Now that his opponents were gone, the pressure on him lessened significantly. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire core region of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb shook intensely. The terrifying imperial might caused the other altars that were far away to shake and tremble. The other guests felt somewhat dissatisfied as well. However, what does that matter? You might consider these things, but Xiao Chun would not care at all. In his opinion, this is a fight to the death. Either the 9th prince dies, or the 5 princes die. The moment he drew Heavenly Slayer, he did not intend to turn back. Or rather, when he decided to help Wang Yan, there was no reason for him to turn back. Even if a prince died, it would normally be at the hands of another prince. Few guests would directly kill a prince. This somewhat cruel scene immediately elicited startled cries. To think that Xiao Chun was so bold. The book scholar shouted from the altar. As he spoke, he immediately leaped off the altar. Amid loud rumbling, a kingly Tao's emperor's might swept out in all directions, covering the sky. The 2 halves of the 5 princes suddenly appeared in the palace's drill ground. Senior Feng felt stunned. After a while, he no longer bothered with this question. Wasn't his question pointless? It turned out that the mysterious person that he looked down on was actually the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. "How?" Kai said calmly. "Everything points to disaster. However, he can definitely be saved. It just depends on whether the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are willing to pay a sufficient price." The 3rd prince, who was the leader, rejoiced. He said seriously, "Many thanks to little brothers for helping. Otherwise, I would never have been able to climb this altar." The 3rd prince did not reveal any of this, enduring silently. However, in his heart, this 3rd goal was far more important than the first 2. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chun, compared to Senior Feng, Hao Kai's understanding of Xiao Chun was more thorough. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts showed hurried expressions as they quickly took away the bodies of the 5 princes. "Brother Qin, quickly go and save Xiao Suo and Wu Meng. In their opinion, aside from the first prince, they could give up on the others." Yuan Zhen said coldly, I removed my hood in hopes that you will trust me more. This is a great opportunity that comes once in a blue moon. You should know that this land of absolute beginning had the help of the hidden spirit temple's ancestors. That was how the first generation Yan Emperor managed to locate this place as the imperial tomb. Now, Yuanzhan actually said that he had a 50% chance of becoming the crown prince and ascending to the throne. Everything went as Yuanzhan expected. The four princes worked together and successfully chased away the strong fifth prince. Ha ha ha. Actually, you don't have to care about this because your opportunity is here. If you only had a 20% chance of becoming the crown prince before, it has now risen to 50%. Under the hood, Yuanzhan looked around and sent a voice projection. Hee, there's no rush. I sense that something is about to happen. Just wait a little longer. This altar is not important right now. Let your third brother have it. What? Boom. The murderous intent in the fourth Prince Wang Yun's eyes vanished. Yuanzhan, you are the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhan. Doesn't the hidden spirit temple never interfere in the succession race? Chapter 23:11. Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. These words echoed endlessly in the vast core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The sovereign Tao's might shook the world. A resplendent holy light shone on the first prince's altar, illuminating the entire core region like the sun. This made the altars of the other princes pale in comparison. This is the sovereign Tao. Amid the blazing holy flame, the yellow papers on the various altars opened their eyes at the same time. Intense horror flashed in their eyes. No one expected the first Prince Wang Fei to merge his sovereign Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein so quickly. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Everyone expected the sovereign Tao to be much more difficult to merge than the other great Tao. It was impossible for the first prince to succeed so quickly before the other princes. Inside the palace, even the aloof Yan Emperor felt shocked. As he held the genuine Yan imperial sword in his hand, his body trembled slightly as he said, "Impossible! Why is it impossible? The facts prove that the first prince is indeed the chosen one, the leader of our Yanwu dynasty's resurgence." The Yan Emperor looked back and saw the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor. Then he suddenly understood something. You have already crossed the line. The ancestral teachings say that the succession race has to be fair. If you go against the ancestral teachings, my Yanwu dynasty will be destroyed. Everyone knew that the imperial ancestral temple controlled the entrances to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They knew most of the secrets of the mausoleum. If they were willing to lend a hand, they would definitely be able to survive. If they helped, the first prince could merge his sovereign Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein at an incredible speed. However, this was equivalent to deciding who the crown prince would be. This completely went against the ancestral teachings, ignoring the ancestral teachings and shaking the foundation of the nation. A great calamity is approaching. The Yanwu dynasty is in the eye of the storm. If it does not change, it will self-destruct. Don't think that I do not know that you secretly went to Spirit Vulture Mountain. That group of bald donkeys did not agree to help you, right? The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's expression did not change as he looked coldly at the Yan Emperor, appearing exceptionally cold. The Yan Emperor felt stunned. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to know him so well. Based on your confused expression, that group of bald donkeys from the Hidden Spirit Temple probably did not agree to help you. Humph! This bunch of bald donkeys have always been high and mighty, acting as if they were otherworldly masters, but in reality, they're just collecting incense and worshipping the Devil Buddha. the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor, said indifferently, "Do you want to draw your sword? You can't pull it out, right? You are already a thing of the past. A new Yan imperial sword will be born. Watch carefully, accompany us to the end of the last play, and obediently pass on the throne." So. Right after Xiaochen spoke, many experts of the imperial ancestral temple appeared in the palace high in the clouds. The Yan emperor had an unsightly expression as he looked at the elders walking out from behind the sovereign ancestor. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why the abbot did not agree to his request that day. This was because the dynasty was no longer under his control. The clan elder's influence was deeply rooted in the dynasty's bloodline. In the great hall below, the feudal vassals and the big shots of the aristocratic families were present. They did not know that a coup had quietly taken place in the palace in the clouds. The current Yan emperor was stripped of his throne by the joint efforts of the imperial ancestral temple's elders. In the ancient Yan emperor tomb, the first Prince Wang Fei soared into the air amid resplendent holy light and looked around coldly. A tyrannical, kingly Tao that looked down on the world made the four princes tremble. Damn it! How can this be? The eighth Prince Wang Feng felt startled and angry. His wind great Tao was only half a step away from perfectly merging with the dynasty's dragon vein. In Wang Feng's opinion, no matter what, he should be ahead of Wang Fei. Merging the wind great Tao was much simpler than merging the sovereign Tao. Oh no! The expressions of Tao Yen and the profound heaven, holy sun, Wenren Yu changed at the same time. This was because Wang Fei, who was high in the sky, fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, who was in the sacred flame. Eighth Prince, quickly leave the altar. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Wang Feng showed an unresigned expression. Give me a little more time, and I can perfectly merge the wind great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. There is no time. It is enough that you have already imprinted it. Tao Yen and Wenren Yu did not give Wang Feng a chance to speak. They worked together to pull him out of the sacred flame and shouted, "Quickly move away." However, they were still one step too late. Wang Fei drew his sword, and a vast dragon image appeared. The accumulations of the dynasty that had existed for 100,000 years were vividly displayed in Wang Fei's sword. When the sword light landed, the altar that the eighth prince was on suddenly crumbled, turning into countless shards. Wang Feng appeared somewhat dispirited. "My altar." The scattered shards of the altar were like bubbles in a beautiful dream to Wang Feng, drifting in all colors. "It's gone, it's all gone." A terrifying shockwave spread out as boundless dragon energy poured out from the shattered altar. The dragon essence turned into many dragon images, continuously heading for Wang Fei in the air, causing his might to soar. "Ha ha ha! Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die." When Wang Fei felt the overwhelming power contained in the Yan imperial sword in his hand, he entered a frenzied state as he shouted again. The might of one sword strike destroyed his greatest competitor's altar. The swelling energy made Wang Fei's heart grow infinitely larger. "Oh no!" The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed slightly. Then he said decisively, "Retreat." After dealing with the eighth brother, there was no doubt that first brother's target would be him. Since that was the case, he might as well retreat earlier. There was no need to insist on a perfect merger of his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. Since the mark was already there, it meant that there was still hope. There was still hope. The altar was already useless. If he insisted on perfection, he would definitely be destroyed. Damn it. Although Wang Yi calmly analyzed the pros and cons in his heart, he still felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Whoosh! Sikong Shu, the Silver Dragon King, and the other great desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents protected the 13th Prince Wang Yi as they jumped off the altar and fled. Bang! Nearly the instant Wang Yi jumped off the altar, the first Prince Wang Fei's attack arrived. The altar shattered in that instant, and the sacred flame scattered on the ground. The burning, ferocious beasts howled miserably as they fled in all directions. Withdraw! Wang Fei smiled coldly. The Yen imperial sword in his hand frantically absorbed the dragon essence leaking out of the altar. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The sovereign Tao, this is the sovereign Tao. The greater one's momentum, the stronger one's strength. After Wang Fei destroyed the 8th prince and the 13th prince's momentum, his own momentum swelled to a level that no one dared to look directly at. Below the altar, Lord Shi's group showed calm expressions as if they had expected this. How terrifying! How can First Brother be so strong? The 3rd prince, who had just occupied an altar, had just jumped onto it. He did not even have time to refine the Yen imperial sword. When the 3rd prince saw everything that happened before him, he was completely stunned, unable to continue fighting. Oh no! The 3rd prince's expression changed dramatically. He felt a killing qi encasing him, preventing him from moving, and his entire body trembled. First brother, I have no intention of fighting with you. I'll give up now. Fear filled the 3rd prince's heart. He stuttered, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Boom! However, Wang Fei did not give the 3rd prince a chance to speak. When his sword descended, he destroyed the 3rd prince along with the altar. This happened again and again. Wang Fei sent out 3 sword strikes, destroying an altar with 1 sword strike. 3 sword strikes destroyed 3 altars. Those who paid attention could tell that this was no longer Wang Fei's own strength. He seemed to have borrowed the momentum of the dynasty's dragon vein. Before the other princes could perfectly merge their great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. The dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. In this ancient Yen emperor tomb, the dynasty's dragon vein was equivalent to the Jianghu dynasty's 100,000 years of accumulations. As for the first Prince Wang Fei, he was the embodiment of this dynasty's accumulations. With the Yen imperial sword in hand, he carried the mandate of heaven. When the 4th Prince Wang Yin saw the dead 3rd prince in the distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. If the 4th prince had not listened to Yuan Zhen earlier, he would have been the one dead. Wang Yin said sincerely, "Mr. Yuan, many thanks for saving my life." Shock also flashed in Yuan Zhen's eyes on his calm face under the hood. Clearly, he was somewhat surprised by the strength that Wang Fei displayed. "There's no need to thank me. We are in the same boat. Saving you is saving myself." Wang Yin did not care about Yuan Zhen's words. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Mr. Yuan, where is the 9th altar that you mentioned?" Yuan Zhen smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. This is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you." Wang Yin felt slightly stunned. Then he looked in the direction of Yuan Zhen's finger and saw the 9th Prince Wang Yan's altar. Chapter 23:12. There's no rush. Now is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you. Ah. Wang Yin looked in the direction Yuan Zhen pointed. It was the altar where the 9th Prince Wang Yan was. Confusion flashed in his eyes. "Ha ha! Stop looking. Hide first." Yuan Zhen pulled up his hood, hiding his face even deeper. Then he turned around and said, "Mr. Yuan, tell me, where is the 9th altar?" Wang Yin asked anxiously as he pulled up his hood and shifted his gaze to Yuan Zhen. Wang Yin retracted his gaze and shifted it to Yuan Zhen. Then, he said anxiously, a crazed look flashing in his eyes. Wang Yin asked anxiously as he withdrew his gaze and shifted it to Yuanzhan. Wang Yin had never felt so close to the crown prince position before. Since he was young, he had always been a joke among the many princes. Wang Yin clenched his right fist tightly, feeling a surge of hot-bloodedness. Yuanzhan glanced over and saw Wang Yin's expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. I like your current state. However, this is indeed not the time to tell you. Come and hide with me first. The destruction in the battle later will surpass your imagination." Battle? Wang Yin appeared somewhat confused. First brother was so strong now. Who would dare to fight him? Wang Yin felt helpless to have such an idiot. Yuanzhan sighed in his heart. Then he gave a simple explanation. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When your brothers wake up, they will understand this principle. They will only have a chance if they work together and destroy your first brother's altar. Don't you see that your first brother's guests are guarding the altar, not daring to move at all? Wang Yin looked around. Indeed, that was the case. Although the Xiaowu dynasty experts and the six-vein sovereign emperor Zuyu appeared relaxed, they did not relax at all. However, he did not let his guard down at all. He warily looked at his surroundings, his defense airtight, not revealing any openings. When Wang Yin thought of the battle that Yuanzhan spoke of, he immediately felt horrified. If it was, as Yuanzhan said, just the ridiculously strong guests of the 8th prince and the 13th prince working together would not count the guests of the other princes. What kind of destructive power would that be? Wang Yin did not dare to imagine. Startled to his senses, Wang Yin shouted, "Go, go, go. Let's leave quickly. Don't move. Follow me." Yuanzhan shook his head slightly. Then he led the way, leading the group of guests and the 4th prince far away. The storm in the core region intensified. The 1st prince, who had absorbed another altar's dragon essence, became even more ferocious. He was so strong that he was beyond reason. Just a look from him was enough to make people tremble in fear. At this moment, aside from Wang Fei's altar, only 3 altars remained. They were the 11th prince, the 9th prince Wang Yan, and the 6th prince Wang Ming. The other altars were either destroyed or abandoned. Grim Reaper Lin Feng and the universe origin sex Chu Feng both had ugly expressions on the 11th prince's altar. Should we defend or abandon? The 11th prince looked at the 2 of them. He was still hesitant and conflicted. Chu Feng said after some thought, "There's no rush. He will definitely target the 9th prince Wang Yan with this sword strike. Your Highness, you should focus on refining the Yan imperial sword. Only by perfectly merging one's great Tao will one have a chance to compete with him." Lin Feng glanced around and said calmly, "There are still many uncertainties. I think that the 8th prince and the 13th prince can't wait any longer." That's right. 8th brother and 13th brother will definitely not sit back and watch 1st brother continue to be strong. The 11th prince made up his mind, no longer conflicted. Then he focused on refining the Yan imperial sword. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The 11th prince did not want to give up yet. Amid the fierce sacred flame, Wang Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 1st prince Wang Fei. The shock in his heart had yet to fade. Too fast. It was simply too fast. The 1st prince Wang Fei did not give anyone much time to react. He destroyed the 4 altars with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, he was so strong that no one could bear to look at him directly. The tyranny of the kingship Tao made Wang Fei's heart swell to the point that it nearly distorted. Wang Fei was ruthless and decisive when he attacked. Wang Fei eliminated 2 of his greatest threats and 2 of the weakest princes. At this moment, no one could compete with him. Ninth Prince, your fate is already in chaos. I can see the situation of the various places. The fate of heaven is in chaos. The heavenly book scholar frowned heavily. At the crucial moment, his fate failed, making him feel somewhat guilty. However, your Highness's fate is a clash of yin and yang. It is hard to determine good or bad. I suggest that your Highness avoid it for now. Those who submit to me prosper. Those who oppose me die. After Wang Fei finished refining the newly absorbed dragon essence, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan while laughing maniacally. As everyone expected, the target of Wang Fei's sword strike was the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Xiaochen, do you dare to receive this sword strike of mine? When Wang Fei saw Xiaochen on the altar, the murderous intent that he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted without fear. Without any hesitation, Xianxia raised his sword and brandished it, the foundation of a dynasty that had more than 100,000 years of history. The 100,000-odd years of accumulations of a dynasty turned into a towering sword light, looking like a sharp saber piercing through the sky as it descended on the altar where Wang Yan was. This already equaled the peak strike of a 7-vein sovereign emperor, perhaps even more horrifying. Most importantly, this was in the depths of the ancient Yan emperor tomb. Even a true 7-vein sovereign emperor or an 8-vein sovereign emperor would find it hard to display such might. The unparalleled sword light far surpassed the previous 4 sword strikes. This sword strike contained the vast sword light of the dynasty's might. It was also the legendary body of the dynasty that had weathered the river of time. The might of the sword made the vast and boundless core region seem incredibly insignificant. Should he defend or retreat? It all depended on Wang Yan's thought. Xiaochen closed his eyes and let the strong wind caused by the sword might flutter his clothes and long hair. Wang Fei had specifically asked Xiaochen to receive this sword strike. However, it was not up to him whether he wanted to receive it or not. It was not a matter of whether Wang Yan could receive it or not. Instead, if Wang Yan chose to retreat, receiving this sword strike would be meaningless. This king has never let anyone down in my life. Since everyone did not let me down, I will not let everyone down. Please help me receive this sword strike. We will live and die together. Wang Yan's calm words were indistinct before the vast sword might. However, it was like tar, igniting the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of Jianghu, the heavenly book scholar, and the others. They no longer showed any intention of retreating when facing this startling sword strike. Fight! My name is Xiao Suo. Today, I wield the flag with my body of flesh and blood. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, please bestow me an undefeatable fighting spirit. Half a lifetime of ups and downs, wandering from place to place. Half a lifetime of invincibility, running amok. Xiao Suo shouted and burned his life force. The Scarlet War banner fluttered in the wind. The undefeatable battle hunger that Xiaochen inherited from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King crossed time and space, breaking through the barriers of time and space from the distant past. It turned into a blood-red sun and lit up the area, forcing back the sun-like radiance of the Wang Fei dynasty. The sun is like the sky. The true fire will never be extinguished. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai's expression did not change. Then, like tar, he turned into the solar true flame and started burning. His eyes turned golden, and his great desolate Ian bloodline was completely activated. Immediately, a golden crow circled around the altar, pointing at the sun as the sky, drawing the earth as the dragon. Jianghu brought out his dragon-seeking art to its limits. He pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. The location of his finger happened to be the blood-colored sun formed by the undefeatable battle will, and it instantly turned into a small altar. Under the sword that was formed from the foundation of 100,000 years of the empire, it forcefully propped up the sky. His other hand pointed to the ground, drawing the earth as a dragon, summoning the image of a dragon vein to soar up with the resplendent golden crow. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, sun, moon, and galaxy. The heavenly book scholar could not care too much. He slowly opened the folding fan in his hand. Borrowing the sun, moon, and stars, he transformed his righteous chi into a blessing for this world. Aside from Xiaochun, Wu Meng, and the others on the altar did their best, even overdrawing on their life force. To block the unparalleled sword materialized by the 100,000 years of the dynasty's accumulations. Kill! Xiao Suo took the lead. He held the blood-colored war banner in his hand as he charged toward that brilliant sword light. It looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal move. Even the feudal lords outside the palace could not bear to watch. Dang! The instant the scarlet blood war banner clashed with the sword light, Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared in his right hand, which held the war banner. Xiao Suo's undefeatable battle hunger actually blocked that unparalleled sword light for a moment. Everyone was shaken. This scene was just too inconceivable. Even the 8th prince and the 13th prince did not dare to receive this sword strike. To think that a guest of the 9th prince blocked it. Brother Xiao, I'll help you. Whoosh! It looked like the cracks on Xiao Suo's arm would spread to his entire body. Then 5 figures soared into the air at the same time. Qin Zhuolin gathered all the power of the world that he could connect to himself. He turned into a dragon image and attacked the sword light materialized by the dynasty, one from the left and one from the right, together with the golden crow that Hao Kai turned into. Crack! Crack! Before everyone's incredulous gazes, cracks appeared in that sword light, showing signs of crumbling. The first prince's expression changed dramatically. How can it be like this? The kingship Tao that the first prince cultivated could not tolerate such failure. Once the kingship Tao failed, it would harm the great Tao's origin. However, just as the first prince prepared to attack again, he suddenly felt a chill. When the first prince looked in the direction of the chill, he saw that Xiaochun had opened his eyes at some point in time. A towering azure-colored dragon image materialized behind him, containing the pure royal divine dragon's dragon might. Chapter 23:13. The Blue Dragon. The azure dragon image was eye-catching and clear. Unlike the dragon images of the past, the azure dragon image behind Xiaochun looked very realistic. The scales were lifelike, and the fine details could be seen clearly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, and it was vivid and lifelike. The pure royal blue dragon might made Xiaochun look like a living ancient divine dragon behind him. This was the effect of the 10,000 dragons art breaking through to the third layer. The 10,000 dragons merged into one, and the royal genealogical record of Xiaochun's true name. The moment this blue dragon appeared, all the princes and guests in the core region could not help looking over. The royal blue dragon might spread to every corner. It was like water or mist, real and ethereal. After the dragon might entered the bodies of the various cultivators, it brought fear and trembling. It was hard not to notice it. This Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, who had agreed to attack Wang Fei together with the 8th prince, were stunned. Their bloodlines were noble, far surpassing those of ordinary, great, desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents. They were very clear on how extraordinary Xiaochun's dragon might was. A mixed-blood dragon? Is this really a mixed-blood dragon? I don't believe it. The Silver Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. His grade 7 silver dragon bloodline actually felt some fear. It was like the silver dragon king wanted to see a dragon, wanting to kneel and prostrate. This was extremely absurd. Although the other divine beast bloodline outstanding talents also felt fear in the depths of their hearts, they were not as fearful as the dragon race cultivators. Azure? Could it be that lost divine dragon bloodline? Sikong Shu thought of some secret records in the Bushin Palace. His expression changed, becoming uncertain. The sovereign emperor powerhouses in the palace clearly noticed the difference in the azure dragon image behind Xiao Chun. Interesting. This is already the dragon, might of a king divine dragon. However, the 6-colored divine dragons do not have a blue dragon. There were rumors in the past that the divine dragons had 7-colored divine dragons 50,000 years ago. However, it seems like someone purposely erased these rumors. Even the various holy lands only have scattered records, so no one knows what happened. Who in this martial epic is so capable? You can force the various superpowers to make this a taboo. Strange things have happened one after another in this year's Crown Prince selection. I wonder what kind of omen this is. The various feudal lords and aristocratic family bigwigs were puzzled. At the same time, they had a bad premonition. There were also some big shots who wore grave expressions and did not dare to speak. Although the Blue Dragon's past was not a taboo, the factions that had existed for tens of thousands of years still knew about it. They also knew who had erased the news. This was the horrifying existence that stood at the peak of the martial epic, the one that no one dared to talk about or defy. But now, the Blue Dragon bloodline, which had been wiped out by that person, actually had a survivor. How could these people who knew the secret not feel terrified and uneasy, not daring to say anything? When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor saw the azure-colored dragon image in the palace in the clouds, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled calmly and said, "The martial epic is indeed at its end. Even the race that person personally wiped out reappeared. How weak is he now?" However, the Yen Emperor, who was restrained by a group of elders, could not smile. It looked like the Jianghu dynasty could not avoid the great calamity that the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot mentioned. Damn it, why do these people think that the demonic Dao Hall will listen to their whims? Inside the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, Xiao Chun circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his body. Waves roared in his vast divine energy sea, forming thousands of different dragon images. Xiao Chun did not give Wang Fei a chance to attack again. The instant the azure-colored dragon image appeared, he soared into the air. Boom! Countless dragon images shot out of Xiao Chen's divine energy sea and entered the azure-colored dragon image. The dragon might of the azure-colored dragon image behind Xiao Chun's sword. Its ferocious roar shook the surroundings. 10,000 dragons return to one. As Xiao Chun soared into the air, he gently stomped on the dynasty's sword qi that Xiao Suo and the other 4 blocked. Cracks already appeared in the dynasty's sword qi. It was like Xiao Chun had turned into a blue dragon. When he stomped, the towering azure-colored dragon image merged with him, and the dragon claw attached to his leg. When Xiao Chun stomped, it looked like an ancient blue dragon had clawed at this sword light materialized by the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations. Kasie, the sword light, which already cracked in the first place, instantly shattered. A dynasty turned to ashes before everyone's shocked gazes. Pusii. Above the altar, the originally unrestrained, unruly, and arrogant first prince vomited blood and fell heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily onto the ground. The holy light that was as resplendent as the sun dimmed at an unbelievable speed. The kingship Tao was like this. The first prince could grow stronger quickly and weaken even faster. The somewhat dumbfounded Wang Fei kept falling, his mind blank. First prince, Don't panic. While his stomp looked casual, he actually stored up power for a long time. He will not be able to unleash such a horrifying strike within a short time. Quickly destroy the remaining 2 altars while the kingship Dao's might is still resplendent. At the crucial moment, Lord Shi's voice was like a hammer to Wang Fei's head, rousing him to his senses. Right, that's right. I still have a chance. If I want to make up for my current injuries, I have to continue plundering. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Wang Fei revealed a crazed expression in his eyes. Just as he was about to fall off the altar, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Those who submit to me prosper. Those who oppose me die. The originally tyrannical words that Wang Fei roared out sounded somewhat tragic and crazy in his mouth. The resplendent holy light materialized by the kingship Dao on the altar suddenly extinguished. Wang Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. When he thrust his sword, he used his great Dao energy, divine energy, soul energy, everything he had on this final sword strike. After Wang Fei sent out this sword strike, he seemed to age 100 years. His eyes turned scarlet. He forced himself into a desperate situation. Xiao, the dynasty sword light that burst out of the Yan imperial sword split into 2, charging towards the altars of the 6th prince and the 11th prince. The 2 streams of dynasty's sword light carried Wang Fei's everything, his will, his ambition, his madness, and even his life. It was even stronger than the sword light that the 9th prince faced earlier. The expressions of the 11th prince and the 6th prince changed dramatically. Their faces turned the color of chicken liver at the same time. He was still thinking that the 9th prince would block the sword for him and buy some time for the 2 of them, which was why he was secretly delighted. But now, he even had the thought of dying. The earlier scene proved that the 1st prince was terrifyingly strong. Just his aura alone rivaled that of a peak 7-vein sovereign emperor. However, this also meant that he wasn't so strong that he was unreasonable and undefeatable. As long as the brothers were of one mind, had the courage to go through life and death together, had the courage to press forward with indomitable will, and had the incessant boiling blood, they would be able to withstand this sword. However, the 11th prince and the 6th prince could not afford to bet on it. Their guests could not be as determined as Xiaoxia and the others. No one dared to be sure that the others would not abandon them. If they tried to forcefully receive the sword, they would end up dying miserably. The 2 did not dare to bet on it. They said unwillingly, at nearly the same time, "Retreat." Boom. In an instant, the 2 altars shattered, and 2 shockingly large amounts of dragon essence surged out. 2 startlingly vast dragon essence surged towards Wang Fei like a hurricane. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wang Fei stopped falling amid maniacal laughter and slowly rose up. The originally extinguished holy light on the altar flared up with an even more resplendent light. This sword strike not only allowed Wang Fei to return to his peak, but also brought him to a higher level. We can't wait anymore. Kill. The 8th prince and the 13th prince, who had been watching, paled in fright when they saw this scene. They no longer dared to wait. They had to fight to the death. They had already reached a point where only one side could survive. The 1st prince had already forced them to the edge of a cliff. They had to fight even if they did not want to. Wang Fei smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. He said indifferently, "Block them." The mysterious man, Shi, waved his sleeve, and the azure lotus holy daughter and the black-faced holy daughter led a few demonic Dao experts over. A frenzied battle between sovereign emperors instantly started at lightning speed. Be it the 8th prince's subordinates, the divine sword pavilions Dao Yan and the profound heaven holy sun Wenrenyu, or the 13th prince's subordinates, the silver dragon king and Sikong Shu, they could all be considered super experts. They possessed extremely horrifying strength. Any one of them could turn the ancient Yan emperor tomb upside down. Now, these people worked together to charge at the first prince. At this point, the succession race had slowly spiraled out of control, inspiring fear in the spectators for some reason. Xiao Chun, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when I could break through the shackles of my King Dao domain. Wang Fei, whose strength had clearly improved, smiled as he looked at Xiao Chun. However, an extremely cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Big brother, Xiao Suo, who had already landed on the altar, looked at Xiao Chun somewhat worriedly. Xiao Suo's entire body was covered in wounds. His right arm was nearly crippled as it swayed weakly. Wu Meng and the others paled as they supported Xiao Suo. They were in a similarly bad state. Xiao Chun, who had the blue dragon wrapped around him, looked at Wang Fei expressionlessly. His thoughts raced. This Wang Fei was indeed a ruthless person. In a sure-death situation, he actually tried to escape death. When facing a stronger opponent, Xiao Chun could not think of any other way to fight aside from drawing Heavenly Slayer, not to mention the Dragon's Gate Forbidden Art. However, Xiao Chun had already drawn Heavenly Slayer to help Wang Yan out earlier, draining most of his divine energy and soul energy. Shattering Heavenly Slayer with his foot had drained him significantly as well. Xiao Chun had not recovered yet. If he drew Heavenly Slayer, a soul tool that rivaled a superior grade soul tool, he would definitely overdraw on his physical body and injure his foundations. Furthermore, even if he drew Heavenly Slayer, his chances of victory were only 50%. Should I draw the saber or not? Draw. Xiao Chun, who was conflicted in his mind, made his decision without hesitation. Heavenly Slayer reappeared in his hand. Then, he held it horizontally in front of Xiao Chun, grasping its hilt. Big brother, you can't draw the saber anymore. Xiao Suo shouted hoarsely, his expression changing slightly when he saw the situation on the altar. A soul tool, the word forbidden, distinguished it from ordinary secret treasures. Naturally, Xiao Chun could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, he would have drawn his saber long ago and killed until the sky turned dark. In the holy flame, Wang Yan, who was anxiously refining his Yan Imperial sword, opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen's actions, his expression changed dramatically. You can't. However, right after Wang Yan spoke, a saber light interrupted him. Then, Wang Yan drew Heavenly Slayer. The dazzling saber light looked like the blazing sun. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, the sky shattered by 3 meters. Bearing the honor of the ruler, I draw my saber for the ruler. Chapter 23:14. Bearing the loyalty of a ruler, I draw my saber for a ruler. Right after Wang Fei spoke, he completely drew Heavenly Slayer. Heavenly Slayer, which rivaled a superior grade soul tool, was forged from demonic tribulation lightning metal and infused with the ancient thunder dragon True Soul. It was perfectly compatible with Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao, containing the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If Xiao Chun drove Heavenly Slayer at full power, it could destroy the sky, make the sun and moon dim, and make the stars fall. Xiao Chun had already demonstrated its unparalleled might once. When he drew Heavenly Slayer, he killed 5 princes with 1 saber strike. Once the Heavenly Dao's killing intent was brought out, it would not kill but injure. When Xiao Chun sensed the vast energy contained in the saber, he infused his soul energy and divine energy into it, not holding back at all as he drove the saber with all his might. The withdrawn Heavenly Dao's killing intent immediately manifested, spreading out in the sky, ready to be unleashed. Kill. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun held the saber in his hand and turned into a flash of purple electric light, appearing around Wang Fei. Good move. I'll make sure you never return. Wang Fei worried that he would not be able to take the initiative to fight Xiao Chun after he left the altar's dragon luck. Who could have imagined that the other party would use a soul tool to charge over? If this was not seeking death, what was in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb? No soul tool could compare to the sovereign Dao Yan imperial sword in his hand. Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, Xiao Chun brought out his saber techniques to their fullest. In an instant, Xiao Chun exchanged hundreds of moves. His saber aura firmly suppressed Wang Fei. Before Xiao Chun, Wang Fei's sword techniques were riddled with openings. In just a few breaths, Wang Fei's body was covered in wounds. He bled profusely, covered in the marks left by Heavenly Slayer. However, Wang Fei did not care. His injuries healed at a visible pace, and he instantly recovered. He instantly recovered to his original state. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not cower in the slightest. Humph! It is impossible for you to kill me in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. I already obtained the acknowledgement of the dynasty's dragon vein. My great Dao perfectly merged with the dragon vein. Here I am heaven. Wang Fei ignored his horrifying injuries. Despite clearly being at a disadvantage, he continued suppressing Xiao Chun. Amid the maniacal laughter, the dragon image materialized by the dynasty's dragon vein appeared arrogant and despotic, bearing its fangs and claws. They clashed with the azure dragon around Xiao Chun, fighting each other. The two of them fought in the sky. The azure dragon image and the golden dragon bloodline incarnation covered the entire sky of the core region. It covered the vast, starry sky, triggering boundless phenomena. Gales, lightning, and thunder rumbled without end. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. The other party held too much of an advantage in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chun had perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein, already gaining the acknowledgement of this world. Now, he could use the Jianghu dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years at any time. As he said, stabbing him 1,000 times would be no different from scratching an itch as long as he wasn't heavily injured. On the other hand, if he were to be struck by the other party's sword, even his blue dragon divine body might not be able to withstand it. This situation was simply like cheating. If not for Tian Slayer clashing with the other party's Yan Imperial sword, Xiao Chun would not be able to fight such an enemy. He could only stay far away. All he needed to do was wait for a sure kill opening. With Heavenly Slayer in his hands, there was hope. The battle between the two was already intense enough. However, the battle below was even more bloody and brutal. The 8th Prince's and the 13th Prince's guests charged towards the altar at the same time. The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black Lotus Church Holy Son led people to block them. Close to 40 Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors attacked frantically. There was no lack of super experts like Dao Yan, Wenringyu, the Silver Dragon King, and Sikong Shu. In the chaotic battle, killing moves and soul tools appeared. Great desolate Ian bloodlines were activated, and boundless demonic chi surged out. At this point, the succession race already concerned life and death, honor and honor. The 8th Prince and the 13th Prince had to gamble everything for that tiny chance. The two's obsession and desire for the crown prince far surpassed that of the other princes. Naturally, their guests were not willing to lose. Dao Yan, who comprehended an ice small world, relied on his 10th layer Dao domain to move about without fear, advancing rapidly. No one could match him more than 3 times. Just when Dao Yan thought that he could charge over, a monk with handsome features and a lotus-like air stopped him. A monk with delicate features and a lotus-like air stopped Xiao Chun. This was the former Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate, Ming Xian. Scram! Dao Yin showed a cold and emotionless expression as he threw a palm strike. A soul-deep chill surged out. A 10th layer Dao domain was extremely horrifying. A regular great perfection sovereign emperor would find it hard to block this move. Their Dao domains would instantly shatter. Secret technique: destroy. Ming Xian did not panic. He placed his thumb on the tip of his index finger and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then he gently pushed forward. Immediately, boundless Buddhist might surged over and extinguished the incoming chill, regardless of whether it was materialized or directed at the soul. Dao Yin felt slightly stunned. When he saw the indistinct black lotus church venerate image behind Ming Xian, he suddenly understood. So, it is a sinful disciple of the Buddhist sect. Humph. Originally, Dao Yin planned to use his ice small world on the mysterious black-clad man, who had yet to make a move. Dao Yin snorted coldly, and the ice small world appeared, encasing Ming Xian. Ming Xian looked around. He could clearly see the figures of the others in the surroundings. However, he could clearly feel that there was a hazy boundary between him and these people. It was like they were in two different worlds. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Ming Xian felt immense pressure from the world. It was like the world rejected Ming Xian, feeling incredibly unbearable. His Dao domain was completely suppressed. His soul energy and divine energy were restricted, unable to circulate smoothly. 10th layer Dao domain, how horrifying! Ming Xian carefully sensed the various discomforts in his body. However, he did not show any panic on his face. Before Dao Yan's strange gaze, Ming Xian pointed at his forehead. Immediately, a swastika appeared on his forehead. Those who oppose me will live. Whoosh! After the swastika reversed, the originally golden Buddhist light instantly turned black, and its Buddhist might became even stronger. An ancient Buddhist light traveled from the distant past, breaking the restrictions of the small world and landing on Ming Xian. The various discomforts instantly vanished. Then Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, "With the support of this Buddhist light, even if I cannot defeat you, it is more than enough to block you. That will have to be tested before we know." Dao Yin showed a sullen expression. However, he was not satisfied with being blocked. Intense battles took place around the altar. The two princes worked together, carrying the momentum of a storm, wanting to destroy the first prince's altar in one go. Wang Fei sent out all the demonic Dao experts under him. However, he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It looked like he would slowly fall into a disadvantage. However, she still did not intend to make a move. He swept his gaze around and looked into the distance. "Damn it!" Yen Tsangming cursed in his heart when he felt Shi's gaze. Then he looked at the sixth prince beside him and said, "Your Highness, you no longer have a chance. Please forgive this humble one for offending you. I have to follow the agreement and help the first prince ascend to the throne. Sorry for offending." Before the sixth prince could answer, Yen Tsangming led Jin Yuan and the many abyssal underworld experts far away. Wang Ming was stunned, his expression extremely unsightly. Unexpectedly, this group of people was so unreliable. Yen Tsangming did not stand a chance at all before being abandoned. Wang Ming's expression flickered. He felt very dissatisfied in his heart, but he did not do anything in the end. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Yen Tsangming. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chun bought time for Wang Yen. He took the initiative to draw his saber and clash with the insufferably arrogant Wang Fei. If the battle was too intense, Xiao Chun would not be able to interfere or help. However, the two princes clearly held the advantage. As long as they destroyed the altar, they could resolve Xiao Chen's predicament. Even if Xiao Chun could not block everyone, he could at least block Yan Songming. Zheng Yuan, bring them over to help. Leave this to me. Yan Songming instructed with a calm expression. Then he looked at Lin Feng. Zheng Yuan did not say a word. He led the other abyssal underworld sovereign emperors to the altar to help Wang Fei. Although Yan Songming had arrived, the appearance of Zheng Yuan's group greatly eased the pressure on the Black Lotus sect, Holy Sun, and the others. The slightly suppressed situation actually flipped around. The situation instantly turned for the better. Bang! Yan Songming and Lin Feng brought out their Death Dao domains to their limits. Dense black dragon patterns appeared on their faces. When their auras reached their peak, they instantly attacked and then retreated. A black state of death floated around the two, forming thousands of dark underworld flowers. Lin Feng looked at the black patterns swimming around his palm, feeling startled to think that Yan Songming's strength has already reached such a level. Senior brother, you are not a match for me. Move aside. Yan Songming revealed a distant gaze on his calm face, not showing much hatred or hatred. Yan Songming continued in a somewhat hoarse voice. The gap between us can no longer be described with cultivation. I already touched the origin of death. I am one of the players in this situation, but you are just a pawn. Given the situation, if you insist on going your own way, you will end up like Xiao Chun when he draws his saber again. Only death awaits you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was here on Swearin Ji's orders to represent the Heavenly Alliance to help the 11th Prince. Lin Feng did not know about the deeper clash and chess game of the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This succession race already touches on the direction of the epic cycle. It is not something you can understand. Yan Songming showed a stern expression. A vast and distant aura appeared in his eyes, like a boundless sea. Lin Feng smiled and said, I do not understand. I only know that Xiao Chun is my friend. With you joining, the two princes will definitely lose. Since I want to help him, naturally, I have to stop you. You say that I do not understand, but how could I? I have always been your beloved junior brother. Yan Songming looked up. Wang Fei held the upper hand, like the heavenly Tao existed. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's aura was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. As this continued, danger loomed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, it does not matter. When he chose to draw his saber again, he was destined to die today. This is fate. Whether you stop me or not, it will not change anything. I have a saber that can cleanse everything and illuminate 3 lifetimes. Just at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. A blue lotus bloomed under Xiao Chen's feet. Time seemed to change as Xiao Chen's figure split into 3. Each figure sent out a saber and pierced Wang Fei's chest. The 3 figures represented the past, the present, and the future. The 3 sabers intersected and slowly destroyed the first prince's vast life force. No matter how the dragon vein supported it, it could not reverse the situation. Wang Fei revealed an extremely incredulous expression. He could not understand how he got struck. Chapter 23:15. Cleansing the glory, illuminating 3 lives. 3 saber lights intersected above the altar, illuminated by resplendent holy light, and pierced through Wang Fei. Wang Fei's life force drained at a visible rate. No matter how much the dynasty's dragon vein replenished it with dragon essence, it could not slow down the loss of life force. The 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other as many scenes flashed. These were Xiao Chen's present, past, and future. However, the scenes were blurry and distorted, disappearing in a flash. One could not clearly see what was happening. No one had expected such a scene. From the very start, Xiao Chun did not hold the advantage against Wang Fei, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Practically no one felt that they could defeat Wang Fei. Even if they could not kill him. However, Wang Fei was about to die now. This was real, not faked at all. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did Wang Fei die? The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor was stupefied in the palace in the clouds. A flustered expression flashed in his eyes. Although Wang Fei still showed signs of life, given their cultivation, they could tell that he was already dead. The instant the three saber lights intersected, Wang Fei died. Right now, the dynasty's dragon vein was using its supreme dragon essence to forcibly extend Wang Fei's life. However, this was like filling a bottomless bottle with water. No matter how much water one had, one could not fill the bottle to the brim. In the end, it would empty. Imperial ancestor. The other elders showed flustered expressions. They looked at the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor at a loss, clearly asking what they should do if Wang Fei died. In their plan, Wang Fei's death wasn't part of it. With the dynasty's dragon vein supporting him, he was an unrivaled existence in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He was the heavens of that world. How could he die at the hands of others? With Wang Fei's death, the imperial ancestral temple's many plans could not be carried out. The suppressed Yan Emperor's expression changed slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes as the Yan imperial sword in his hand trembled slightly. He could already draw his sword again. However, the Yan Emperor's face turned ashen. He had no desire to draw his sword at all. His heart remained deathly still, not having any thoughts. The Yan Emperor should hate Xiao Chun. However, he could not do so. It was the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor, and the others who pushed Wang Fei to the edge of the abyss. However, the imperial ancestral temple's elders were his uncles. Similarly, he could not hate them. Right now, he was the loser. The imperial ancestral temple's elders were also the losers. Is the Yanwu dynasty really unable to avoid a calamity? Thinking of this, the Yan Emperor could not help but close his eyes in despair, feeling disheartened. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the group of great perfection sovereign emperors fighting stopped what they were doing at the same time. They looked at Wang Fei, who had been pierced by 3 sabers, with some confusion. Big brother is going to die. The expressions of the 8th prince and the 13th prince changed slightly as joy and surprise appeared in their eyes. With the death of the eldest prince, that great threat would be completely eliminated. His subordinates would also be forcefully teleported out. At that time, the position of crown prince would only be between the 2 of them. No, there was another person. Wang Feng said indifferently, "The next one has to be 9th brother. You don't have any objections, right?" The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled coldly and said, "That's exactly what I wanted." The 2 did not feel any heartache over Wang Fei's death. Instead, they quickly set their sights on their next competitor. The coldness of the 2 was startling. Right now, only the 9th prince was still refining the Yan imperial sword. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the 9th prince would be the only one left. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, he could become the first prince. This Yan Songming, who was conversing with Lin Feng, felt greatly startled, his expression changing dramatically. Yan Songming raised his eyebrows and looked at Lord Shi in the distance. Lord Shi still showed a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking. "You are very surprised. It looks like Wang Fei really did not deserve to die." Lin Feng keenly noticed Yan Songming's expression. There seemed to be some hidden secrets. Yan Songming withdrew his gaze and said after some thought, "If that person is willing, no one can kill Wang Fei. Since Wang Fei is dead, It means that the first prince no longer has any value. Senior brother, I can no longer understand this Go puzzle. If possible, I hope that you can help me at the crucial moment. Stand in the shoes of a flood dragon human and help my junior brother. The world is about to undergo a great change. My flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Whoosh! Yen, Songming sent a voice projection to Lin Feng. After saying that, his figure flashed far away, leaving the somewhat confused Lin Feng behind. The world is about to undergo a great change. The flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Senior brother, you have to help me. Yen Songming's words lingered in Lin Feng's mind as he entered deep thought. Most importantly, who was the person that Yen Songming mentioned? Based on that person's tone, even Lin Feng felt reverence. Who exactly is this person? Who is so horrifying? Whoosh! Xiao Chen's three figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other, and many scenes flashed by. The scenes all showed Xiao Chen's past, present, and future. However, the scenes were distorted and blurry, appearing and disappearing in a flash. A scarlet flame shot over. The demon blood vulture descended from the sky and caught the swaying Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and held the wound on his chest, appearing pale. That earlier saber strike was the three-life flower and not the three-life flower. Xiao Chen used the state of cycle to drive the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to execute the three-life flower. Xiao Chen traveled to the past and the future, merging the three saber strikes into one. Wang Fei, who revealed an opening, would die for sure. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to execute the stronger colorless killing. However, merciless killing was hard to control, and he was not confident of success. Hence, he could only settle for the next best thing, executing the more mature three-life flower. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the first prince, who was one with the world. No matter how severely injured he was, Wang Fei could rely on his horrifying dragon essence to instantly recover. He had a nearly undying body. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not relax at all. The instant Xiao Chen executed the three-life flower, he felt a horrifying killing intent. The fear that killing intent brought was something he had never felt before. Xiao Chen nearly could not execute it successfully. He even thought of giving up. However, that person seemed to have confirmed something. His killing intent suddenly vanished, and he successfully executed the three-life flower. What did he confirm? A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After he confirmed that my saber strike could kill Wang Fei, he chose to give up. That's right. That must be it. If my saber strike could only severely injure Wang Fei, he would have made a move to block it. If I could kill Wang Fei, he would have chosen to give up and reap the benefits. There was only one explanation. Xiao Chen could not kill Wang Fei, who was one with the world, in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he had to pay a huge price to do so, which was why he sent me to kill Wang Fei. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the black-clad Shi, who wore a mask over his left eye, below the altar. Many doubts flashed in his eyes. However, even though someone used him, Xiao Chen did not feel any regret in his heart. Xiao Chen had three purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He wanted to help Wang Yan become the crown prince and wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear. He had never told anyone about his third purpose, only hiding it deep in his heart. However, he had never forgotten it. It was like a sharp knife carving into his heart. Kill Wang Fei. Wang Fei had to die. He had to pay the price for his little martial nephew, Ling Yu's death. Even if Xiao Chen had to face the boundless pursuit of the entire imperial ancestral temple, he had to kill Wang Fei. On that day, the scene of Ling Yu committing suicide made Xiao Chen swear in his heart that he had waited for this day for a long time. Wang Fei's body fell off the altar. When he felt his life force ebbing like sand, his eyes filled with despair, dissatisfaction. He was not willing to die like this. When Wang Fei saw she below the altar, a trace of hope appeared in his despairing eyes. This man, whom he could not see through, possessed horrifying strength. Perhaps he had a chance. Lord Shi, save me. If I die, you will not have a chance, either. Wang Fei muttered as he looked at Shi with hope. She said calmly, "Sorry, Your Highness, you are already dead. Even a true god cannot save you." "No," Wang Fei shouted in despair as he grasped his Yen imperial sword helplessly. However, no matter how much despair he felt, he could not change the reality. The instant he landed, his body scattered like sand. Everyone in and out of the area watched this scene incredulously. The insufferably arrogant Wang Fei, who had merged with the dynasty's dragon veins and could be said to be unrivaled, died just like that. Not even dregs remained. The person that everyone thought would become the crown prince was gone, just like that. Hiss! After the first prince died, the figures of his guests flickered continuously. This was the rule of the ancient Yen emperor tomb. After a prince died, his guests could no longer remain in the ancient Yen emperor tomb. However, just as these people's figures slowly turned blurry, the black-clad masked man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the first prince's Yen imperial sword. Whoosh! The sword immediately burst forth with a soaring demonic light, turning the entire sky dark. The azure lotus holy sun and the others' figures turned blurry. The instant the black-clad masked man grabbed the Yen imperial sword, he forcibly pulled them back. The Yen imperial sword is rather impressive. That's not right. It should be called the demonic imperial sword now. She ferociously tore off his black robes, revealing the noble and evil dragon robes inside. That was the Xiaowu dynasty's dragon robes. She tossed the black robes into the air and turned into a blood moon, rising into the sky. Chapter 23:16. The blood moon formed by the black robes rose increasingly higher. In mere moments, it was as high as the sky. Pitch-black demonic chi covered the sky, and the blood moon appeared indistinct in the demonic fog. Everyone could not tell whether this was the ancient Yen emperor tomb or the blood moon dynasty's boundless demonic domain. Before one wave settled, another wave rose in the succession race. Everyone knew that most of the retainers under the first prince were from the Devil Dao. After all, while the imperial ancestral temple's elders colluded with the demonic Dao to keep the hidden spirit temple in check, it was not unknown. At the very least, the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses present knew some clues. If the weak royal clan did not want to be controlled by others, they could only use a strategy to keep each other in check. However, based on the current situation, the imperial ancestral temple's elders seem to have gone overboard. The demonic Dao people were not in their grasp. The expressions of the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses immediately changed, slightly. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do you think the situation is like? A feudal lord asked the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The succession race had already gone out of control. These feudal lords all felt somewhat uneasy. The royal clan seemed to be losing control of the situation. The Soaring Dragon Marquis frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, "Let's wait and see. The imperial palace is where the luck of the entire dynasty lies. The royal clan has operated here for more than 100,000 years. Even if a faux god descends, he would not dare to be impudent here." Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis said that he still felt that something was wrong, as the Yen Emperor had not appeared yet inside the palace in the clouds, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor walked to a corner. A pitch-black figure stood in front of him. It was just an image, but everyone could feel the overwhelming demonic might in its eyes. The two quickly conversed. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's expression changed several times before he finally nodded helplessly. When the image vanished, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's expression returned to normal as he slowly walked forward. The clouds in front slowly vanished. It looked like the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor was about to walk to the platform. The tightly shut Yan Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you speaking to?" The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor paused for a moment, but did not leave. After a while, his figure appeared before the many powerhouses in the palace. As he stood in the clouds, he said, "Everyone, don't panic. Everything in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is under the royal clan's control. The succession race will proceed as planned." "It's the ancestor." Seeing the patriarch appear, the various feudal vassals and aristocratic families felt slightly relieved. Since the grand ancestor had said so, there was nothing to worry about. After all, this was an important place in the imperial palace, and the dynasty had 100,000 years of accumulation. However, the battle for the crown prince position was even more complicated and confusing, making it even more difficult to predict. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. She held the mutated demonic imperial sword and revealed a baffling smile under the blood moon. Behind him stood the Black Lotus Saint, the Azure Lotus Saintess, and many demonic Tao experts. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, causing them to frown. The 8th prince and the 13th prince stood together. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know what this person wanted to do. What was even more confusing was how Xiao Chun could hold the Yan imperial sword in first brother's hand. There were too many strange things. Both of them felt a trace of uneasiness, and they faintly sensed that the competition for the crown prince position had changed. When Xiao Chun looked up at the blood moon in the sky, he suddenly felt like he was in a dream. It was like the Blood Moon dynasty had already occupied this place. What kind of agreement did first brother make with the imperial ancestral temple? To think that they brought such a monster into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's eyes flickered. He no longer dared to act rashly. Wang Feng said softly, "Just wait and see. If he only wants to wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear, the situation will not be that bad." The best guess was that this person was only interested in the ethereal immortal palace. The worst-case scenario was unimaginable. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King showed grave expressions as they looked at the blood moon above. The Silver Dragon King sent a voice projection. "This person is called Shi. He is the first prince of the Shuawu dynasty." At the same time, the demonic Dao Hall's hall master thinks highly of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become the new demon monarch and control the entire demonic Dao. It looks like he is determined to obtain the ethereal immortal palace. Sikong Shu replied calmly, "It is not that simple. There are many factions of the demonic Dao entangling with him. For him to be able to unite the Black Lotus Church and the Azure Lotus Church under him, it means that he is very ambitious. This time, it's not as simple as the misty palace of immortals." Whoosh! On the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chun, who was anxiously treating his injuries, sensed a figure descend. It was Chu Chaoyan, who had been hiding somewhere. Then he appeared and landed beside Xiao Chun. Chu Chaoyan stared at Shi, who was below. After some thought, he said, "This is really unexpected. I thought that after killing the first prince, he would be no longer a threat. Now, I can't figure out what he is trying to do. You can't figure it out? Actually, it is very simple. Ships come and go in the surging sea, all for the sake of profit. Putting aside the minor details, he used me to kill the first prince. Clearly, he wants to obtain the greatest benefit, to replace the first prince. Xiao Chun made a bold prediction that no one dared to think of. This startled Chu Chaoyun, not daring to reply. The Jianghu dynasty had existed for more than 100,000 years. Its territory was vast, and its accumulations were deep. Xiao Chun alone wanted to take over the entire Jianghu dynasty. This was a pipe dream, too exaggerated. Isn't this a little too inconceivable? Chu Chaoyun said with some uncertainty after a pause. After all, Ruashi was only doing this for the ethereal immortal palace. There was no need to expose her identity. It would be better to let the first prince block the spear. Aside from the various possibilities, there is only one possibility left. No matter how incredible it is the truth. Do you know who else stands behind me, aside from the Heavenly Alliance? Who? Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows. He had long sensed that Xiao Chun knew something that he did not. The Hidden Spirit Temple. If not for the Hidden Spirit Temple's help, my strength would not have improved before the succession race. This game of chess is no longer as simple as the succession race. In the current martial epoch, the 8 super factions are all here. They all have their own plans and backup plans. There was one more thing that Xiao Chun did not say. Back then, in the Hidden Spirit Temple, sword god Su Hanshan and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang were there at the same time. Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? The strongest person of the sword Dao and the strongest person of the saber Dao appeared at the Hidden Spirit Temple at the same time. From the very start, this game of chess used the entire martial epoch as the chessboard. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked around, he saw Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King standing proudly in the Bushan Palace, enduring silently. The profound heaven, Holy Land's Wunren, you stood silently behind Dao Yan with his zither on his back. The underworld god halls, Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan, looked like they were on the same side as the demonic Dao cultivators. However, upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat distant. There is one more person. Xiao Chun looked around, but could not find the person in his heart. He frowned heavily and said softly, "There is one more person?" Chu Chaoyun felt confused, not knowing who Xiao Chun was referring to. Xiao Chun did not answer. He looked around, but still could not find that person. He did not know where that person was hiding. However, Xiao Chun knew that that person had to be here, in this ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Otherwise, that person would not have asked Xiao Chun if he would kill him for no reason that day. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking as resplendent as fire. She who wore dragon robes tightly grasped the demonic imperial sword. When he sensed that the sword in his hand had completely turned into the demonic imperial sword, he opened his eyes. His left and right eyes were different, adding a sinister air to them. Whoosh! She's somewhat tyrannical words came out calmly from his mouth, inspiring fear in others. She gently swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand, and the altar beside him split in half. Now, only the altar remained in the core region. Only Wang, Yen anxiously refined the Yen imperial sword, hoping to perfectly merge his great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein. It is time to end the succession race. She looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yen, who was in the fierce sacred flame. Then, his lips curled up in a cold smile. She's unfathomable aura was even more terrifying and unfathomable than the first Prince Wang phase. Oh no! On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He guessed what she was going to do. Xiao Chen wanted to continue fighting. However, The moment he stood up, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Right now, he could not make a move. A flash of sword light carrying the dynasty's might came from a place no one expected and landed on the altar where Wang Yan was. This was also the dynasty's might. However, this sword strike contained the Zumun dynasty's might. The sword light turned into a blood dragon materialized by the dynasty's accumulations. Before Xiao Suo and the others on the altar could react, the sword wind blew them away. No, the sword wind contained too much Zumun dynasty's might. The severely injured Xiao Suo and the others could not block it, and the sword wind blew them away mercilessly. Then they watched as the sword light landed. The blood dragon opened its huge jaws and coldly swallowed up the entire altar. Boom! As the sacred flames scattered, the altar was instantly destroyed. The 8 altars in the core region were all destroyed, not a single one remaining. Xiao Chen held his chest and coughed continuously as he stared at the blood moon in the sky. That earlier sword strike came from the blood moon. No one had expected a sword to fly out of the blood moon. No one, not even Xiao Chen, had expected it. Upon closer inspection, that blood moon contained a dragon shadow. No one knew how deep the dragon shadow's accumulations were. A dragon hidden in the moon, existing with the sky. Whoosh! Without any warning, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the blood moon high in the sky. It looked down on all life, and the boundless sky seemed to be its body. A boundless pressure suddenly appeared on everyone's shoulders. As they looked at the blood moon in the sky, intense horror appeared in their eyes. That blood moon looked like a sovereign descending on the world, wanting to devour mountains and rivers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Strands of dragon essence flowed endlessly in the core region. The silk-like crystalline dragon essence continuously drifted into the sky and got swallowed up by the demonic clouds. The blood moon in the clouds seemed even more beautiful. Similar. Too similar. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily, and his hand trembled. This blood moon looked very similar to the one in the blue dragon ancient land. What exactly is Xi's relationship with Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? You are right. He does indeed want to take over the Yanwu dynasty. That blood moon hides the Shuawu dynasty's dragon vein clone. It is slowly devouring the Yanwu dynasty's dragon vein. It looks like the imperial ancestral temple has already sided with the demonic Dao Hall. This is not going to be easy. Chu Chaoyan sighed softly, sounding somewhat helpless. The other party had already gained momentum. The other party's guests and experts had just gone through a huge battle and were drained. No one dared to make a move at this moment. If not for Xiao Chun making a move to kill Wang Fei, things might not have gone so smoothly for the other party. However, Xiao Chun could not be blamed. Chu Chaoyan had planned this in the first place. After killing Wang Fei, Chu Chaoyan's guests would leave as well. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Should I say this as well? Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die, she said with a harmless smile. Then he casually swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand. Rumble! Ripples spread out from the sword light, spreading out in front like ripples. It looked like a casual swing, but it carried a boundless aura like a surging wave containing vast demonic might. Silver dragons rage. Raging stars. Vast sky fist light. Sorrowful cloud palm. The princes and guests who were still alive looked at the ripple-like sword marks that were moving toward them. Their expressions changed drastically. As they executed killing moves, they retreated frantically. The weaker ones bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining severe injuries and vomiting blood. With a casual swing of the sword, everyone moved back. She raised his head and looked at the demon blood vulture, which was forced back. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you."